So the equation they use for the for K, which is the refraction coefficient, is a direct function of R, the radius of the Earth.
That does not matter. No, it doesn't. They were testing the coefficient of refraction along the surface.
Okay,
Yes.
so again,
it doesn't matter what they assume that they're on in this purpose. They weren't testing if it was a globe or not.
Okay,
you
so
literally give you a paper that says the Earth is flat. Are you kidding me?
Well, yeah, so we're going to go with your paper that uses the radius of the Earth, and therefore you're completely online with the Earth having a radius. Otherwise, why would you post that paper?
My claim stands.
So the Earth has a radius.
Why are you guys running from what she's talking about? Why are you running? Yep. Stop with the non sequiturs. Address what she said and stop talking about everything else.
Wait, her explanation requires this R value, right?
No.
So
it's literally irrelevant. They're testing the refractive coefficient.
Yeah.
Okay, so assuming the Earth is flat, it would be even worse. Like,
okay,
so there wouldn't be the equation at all. There would be no R.
Question. Actually, I have a question. I have a question. When you said the refraction coefficient, you do realize that a coefficient is applied to another value, and of course that value is the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, and that's another problem is how they do the top down, like basically the calculations by assuming curvature. So whatever they don't see or however far it is off compared to the curve, they're going to say that's a refractive coefficient. But either way, they still show that the photons are bending away from the surface near the surface of the Earth. So
was the paper you sent.
You do realize that's not a question, but a statement.
So Taylor, how do can I ask you how they measured the coefficient of refraction?
I think that what they did was they basically saw how far it was off from what was expected, or they did the reciprocal zenith angle testing.
Correct. And in that expectation is using a globe.
Oh boy, you guys are just bricks.
So either way, they were testing the way the light was bending near the surface. That's the same way that I said it was bending, which is my explanation for why the boats disappear bottom up.
Reciprocal zenith angles do imply a globe.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Well,
this is all irrelevant to the way the light's bending near the surface.
So if I posted a evidence for bottom up obstruction that required a flat Earth, would you find that irrelevant?
They weren't testing the globe.
It doesn't matter what they were testing. If their methodology is reciprocal zenith angle. Do you know what reciprocal zenith angles are?
Reciprocal zenith angles.
Yes.
Yes. No idea. Yes, which is what your whole paper is based on. Which is
like what they did. They took it from each side. They took the angle measurements from each side. They had 2 locations.
Yeah, and in that paper they give a diagram. In that paper they give a diagram showing vertical at point A and vertical at point B, not being parallel, but drawn as radial to the planet. So again, we're going to go with your paper. Vertical lines are radial to the planet.
I posted that image in the chat.
I was talking about the way the light rays would be bending near the surface. That paper demonstrates that.
And that says we should see. That says according to that refraction, we should see the bottom of the boat, huh?
No. The boat's going to appear to be shorter.
So reciprocal zenith angles are one of the best pieces of evidence for Earth being a globe that I'm aware of. So why?
Yeah, why?
Okay, because the way that reciprocal zenith angles work, and I am not a surveyor, but I will defer to Hugo, especially if I say something wrong, is that when you point one theodolite at the other theodolite and you take the zenith angle from it, what you discover is that those 2 verticals, those 2 plums, are not parallel by 1 degree per 69 miles of distance. So I'll repeat that. On a globe, we hold that the up and down direction verticals diverge from each other, or separate from each other by 1 degree per 69 miles.
I heard you first. Thank you. So you're saying that Polaris gets lower and lower in the sky the further you go away
Nope,
from it.
that's
or
not
the
what I'm
south
saying.
you go.
Nope. I didn't mention
So
Polaris. I don't think I
You
mentioned
said
Polaris at all.
69 nautical miles, right?
69 statute miles.
Okay, now it's statute miles, right? So if I move away from Polaris, does it go down?
I'm not worried about Polaris. This has nothing to do with Polaris.
It's a question. I'm trying to understand what
I
you're
don't
talking
think,
about.
but I don't think you heard me. I don't think you heard what I said. So I'm pointing one theodolite at another
You're talking about zenith, right? If you're in the North Pole, Polaris is at your
I'm not
zenith
talking
angle.
about. I'm talking about plum.
Is that true?
I'm talking about plum.
Which
Larry.
is in reference to
Plum up and down. You know what a plum line is, Larry?
Yeah.
Okay, a plumb line. Yes, I'm talking about plumb. So each theodolite has a bubble that establishes plumb at its location, wherever that is. When you point one theodolite at the other theodolite, note that there is a extreme lack of Polaris here. There isn't even polarity. No pole dancing either. There's no poles here at all. We're just pointing one theodolite at the other. And each one of them has, you can think of it, if you don't like a bubble, you can think of it like a plumb line, right? So each theodolite, we can imagine that it's got a plumb line. It's really got a extremely accurate bubble, but whatever. So now, those plumb lines in our imagination would be going straight up and down, right? On the flat Earth, they would be parallel. On the globe and everywhere we do this, and you can go do it yourself, they are not parallel. And they are not parallel by a specific amount. And that amount is 1 degree per 69 statute miles, or 1 degree per 69.
How do we measure that? How do you measure that?
By the theodolites.
By optics. Nice. Not anything like physically, like you're just assuming the optics.
What are you measuring on the theodolite? Are you measuring the vertical height? Like, what are you measuring?
Measuring the zenith angle,
which is essentially vertical height.
How are you getting the zenith angle of one theodolite? By looking at it.
Yeah, they're doing two theodolites and they're looking at each other.
Angle.
So a theodolite establishes plumb and establishes a horizontal, which is perpendicular to plumb. You with me there?
69 statute miles away, you're looking at each other?
In this case, 11 and a half. In the case listed, the graphic supplied, it's 11 and a half miles. And the angle from zenith at point A and the angle from zenith at point B to point A, at point A, looking at point B, an angle is measured. At point B, from zenith to A is measured. Those are just the two numbers brought together by first order state-of-the-art theodolites. I'll let you figure out the fact that exceeds 180 degrees. It exceeds 180 degrees by about 8 arc minutes, and the geodetic angle would have been 9 minutes and 37 seconds. Hence, 1 minute and 37 seconds of refraction, which is the K value when you do the ratio. This is empirical. This is not hypothetical. This was actually done by myself. This is not a cut and paste from a textbook. This is not somebody else's YouTube. This is out there doing the field work with purpose-built instruments.
Yeah, you just don't know what's causing all these things. You're just assuming that there's less perspective issues than there are. So like this isn't proving anything. Like it's repeatable. It doesn't mean you know what's going on. You're not anywhere near being able to see the whole picture, right? You're literally looking very far from you, which means you're not able to even know what's happening with the light, right? Are you following the light? Like, are you flying with it? No, you're just looking really far.
So I don't understand what you're saying there.
He invoked a lot of Flurf rules in that.
Wait, I actually thought I was going schizophrenic for a second. That didn't make sense to anyone else, right? I actually try to follow it.
Oh, so you guys know which way, the medium, the temperature, which way the light's going, you're sure about everything?
I think we did you know
we know which way the light's going?
When you have the typical zenith angles, you can calculate refraction.
Can
The point being that the elevation and at each point is known, and the distance between each point is known, and the angle at each point is measured, and the elevation difference by the unrefracted, uncurved line, if we just pretend the Earth is flat, is hundreds of feet away from the true elevation difference, which is determined by taking the angles, the appropriate maths, and seeing how well it fits. And you know what? It just happens to agree with every industrialized country for the past 200 years. So I'm going to go with I was able to repeat the science and bring it to you demonstrated by my own hand.
Yeah,
Right,
repetition
Shugo. So
doesn't
it's the
improve
vertical
what
angle.
it means.
It's just the change of the vertical angle. That's what's giving you
Can
the
I
deflection
ask
of
you
the
a
plumb
question?
line, right? Hold on, dude. I'm asking Shugo something.
Say that again.
Repeat your
Shugo.
question.
Right. You're measuring the vertical angle. Like you're saying you're getting a reciprocal
cannot
zenith
hear
angle
you.
off of a different theodolite. When you're looking at it, you're determining that based off of the vertical angle of the theodolite, right?
Yes, zenith angles and vertical angles are, they're basically the same thing. So yeah, the angle from zenith at A to B, looking instrument to instrument, it's only 11 miles away. That's not particularly long distance. And at B, we're doing the same procedure from zenith to A.
But you're
Now,
not seeing the literal deflection of the plumb. I'm saying
No.
like it's just the angle to the theodolite, like that's changed. It's not the actual divergence that you're measuring, right?
the actual divergence is in the value of the angles.
Which is just the apparent height of the theodolite.
No.
The theodolite is a discrete point at each
Wait.
end.
He's misunderstanding. So you're not measuring. So you're measuring the angle to the other theodolite. That's where you're pointing the crosshairs. The zenith angle is from straight up over your head to the crosshairs.
Yeah, the apparent change of the position, the vertical height of the theodolite. That's what you're
not
saying.
The vertical
Changing,
height of the theodolite.
you're equating that to the divergence of the plumb.
So, is your criticism?
I'm not.
No, is your criticism? Is your description?
He's not understanding the basic.
Okay, yeah, I got a question for him. Is your criticism and or description of what's going on based on any level of field experience?
It's not.
I rest my case.
No, it's based on what you're telling me.
I'm gonna answer your question, Jesse. Imagine you're standing in front of a theodolite, and there's another theodolite on a hilltop, 100 feet away. You point your finger directly up at the sky over your head, right? That is straight up over your head, right? Say yes.
Yeah, change of the vertical angle is the change of the
Just a
apparent
minute.
height of
Just
the
a minute.
theodolite.
No. We tried this Shugo's way. I want to try it my way.
But you know where this is going. Like you literally know where this train of thought.
Yeah, I know that if you understand it, you're going to go,
like,
gosh, I
got a full taking gas, bro. We're going. Go.
So now you take your finger that's pointing straight up and you bring it down to point it at the other theodolite. You sweep it down in front of you to point at the other theodolite, right? Say yes or say I don't understand or something.
Dude, I know what a vertical angle is.
Okay, so that's the angle that you got. You've got one angle that way. You've got another angle that way on the other theodolite. What do they add up to?
Yeah, the apparent change of the position. You're saying that the apparent height, like where you're seeing it, like the change of the angle to the theodolite,
the change of
because of Earth curve.
You're
saying that the angle to the theodolite is changing because of Earth curve, right?
Yes.
But all you're measuring is the vertical angle.
Yes.
You're saying that the deflection of the plumb line is because of your observation of the change of the vertical angle. I'm just pointing out that that's what it's based on. Thank you.
Okay, what it is based on is the vertical at point A is radial to the planet, and the vertical at point B is also radial to the planet. And by their separation, they are going around the curve of Earth a full 9 arc minutes and measuring the same. Thank you.
And this in no way indicates that it's pointed towards the center of a ball. Thank you.
Yes, it does.
How do you fix? No,
There's
no.
too-
This is precisely. This is precisely demonstrating that the vertical is radial to the planet and pointing toward the center of the fucking ball.
It's not definitive, dude. There's too much room for manipulation in your calculations and in your corrections.
What manipulation? What's the manipulation?
Is that based on your field experience? Thank you very much.
Why wouldn't you just do it at on level? Why does it have to be always on an elevated plateau? Why can't you fucking guys just do it on the same plane?
Because it doesn't make any fucking difference.
Yeah, I have no idea
It
why.
does make a difference because it's a lot easier to do the math on an elevated plane, but no, you have to do it on an elevated plateau based off of sea level. That leaves room for fuckery.
Wait.
What is it?
No. You can do this. You can do this in your parking lot if you have a long enough parking lot.
How did you measure the y-axis, guys? Like, come on. Where's your y-axis? How did you measure it? How do you know that you're in fact that high at an altitude, etc., and that stuff? Did you like measure into a mountain? I mean, guys, come on.
You notice there's always got to be some type of mountain, some elevation change. It can't always be the same elevation because it leaves room for fuckery in the math, and the calculations, and the refraction. Because you admit that you have to do some error corrections, right?
You said it leaves some. You said it leaves some. You said it leaves some error or some mistake in the math. What is that mistake or error? What is the difference?
Not only are you correcting with standard refraction, you also have to include the elevation change from sea level. You're already affirming the globe model when you calculate the elevation change from sea level.
What?
What are you?
So
I got this.
What? Yeah,
What?
now I'm
That's
stupid,
dumb.
right?
Yeah, that's dumb because there can also be sea level on the flat Earth.
Yeah. Why would there not be sea level?
Bros, why did
So
you
like
not,
even if you had reciprocal zenith angles, like you'd if there was some refractive effects happening, like a temperature gradient as I mentioned earlier, you would get those on both reciprocal zenith angles because they're both looking through the same medium density changes. So they both have the same effect. So the reciprocal zenith angles wouldn't really help that issue.
I'm very curious. How did you measure the y-axis? Did you bore?
They are
into a
measuring the
mountain?
y. They're measuring the vertical angle, which is
No.
technically the y-axis.
No.
Unless I'm not
I don't know what you mean by the
Okay.
y-axis, but
Okay, let me be more concise. How do you know the y-axis?
the
That's
y-axis.
just not any more concise. That's the exact same thing that you just said.
You have a bubble. You have a bubble that gives you plum. That's your y-axis.
What do you mean? Okay, so compared to what? So you're standing on a mountain and some other dude, or you afterwards stand.
Do you know what
on
a
the
plumb
ground,
line
like,
is?
down with the ocean.
Zynak, do you know what a plumb line
obviously
is?
you're higher up.
Just tell them what it is.
Do you know what a plumb line is?
Yeah.
No. So a plumb line is a weighted line that architects from time, immemorial would use to get a straight up and down, a vertical line from wherever they were building. So whenever you use a plumb line, or in this case a bubble, you get plumb wherever you're at.
Okay.
That's it. It's not like you're not doing any fuckery to determine your vertical line where you're at. That's just a plumb line. That's it.
Okay, so I guess I will be even more direct. How did you directly make a measure of your altitude?
Of your altitude.
That's still the same question.
So wait. Why do I care what my measurement of altitude?
Oh, there we go. So you're now ignorant to something
That's not what he said. He said, "Why does he care?"
Why do I care?
Why should you not care about?
What difference does it make?
Your eye. Why? Sorry.
What difference does the height make?
Determining height from sea level is important.
No, what difference does it make?
What difference does the
between
height
being at
make?
lower altitude?
Right.
Do
You need
you
to have your
ask
vertical
because
height.
you're
You need
ignorant,
to have your height in your
or-
calculation.
So
No. What difference is doing it at a higher altitude versus a lower altitude make?
I'm going to ask the same
Well,
question
you need to
again.
know your altitude for your calculations.
So
why? Why
okay.
do you need
Because
that?
whenever you
Taylor?
go to
I'll hide in
how much
backstage,
curvature
guys.
you
Okay.
take, you're gonna have different
Hey.
curvature amounts based on your altitude.
Taylor,
As
Taylor,
compared to
So, Taylor, do you know what reciprocal zenith angles are now?
me? I said
Yes.
what they were the first time you asked.
Well, you
okay, well,
kind
you
of.
seem to be very confused. Can you just say why altitude is significant in reciprocal zenith angles?
Yes, that's what I'm asking. Yes.
We wait for your answer.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, what the hell
Oh
are you
wait,
talking about?
you asked what reciprocal
Altitude?
zenith angles are?
Yeah, the question
No,
was.
No, we're
they
asking
are
why
matter.
altitude is important for reciprocal zenith angles.
Tell me why. I
No,
want to know.
because they
what
need to be
you're-
at the same altitude.
Why do
No,
they
they
do
don't.
what do you mean they have to be at the same altitude? They're usually not at the
Two
same
surveyors
altitude.
that are doing the measurement.
They're not.
No.
No, that's not usually how it works.
Well, they should
No.
They
be.
don't. No, they don't need to be at the same altitude. This is basic geometry. In order for the angles, the angles, if the plumb bobs are parallel, the angles are supplementary. That is, they should add up to 180 degrees. And it doesn't matter if they're at the same altitude or not. All that matters is whether or not the plumb bobs are parallel.
Well, you're gonna be going through more refractive gradients if they're not.
I'm still explaining. This is literally 8th grade geometry.
Okay.
Okay.
Taylor,
Well,
That's not
if they're at different
explaining
altitudes,
anything.
you're gonna have more refractive effects if they're going
So-
through different temperature gradients. That's
That's
all I'm
crazy.
saying.
Taylor,
Yeah,
once
yeah, I feel
again,
like I'm
why
back
is
at
it important
school.
that you think they
Great.
be at the same altitude? What makes you think that?
But for the reasons I just named, because they could be
It is.
experiencing different temperature gradients and moving through different mediums.
So if
think
one
I
of
have a better
them is at
response.
if one of them is at, and I don't know this, but one of them is at 60 feet above sea level, and the other one 800 feet away is at 40 feet above sea level.
Okay.
Why is
so
that? Well, I mean, what do you think the effects of that will be?
Here we go.
I'm not sure. It depends on temperature.
Wait.
gradient.
You're
Let me
saying
test.
that it's irrelevant, that the altitude is irrelevant, elevation is irrelevant?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
But guys.
It's
Yes.
that's so. Why would you say it's irrelevant?
Because
Now explain to me why it's relevant.
You have to explain why it is. Explain why it is relevant.
Well, Taylor already told you, and you guys, we're all because it's important to know because of the error, right? In the perspective angle, when you're trying to measure through the optic to see how much it's diverging, right, or converging, you have to know the altitude, bro. You have to know the angle to the whether it's a
same medium.
Can Taylor quantify for me what the error due to refraction is going to be, and how that is going to vary with altitude? Because you've got a number of subject matter experts here who are saying that is not significant compared to the size of the signal that you're going to detect. To claim that you have to completely eradicate every form of possible error is not true. You need to only account for those sources of error that are large enough to impact the observation significantly. So Taylor has to demonstrate that the refractive effects that she is describing are significant enough that they will impact the measurement.
Hold on, 1 second. So
do you
hold
think
on,
that there's
Taylor,
a
real quick.
maximum terrestrial refraction if you're saying that the error is insignificant?
I am saying you must demonstrate that it is you're asking the wrong question. I'm saying that you must argue. You're saying, can you demonstrate that refractive effects are never significant? That's not my claim. My claim, your claim. No, I'm in the middle of speaking.
Don't let him run away.
I'm in the middle of speaking. I'm in the middle of speaking. You don't get to interrupt.
May I butt in here real quick?
Let Tony finish.
Okay. Taylor's claim was that refractive effects are always significant, and she turned it around by claiming that I'm claiming that they're never significant.
I never said they're always significant, and you said you need to account for variable.
No, I was still in the middle of speaking when you butted in, Taylor.
Dude,
So,
okay, finish whatever you're saying, dude.
so then you interrupt me, and then you get angry, and then you get
Yeah, but
you're
if I
confounded
you get
by the fact that I
too.
get upset
What do
over
you
it.
mean?
Okay.
Maybe
Tony,
just let me finish what I'm saying. If you're saying that you must know the altitude because refractive effects are always significant, your argument relies on the fact that refractive effects are always significant. Not that they're sometimes significant, that's why you need to measure them, but they're always significant, that's why you always need to know your altitude. This is not a correct argument.
Yeah, that's what
We
that's what
wouldn't
you
know
said. That's why I
unless you
need to know
measured the actual atmosphere. But the chances that you're going to be looking through different refractive gradients and different density gradients is going to be higher if you're at different altitudes.
Hold on.
I'm saying that would be a source of error.
You need to make the
But
case.
you
need to
said,
make that case.
yeah, it is. If you're looking through different altitudes, the chances that you're looking for through different density gradients is higher.
No, you
and
can't
then
just
also,
say that.
you're saying like we need to account for effects
Taylor,
that are
if you would be quiet long enough
you
to
literally
let me
like
explain,
off on
you're
stuff,
looking
man.
through the same
You just
air.
did the same to
Holy
me.
shit! I should never have said what I said, but
I'm butting in right here.
Anybody like hear this?
Let me know when I can get in.
Taylor finish your sentence, please.
Go ahead, Taylor.
So basically, you were saying that we need to account for refractive gradients that are other variables that are significant. But my question would be: is there a maximum refraction? Because the refraction coefficient and how much refraction is going to be depending on your atmospheric conditions, which includes the temperature gradient. So we just have to measure it.
Yeah, there's less
May I
atmosphere the higher
respond?
we go.
May I respond to that?
Yeah.
So if you're looking at the temperature gradient from one site to another that are separated by height, you are looking through the same set of air. So if you draw a line from one to the other, from the other to one, they are going through the same air. The temperature gradient that you see is just reversed, right? Do you accept that that's the case? Okay.
Wait, Tony, what team are you on? Flat Earther or
He's definitely a Glober.
And to the point, that's why it's simultaneous reciprocal angles. So that it's not only are we looking through the same column of air, it's at the same time of day. It's exactly the same moment. So the refraction on the left side of the equation, the refraction on the right side of the equation is the same. And in this case, the refraction, this is done in December, the refraction is notably higher than in the summer. But this is the measurement, and this is 8 minutes of excess of 180 degrees instead of 9 minutes and 37 seconds. Therefore, the coefficient of refraction can be gleaned from that empirically. Do a little bit of math. You're the university student. Do the algebra.
Dude, seriously? Okay, how are you looking through the
E
same
equals
column
MC
of air?
squared, IED Federation on top.
Wait.
Fuck niggers, fuck niggers, fuck niggers, fuck niggers, fuck have sex with niggers.
Somebody get that, please. Oh my
How are
God.
you looking through the same column of air if they're at different altitudes? How would you know that?
Wait.
Taylor, get him.
You didn't seriously ask that question, did you?
Explain that,
You know?
Taylor. Further explain that. Explain that question.
Yeah, so basically you said you're looking through the same column of air. I'm asking what he means by that.
Okay, Taylor, draw a line from one observer to the other observer.
But he's not going to
Then
answer.
draw the line. Taylor, please. Draw a line from one observer to the other observer, and then draw the same line back, and then draw a line back from that observer to the other one.
Yeah, but you can move from a higher to a lower
they go through the same column of air. I'm still talking, and you can't even bother listening to the answer to your question long enough for me to finish, because it's more important that you object to the answer than you understand the answer.
True. That sounds fair, actually.
So what he's saying, I don't know if you understood that. He's saying it's the same air, one way and then the other.
We get it. He hold on. He's saying that they cancel each other out, right? They cancel each other out. But that's logically irrelevant. I'll explain why. I'm trying to get in.
No, they don't cancel each other out.
Wait.
Go ahead.
That's a huge claim. Wind is blowing. How is it the same air?
Because one of them is pointing at the other.
At the same time.
It's the same line of sight.
But the air is
at the same time.
It's like
Guys,
constantly
actually,
being
where the
changed.
observer,
Just
but the
draw
refractive
two
no,
lines
effects, the
constant
between two
observer is
environment.
more important.
Air
Like
is
the
moving,
density,
guys.
the density that the
Right.
There's
observer is
wind.
actually in.
It's
And one
identically the same
higher to
line
a
of
lower
sight.
density
One at a
versus a
time.
lower,
Hey, come on, one at a time. One at a time.
versus a lower to a higher density.
Well,
Okay,
if it's a higher, lower to a higher density going up, then it's going to be a higher to a lower density going down.
Right.
So
nobody
Just draw a
refuted
line
my
between 2
comment
points.
theory here. So simply the air is ever changing. You say it's constant. It's not.
So
I mean,
what?
like,
They're looking at
it's
each other
moving.
the entire time.
Okay, but you just said the air is constant. And
No, that's not what was said. That's not what was said at any point. What was said was that at any point in time, it is the same air for both observers. And also, I'd like to clarify, Shubil just explained that these refractive effects don't exactly cancel out. I think that's what Shubil was saying. Shubil may be able to better clarify, but that's what I understood. Shubil, the subject matter expert, and also Blue Marble Science has some technical expertise in this.
All right, let me know when I can get in.
Maybe I should shut up and let them describe. I asked Shubil a question.
Yeah, the refraction. Yeah, this is only 1,000 feet of vertical change. Yes, there is air density change, and yes, that is the cause and of refraction. And this refraction has been demonstrated in this measurement.
Okay, can we actually just call it for what it is? It's called altitude-driven refraction asymmetry. So, can you just speak about that?
No, hold on. Let me get in, dude. I've been trying to get in, but these guys keep dominating the chat. So the point that I was trying to make, right, that when you start introducing elevation change, it leaves room for errors, right? You have refractive errors that can manifest, and you also have, because of perspective, you have geometric errors that can manifest because of your angle. The fact that the station A and station B aren't at the same elevation is going to create extra errors, right? And if you want an experiment to be done properly, ideally you want the station A, station B to be at the same level, so you don't have to worry about the elevation change.
We could do that, couldn't we? Could do that.
Lion. You just made a claim that it would cause issues. Prove that claim. No. You made a claim that it will cause issues. Do the math. Prove the claim. Do it. It's not that hard.
So
there are people that have done it. You can do it. You can look up how to do it. There are people in this room that have done it. You do it because you made a claim.
Okay, we got it. Yes. Yeah, we got it. So, Lion, I don't agree with you. Okay, I think you're wrong, and especially saying when you do an experiment. This isn't an experiment. This is the preferred way of getting elevation angle measurements until GPS. It's not an experiment. It's the preferred method.
I know. I know it's a preferred method for you guys. You guys always
No. The preferred method for hundreds of years until today because we have GPS.
I know, because you know why? Because because of all the math that you're doing, things get lost in obscurity, right? You had to do all these corrections to affirm your radius, right?
It's not preferred by me. It's preferred by surveyors.
But do you understand that there's something called altitude-induced geometric distortion? Look it up, dude. Altitude-induced geometric distortion in reciprocal zenith measurements. Go look it up.
Do the math. No, you do the math.
So not only this is a hold on. This is a product of perspective.
Prove it.
So,
you keep making claims. You're not doing the math.
What strikes me as amazing.
Anybody can do this in their
you
house.
Finish talking, mate. You finish talking.
Okay, as you said, anybody can do this. Okay,
Yeah,
are you speaking from your own experience?
This is all based off. If you understand optics and perspective, this would not be new to you guys. Apparently, you guys always ignore optics and perspective when it comes to long distance measurements with theodolites, with total stations. You completely ignore the science of optics for the last 300 years to affirm your model.
Again, are you speaking from experience? Is that your experience?
What was that phenomenon again? What was that phenomenon again?
Altitude-induced geometric distortion due to the change in elevation. So when you start looking through your little optic and you're trying to look at the reflector on the other station or whatever the hell you guys are doing, or reciprocal zenith angles, you got to always consider the elevation change and factor in altitude-induced geometric distortion and the refraction and the gradient density between the different layers that you're looking through your optic.
No,
Cancel out.
It's called altitude-driven refraction asymmetry.
I want to ask Lion Lion, what was the prompt that you fed ChatGPT to get that answer?
I didn't get that from ChatGPT. I didn't get that
God
from
doesn't like
ChatGPT.
liars, remember.
Shubo, are you still here?
I dropped in here and I heard you guys arguing with Taylor about reciprocal zenith angles. I dropped that instantly. I didn't have to go on ChatGPT and look it up. I talked about the elevation change instantly.
Okay, and keep in mind, the vertical angles here are only 1 degree and the vertical change is only 1,000 feet. This is a petite measurement.
Hey, Shubo, can you explain how it would cancel out if it's moving from a higher to a lower density versus lower to a higher?
It doesn't entirely cancel out.
Because that would give two different products visually.
Well, if you look at the numbers and do the arithmetic, the mathematics involved as you're the university student, you will see the difference looking from A to B and the difference from B to A.
All the time.
Well, what else am I supposed
So
to
if it's
say?
moving from a higher to a lower density, how is the object going to appear?
No, do the math. Just do it. Literally just do it.
Let him
You guys
answer.
just
He
said
made the
everyone
claim
can do
to
it.
cancel out. He needs to do the math, actually.
Okay, I'll just refer you to the bottom of that diagram.
Okay, so then what if it's moving from higher to lower? What's it going to look like?
Just do the math.
Okay, so
It's
now
right
we're
there.
getting different
I listed
visual
it on the
effects
bottom.
for the target. Please explain how those would cancel out, because they'd be literally in contradiction.
No, they wouldn't. Refraction always occurs towards the denser medium.
Exactly.
Okay. Why don't you interrupt the answer where I'm trying to explain it rather than listening to the explanation? Why don't you do that?
Because I'm just trying to have a back and forth. I don't know how long it's
You're
going to take.
not trying to have a back and forth. You're trying to obstruct anybody from trying to teach you. Oh,
okay,
I'm loud. Lion has been here shouting into the chat for the entire time, but I'm the one who's loud. Great. Okay, so I'll just raise my voice now because I'm really annoyed. Because of the intellectual dishonesty you are displaying. You say you're here for answers, and then as soon as somebody starts giving you an answer, you start interrupting them. You aren't even listening. You say you're here to be taught, to learn from people, and you keep on interrupting them when they're trying to explain stuff. And this goes back to Ryan's point of why do these people dominate the conversation? Yes, heaven forbid that people with technical expertise in what is being talked about have a larger proportion of the time to explain the technicalities. You know, it's just more intellectually and morally bankrupt on a fractal level. Everything you do is dishonest.
You just said all over your fucking mic.
Did you want to explain the refraction, how it cancel out? No?
To be clear,
He didn't say it would cancel out. He said the opposite multiple times. You obviously haven't been listening to a word he says.
Okay, so if it's moving from a higher or lower, how is the object going to appear?
Higher to lower what?
Density.
Okay, so the light is moving from the higher to the lower, or the observer is looking from the higher to the lower?
The light.
So the light starts out in the higher medium, it will go out, it will refract down, so for the observer at the far end, it will appear higher.
It would refract up if the higher density was at higher elevation. And then vice versa, if it was going from
how atmospheres work, Taylor.
From a lower to a higher.
Yeah, in atmospheres, the higher pressure is in atmosphere, the higher pressure is lower.
The higher pressure is lower?
Yes.
Yeah. That's how
atmospheres work.
The higher pressure is at a lower altitude, you mean?
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Well, the temperature really isn't going to dominate terrestrial refraction, according to...
I beg your pardon?
Peer-reviewed papers. The temperature gradient is going to be one of the dominating factors in the terrestrial refraction, if not the most dominating factor.
So, and you're saying that pressure and temperature are independent variables, are you?
Well, they're each going to play a role in terrestrial refraction.
No, they're not, because they're the same. This is a God.
Pressure
The
and
physics you don't understand.
Stop giggling like a little girl, please.
Pressure and temperature are not independent variables in a hydrostatically ordered fluid, right?
They're going to play a role in the density.
Like the atmosphere, pressure and temperature are dependent on, then they don't vary independently. You change one, the other changes.
Shubu?
Right?
Can you
I
comment
beg
on
your
that?
pardon?
I was
What are
asking
you even
Shubu
talking
to
about?
comment on that.
Well, again, the elevation change here is slight. It's only 1,000 feet. And the distance is short. It's only 11.5 miles. The refraction index at point A is slightly different than the refraction index at point B. And by taking it simultaneously, the value is in net is the 1 minute and 37 seconds as demonstrated in the measurement.
But the effect that we have.
Okay, so I'll give you some papers about the temperature gradient, how it's really dominating the lower.
Well, do me a favor. Okay, thank you. But do me a favor. Read it first, and we can talk about it in detail. Don't just highlight a couple of sentences in it, because there's a whole science of geodesy which you are dismissing without knowing anything about geodesy.
So how you tell me how?
I'd like to ask it.
Hold on, how in geodesy do you guys determine your elevation?
There are multiple techniques.
And we measure it.
Right
Yeah,
now,
we
though,
measure it.
in 2025, how do you guys determine your altitude, your elevation?
There are multiple techniques. There are multiple.
Why are you running away? Just answer the question, dude.
Yeah, in 2025, I can use a brass disc established by differential leveling over the past 50, 75 years. I can use that. I can also use phase differential GPS and the Geoid 18 model. Yeah, I can do it a couple of different ways. Yeah, and I can start from the brass disc and I can chain a bunch of measurements and carry my elevation by zenith angle, or by differential levels. Yeah, all kinds of ways. It's called measured.
Use GPS.
No, that is one technique out of many. That is one technique out of many, sir.
Yeah, in 2025, he asked how to do it in 2025. All previous methods are still valid, and we now have a new one. It's called phase differential GPS.
And this. So I want to ask Taylor, what in Shoebill's answer to you convinces him that he does not think that temperature-induced gradients are important when making these observations? Because to me, his answers seem to suggest, yes, there are refractive effects. Yes, those refractive effects are probably related to temperature gradients. So what in his answer, but the refractive effects are much, much smaller than the signal that he is trying to measure. As he demonstrated earlier in the conversation. So what in his answer made you think this guy doesn't know that temperature effects are significant?
How he did, and that's fine. So I agree with him on that. So how do you know that?
Okay, so why did you want to send him a paper?
So you're going to ask me questions, but you won't answer mine. How are you going to know the refractive effects are insignificant?
Because you can measure them and compare them to the you can measure them, you can calculate them, you can compare them to the size of the signal, right? You know the size of the measurement. You know how to calculate refractive
ID Federation sends their regards.
Nigger, 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 nigger.
So in the chat, there's some incredibly objectionable
That's really bad.
material.
I bet he's a flat earther. Isn't he? He's a flat earther, isn't he?
I don't think that saying that there are no globers who are obnoxious racist dickheads would be a clear fallacy.
All right,
so
that doesn't matter.
whoever it is,
We need mods in chat. We need mods in chat.
mods in chat. There's a gift there that I think you need to.
A bunch of stupid shit,
yeah, someone please delete that.
All right, I want to ask you, Wilson.
Hey, Taylor.
So the refraction that happens due to standard refraction. What causes that again? Standard refraction, 7/6R, 1 inch every 8 miles. What causes that?
The same thing that causes all refraction, air density.
Right, so no matter what, refraction is happening over distance, it's going to increase.
Absolutely, refraction is always happening.
And you have Tony over here shouting
Can someone
that you
please
completely
delete
disregard
the gifts? Please. It's fucking someone getting their neck.
What was the claim about what I said?
Please remove the gifts.
Yes, please remove the gifts, though it seems to be that they're being spammed in there. There was a claim I've just put up.
All mods get on the gifts, start deleting them.
Yeah. So there was a claim that I said something. What did I say, according to this guy?
Yeah, I mean, like, you're over here, like, beating your chest saying, like, we could completely disregard refraction.
That's never what I said. I didn't say that. Can you stop?
Well, that's what I got from what you were saying.
Okay, then you're an idiot, and that's not my fault.
Oh my God, maybe do better.
Okay, you don't have to add
Why don't you guys wait? Why don't you guys just do the math yourself and then come back to us? Wait, why don't you guys just do the math yourself and then come back to us? Well, I feel like that's a really simple solution.
I never made claims on his refraction. I don't know his values and his conditions.
No, I'm just saying you guys do this yourself.
If the
and then come back to
if
us.
the effects were small, though, then maybe they should do the math and show that.
No, they did. That's what I'm asking. Why don't you guys do the math? Yeah, now why don't you guys do the math?
I have. This is the thing.
I don't have his measurements, dude.
No, why don't you do it yourself?
I have done it myself.
Okay, please show us your work, Taylor.
I've already linked my work in the chat before for everybody to view, and it's on my Twitter. Taylor V.
Okay, well, I'm not going back to the chat until they get the GIFs removed. So
they're gone.
Hey,
Okay,
Taylor.
all right.
Hey, Taylor, are you there?
Gosh.
What if we just eliminate the problem of elevation and just make sure that station A and station B are at the same elevation?
That also works too. Yeah,
That
why
might
don't
be
we
a
do
better
that?
option, but
Yeah, can we do that? What would we? What would you predict would happen if we have two stations, A and B? They're at the same elevation, and both of them have established a vertical and a perpendicular to that vertical. What do you expect? What does your model predict we would observe?
Well, what is the temperature gradient? What time of day is
It's
it?
going to be the same. It's going to be the same since they're both at the same elevation.
Perpendicular to plum.
Assume a standard atmosphere, Taylor. Make any assumptions you like. Just tell us what they are.
What do you mean?
Okay, what part of that
sentence
do you not understand?
Standard atmosphere. If you have to assume a standard atmosphere, just say, in my prediction, I assumed a standard atmosphere.
I would never assume a standard atmosphere. There's a lot of issues.
She can't do it. She can't
You
do
need
it.
a prediction, right? What is your prediction?
Well, it would have to depend on the environment.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what I said. You could
The atmosphere.
Yeah.
But do you think that the density of the air at equal elevations should be the same?
Over the line of sight, you could still have temperature gradients, especially along the surface, that are very strong. That even in the same layer, you would have, just like if you're looking at something parallel, you can still have refractive effects. For example, if you're looking over a bay and you're looking directly straight ahead, you can still see things shift up and down throughout the day because of these temperature gradients, even though you're looking parallel. But if you're at different altitudes, those effects can be more exacerbated because you're looking now through different, altitudes are going to have even more.
Wait, Taylor, so why don't you just do the math and then show us that the weather, the temperature gradients cause a refraction? Why don't you just do that? Just do the math.
That was in one of the papers I posted earlier.
I don't
with
see
equal
why
elevation. With equal elevation, do it with equal.
You guys
elevation.
ignore it though. You guys won't accept
That
it.
temperature change doesn't cause
You can get
refraction.
vertical. You can get vertical dip, dude, due to
I
refractive
don't
effects,
understand.
atmospheric conditions. A bunch
Why
of
are you
shit.
guys so afraid to just like literally just do
Even
equal
perspective.
elevation and then you could just show your work.
Answer a question. Taylor, is it unreasonable to think that the density of the atmosphere is going to be the same at the same elevation, like maybe 100 yards apart?
No,
It would be,
Brenda,
but whenever we look
assume that it is, Taylor. Just assume that it's the same.
no, whenever we look at
Yes,
time
we want a
lapses, we
prediction.
see things moving up and down throughout the day, even looking straight ahead.
Right, but we
Why
want
don't
a
you
prediction.
just wait? Why don't you just assume it's the same and then show the variation?
Why would I
right?
assume
And
that without
explain it.
actual measurements? That's
No,
stupid.
so
when
you
you're
make the
randomly
prediction. No,
measuring the elevation of the ground, it's
You make the
changing
prediction
because of
and
the
then you show
change
the
of the temperature
variation.
throughout the day.
And it's
Dude,
worth noting,
literally,
it's
you're trying to measure a vertical angle to the ground to get
Literally,
the
there's a
elevation of the ground,
paper showing
and the
something looking
elevation of the
straight
ground is
forward
changing throughout the day.
at another mountain, and
Talking
as
about
the day goes on, the mountain drifts downwards.
yeah, because midday refraction's at a minimum, and that's when the preferred time of measurement is.
Well, the higher temperature gradients, if temperature really is what causes refraction, then wouldn't the higher temperature gradient times a day be the time where you have the most refraction?
No, that actually, the higher the temperature, the lower the density. That's why the midday,
Gradient.
you try to employ that as a constant in your procedures, as I have. And in this case, it was in wintertime, refraction is higher. Most of the other things I brought forward are in summertime, specifically to be in a consistent meteorological condition.
Why is it the higher temperature, the lower the refraction? Wouldn't it be the temperature gradients, as the paper state, is what causes the refraction, the density gradients from the temperature changes?
Right.
Well, the
because
higher
Without
temperature,
Yes.
the higher temperature is a net lower density. And density is the only thing we're trying to get at. No matter what
Yeah,
the
the
gradient, no
density
matter
gradients is what causes the refraction.
yeah. So you use
standard
the
temperature
lowest,
wouldn't really matter.
To answer
temperature
Taylor's
varies the
question,
density.
to answer Taylor's question, when it's warmer, there is more effective convection. So there is more effective heat transport near the surface. So there is a lower temperature gradient, even though the temperature is higher. So the temperature can be higher and the gradient can be lower. Both things can be true. Just because the temperature is higher doesn't mean that the temperature
Wouldn't the
gradient
temperature
is higher.
gradient be higher
In
if the
fact,
surface is being heated?
no, I just
We find during the
explained.
daytime we have a more
I just explained, Taylor, why that isn't the case. Were you not listening to
Yep, the
what I
last part
just
of your statement.
explained?
At 15 minutes after the hour, I
last part.
posted at 15 minutes after the hour, I reposted one of Taylor's comments, or in a textbook cutout, and I agree with that implicitly. There they talk about a typical coefficient of refraction of 0.15, and I get 0.154. So I think I did a pretty good job, and I was following the instructions in the post that Taylor made in that textbook cutout. Midday preferred time with the properly mixed air of a clear day.
Assuming it's mixed. But by the way, 0.15, it also says in that paper, is not always accurate, especially not near the surface.
Yeah, especially not near the surface, especially not near given. Okay, I'll give you that. That's why in the example I brought forward, the far target is elevated. The line of sight is not near the surface.
What was the target?
The target was another instrument 1,000 feet higher on a cliff face.
The cliff is still the surface, though.
Oh my fucking God. The 11 and a half mile line of sight for the first 200 meters near instrument A, and then near 40 meters near instrument B, and then you've got the 11 and a quarter miles remaining not near the surface. Please.
It doesn't matter. You're still looking at
Taylor. Yes, it does matter.
And refractive effects are cumulative. So even if you have a small effect there, that's still going to accumulate over distance.
They don't
yeah,
want
let's
to hear
accumulate it. Yeah, let's accumulate.
Can I just ask?
Wait a minute. Let me. Let's accumulate the higher, the lower refractive index near the surface for 200 feet, and then the higher refractive index for 11 and a quarter miles, and then the higher refractive index or lower refractive index for the last 200 meters. Okay, so now if we weight that, we now have 600 meters versus 10,000 meters. So let's weight them. The middle portion of the line, the 11 and a quarter miles of it is the value to use.
So
you would have to prove that by measuring your line of temperature.
I was actually trying to say something.
I need to respond to him. Okay, he just addressed me.
Okay, you can do so after I've made my point because I need to leave.
Thank you.
So the point that I would make is that Taylor is lecturing a subject matter expert on what is or is not important, and is then disputing his assertions about what is or is not important based on her interpretation of some papers that she has read without even undergraduate training in the discipline on which she is opining. This in and of itself should let you know the level of intellectual dishonesty that is being exhibited in this entire exchange. I have to go.
He doesn't have an argument.
Agreed.
Wow. All he has is he did a little recap right there before he left, and then just critiqued her credentials.
Hey Taylor,
Just to be clear, there are people that disagree with Taylor that have far more credentials.
Hey Taylor, can we return to my question? Taylor?
How about you let Taylor speak?
Taylor, is she there? Or did she go too?
I'm here.
Is it according to your model?
I thought I already addressed your question, but go ahead.
You didn't. No, you didn't. You segued off of it. Right. So according to your model, right, water finds its level, right?
What?
According to your model, water finds its level, correct?
According to your model, you're trying to right? This is just.
I didn't hear your response, Tyler.
Is this a non sequitur? Is this relevant?
Questions aren't non sequiturs. So according to you,
yes, Taylor.
According to you, water is level, right?
That's a non sequitur statement. That has nothing to do with what we're just talking about.
I told you I wanted to return. I told you I wanted to return to my question. So
it is irrelevant. It is a non sequitur. Whatever.
No, it's not.
That's not what a non sequitur is, but it's okay.
It has nothing to do
Taylor,
with the sequential order of events of discussion. We're just
that's not what a non sequitur is.
You don't have to keep repeating my name.
Taylor, do you want to answer Brenda?
I don't know where it's going. I don't want to get off topic though.
This is on topic.
Okay, go ahead.
According to you, water is level, right? And so we can eliminate the different altitudes of the stations A and B. We have A and B, both are at the same level above the water. So according to you, to your model, they are at the same altitude, right? And we make sure that temperature and humidity are the same. So the air density is going to be the same. So any refraction is going to be negligible, even if measurable at all, right?
No.
Wait, let me answer. First of all, a non sequitur, which is the definition I'm about to read, then I'm going to answer your question, is a statement or response that does not logically follow from what preceded it, often seeming random, absurd, or unrelated. There you go. Second of all,
excuse me, can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Taylor. Right.
Don't repeat my name, Brenda. You don't have to do that. Go ahead.
Questions aren't premises.
It doesn't matter. The statement that you made or response does not logically follow whether, no matter what form it's in.
You're right. All questions.
In this example, they literally say a question that is a question can be a non sequitur.
Brenda, move to the next point.
Anyway.
All right. Okay, so we have two total stations that are the same elevation above the water, and the temperature and humidity is the same. So the density is the same between the two total stations, right? We establish verticals, two verticals, and then from those verticals at each station, we create a perpendicular, right? Do you understand so far?
Same.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay, so according to geometry, then those two angles should both be 90 degrees and add up to 180, correct?
Right.
Excluding refraction, sure.
Yeah. So the way we falsify a model, right, would be by proving that it is that that observation is incorrect. And that's what people have done. They have done the reverse zenith measurement, and the angles are greater than 180 degrees.
So you're assuming, first of all, that there is a standard temperature gradient. Okay, so that's the first assumption. Second of all, you said, okay,
No.
assuming that they did have a standard temperature, humidity that was not fluctuating, there was no gradient. Even if that was the case, my question then yeah, that would be true based on what I'm claiming at this current moment. However, I don't see pretty much anybody trying to take the temperature, humidity, and pressure down the line of sight. Now, do you know anybody who's done that?
So this is a feature of pseudoscience is that they multiply, right, the conditions that you have to satisfy. I can't just measure the temperature and humidity at each station. I have to measure what is it, every 100 feet?
No, just in
Hang
general.
on, Brenda, please. Before you carry on, can I please address the pseudoscience? What part of science you need to address pseudoscience with Brenda?
Yeah. You're.
What part of this
I don't
is
know.
science?
You're wrong.
You have to isolate the variables that could be altering the results. That is science. Literally trying to make a hypothesis, test it while isolating other variables that could be at play and factors that could affect the results. So literally taking the temperature, humidity, and pressure can affect the optics. So therefore, you would need to take temperature, humidity, and pressure readings. That's not too bad.
You have
Is
to
it every
prove it affects
100
the
feet?
results.
Is it every 100 feet? Is it every 50
You need
feet?
to test them at least
Is
at
it
the
every
observer.
20? Is it every
Hey, I'm
25 feet?
trying to answer. At least at the target and observer site. That's what I'll say.
Oh, that's not what you said.
What?
You said I needed to take temperature and humidity between the two stations.
Down the line of sight. Yeah, that would be ideal.
Yeah.
Okay, that would be ideal.
So
But at least you need to do that.
Do I need to make measurements between the total stations, or is it sufficient to do it at A and at B?
It would be better than nothing to do it A and B.
Which one?
However,
which is the one that you want?
Okay, well, if it was up to me, you would definitely do down the line of sight. That would be the most accurate way to do it. But you don't, obviously, doing it at all would be better than nothing.
All right. So is it every 100 feet?
Oh my gosh.
How often do I need to take it? 100 feet?
That would depend on how accurate and precise you want your results to be.
Oh, okay, so should it be every inch? Should I take that measurement every inch?
How confident do you want to be in your claim, in your results? That's the question that you need to ask yourself. Then you can determine how often you want to take the measurement.
No, this is.
How confident do they need to be to prove you're wrong? How confident do they need to be to prove you're wrong?
No, to prove their result, because there's external variables.
No. You guys disagree. You disagree. How confident do they have to be in their results to prove that you're wrong?
Hang on.
They need to at
just
least
move
measure
forward
external
and say we have
variables.
measured the atmosphere. Can we just move forward and say we've measured the atmosphere? We know
During your observation time?
No, we've been through this many times, Taylor. Right? Once you're away from
Doesn't
the
matter.
surface, and you agreed. Once we're away from the surface, the temperature gradient is relatively stable between about 6.5 and 10 degrees Celsius per kilometer.
Yeah, but nobody's on a hot air balloon taking these measurements.
Right, but above 30 meters or so, that's a stable temperature gradient. Can we move forward on that?
On the ground. If you're on the ground, you're on the surface.
No, we're not on the ground.
As
We're above.
Shubal said, we've got one. We're looking over a valley, looking over like 11 miles. Right?
11 miles.
The vast majority, yes, 11 miles. The vast majority of that line of sight is well above the surface.
So what?
You're already invoking standard refraction on your column of
and where you're at is
I feel like my example has just been lost.
I wouldn't even listen. Even if the Earth were actually flat, right? I wouldn't expect parallel plumb lines.
Why not?
I would not expect that at all. Over 11 miles, dude. Think about it. If you're intellectually honest, think about it.
I did it. I did. There. I don't see.
He does not know how to turn a rectangle, bro.
I think that they would necessarily be parallel.
How could they not be?
Even if the Earth were flat, I would not expect parallel plumb lines at 11 miles.
Not?
If you guys really believe that, you guys are fooling yourselves.
Right.
You're willfully ignorant. You're deluded
It's
yourself.
not a belief. I could.
Do you not know how to draw rectangles? Like, just draw a rectangle, bro.
I could prove it, Lion.
Even if you were in a vacuum, dude.
if the Earth is flat, then I can prove that verticals anywhere along that flat plane must be parallel.
I legit think this dude has never drawn a rectangle before in his life.
No, listen. I agree that the plumb line should be parallel on a planar surface, perpendicular to plumb 90 degrees.
Yeah.
But I don't think you're gonna get that in nature. You're not gonna get that, dude. There's all types of problems that are introduced. You got problems with the optics themselves, with the lenses, right?
I was
with
talking
collimation.
to the.
You got atmospheric conditions and refraction, all types of different refractions. And then you have you have geometric distortions that can manifest due to elevation changes. And even if you were to do it within the same elevation at 1,000 feet, like let's say you had two mountains, right, at 1,000 feet, and you took away the.
I was talking to what's her name? Was not.
Yeah,
either way,
apparently
you
gravitational anomalies can actually
would like
cause
to continue
plumb line.
with Taylor.
I'm trying to agree. Hold on. The plumb line can be deflected apparently because of gravitational anomalies near like.
Well, you don't believe in gravity. We're talking about your model.
It doesn't matter.
We're talking about the flat Earth model.
Wait, go ahead. And by the way, other groups that do theodolite readings will say that if Shubel's here,
I'm not talking about the globe model. I'm talking about
actually,
your
that's a good point. Hold on, that's a good point that Taylor brought up. It doesn't matter. She can do an internal critique. And near mountains, because of the mass of the mountain, because of the mass of the mountain, apparently there is a concept. I forget the technical name, but the plumb line can diverge due to the mass.
Lion, sit down. I'm not talking to you. I'm
right.
trying to talk to Taylor.
Fine. They don't want to hear from me.
Yes, I don't want to hear from you.
Yeah,
he's struggling here and his globe get destroyed.
Right. So according to your model, there is no gravity, so the plumb lines will not be deflected.
I've never said that. Like you're just like.
You believe in gravity?
I never said I didn't. First of all, so either way, you're putting words in my mouth.
You can't answer a direct question. Whether I believe in gravity or
not literally has absolutely no relevance to this conversation.
No, but
you said the plumb line would be deflected.
I'm not going to entertain stupid questions like that have nothing.
Will the plumb line? Will the plumb line be deflected, Taylor?
Yeah, according to Brenda, you forgot before you ever even got a plumb line, you got your elevation based on.
I was talking to Taylor. I'm not talking to you. Please,
the entire surface
just sit
of
down.
The water is the same elevation. Literally, in your own measurement, you treat the Earth as flat. So what the fuck?
Right, Taylor. Would a plumb?
So you measure the Earth as flat, and then you pretend that there's no optical density to
you pretend that elevation doesn't,
and that nothing is being refracted as you're looking.
I'm just trying to have a conversation, and you
pretend that you're not invoking refraction, like you're out of control.
I don't know who this person is, but I would wish that I would just talk to Taylor.
There's a lot of people in the room. You got to get used to,
It's an open forum, Brenda.
Yeah, I would. It would be nice though if people permitted people to speak to each other instead of interrupting.
You're all allowed to speak except the mark.
Right? No. So the question is according to your model, water is flat, and if we and according to your model, gravity does not exist. There would be no deflection of the plumb on the string due to gravity. It wouldn't happen. Right? There's no wind.
When did I say I had a model?
You're a flat earther, right?
I've never identified as that.
So you're not a flat earther. You're
a truth seeker, bro. Get used to it. She's a truth seeker.
Taylor, what shape do you think the Earth is, Taylor?
Irrelevant.
Okay, so that's an obvious yes. You are okay.
No, she's a truth seeker. Why can't you get this in your sick head?
She's not a truth seeker.
I don't identify with those types of labels, like. Or anything like
Taylor,
that.
If you were to guess what shape the Earth is, what would you guess?
I'm not entertaining these like questions that are irrelevant. It's stupid.
Sure. What do you think is more likely?
What's up?
No, I can just adjust. I can adjust. I can adjust.
She knows it's not a globe. That's all you need to know. She knows it's not a globe.
No, she doesn't know that. She doesn't know that.
I don't think she knows that.
Hey, how did the DNA code come about, guys? Does anybody know how the DNA code came about?
I don't know what that means. So
how does the DNA code arise? How did the DNA code arise? You don't know? See how stupid
that's a non sequitur.
Exactly.
So Taylor, according to
Brandon, this is foolish. You need to respond to what I said.
So Taylor, according to flat earthers, haven't what I said be true, that the water is flat and plumb bobs would not be diverged due to gravity, right? According to flat earthers.
I'm not sure. You'd have to ask some other flat earthers. Based on the
why can't I
surveys that
ask
I've talked to from the globe side, the plumb line can be diverted due to gravitational anomalies. That could be due to other effects. I don't know.
Be quiet. Other people, shut up. Right? I'm not talking about globe earthers.
You're not the only
Taylor.
one here, Brenda.
I'm
Bro,
talking.
you shut the fuck up. You've been talking to her for 30 minutes. You shut the fuck up and listen for a sec before I raise my voice. Stop telling people to shut the fuck up. You're in a room. She doesn't want to engage with you one-on-one. Fuck off if you don't want other people in here. Now,
there's a clear reason she doesn't want to engage, right?
Yeah.
There's a clear
So
reason
the point
she doesn't
is,
want to engage one-on-one.
So
no, the point is not the point is. No, the point is not this. The point is, stop saying flat Earth model. Unlike the globe, let me tell you this, and then you could ask your question.
You guys don't know anything, exactly.
Unlike, let me say this, and then you could ask your question to her. Unlike the globe, there are many different flat earthers with different views, so they don't have one consistent ideology. So stop saying flat Earth map.
Gazuki, are there any flat earthers? Well, I don't know how to say it. Gazuki, are there any flat earthers who think that the Earth is not flat?
Ooh.
Yeah, what the hell?
Shit. Crazy.
In a general answer, no. Every one of them thinks it's flat. And you call me that again, I'm going to call you a gender that you don't like to be called. You understand?
Gakushi, is it?
You understand or not?
I'm trying to pronounce
it correctly.
Did
you hear what I said before you address me again?
I'm trying to pronounce it correctly.
Don't engage with those stupid questions. It's stupid.
Right. So, according to logic, all flat earthers believe that the Earth is flat.
You don't even realize that half of you
what's that? Okay, so what? No, hold on.
You can't even decide
continue.
whether or not if there's refraction happening to your fucking
Listen. Taylor doesn't want to answer it. I'll answer. Go ahead. Go along with your logic here. Yeah. So what?
Right. So all flat earthers believe the Earth is flat, right? And I'm not aware of any flat earthers who believe in gravity. Correct?
They do believe in gravity, not the way you believe.
I'm not a
Taylor
flat
doesn't want to
earther.
tell you this. I'll tell you. I don't have a problem.
I'm not a flat earther.
I didn't say you're a flat earther. I know you're a globetrot.
Then why did you include me?
What I said to you was because you're a glober, right? So I'm comparing them with the globe, not other flat earthers.
Flat earthers think gravity is? Like,
gravity, the way you believe it, which is a pulling force.
How do you guys believe it?
Or a bullshit. Don't say you guys because I'm not a flat earther.
Gravity is not a force.
No. Gravity is a force. You think it's a force, okay?
I don't think
what they believe is there's no such thing as gravity. The reason you go on the 10th floor and you fall down is because of your weight compared to the air.
No,
wait, but that's just know the weight equation. What do you think the weight equation is? How do you determine weight?
Just because you
heavier than air, you'll fall down. Heavier than air, you will fall down.
Yeah, how do you determine if something's heavier? What's that equation?
I just want to say, I just want to congratulate.
Yeah, what's the weight equation?
I just want to congratulate all the Globers and Tyler for successfully derailing any kind of argument going on. Thank you.
What do you mean? I'm answering your question. What are you talking about? I'm answering your question.
Just to be fair, they would never answer your question. So, like, yes, it's derailed, but they would have never answered anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you're so.
That's not an excuse. That's not.
The problem is. Okay, let me give you one example. Let me give you the problem with the globetrotters like you is. You assume they believe something. Don't interrupt me. You assume they believe something, and then when you're told no, that's not what they believe, then you get offended. For example, gravity. I just told you, it's not that they don't believe it; they believe it in a different way. Same with satellites. You come in here and say they don't believe in satellites. No, they do. The only difference is they believe it's inside the Earth. You believe it's outside of the Earth. So don't claim they don't believe any of this stuff.
Yeah.
So I had a question. What's the weight equation? How do you determine if something's heavier?
Go on the scale and you'll see what the weight equation is.
Gakushi, you believe that you're not a flat earther, is that right? Am I right about that?
Right. That's right.
So you're a glober.
I'm a truth seeker. But right now, gone to the head, I would say it's probably a globe, but I'm not a globe-tard. There's a difference. Globe-tard.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, so that basically means you and this other white knight who's stepping in for you every second, defending the globe.
It's really annoying. I don't need that.
Yeah. So this guy who keeps coming in and you believe the globe as a religious ideology. You can't have it debate. You get offended. You have to defend it religiously. Everything to you is the truth, and that's what a globe-tard is.
Well, I would prefer,
and you ran away from the problem.
I prefer that you do what I did. and just ask.
Hey, you're not addressing what's wrong with your model.
Guess
I
what?
pointed it
I
out to
don't
you.
need
You
to ask
pretend I'm
anything.
not
What do I
saying
need to ask you about?
I would prefer
come
that
on,
you
man.
not assume what I believe and just ask, like I did
You're-
with you.
Okay, are you
I
a
asked
Glover?
you. I believe that the Earth is a globe. Yes.
There you go. So I was right. Okay, thanks.
No, you weren't right.
All right, enough with the personal attacks. We had a combo.
It's not
Brenda,
a
do you want to
personal
go? Do you
attack.
want to go one on one?
Attack, man.
Hold on, dude. Hold on, bro. Hold on. No, because Brenda deserves one on one if she. If I gave her, I gave her the space. Do you still want to talk to Taylor or not? Because I was listening to that.
But Taylor is very successful at avoiding any kind of argument that is going to expose her.
Good.
Taylor, you
I
done?
mean, what do you like? I'm just trying to be
Yeah. No, you're not. You're
Do you want to
very
do
good.
meta? Taylor doesn't
Very
seem to be afraid. Do you want to?
Well-
do you want to debate her or not?
Well,
I don't want to hear meta.
SE Lion asked me, so I answered him. Okay.
You're answering with meta what you think she is, and that. Do you
Right.
want to talk with her or not?
Yeah, I asked. So, if it's possible, right? We understand that flat earthers believe the Earth is flat, and that a vertical line constructed from the flat surface of the Earth, they will all be parallel, right? That's what they believe.
that photons are going to be parallel.
I didn't say that.
think
I
the
didn't
flat
mention
earthers-
photons at all.
Because you're
Oh,
speaking
what are you
gibberish, dude. Give real life examples. No one's
I
following
said-
No,
you.
bro, chill out, dude. Chill out. They're having a
I
one on
said-
one. Give him a couple minutes.
I said-
at least.
Taylor is not a flat earther, apparently, but flat earthers believe that the Earth is flat, and that therefore any vertical constructed from a flat plane will be parallel with every other vertical, right? That would be
there's
simple
topology.
geometry. I said vertical, right?
Okay, so I missed your statement then. Sorry.
Right. So a vertical constructed from a flat plane is going to be parallel to every other vertical constructed from a flat
Right,
plane,
yeah.
right? It isn't going to matter its altitude. That's not going to change anything, is it?
No.
Right. And so a straight line constructed, is that is perpendicular to the vertical is going to be 90 degrees from that vertical, right?
Optically or
Measured.
physically?
Not optically. We put a protractor up to it. We measure the angle.
Yeah.
No, the angle. The angle. No, not its elevation. Its angle.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
talking
go
to
ahead.
Taylor, please.
Yeah,
Right?
go ahead.
So 90 plus 90 is 180, right?
Right.
Right. So if it's not 180, but is more or less, that would falsify the flat Earth, wouldn't it?
Yes, but you'd have to exclude external variables that could be at play, just like with any other scientific.
Yeah, we did that.
No, like who's doing that?
Yeah, in the example, Democ, I'm not Democ. Sit down,
He said
Democ.
he eliminated the variables. Do you have an 11-mile long vacuum?
Wow, someone got triggered.
Yo, Brenda, where's your 11-mile long vacuum?
Did you get triggered, Timok?
So Taylor, is there anything? So I think that Democ was unmuted in order to disrupt the argument. It's 90 degrees, isn't it? Taylor? Hey, Democ, I'm talking to Taylor. Is there any logical errors in what I said? Taylor.
Not necessarily logical, but you're not excluding all the external variables.
I've stipulated that we have excluded any
Oh yeah, then yes,
extraneous.
absolutely.
I've stipulated it's as stipulated.
Okay, yeah.
Right. So a measurement where the angles add up to be greater than 180 degrees would falsify flat Earth.
If the variables were excluded.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. There we go. There we go. I think I do want to point out. I want to point out. Right. I want to point out that
the cloud through that way.
I want to point out that Taylor did in fact agree with me that a reciprocal zenith test where the angles add up to be greater than 180 would falsify flat Earth.
If they isolated all the variables.
We got there. Yeah, that's taken as stipulated.
Yeah, but no one's ever done that experiment in a vacuum. Okay, you're outside measuring angles with the theodolites, and you have a whole bunch of air that's subject to turbulence, and it's going to affect the refractive index. And you already invoke a standard rate of refraction, no matter what the conditions of the atmosphere. So for you to say that the vertical angle of the theodolite is not ever going to change because I got a fake vacuum, you're not in a vacuum.
Yeah,
Stop invoking this fucking fake vacuum.
This is a characteristic of pseudoscience, is they add on conditions, right, that have to be met.
These are your conditions. The globe model invokes
no, I didn't. He added on the condition that it has to be done in a vacuum. That's characteristic.
But Brenda,
of
if there is something that we know that can alter these visual results, since we're taking visual measurements, shouldn't we isolate those variables that can?
Yeah.
Okay, then you agree.
Yes, we should do that, right? Do you think that it's not possible to do that?
No, it is possible.
I honestly don't. I honestly don't think it's possible, even in a vacuum, theoretically, because perspective alone can affect the viewing angle.
That's why no one talks to you, Lion, because you don't understand, like at a children's, at an elementary school level.
Actually, things like CO2 content, nitrogen content, I'm not like those very slightly can affect it. However, I can't test for that. All I have is a temperature, pressure, and humidity sensor. That's the best I can do. But like I said, there are other variables probably at play that,
Yeah, and typically people that are trying to measure vertical angles.
Can I pop in for a quick observation?
They're not measuring the actual temperature. They're just getting it from weather reports. They don't do their own temperature or the pressure of the atmosphere.
Yeah, I just want to note that Taylor said that those extraneous variables could be taken and could be excluded.
Can I make
that right, Taylor?
Well, they could, but it'd take a lot of expensive machinery and a lot of
It can be done, right?
Probably.
Can I make a quick observation?
There we.
So you don't need to exclude all of the variables, Taylor. You just need to exclude the ones that are gonna affect your measurement more than your error.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, I agree. That I haven't really seen that done thoroughly yet in any of these tests, but okay, yeah, I agree.
I doubt that that's true. That it actually has been done. You probably just
okay. Well, give me a link.
Yeah, you already know about it. Jesse Kozlowski did a reverse.
No, he doesn't do temperature, pressure, and humidity gradients.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he did.
He doesn't do temperature, pressure, and humidity gradients on the target and observer site.
Yeah.
That's the only person you can come up with that's ever actually tested the conditions of the atmosphere before they made a claim that they have an accurate reading of a vertical angle to a target. That's the only example you have is Jesse Kozlowski. That's pathetic.
Brenda, you don't think that looking through an optic for 11 miles, even if the conditions were pristine, perfect, low humidity, right? You don't think that perspective through that optic could affect both the horizontal dip and the vertical dip?
In fact, Lion, I know for absolute fact that it can't.
How can you assert that with such confidence?
Right, because I know what perspective is, and you don't.
Any like perspective book out there, like any book on optics, precision optics and perspective, they consider distortions over distance, even just lenses alone. Never mind your naked eye. Lenses alone can affect the viewing angle over 11 miles.
Yes. But does it affect the height?
Yes, the vertical and horizontal dip.
Yes, you're measuring the vertical angle to your target, and it's being refracted, and it's changing the vertical angle to it. What are you talking about? You're crazy.
If I have a line,
and it's worth noting that in the telescope there's a crosshair at the nodal point of the lens. Nothing else in the field of view matters. It's only that intersection of the very fine little crosshair at the nodal point of the lens. So yeah, you could take anything you want to say about optics and just go to that singular little pixel at the nodal point of the lens, and as you move the scope from point A to point B, your measurement takes place at the nodal point of the lens at point A and the nodal point of the lens at point B. We're not taking a panoramic photo and counting pixels in a P900.
It's still prone to some type of distortion. Even the most expensive lenses at the very center of the lens. Because if you're going to be intellectually honest, when you're aiming your theodolite and it's completely leveled 11 miles at a target, you think that there's absolutely you don't have to consider any distortion due to the lens at all.
Correct. Absolutely. Purpose-built. It's a purpose-built instrument specifically for that job.
I don't believe that. I can source you books on precision optics saying that you'll still have all types of effects, and then there's actually something called and you know this, but you play dumb. It's called a collimation correction that you have to do before you even do any measurement. And we just have to assume that the collimation correction is sufficient over 11 miles.
Right. So I just want to point out
he's really
Tyler
he said, have you made any field measurements? Have you been to space? Have you been to space?
Tyler agrees that a
shit's weak.
What's funny is that these observations never even truly match the globe prediction. They have to invoke their own standard rate of refraction. And then in the same breath you say, like, I'm just going to pretend there's no refraction going on.
And why would taking refraction into account be invalid?
Because they're
interesting
saying
that he cannot answer that.
I guess just ignore my answer then.
No. Well, what'd you say?
Yeah, because you guys are saying there's no refraction.
Yeah, it's just vertical displacement, which is going to affect, the apparent elevation angle that you're getting. You're just measuring an angle to get an apparent elevation. So, right, standard refraction on the globe model is going to be, it increases over distance. They say that the further you look, the higher things appear.
It's really crazy that you guys invoke this standard refraction when it's just arbitrary that this is what it looks like sometimes. So we're going to call this standard.
And I don't use standard refraction. I use my empirically derived refraction values.
Okay, fair enough. What's that?
I'm interested in seeing what that might be on paper.
Really?
What's that? Yeah, what's that?
Yeah, I wonder how much is it close to the standard rate typically? That's what I'm interested in.
Well, the assumed rate, or what I call the typical refraction, is when in doubt, you can use a coefficient of refraction of 0.15. Okay, if you're only going a couple of miles, you'll be fine. Now, I over multiple years compiled a whole lot of measurements from 1 to 27 miles, and at all different azimuths, all different distances, all different dates. And I got a coefficient of refraction of 0.154, 2% higher than the off the cuff rule of thumb 1.5. I got 154, 2% greater.
Isn't that negligible? Isn't that what you Glovers will normally say? That's
So
negligible.
I'm sorry. The vertical displacement, you're saying that it was put higher or lower?
Yeah, it's 2% greater refraction. Right now, it's negligible if you're increased refraction. Yes, if you're only going a couple of miles, it is negligible. But I went all the way out to 30 miles, and all the data in between provided me with 0.154. So that verified that what the textbooks have been touting for decades or centuries is very close to what I could reproduce with my analog instrument, doing my own work and not using geodetic softwares, just putting it into Excel and extract it the good algebraic way.
Agreed. I agree. So maybe it's not random, but it does change, right?
It does change from summer to winter, and it does change from morning to afternoon. So I only did summer observations in the afternoon, or the midday, from about 10 in the morning till about 3 in the afternoon. I limited the times of observation specifically to get a consistency in the meteorological conditions. And it's not some wild bullwhip of unknown. It varies like a half, because I got 4.05 arc seconds per mile. And that might vary a tenth of an arc second. Okay. And that is below the measurement resolution of the instrument, because the resolution of the instrument is about 1 arc second.
That's probably why you got consistent data that with the same effects, but you know.
Yeah, the same effects. So when I extracted the refraction value from the data, I got an average of the years of observation over the many different, elevations, azimuths, and distances. I got a net effect, and then I compared that to the residual of each individual measurement, and I was still getting in the 1 arc second variation of residual, and the crosshairs are like 3 or 4 arc seconds wide, and the procedure of measuring a single zenith angle takes about 30 or 40 minutes. It's not just point it, write it down, and go home.
Okay.
And in that
Yeah, I mean,
textbook,
if you have the same, I think that the afternoon, the summer would be the worst time to do it, because you'd have the most strong temperature
I'm going to go with the post that you put from a piece of textbook that says the midday, when the air is nice and thoroughly mixed, is the preferred time. And then you want to go against your own textbook citing.
Look at their data though that they gathered, and that they found that on the ground you have a completely different density than above it. You have a lower density, and therefore things would disappear bottom up and be shorter. And if you did it into these consistent environmental conditions, you'd get consistent results. But accuracy and precision are two different things.
And that's why in the longer document that you posted, they talked specifically about a line of sight of a couple of 100 meters parallel with the ground, as opposed to an elevated target many miles away. In their document, they specified this does not apply to the geodetic measurements of elevated targets.
Elevated targets are not on the ground still.
Okay, the line of sight is not skimming parallel to the ground, because we're going over a valley where the line of sight is predominantly hundreds, if not 1,000 feet above that surface. And that's why in that document you posted, they said these are two different realms. One does not apply to the other.
You just have to measure the line of sight conditions, but like either way, that target would still be on the ground.
And what I do have is the net effect of all those measurements over all that time frame, coming up with a very small variation.
I would imagine if you did it consistently at the same time of day, because whenever they measure the mountain shrunk throughout the day consistently each day.
That's
So-
why the time of day is important, and the preferred time of day is midday after 10 and before 3, or and the results I got matched the posts you put up.
No, they don't. I disagree that the temperature gradient is I disagree that the midday is the best time. I think that's the worst time to do it. Because if it's based on temperature gradients,
you're
it's based on that, then you'd want to do it with the most stable gradient, and 3 p.m. would be one of the worst times, or 10 a.m. or whatever.
You are not speaking from experience, lady.
I'm speaking from basic refractive principles that temperature gradients cause refraction, and there in the midday you have the biggest temperature gradients.
The sun is going to prepare for the atmosphere. So if you look at the Skunk Bay time-lapse GIF, hold on, bro. If you look at the Skunk Bay time-lapse GIF, she's right. About midday is when the little white water tower on the left starts disappearing completely, and it's definitely not because of the horizon, because the horizon's behind it.
Yeah, the mountain.
You want to respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Shubo, you there? I got a question. for Shubo. Shubo, you there?
Yeah.
What's the best time of the day to affirm the globe model?
Daytime. Midday.
Daytime? That's the best time to get the predicted radius of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all.
If you're going to use optical measurements by zenith angles, yes, midday, and to find the consistency of it, it's not some wild bullwhip of unknown. Yes, it does vary, but you control for that by the conditions in which you make the measurements.
But if the terrestrial refraction is based primarily on the temperature gradient, and the temperature gradients are the steepest, and going through different, density layers, which the temperature gradient would cause, would be the case. So wouldn't you want to do it in a time where the temperature gradients are more stable?
You want to do it when the air is turbulent, so where it's all mixed up, and as was pointed out before, and in one of the documents you cited, that is the best time to where you do not have some static layering, where it is as was cited, when the air is completely stirred in the midday is the best time. And by my results, I concur.
When the atmosphere
Either way,
is
what I
the
posted
most,
showed the coefficient.
What's taking mod so long? Jesus, it was the same
I got
screen
him. I
name.
just came in on time. Wow. Come on.
But it was
guys.
but it was the same screen name. So how is he not blocked?
Montreal. Hey, Montreal, can I get perms to post images? I've been honorable for a long time.
Oh yeah, for sure. I would vouch for you. Omni, are you there? Or any other mod? Can you give him posting? Please?
Why you can't do it?
I forget the command. I forget the command. Do you remember, Lion?
No.
Well, I can't do it right now. I'm driving. But I'm just wondering if you could
It's not important. I just would like to be able to share it all the time.
SC, he already has the permission.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I didn't know somebody gave it to me. I couldn't post something last night. Thanks. Continue.
Thanks, Hammerize.
Yeah, my paper that I posted explains the bottom-up obstruction and why things shrink throughout the day, the more profound temperature gradients. And people are going to say, yeah, this is because it has less refraction, probably because it fits their standard model of where they think the ground should be. So it's a post-dictive, conclusion instead of a predictive conclusion. Okay, if temperature gradients cause refraction, shouldn't we have the more stable temperature gradient to get less refraction? They even did this with laser experiments. They found less laser scattering during the nighttime. But they're going to say the daytime has less refraction, probably because they're concluding that, okay, here's where the ground is and here's what we observe it to be. We find it to be closer to where we think it should be during the daytime, so therefore there's less refraction. I don't agree with that model. I don't agree with doing that.
And that's why I asked him what time is the best time to affirm the globe model, and he fell into the trap and he said around noontime, right? That's the best time that fits a predicted radius. That's the best time to affirm the consequent.
Can I address something you said, Taylor? You said it explains bottom-up refraction, bottom-up obstruction. How does it do that?
Yeah, that's her interpretation of the paper. That is not, nobody can concur with her conclusion from that paper.
The same way that things would appear taller in the contrary. So basically in your model, they say, the refractive coefficient is going to be a positive number, which makes things appear slightly taller. Okay, so we found on this paper, which is what all they did was measure reciprocal zenith angles near the surface to look at the way the light rays are bending. They found that the light rays were actually bending upwards, which is against your standard refractive model. Okay, so if a plus refractive coefficient makes things look taller, then can you imagine what a minus refractive coefficient would do? Make things look shorter.
Right. So how do we
And near the
control for
surface is
that?
where you're
How do
going
we
to have
get
the
away
most
from that?
dense temperature gradient. So those rays
How
would
do
be bending in a way that they would not reach your eyes.
Right. How do we control for that?
You measure the line of sight conditions. You measure the conditions in your line of sight, at least the ones that make the biggest difference, like temperature, but there's also, pressure and humidity. I have a pressure, humidity, and temperature sensor that I plan on using when I go to do my experiments in June. So, yeah, I would say start there.
Okay, but given that it's impractical to measure the temperature gradient across a long observation, what else can we do?
Well, I don't know how long your observation is. I probably wouldn't. I mean, since refractive effects are cumulative, if you want to have like less refraction, maybe don't do as long of an observation. I don't know, but just thought. And then also, if you want to be able to, measure these things, you need to do a line of sight that is reasonable to like get some points of data for the atmosphere between your line of sight.
Right.
And you can use a
for it-
drone. Like my drone goes like 10 miles.
Right.
So I have a sensor I can put on it that I bought to put on my drone that goes 10 miles. So I don't know how long of an observation, but I don't know. It's up to you to figure
The way
out.
we control for it is that we get away from the surface, correct? All your papers are saying get away from the surface.
Yeah, but how are we going to do that? We don't have a hot air balloon or nothing like that.
So you go.
How are you going to get away
top
from the
of one
surface?
mountain. You go to the top of
Mountain is
one
the
mountain.
surface, dude.
I'm
There's
halfway
papers
through
on
the
how the
sentence. Halfway through the
temperature
sentence,
gradients in the
Taylor.
mountains.
Halfway through the sentence, Taylor. You go
Yeah,
to the
go
top
ahead.
of one mountain and look to the a peak of another mountain where 99% of your line of sight is through a stable temperature gradient. That's what you do.
Do you know what gradients are the most important in terms of what's going to cause the largest refractive effects? Where they would be?
Close to the surface?
No, from the papers I've read, it's close to the observer. So you would physically have to get off the ground in this case.
No. Only 1% of the path of light is anywhere near the surface. Right? So it's a cumulative effect. You just agreed that it's a cumulative effect. Right? So that 1% doesn't impact the overall result very much at all. So 99% of the path of light is through a stable temperature gradient.
You're assuming that. First of all, you have to measure that.
No,
And then second of all,
assuming.
if your temperature gradients are, happen to be in the place of the observer and the target, that's exactly what you're looking at and where you're observing from. If you want to say it's not significant, you just have to do the math and I guess to show it, I don't know what else to say.
Well, I will say it again, not assuming it, the temperature gradient is measured all the time between about 6 and 10 degrees Celsius per kilometer. Not an assumption.
Okay.
Okay.
So then apply that to, whatever observation you're doing. and, assuming that that is what you get from your readings, and then, present your data.
Yeah, been done.
Okay, well, I didn't get a link.
Okay, so we incorporate, I'll send you my video, I guess, which I'm sure you've seen before, but measuring the elevation angles to like a tower that's, a couple of 100 meters off the ground, and I'm looking through air that has a stable temperature gradient, and I account for that. And the leftover measurement, what do we attribute that to?
So my first question would be, how did you measure the temperature gradient? I'm just curious.
Right, it's been measured a trillion times. Like I
Oh,
have
so
all
you're
this
invoking
data.
standard.
Yes.
You can't
do
do
why
that.
It's standard? Do you know why it's standard, Taylor? Why is it called standard?
Do you know where this standard actually applies to? You need a standard lower tropospheric equation, and at particular times of day and night, because it drastically changes through the day and night time, the temperature gradient. So there's no standard in this case.
Empirically, in my location, I use 7.5 degrees per thousand meters. Yeah, because I've determined it, and then I've been using that for years on end and finding very high compliance.
Yeah.
How'd you determine that? Did you backward engineer that refraction number?
When you say backward engineer, would you please just rephrase that to called figured it out? So when I figured it out, is what you're calling back engineered, and I don't get it, because that's the whole point. That's the whole point of the process, is to figure stuff out.
Yeah, it's like dark matter. That's the placeholder. That's the exact number you need to fit your globe model. So when you do the corrections, wow, voila, you got the number you needed.
Well, in a professional world, and I'm providing data to other people under great financial liability, I'm going to go with what works. How about that?
I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm just saying we need to isolate variables before coming to conclusions that it's Earth curve.
Well, wait a minute. In your own paper, they talk in your own papers. They're contrasting the refraction to the radius of the Earth. So in your papers, they have the radius of the Earth, and you say, "Well, we're going to have to confirm the radius of the Earth."
That is an issue, and I acknowledge that. However, the purpose of the paper and the claim that I made was just the way the light was bending near the surface. To explain, and this time we were talking about bottom-up obstruction. That's why I linked the paper. I was telling them the refraction coefficients near the surface and why things would appear that way. And I've already explained that to Ruhif a minute ago. So that's why I linked the paper. If they're all papers are going to assume globe model pretty much. So you can go ahead and bet on that. But they weren't testing the globe. They were testing the coefficient of the refraction of the light near the surface.
Welcome to the globe.
Yeah, well, just because they think it's a globe, I mean, they weren't testing that. Pretty much everybody, they're probably not going to peer review anything that says otherwise, which is, whatever. Just take what they actually measured and use that data. Don't take their presumptions.
I don't want to steer the conversation off too far, but yeah, I've always been curious about the logistics of creating a apparatus which supports a conspiracy of the globe being actually flat, but not trying to keep that a secret. I would love to hear you guys talk about that because I've been enjoying the debate, but just wanted to say that.
I will show Taylor. I will give Taylor a link to my. I think it's about a gigabyte of weather data. Where is it?
If you're saying that off the ground means no refraction, then for your measurements, get off the ground.
I didn't say no refraction.
Or whatever refraction.
Yeah.
But I don't see Ruhif on a hot air balloon anywhere.
Right, a stable temperature
That would be
gradient.
funny though. Temperature gradients are the problem.
Right, but when you get above the surface, they are stable and predictable.
Okay, well, the observation target and observer site, unless you're talking about the top of a tower, which could, be somewhat off the surface, are on the surface.
Right, but as I said, if you're looking over a long distance, less than 1% of that path is close to the surface, which is pretty negligible.
It's just unlucky that the observer and target are experiencing the refractive, gradients.
Right.
So
But over
that's very
100
unlucky.
meters, over
Maybe you
100
should get them off the
meters,
surface
that
too.
over 100 meters, the effect of that
Doesn't matter.
steep gradient is negligible.
How did you measure the gradient in your line of sight in your experiment? Are you
Right,
just
they send
referencing
up
other
weather
data you do on a
balloons.
different day? I'm just curious.
All right, they send up weather balloons twice a day,
Okay,
every day,
gotcha.
for the fucking dawn
No, it's
since the
fine. It
dawn of
wouldn't
time.
matter either way, to be honest. But yeah, anyway.
Right. So do you deny or accept or don't know that the measured temperature gradient well above the surface is usually between 6 and 10 degrees per kilometer? What's your stance on that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool. So
I
we
know
can
that, but a
apply
lot
a
of
relatively
times,
standard temperature gradient.
yes, but a lot of times the target and observer happen to be on the ground.
Right?
So that's unlucky. That sucks.
No. This is why we
Yes.
plan observations looking from one high peak to another high peak.
Mountain peaks experience the same solar radiation and convection as anywhere else on the ground.
Okay, but if
But the
you're
line
looking
of
over 30
sight, the
miles,
line of sight from peak to peak is nowhere near the ground, and that is the lion's share of the measurement.
yeah, you said it was cumulative, and
Not
I 100%
necessarily.
Hey niggas, ID Federation 1, the Earth is flat. You're all stupid smart people, you don't know anything. ID Federation 1, niggas.
Was that an N bomb?
Moderation.
So whenever I read about what is important when you're doing these measurements, I read that it's the observer site. The observer site's conditions in terms of, temperature and refractive gradients. So, unless you get that theodolite off the ground significantly, I mean, I don't know, like, how could I say it's just we can negate it because the line of sight is majority off the ground whenever you're on the ground, and apparently that's really important. And then also what you're observing is still experiencing those effects. So, yeah, I
You
mean,
said
it
it was
just makes
cumulative, right?
you have to understand this basic principle. What you're looking at is being refracted, and the area you're in is also experiencing the same refractive gradients.
Right. Do we need to rewind the tape to hear you say it's a cumulative effect over distance?
It is cumulative. This is why things over distance, my purpose of saying that, why things would disappear more and more bottom up. If this was the temperature gradient, right, that I invoked earlier with a negative refractive coefficient, then you would consistently see things disappear bottom up and shrink as you move away from them. That was my point of saying that.
Well, I
So
think
a
you've
30
misinterpreted.
mile
You've
observation.
I think you've misinterpreted the papers you read, because for you to say that is not what anybody else is extracting
Oh,
from those
really?
papers.
Okay, well, prove me wrong. Either way, I've explained my point. I feel like it's yeah, I don't know. I'll take any counter evidence, any papers or anything. Please, like, share them with me. I'm open to learn and willing to read whatever.
So I posted it's a video, which is not ideal, but it's a session by Mick West going through his refraction simulator that he's written. And the interesting thing there is, so he's talking about how the impact of the resolution of the model, so how many layerings you have in the refractive gradient versus the path of the ray that is calculated. And this backs up what Shubil and Ruhiv are saying, is that the first of all, you get to a point where it doesn't matter how fine your measurement is along the path, it doesn't make any difference. And in the case of what we have here in reality, is that very first snippet of the path where the instrument is and where the sight is at the other end, it cannot deviate the path of light more than an absolute minuscule fraction of the entire path. What happens in that clear, mixed, well-known gradient is what is determining the measurement for all practical purposes.
Do you have any papers that can read that? I would love to read a paper right now.
Yeah, so you can have a look
especially
at the
about this
maths
topic.
that Mick goes through.
The
It's
math.
pretty
Okay,
clear.
so can you please reference what you said at all? Like, I would enjoy reading a paper on that.
I've posted a link up there, and I think he has some written documentation about it as well.
Yeah, that'd be great. Anything to show, the line of sight, if it's mostly clear, that would negate the effects of the refractive conditions in the target and observer site.
We already agree on this, Taylor. You said it's cumulative. I agree. So at 29.9 miles.
I wasn't even
table
saying
gradient.
cumulative in the sense that you're saying it, by the way. I was saying that the effects would be more profound over distance.
And then you said
But
cumulative.
no, that target and observer site is going to make a difference, for sure. That's going to be the most profound thing. But I see what you're saying, you know, like, yeah, it probably wouldn't be as affected if the line of sight was completely clear, assuming that that's the case. I'm just having to take your word on that, right? So, assuming that's the case, then yeah, maybe not. Maybe they wouldn't have as much of a profound effect if the majority of it was XYZ over the surface. I can go look at like the temperature gradients and what would be relevant. But anyway, we can go compare that later. Yeah, maybe so. But either way, the target is still experiencing refraction. If it's like the ground, you know, is warmer, then to a significant degree, then you can have that refractive coefficient being negative, making it look shorter. And yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say about that. That's just what it is.
Oh, I know what
Hey,
to say.
Taylor, can I ask you a
If
quick
you got
question real quick?
Sorry, one sec. A 30-kilometer observation, 100 meters one side and 100 meters the other side is through some extreme upwardly bending light. But 29.8 kilometers is through a standard gradient. What's going to have the biggest effect?
I would assume that where the target and observer were would have the biggest effect because that's what I've read in other papers.
Yeah.
That is literally what, like, I am just stating what I have read. Okay, I can go look in my notes to see if I took a document so I can link you that paper. I'm actually looking into it right now to try to find you a paper on this, just so I can substantiate what I'm saying. It's really like where the target and observation site are that matters.
Taylor, let me try and give you a geometric.
Let
me try and give you a geometric argument for what they're trying to tell you. Okay,
I know
would
what
you
they're
agree with
telling
me? Would you agree with me that the path from point A to point B is going to be curved because of some refraction?
If there was
Yes, no.
If the conditions allotted a yes.
Okay, thank you. So if it's curved, what happens when you zoom in on a curve geometrically?
Oh my god.
It's gonna flatten out.
Exactly. So what they're saying is the point from where it leaves me, the observer at point A, to where it's no longer over the ground is like zooming in because it's such a small interval. It's basically going to be flat. It can't change that much. The same for the other side.
So the light rays that are coming off of the object.
IED Federation 1, bitch. I love you, Taylor.
Nigger, 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 nigger.
It says ID Federation 1? What is that?
Let's all be aware that that was a glober. Okay?
Who was that?
Let's all be aware.
I don't know. You never know. They can use AI voice, you know.
I have no idea if that was anything other than
100%. That was a globe troll.
Shut the fuck up, Rob.
We don't know,
look,
man.
ID Federation 1. Hold on. It says ID Federation is a system that enables users to use a single identity to access multiple applications or services across different organization domains. I don't know. I don't know if that's relevant or not, but I heard it say ID Federation 1.
Hey, Taylor, what do you think about Elon Musk? I'm just curious.
I think he wore a Baphomet and upside down cross on his costume.
Okay. I don't have any. I'm not trying to be offensive or anything, but yeah, that's exactly why I was curious. That's cool.
Hey, I wanted to ask about the Station A and Station B. If they're how confident can we be that they're actually at the same elevation? When you're talking about 11 miles apart, you guys are using GPS to determine elevation, but you're also introducing curvature, right? How do we actually know that Station A and Station B are at the same elevation?
GPS has error bars?
Yeah, in fact, we know that there are different elevations. We know there are elevations. And then we measure the delta of elevation and see that that matches. So the analog measurement matches the elevations as they have been determined in advance. There you go. What's the big deal?
I'm just saying, as flat earthers, right? You have to, from our worldview, we don't trust I don't trust the elevation that you're giving me.
That's
depending on especially in modern day surveying equipment that heavily depends on GPS.
No,
to determine their elevation.
We don't have
Right, how are you gonna know if you're actually at the same elevation when you do the reciprocal zenith measurements?
Yeah,
ideally, I would want ideally I want both stations to be at the same exact elevation, even if it's at 1,000 feet up on 2 mountaintops.
Yes, you can do differential leveling, which is what they used to do to establish elevations. It's how your country was surveyed.
Now I understand, but a lot of these, the most recent surveying, everybody, like even right now in construction sites, everybody's using GPS, dude. Nobody does differentials. Nobody does that anymore, dude.
Sure. Do they disagree with the elevations that they got by differential leveling?
I don't trust it, dude. I don't know.
And don't use it.
To me, that's another variable that could be manipulated. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so
that's why it's like none of this to me is confirming anything.
Okay, let's consider this. Let's consider this. Back in the day, not very long ago, differential leveling across a construction site was absolutely the norm. Now, in the more electronic times, they're doing it with GPS and running around with all kinds of fancy schmancy electronics. Do you think that with that fancy schmancy electronics, they're getting different results than with differential leveling under the great financial penalty of fucking something up?
It just depends on your paradigm, dude. Right? Either way, you're gonna try to fit the globe, dude.
Excuse me, I'm a
because
builder.
Elevation is from sea level, right? And in your model, you have it's called the equal potential leveling. That's a big problem.
To answer Shubil's question, I normally don't speak up, but I'm a builder. We have to be within a few millimeters of our targets in terms of height and the layout of the building. If we're out by a little bit, you can't move people into the building. We still get the results. You're questioning the process. I mean, the building we had to get a 12. The last building I done, we had to get a 12-meter run of the elevator, correct to a few millimeters, and we missed the top due to the mechanism that goes into the lift. I had to cut the concrete down about 50 millimeters on the top to get the lift in. So your question about whether or not, Shubil's question about whether or not they get it correct. Yeah, you still have to get it correct. It's devastating. A $5 million building doesn't work because of 50 millimeters. So
no, hold on. And imagine pouring concrete over many acres and having to have that drainage work. And they did it with GPS or differential leveling, and the concrete still gets poured, and the $1 million of liability, if it's wrong, it's got to get pounded out, falls on the surveyor. So they're doing it right, no matter regardless of the method.
Using GPS? All right, hold on a second, guys. Hold on. You're getting ahead of yourselves. Wait a second, bro. Let me respond to that. You guys said a lot, right? I worked in construction for 4 years. I actually specialized in concrete. I was a concrete finisher, and we did not just little foundations for houses. No, we were doing a 1 million square foot Amazon warehouse near Charlestown, Boston, right? One of the newest warehouses I took part of in constructing that, right? Now, I have experience with zip levels and total stations. Now, I never got certified, but I mess with the equipment.
Do you mark out slabs? Do you mark out slabs?
Yeah.
I think that's relevant.
Not only did I do slabs of concrete, right?
No, I asked if you marked them out.
Hold on. Yes, we did. But hold on a second. We use string, we use Stabila stations with the responder and all. Anyways, that's irrelevant. It's irrelevant up to 100 miles, dude. Especially even a 1 million square foot building, dude. The amount of like curvature we're talking about, dude, and you guys know this, bro. We're splitting hairs here, dude. You're not gonna ruin a project, dude, because you're off half an inch from one side to the other.
You don't understand. In residential construction in Sydney and Australia, particularly where I am, there's a lot of scrutiny, especially right now in building, There's a commissioner who goes out there and checks your buildings. I have to make my documents public, not the documents I plan to, the documents I build to. I submit them to the government, and if I'm wrong, if someone dies in a fire, if there's a structural problem, if there's a waterproofing problem, more the structural things, but if there's anything wrong with the building, they scrutinize me and take me to task. So if I'm out 5 millimeters or 50 millimeters for a certain element, I'm in a lot of trouble. You can trust surveying. They know what they're doing. They know how to measure it.
What I'm trying to tell you, bro, is that 1 million square foot building from one side to the other, as long as you're within, an inch or two, bro, the steel is fine, dude. It's not going to be a big problem, dude.
You misunderstand. You're not even responding to what I said.
No, hold on, dude. I'm not, dude. I am responding to you, and I'm trying to tell you that, you know how much deviation from horizontal you would expect at half a mile?
In half a mile, you've got
half a mile.
You got a 70th of in half a mile, 140th of a degree.
So
140th of a degree.
So it's 2 inches, dude. It's 2 inches. It's 2 inches.
We're talking.
It's 2 inches at half a mile, dude.
We're talking about
according to your model.
We're talking about the accuracy of surveying. Why are you distracting from that?
No, I'm not distracting from that. I'm trying to let you know it's a quadratic equation. It's 8 inches per mile squared. At half a mile, it's only 2 inches from horizontal, dude. Have you built anything that's a mile long? Have you built a building that's a mile long? No, you haven't. No, you haven't. So whatever you thought was a rebuttal, just got shit on, dude. So just sit down.
In your mind, sure. In your mind.
Stay in your lane.
Have you built a building that's a mile long? Or even half a mile?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. The biggest we did was 1 million square foot building.
Yeah, which is like 1,000 by 1,000, right?
Yeah, and honestly, dude, it's irrelevant, right? It's irrelevant. What he's talking about is completely irrelevant.
No, I agree.
ID Federation win.
Nigger, 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 nigger. Nigger, 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 nigger.
Jesus, fuck.
Fuck is that?
Yeah, that's global tactics right there.
No, that person was a flat earther.
Fuck up, Rob.
Tactics. So, are you saying then, Line, that you
don't like
believe
the
in
fact
the
that your own
accuracy
side does
of surveying?
that shit to your own server?
So, Line, are you saying then that you kind of trust surveying, or you just think you can't believe Shubil when he talks about the accuracy of it?
No. Yeah, I trust surveying, but I'm saying at 11 miles, how are we supposed to confirm the elevation? I don't even know how to do that. Even with differential leveling, depending on the paradigm, you're going to have certain corrections.
No, not depending on the paradigm. Differential leveling does not care about the paradigm.
Anyways, I honestly got to go. I would love to continue this conversation, but I just got to my destination. But I'll be listening.
Yo, Ruhif, how do you feel being in a room full of PhDs and you're just Ruhif?
Yes, nice. I got a shitty bachelor's degree. Yeah.
I don't like all the mathematical talk, by the way, guys. This just doesn't make any sense. Like, what are you guys even talking about?
I mean, that's most of flat Earth, though. Most of flat Earth is maths questions, but avoiding maths to answer them.
I'm interested in like what they think about the apparatus which controls everyone. Like that's got to be a tough one to explain. That's all I'm saying.
The what? The what that control everyone?
Like basically the apparatus of government, companies, media, space people, NASA, SpaceX, whatever. That seems like the tougher nut to crack than getting down to the mathematical formulas about it. But what do I know?
Ruith.
If we talk about the maths, though, if we talk about surveying, you've got something to talk about because flat Earth is only talking about the globe. Whereas if you talk about the power structures that hide from us the shape of the Earth, you're talking about flat Earth, and flat
Ruith.
Earth generally avoids talking about flat Earth.
Yes,
those power structures are unnecessary, in unfeasibly large and complex and secret.
Ruby?
Yeah.
Would you say differential leveling is pretty much local?
In local, in the sense that it's only short shots, yes. But you can just chain a bunch of them together, sure, yeah.
So what I mean to say, there's no way you can do that and say, oh, we're on a curve. It doesn't do that.
Leveling? Yeah,
It doesn't do that. It doesn't measure curvature.
Yeah, correct. Differential leveling does not
So
do that. It's
when you're
designed to be agnostic about it.
What I'm going to say to you, and you have to listen carefully, because after you take your measurements, you do a little bit of refraction, and then you do a little bit of curvature. Curvature cancels out the refraction. So basically, you just you make a measurement on a level plane. It doesn't make any sense what you're saying. You can beat around the bush, and you can go and you can go no, but I think you know that anyway.
Neither of those things are true. Differential leveling does not care about refraction or curvature. If done correctly.
You have to put it. Listen, don't tell me that. You have to put refraction and curvature in.
No, you don't.
Your calculations.
No, you don't. No,
To
you don't.
make. So what are you saying then? You're taking measurements assuming you're on a level plane.
No, differential leveling does not care whether it's flat or curved.
You still have to allow for refraction and curvature.
No, you don't.
Over long distances.
Are you speaking from experience? Was that your experience when doing it?
No, but I'm speaking from what you're keep harping on about. You know, you and your crazy. Oh yeah, we got like above a certain altitude, we can predict how can you predict weather when you have like insane days sometimes? It doesn't make any sense what you're saying. Oh yeah, after a certain time. Oh yeah, between 12 o'clock and 3 o'clock. Come on. Sometimes I've been out at 12 o'clock and 3 o'clock. The visibility is so poor you wouldn't even be able to take measurements. So what are you saying?
Oh, back to differential leveling. Does not care about curvature or refraction. That's how we get accurate elevations, no matter the distance or conditions. We just keep chaining together small leapfrog shots.
Yeah, I think what you do, you just, and you say you take GPS. GPS is assuming you're on a ball anyway.
I said to the other guy, we don't have to use GPS. You can get elevations by differential leveling. If you find somewhere that differential GPS gives you a substantially different elevation to one that was established by differential leveling, please let us know.
So you're telling me when you take your little series of shots, how are you taking your shots? Are you just going forward? Are you going back, and then you're going forward, and then you're going over the whole distance of what you've covered?
Yeah, ideally you do a loop and come back and try and close where you started. But yeah, I mean, you don't have to technically. But yeah, you leapfrog shots, that's it.
I think it's like a smoke and mirrors thing, like your refraction or your curvature calculation just cancel with each other.
For the fifth time,
Like a magic trick you play
does
on
not
yourself.
require.
You're like, oh my god,
does
I
not
did it.
require curvature or refraction adjustments.
Yeah. What about on your normal? Oh, I'm going to measure the top of the TV tower and the to get that to know them height of that.
Yeah, that does.
I don't even know why you got to take a shot. If you know the height of it, why would you have to take a shot from a total station to tell you the height of it? When you know it's been installed and you can just look it up and say, look, there it is.
The value in the surveying app or the surveying authority here was unknown. I established the height of it accurately, and I had to do that from a close range because if I was too far away, then there's too much influence of refraction and curvature.
How far was your shot where you were? How when
I
you
think
say
I
it
was
was too far away? How far away were you?
I think about 200 meters, something like that. 150, 200.
Why are these people saying, yeah, I'm taking a 70-mile shot?
Why do we take 70-mile shots?
No.
To demonstrate to you guys.
For instance, let me give you an example. I'd rather not why you take 70-mile shots, because I think you don't take 70-mile shots. It's ridiculous.
And
you
yet
know,
professional
there was the
surveyors do
Jesse
it.
one. I'm aiming at my brother. He's got no
And yet
retroreflector to
professional
bounce
geodetic
off.
surveyors do it. Correct?
Yeah.
Yep. Professional geodetic surveyors do take 70-mile shots.
What are they doing? A shot from?
No, they don't.
How they
You don't
doing
have
that?
no evidence of 70 miles.
Oh,
Get out of
let
here.
me post the evidence then, Steve. Let me
Oh
post
my God. You guys know damn well you're not
That's what I'm
doing
going to
that.
say. You'd be, if you was like for instance, the further you are, say like if you're just out by a little tiny bit, it's such a big difference. You wouldn't take that chance. You'd be sacked before you even submitted your calculations. They just go, come on.
Well, the object would be
Steve.
hidden, right, by the Earth curve. So I don't know how the fuck you're even looking at it from 70 miles away.
So Steve, in the
Yeah,
chat.
on the ground.
In the
Come
chat
on.
is.
No, we've all done
a
it.
triangle grid. In the chat is a triangle survey. All right, and that one leg there is 118 kilometers.
You guys are all schizos and suck at debating. ID Federation wins.
Nigger, 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 nigger.
What the fuck? Like,
Okay, next time ban him.
Got that quicker.
Yeah, I was not
it the same
close to
guy?
the,
You keep saying IDF Federation or ID Federation.
How you? Yeah, just for debate, someone like that.
Sorry, my
Typical
daughter just made
flat
my
earth
first quote.
behaviour, isn't
He said he was a glober.
Right. No. I can tell he was definitely a flat earther.
No, he's definitely globe. I could tell by the curvature.
Anyway, in the chat, I've posted a triangle net or web, whatever it's called, where one of the legs is 118 kilometers.
So he took this shot of 118 kilometers. He must have. What was he? How did he get the accuracy? Because I'm miffed to even believe in that.
You can just reject all evidence. That's fine.
No, I'm not rejecting it. You just tell me how he got that. How he took the 118 kilometer shot with accuracy.
Right. The instruments that they use for geodetic surveying are accurate around to about an arc second. Right. This would not be a like a trigonometric heighting, a zenith angle measurement. It would most likely be like a spherical excess kind of measurement. So geodetic, laying the land.
I love that when you say spherical. You're assuming you're on a globe before you've even established it. It's brilliant.
Measured as a globe, Schlitzy.
Yeah, of course it is. You're not going to measure it as anything else in your world, are you?
So
even though curvature and refraction are going to cancel each other out, and you might as well just say, "Look, I've just measured on a flat surface." But I don't see how you're going to measure. Sorry.
For triangles, curvature and refraction don't matter.
Yeah. The triangles, I think, are a good one because to get spherical excess on two side-by-side triangles would require that a single line, right? If you made two triangles where they share one line, the spherical excess would have to say that line is bending both left and right, depending on which triangle you're measuring. It's like a Schrodinger's excess.
Are you talking about doing reciprocal zenith angles?
Well, the thing is with the spherical excess is definitely measured, but it is small because it's about 1 arc second of spherical excess per 72 square miles of triangle. So if you have a triangle that's only has 100 square miles, you have less than 1 arc second per vertex.
Yeah, and that is an issue with it, is that the effect you're measuring is incredibly tiny. I do agree with that. But
And how does that compound with accuracy over distances far past what the tool's rated for? What's the compounding effect on that for that inaccuracy?
Well, it's not an inaccuracy; it's a measurement.
Oh, it is. It is that you just said it.
Yeah, and you know these tools are limited.
And the further you
Well,
go,
in the major in the major triangles, they repeat the measurement, go through statistical analysis to get down to sub-arc second per vertex in a measured horizontal angle.
Okay, so that didn't really answer what I was trying to get across. You know, so we have a distance, right? So the tool's rated for a distance, right? You know, it's kind of like its limitation point, right? And then we have a tolerance,
They're not rated for
1
distance.
second, right? Oh shit. Okay.
Well, the rated the rated distance.
Distances.
Yeah, the rated distance is at least the distance to Polaris.
And when you're talking about sub-arc seconds, you've got to have a very, very expensive tool for that.
That's true. I'll give you that. That is the only true thing. That's the only true thing you
forget
said.
to say that, though, don't you? You forget to say that.
No, purpose-built equipment, and you have to use a proper instrument for what you're trying to accomplish. Yes, a very expensive instrument. Yes.
Then we can go into something else if you really want. But you know, no one uses those tools because
Wait a minute. What do you mean nobody uses those tools?
Well, you're talking about construction.
Well, yeah, no, I know. I'm talking about geodetic survey.
Okay, so like, what you use a tool what has sub-arc seconds?
Yes.
How much is that tool?
Well, it's an older instrument, but in 1980 it cost $10,000.
Yeah, do you know how much they cost now?
About $30,000.
Maybe even more. Maybe even more. You imagine
The thing is, hold on. The thing is, with the advent of GPS, nobody uses a very expensive theodolite to make 100-mile observations because GPS put that all to bed. So we do it with the current better, faster, cheaper method.
Hence why you're assuming you're on a globe. If you're using GPS, it's not even worth talking anything, arguing with you, because the assumption's made that you're on a globe, and your GPS is, you know, assuming you're on a globe. So it doesn't make any sense to argue with you.
So on that point, what would happen if you were on a flat Earth, but navigation and surveying and all of these things, like the spherical coordinate system that is latitude, longitude, mapped to the celestial sphere?
He's already said.
If you were mapping the world, if you were treating the world as spherical but it was flat, what would happen?
Yeah, look, you understand nothing. You understand nothing. To even ask that question,
It's like
don't
the effects are
understand
different.
anything.
So instead of saying here's the average refraction, and we can see this drop over distance, they would say, okay, well here's the curvature and how much it shows up as. Or instead of saying, you know, whatever. It just seems like the effects are attributed to different things. They're not, from what I've seen, denying that certain phenomena do take place. It's just what is causing these phenomena. But in terms of practical purposes, you still both acknowledge the same phenomena, just what causes them is different. So you could still function in the same manner.
So do we
my
measure
question
elsewhere or not?
still goes unanswered, which is if you treat a flat Earth as a sphere, that surely must create issues. That must create really serious.
Why? When you're doing all your surveying and you treat local level as flat, what the fuck are you talking about? It does not matter. All your surveying techniques are done treating the surface of the planet as flat. It's in the fucking
Euclidean geometry and like building bridges, for example, like the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. I got the survey plans. I got the as-built plans for the bridge, and I was looking to see if they incorporated curvature, and I could not find any.
There's none.
Why would they?
Well, that's because in that document, it pointed out it was all based on elevations, and we know what elevations are based on.
Based on level.
Yeah, not curvature.
Yeah, the water
based
level.
Based
but
on,
still,
based
you would
on,
think that they would have to.
based on.
If I got
based
you. If they
on
pre-built all the
equal-
segments, though.
The
Based on water level.
equipotential surface of water.
Gotcha. So then they don't have to like incorporate for that when they're building this like 28-mile bridge. It's going to be like bending.
Yeah,
They
by
make the
using
metal rods.
Shivo, you're saying the
by
elevations
adhering to
don't-
When they make
elevations,
the
don't
metal
incorporate
rods,
any curvature.
but by adhering to elevations, they are
didn't.
adhering to the curvature of the Earth.
But whenever they actually built the bridge, the parts to the bridge, they pre-built them and segmentally put them together. Okay. And so
Segmentally,
whenever
that's
they were
very
actually
good.
building this 28-mile bridge that is mostly level, they're not having to incorporate for any like bending, even though it's going to be dropping like 280 feet. Their bridge is going to be bending 280 feet. They don't even mention that. I don't get it. What do you think?
Correct. What would you do differently, Taylor? What would you do differently to build that?
I wouldn't do anything because it was measured flat.
Yeah,
Come
I would
on.
make the steel rods slightly curved. They go through it.
Really?
For
How
integrity.
long is a steel rod? How long is a steel rod?
Oh, they had varying lengths, but I would just have
Just
you'd
throw
have
it
to
at me.
curve them with the bridge.
20 feet? 30 feet?
And also, whenever you make the concrete blocks,
Right. But how
you build them
big are
with the
these
curve in
rods?
mind.
Right. How big are these rods that you would curve?
I
20 feet,
don't.
30
There's
feet?
multiple different sizes, but
Throw
maybe.
a number at me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Throw a number. 100 feet?
I don't
I'm
know.
pretty sure to your case that you know the
Why
length of them
don't
and
you
how
go
much
and
curve.
research it, Ruif? Why don't you go
Taylor's
and
the expert,
research
right?
it? It's public available.
So Taylor's the expert on it.
So they do
How-
treat it
like,
as
just throw a
flat, though,
number.
right? For building,
They
they're
don't
treating it as
care
flat. Was the
about the
point?
curvature of the Earth. Why would they?
Okay, so then he was
again-
just saying, what if the Earth was actually, curved and we were treating it as flat, or vice versa? What if it was flat and we were treating it as curved? Well, somebody said, well, they are treating it as flat. So I gave an example of with the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, they didn't have to incorporate for curvature, so then it wouldn't matter anyway. So that's the answer to his question. How long the rods were, I don't remember.
Okay, let's say it's 100 feet, right? How much would you curve that rod by to match the curvature of the Earth over 100 feet?
You'd curve it 8 inches per mile squared.
You wouldn't. My God.
Yeah, do you think I have the okay? So Ruhib, what about if it was 109 feet? What would it be? How much curvature?
My
No?
guess,
Oh,
it
okay,
would be
thank
a
you, sir.
fraction of a
Did
millimeter.
they measure from the bottom of that lake, or did they measure from the water level? Where did they measure from, Rufy? Tell me, because they built, they had to have footings, right? So how did they establish the footing elevation?
I don't know.
From the surface of the water.
The surface of the water. Get out of here! My God, you guys are fucking like talking to kindergarten
That's what
kids.
they say.
No, they're
Do you
full of
think
shit.
that if I had a
They
100
didn't
foot
mention the
steel
curvature
rod,
once, brother.
These guys are
do you think if I
jokers,
had
I
a
swear.
100-foot, do you think if I had a 100-foot steel rod and it was curved by a fraction of a millimeter, do you think that is less than the tolerance
of a
for
milli.
the flex in it? Do you think that
So
is
they're
less?
coming off.
Do you think that is
Ruiz.
less? Do you think that
They're
is
coming
less
off the
than
bottom of
flex?
the lake.
Do you
They're
think?
coming measuring.
Steve,
He's just
shut the
gonna
fuck
keep
up,
repeating
man.
himself ad nauseum.
Right. Do you think that fraction of a
Told you.
millimeter is less than or more than the tolerance and or flex in that steel beam?
I'm not sure, but to the guy's
Yes, you
question, which
are.
is how this even got brought up, was what if the Earth was actually a globe and we're treating it as flat, or what if it's flat and they're treating it as a globe? So if it's actually flat, then that's fine because that's what they're acting like whenever they're building these structures. That was the only response that I had. Is that it wouldn't matter. My answer to his question was it doesn't seem like it would really matter because it's not like they're incorporating curvature for some of these structures anyway.
Right. That is
That's
the
it.
correct answer. Things like
I
bridges.
don't
do
know,
not
and I
need-
don't frankly care. All I know is that bridge was gonna have 280 something feet of drop, and they didn't even mention it in the build plans
Correct.
or the as
They
built.
don't need to. Do you agree that they don't need to?
So why do you take
I
pictures
think
of
that
the bridge?
I think that they literally drew out all the segments of the bridge to scale and drew it flat. They didn't
Fine.
draw it with the 280 feet. So I think that they would need to
Okay.
mention if the bridge was dropping 284 feet or
Why?
whatever
We just went through
feet it
that a
was.
100-foot steel beam, you would maybe curve it a fraction of a millimeter, which will be
Ruiz.
far less than the amount of tolerance.
But do you know what an as-built is? It's supposed to give the accurate
Yes.
size and dimensions and everything of the actual bridge itself after it's built.
Yes.
And it
Ruiz.
didn't mention that it was dropping 280 feet.
Yeah, they don't need to.
Okay, well then they're inaccurately describing their bridge and their
What
as-built
is-
plans.
1 second. When you say the 280 feet of drop, is that the tangent from the first abutment all the way to the tangent of the second abutment? That's a departure from tangent.
Right. Let's talk
Can I
sense
just mod
here
for a
because,
second?
like, you're talking about
Hang on, Schlitzy. Can I mod for a second?
Yeah.
I have to go. Is there another mod that can handle the shit?
Then the lunatic.
I'm 5 minutes from home, so yeah, go and I'll sort it out once I arrive.
Can I be a mod?
Anyway, I gotta go.
I used to be a mod. I used to be a mod.
Come on, that was funny, guys. Fine.
So as far
Nobody
as
else laughed.
your
What
tolerances
is going on
about
with the
bridges-
flat Earth science microphones?
Right.
What, is my
Ask
microphone bad?
yourself this, Taylor. Ask yourself this.
Yours is
When they
quiet. Steve's is dog shit. Schlitzy's is always bad.
Turn me
Rob's is dog shit.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot I was on my Bluetooth. Is my microphone even? You can't
That
even
sounds, Rob, that sounds significantly better. Thank you.
Well, somebody. Go ahead and shut it. I don't care. It don't matter to me.
We can be thankful to Taylor.
It's kind of in the house.
real curvature.
Yeah, shut the door then. That's fine.
I'm just going to say, right, so this bridge and its tolerances, I accept, what is it, Ruhif's general sort of premise, right? It may actually be so little that the tolerances aren't required to be sort of accounted for. But tunnels require these tolerances to be very
The Earth is a
specific.
globe. IED Federation win.
What the fuck?
Somebody else get him? Thank
You still think that's a flat earther?
That's actually a concave in that one.
Rob.
I got them. Sorry.
It's a
It took couple
concave.
seconds longer than
What did they say at the beginning?
I don't. It doesn't
Your
fucking
shit
matter what they
debate.
said at the beginning.
What'd they
Okay,
say?
we
Your shit
they
debate.
blasted the N word repeatedly at high volume.
Yeah.
In one, he
We're
said, "I
talking
love
about
you,
leveling.
Taylor."
And so they are now banned.
Is
Somebody
there a
else
method to leveling?
did that earlier, and
Or do we just make it up? Do we just make up leveling, or how do we do that?
You
I
know the
don't presume
peers.
to know more than people who actually do it, and I would be swayed by flat Earth if it had more people who did it.
You imagine
Leveling. Yeah, I can imagine leveling. Go ahead.
You imagine
I
if
can
they had
imagine
the peers, they'd have to like bury some deeper than others to
Yeah,
level
peers.
out the curve.
Which
Exactly.
Explain that one again. Which
Yeah,
one would be
leveling.
deep? The
Peers.
one in the middle?
We
Well,
need
he
to
mentioned
level out the curve.
Yeah, peers.
So-
You mentioned peers. Peers
No,
would be measured from the bottom.
Level is curved, so it's okay.
Hey, eggshells. When it comes to authoritative figures and what they claim about what they do you also defer to priests as it comes to the nature of God, or are you happy to
So we're
challenge
talking
them?
about leveling. We're talking straw man. Straw man.
Gotcha.
It's
They're the
empirical
professionals, bro.
nonsense.
They know more than you.
Objection,
You should just
Your Honor,
defer
that
to
is a
them.
straw man. I did not say authorities. I described somebody.
Who does the work?
No,
It's
clearly.
observed.
Yeah, somebody who's done something a lot is their opinion on that thing is worth more than somebody who hasn't done that thing a lot. Come on, that's obvious. Like,
Yeah,
do you want a
factual.
mechanic who's this is the first car he's touched, or a mechanic who's been fixing cars for 30 years?
Somebody build some level,
Or
right?
somebody who's never opened a car but is pretty sure that's your tappers. If modern cars even have.
Well, look, I go to the bank teller to get a loan from the bank, right? But I know that they're pretty dodgy at the top end. But I wouldn't accuse that sort of. The bank teller knows what he's doing, and you know.
But they're not
They know
level,
what their
though,
job
right?
is, and they push the buttons and they follow through with the protocols, and that's how they do it. And it's effective. It
banking-
works. You do get a loan at the end,
But banking's
doesn't mean
not
you're not
level,
getting
though,
done.
right? We all know that. They're a little bit unlevel, right? Banking. So let's go back to level again. Stay on level. You guys seem to struggle with level for some reason. How they build things, right? Like when you build a bridge across the ridge like that, it's built on piers, right? Piers came out of the ground, right? You don't imagine they went all the way down and established ground level down there, do you? You know, when they measured up, Like you'd come across that lake level. What are you going to tell me? They use the lake water? Is that what you're going to tell me? Oh, we just measured from the top of the lake.
You
I mean,
tell
what are
me
you guys
what we're going
nuts?
to tell you. You tell us what we're telling you. It's probably the best way to go about having a conversation. Just do both sides and tell us who won later.
Well, you reckon the water's curved, so like, come on.
Are you still doing it? Did I just make a joke of don't tell us what we're telling you, and then you just went back in telling us what we're telling you?
You're telling us that you're using the water as you come across the
You're
bridge.
still doing it.
You're telling us you're using the water as you build the bridge coming across the bridge.
Did I say that? Did somebody say that? Who here said that?
You guys
Or are
all
you
say that.
still waking up?
Every one of you guys say
So
that. That's what you say. Are you not
this is my
listening
new
to yourself
favorite.
talk?
Gerbil
This is
said
my
that.
new favorite strategy of pre-bunking, and that is call what the flat earthers going to do and then watch them do it anyway. Call out the fallacy they're about to make and then watch them still do the fallacy.
Oh my God,
They
you're
could
funny.
be silent, they could change conversational track, they could ask an open question. There are so many options that don't involve going, so what you're telling me is, but I go, hey, you're going to do it again, and you just do it again. Isn't
Odd
that a way?
shells. Odd shells.
Well, we know
Stay
how
in your lane,
how
man.
leveling works.
Stay in your lane.
Yeah, stay in your
Oh,
lane.
my
Yeah,
lane?
please.
What's my lane,
Well, when you
Flitzy?
don't know what leveling is, I mean, you guys are pretty obvious. You don't know leveling at all. You're
Can I
gonna
ask a question that keeps us on topic? When we're talking about leveling, is that level in a horizontal orientation?
Yes. Is it?
So the horizontal orientation of your curved line, right?
It's a curve, and at any given point on that curve, horizontal will be tangential to that curve, is a way to say
I
it.
was going to say, wait for the tangent.
Horizontal is a straight line, right?
Sure, I think that's most people's definition of it.
Oh my God, this guy's insane.
We're not adhering to prescriptivism, are we? We're saying that words describe reality. They don't decide what reality is.
I'm just trying to ask some clarifying questions so that the people listening will also understand that you guys don't think that level is horizontal, whereas I believe that level is a straight line.
Okay, so are you going to do that?
And yeah, talk right through me. Okay, fine.
Sorry, beg your pardon. I didn't hear you. I'd switched speaker.
Okay, sorry. I'm just trying to say that the globe defenders believe that level is curved, and me as a flat earther believe that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Actually, as a normal man, you don't have to invoke flat earther on that. Every man in the world that builds anything understands flat or level is straight, level, horizontal. Yeah, it's not a flat earther argument.
Yeah, can you imagine? Because horizontal and level are not synonymous with flat, because a wall that is vertical can be flat. So I'm not trying to invoke flat into this level is horizontal argument.
Hang on. I think you're being so prescriptivist about words that you are now denying the true meaning of words. If I say that
problem for you.
Just let me finish.
Horizontal.
I'm sorry for not letting you finish.
Eggshells. Come on, dude. You can't make up a definition of horizontal and level. You can't do it. You guys
don't know what I'm saying yet. I haven't said it.
Well, I do know what you're saying. The only way you guys have horizontal is at one point. That's the only place you have it. So don't try and deny that. And then the next place you go will be a different horizontal level. And those two lines aren't straight. That's your guys' claim. We all know your claim.
Again, you're doing the thing I said you were going to do. I pre-bunked this. That's not what I'm saying. You're telling me what I'm saying, and it's wrong.
No, it's not either wrong.
I've already pre-bunked the straw man.
I've been out here listening to your bullshit, plumb bob, center earth.
Evidently not.
Get out of here. Don't tell me I'm wrong on your argument. You're telling me I'm wrong on your argument. You're nuts.
Yes, yes, because my argument doesn't revolve around horizontal or level. It was relating to flat, which is I can lay something.
But that was that
We know
was
how you
and what
do it. We know how you guys level.
eggshells.
Can you let me finish?
Yeah, no, but that's we're trying to eliminate the word flat from level and horizontal because it's not synonymous because I can have a vertical wall that is flat. Can you address that?
Sure, yeah, prescriptivism, I've already addressed it.
Yeah, I don't understand what you mean by prescriptivism because I'm trying to eliminate flat from level is horizontal.
Sure, so the point I was raising about flat is it can mean lying horizontally. That is,
yes,
if
it
you
can,
pull up
but
the definitions, it can. But the difference between prescriptivism and descriptivism is prescriptivism says it has to be this way because it's defined that way. I prescribe reality based upon the definitions of words, and it is
yeah, I wasn't doing that though.
Word salad. Word salad.
Can I just finish? Can I just finish?
Yes.
Whereas
Wake us up when you're finished.
Go ahead.
Descriptivism is about saying words describe reality, and as such, they've got kind of malleable meanings that the definitions of words evolve over time as people use them differently.
Right.
And they
So
are there to describe reality as we see it.
This is real time right now.
Yeah, I just put a load of bollocks in a sentence and like blind you with it.
Well, if you fail to follow it,
no, it's just rubbish what you're saying.
We
You're talking
follow it perfectly
nonsense.
well. Oh my God, you guys are so funny.
Just talking
Fun.
absolute nonsense.
Let's go level and straight.
So show me how the definitions of level and horizontal are meaningful when it comes to the shape of the Earth. Why do they tell us?
I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth.
Oh my
Why do they
God,
mean
this
something
guy is
this way?
fucking
Why bring it up at all? What's the
insane.
relevant? Land the plane.
Talking about bridge. A flat level bridge. You guys don't know how to establish how they build the footings. You know what a footing is? Eggshell?
No, obviously not.
You think that Lake Bridge? You think that Lake Bridge has footings underneath of it? You think they built footings out there?
Don't know.
All the same depth.
All the same depth, really. That's interesting.
Can you imagine that?
That's,
You
know
imagine that?
Cool.
Imagine that.
A bit
Eggshells.
of information you've got.
Oh, you look. You.
But can somebody land the plane? I'm like happy to learn about the footings and the level and the how level and horizontal.
Now you've got
something
footings for landing a plane. I think you're on the wrong job.
If that's what you think.
That's flight school, not
Whoever
construction school.
Whoever did that rim shot, that was funny.
And you went to flight.
Why is Vaxwax muted?
I want to thank whoever brought the soundboard. Thank you very much. That's cool.
Oh, thanks. Hey, somebody take Maxie off. Yeah, somebody should take Maxie off. Why is he muted?
I don't know. He's not muted on my end.
Who claimed to go to flight school?
He's even his mic's deflecting.
The people who
built
the Pontchartrain Bridge had to go to flight school.
Yeah, that's not what I said. If that's what you took from it, then, and that wasn't a deliberate misunderstanding, then I really worry for your mental health.
They were flying in and dropping the footings.
So is that what you honestly think I meant, or is that you deliberately misunderstanding it? Because one answer is you are nuts, and the other answer is you're a liar. So which is it? Did you deliberately misunderstand me, or are you nuts?
He's deliberately misunderstanding.
Who's he talking to?
At least that's a better answer, right? It's a
Well, yeah, Eggshells, you weren't actually talking about landing a plane.
No,
you were using it as some sort of analogy for finishing up the conversation, right? I'm tracking with you, but we don't need to derail it off onto this stupid shit. Come on, man.
Exactly. I'm with you. Yeah.
So that's what I'm going to say.
What I'm inviting you to do. No,
the defense.
Schlitzy, you've been debunked by your own side. So
I
could you
apologize.
explain it to me then, Rob,
Quick shout out
what
to
the
Risky.
relevance is of level, whether level is curved or horizontal in terms of this debate about Earth shape?
It's making my eyes bleed listening to you.
Eyes bleed. Your eyes are bleeding.
Yeah, you're making my eyes bleed while I'm listening to you. Imagine that.
But the question was
exactly like what you're saying.
Who's got
just talking rubbish.
Better access to their mental faculties than Schlitzy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Get in your plane.
So nobody can really defend why we spend time debating whether level is curved and matches horizontal. Nobody can show the relevance of that argument we have day in, day out for years on end.
Because you've got some weird idea.
That's brutal. If you guys, because if you picked any argument I used and said, show me the relevance of gyrocompasses, I'll talk your ear off instantly for about an hour and show you it's crucial to the Earth-shaped debate.
He's talking about gyrocompasses. Hold on.
No, I'm using those as an example and saying if you pick any topic I argue about and say, what's the relevance of this topic, I will immediately show it to you. But I've said, what is the relevance of this level being curved and horizontal? And it's crickets in here, apart from Schlitzy, who's just drunkenly slurring into his mic.
Well, I have a few times.
Go for it. Somebody land this plane. Somebody show us why level being curved and definitions of words.
Eggshells. When we land the plane, when the plane's in the air, is the ground moving in a separate reference frame from the plane or not?
Nobody can.
No, things don't leave reference frames.
Oh, so okay, yeah.
This is insane.
Gotcha.
Odd shells.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Eggshells? Did you the other night? Eggshells. When we were talking the other night,
yeah,
you said reference frames are not. No, you said Coriolis is not reference frames dependent.
No,
Can you back that up with citation? You most certainly did. Oh, they're not.
No, you keep
okay, so you disagree.
Keep changing the wording.
So Coriolis is reference frames dependent, correct?
So the observation of Coriolis is reference frame dependent, but you change the wording sometimes when you ask the question, you get a different answer because you say, does it require reference frames? And I would say no. It only requires reference frames to detect it. So it is dependent upon the reference frames if you're detecting it, but it doesn't, the Coriolis happens whether you do physics on it or not, and the physics is the thing that requires the reference frames. But what happens in reality still happens whether physics describes it or not. And
so what happens, right. So what happens in reality is I go outside, I stand in my yard, and as I stand in my yard, I am not moving. I am 100% stationary. If I was to
relative to your yard.
Yeah, how did you determine you were stationary?
Right. Well, how did I determine that I was? Well, hold on. How did I determine that I was moving? Because me being stationary. Hold on.
Go for it.
Me saying that I'm stationary is not a claim.
Yes, it is.
It just is what it is. No, it
just is what
it is. Well, because it just is what it is. I'm not moving. I'm standing in my yard. I'm standing next to a trash can. I'm standing next to 3 parked cars. I'm standing next to my mower. My dog is standing next to me. Wait a second. Nobody is moving. And nobody can detect movement. My dog does not detect movement.
I just want to discern from that. Is you saying there's 3 cars next to you, is that a claim?
Oh my God.
Yeah, absolutely, it's a claim.
Okay, so that's a claim.
Hold on. Do you want pictures? I'll
understand what you say is a claim and what is not a claim.
Well, actually, it's 4 cars and a tractor.
Fine.
And my dog and the cat. The cat just popped up on the railing.
And those are all claims, but that you are stationary.
No, but they're claims I can back up. They're claims I can back up. My car is here. My dad's car is here. My wife's car is here. My truck is here.
We don't need it's going to be in a test.
The tractor is here. My cat is sitting on the railing, and my dog is sitting on the porch behind the gate. Right. Yeah. So
I can.
Yeah. So
not yet.
Yeah.
Why is that your cat's there is a claim, but that you are stationary isn't? How do you discern whether one's a claim and whether one's not?
Well, I mean, I'm stationary, and I'm claiming I'm stationary because there's no reason to not claim I'm stationary. You're claiming we're moving. Therefore, you have the positive. Hold on. I can't prove a negative. I cannot prove that the bucket is not red. You have to prove that the bucket is red. Correct or incorrect?
The bucket is not
You
red,
said
and the
it.
bucket is red are both claims.
Hold,
Both could show
hold on,
evidence.
hold on. Well, yeah, but the thing is, my trash can is blue. I can show you that my trash can is blue. Do you want to see a picture of my blue trash can?
No, we don't need a
No.
we don't need a full list of all of the
Right,
objects.
right. Yeah. So the fact that I claim my trash can is blue is very easy to prove. My
So
car is
there's a
silver.
vote going
My
in the
other car
chat.
is maroon, and my other car
You
is
don't need
mint
a full
green.
list.
My truck
Today.
is black. My mower
Bro,
is
yeah,
red.
you got the
My
point. You
trash
just
can
need
is
one of
blue.
them, though. We need all those.
Hold on.
Can somebody do a poll about whether we need to hear every object in Vaxwax's vicinity before he can answer the question?
Yeah,
About
we
using
do.
this decline?
Yeah, there's one. They
People
want
see
more.
objects,
Keep
so
going.
hits
Keep
you want-
going. Sorry.
Go for it.
Hey,
go for it. How many blades of grass?
yeah. Just how many blades of grass? Okay, well, I could tell you how many blades of grass there are in my yard. But the thing is, I would have to go out and physically count every piece of grass and tell you how many blades there are. But I can quite literally do that. Why would I use a round number when I would just give you the exact number?
Okay,
Please,
do it.
Counting, right?
Okay,
the
so
exact
go
number of the car.
right now, mute yourself, and go and do that and report back. That would.
If the objects next
So
to you are
therefore,
relevant, and the blades of grass are relevant, go count.
Well, the thing is, I'm not making the positive claim that I'm moving. I'm making the non-positive claim that I'm not moving. If I am moving, hold on, shut up. If I am moving, you have to prove that I am moving, and you can't do that, can you?
I can show you very strong
Okay, so
evidence.
wait. Very strong evidence that I am moving, or you can definitively say, without a shadow of a doubt, that I am moving.
But without a shadow of a doubt, it's a subjective question. I can't know your mind.
No, it either is, either I am moving. Hold on, either.
You asked me. Not hold on. Not hold on. You asked me a question.
Hold on. Either.
Don't weasel away from the question you asked.
I'm not. No, I'm charging into your question head on. Either I am moving. Either I am moving, or I'm not moving. I say I'm not moving. I say that everything in my
for like 20 minutes, bro. We got it.
Yeah, we got it. You don't need to keep repeating it. You're obviously a little bit pissed because this is what pissed people do. But we get that you think you're stationary. Both are a claim, right? The claim that I'm stationary, indeed, you're trying to prove a negative. You're trying to show that I'm not moving, and you could show evidence for that, right? Things that detect motion are not detecting motion right now, and I have to, within a high degree of probability, to discern that these things can detect motion, and they aren't at the moment. That would be good evidence for it. Picking 5 different indicators, or both are claims. So we've now settled that your first thing was egregiously wrong. Second, to show that you're moving, I would show you that you've got the visual effects of moving that line up perfectly with what gyros tell you you're doing, and that's moving. That line up also with the weight masses changing weight by latitude, which is indication.
Oh wait. Gyros don't speak, right? So you guys are just inferring what the gyro is doing is proving something that you theorize.
Rulers don't speak either. Lasers
they've
don't
got
speak. Flat Earth
talking
colloquially say, we've detected.
Yeah, but you can see what the ruler is measuring, right? It's within your sight.
What the gyro is measuring.
You're assuming the gyro is like.
I can see what the gyro is measuring. What? Like?
No, you're assuming what the gyro is measuring.
No, dude, I'm looking at the fucking gyro.
But I'm unmuting him. But Vaxwax, you do have to, if you ask a question, let me finish. I didn't mute you then because I don't want to mod my own.
Oh, no, that
Oh,
was
okay.
for the
No, that's
record.
fair.
I was both the
I'm-
one who originally unmuted you and the person who remuted you.
Immediately regretted that choice.
Appreciate it.
But- ask the
Hey,
question.
Not
yo,
immediately. It took a
wow.
couple of minutes, but I did regret it. Yes.
No, yeah. Hey, you unmuted me, and I can hear the inflection in your voice. I recognize you. I spanked you about 3 nights ago. Like, I spanked you and put you to bed without dinner, and you cried like a baby. And
Who are you talking about? Me or
yeah,
He's talking about me, I think.
no, I'm talking directly.
It's interesting when people ref their own fights.
I
I've
appreciate
done
it.
every debate. I've
You're
both
right.
moderated
You're right.
and
I apologize.
participated.
No, I totally.
And about me.
Anyway, can we
No,
get
I
back
totally.
to whether you're moving?
Yeah.
And whether it's a claim?
Well, the other guy. Hold on, the other guy. I will say I appreciate you unmuting me and you muted me, which is whatever, fair.
I didn't
But
mute
you're
you.
the clown.
He's talking to me. He's talking to me.
Can we just get back to the discussion?
Give him a
Please,
Sure, listen.
please.
Okay, we're done. Okay, back to the discussion. Go you two.
What? Okay, so what exactly is the discussion? Because somebody's making.
Is
Hold on.
is my
Somebody. When I say what is the discussion, that was rhetorical.
Yo,
I
Eggshells,
know
can
what
you
the
tell him
discussion
that
is.
you're making a claim so we could just stop talking to him? Like, just say you're making a
Yeah,
claim, Eggshells,
I'm
and he's not.
I'm admitting
so we
that. I
could just
admitted
end
that
this.
right off the
'Cause
bat.
it's not even
That we're
proving anything.
moving is a
So.
claim. Yeah, I'm with you, Cop. I'm making the claim that
Okay,
we
great.
are
We all
moving.
agree.
But
Okay, there's gotta be
when
something
somebody
better
says
to the date.
I'm stationary, that is also
You're
a claim.
making. Hold on. You're making the claim that we are moving. Therefore, you have to prove it. I'm saying that. Okay. Now listen. Listen. It's very simple. You're claiming we are moving. I said
in the
no, we are not.
multi-directional.
You said, let me play back what you said.
I don't
as best
need
as you
help.
can.
First
You said,
off, I
"I'm
don't need
standing
help from the
outside."
therapist.
It sounded like you said, I'm standing outside, I'm looking at something or other, and I am stationary. Those were the words that I said. That is a claim.
Well, what if I said I'm standing outside, I have my eyes closed, I'm not looking at shit?
Not relevant to whether you can make a claim that you're stationary.
Oh, yeah, okay. Outside with my eyes closed, I have my hands over my eyes, like I'm gone in the wind. My eyes are completely covered. Everything is black. And guess what? My vestibular system in my inner ear is not detecting movement.
Your what
which
system?
means my brain is not.
Your vestibular.
What's it called? The vestibular. Is that what it's called?
Vestibular system.
Is it? Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah,
Not
okay.
sure, not sure. I'm not 100%
Well,
on that.
I give myself like an 80% chance of getting that term incorrect. Vestibular system, right? Tubular, like tube.
Vestibular.
Vestibular. Yeah, the vestibular system. The inner ear.
Let me ask you a question about that.
Can we tab in line?
The inner ear.
Well, wait a second.
Oh,
what is that?
Screaming child!
Shut that baby up. Shut that baby up.
Right, yeah, it sounds like
Sigma. What the Sigma?
Sounds like the Glovers are raging.
I'm about to ask the same question as Eggshells is.
And Eggshell, I know you were not hitting spam buttons on the soundboard.
Can we just stay on the topic? So,
of what?
Is there?
Well, hold on. You said stay on the topic. What?
I'm going to have to mod my own conversation because I said, "Can I ask you a question?" You're now about to ask me what the question is.
Shut him up.
So fuck.
Just address a sober letter there, please.
Yeah, he's a bit. So the question is there a minimum rate of rotation which your vestibular system could not detect? Or if I rotated you once every 400,000 years, would your vestibular system still detect that? Or I think if you said I'm spinning you around at a rate of once per second, I would go, wow, I definitely feel that. My vestibular system clearly tells me, and my visual stimulus and the proprioception, so knowing what my limbs are doing because they want to fling outwards. If you spun me around once a second, I'd be like, whoa, this is making me sick. If you wound that number down and got slower and slower, I would get less and less sick. The question for you is there a minimum number that can get to where I will no longer detect it with any of my sensory data? Or would I be able to detect that rotation regardless of how slow it is? That's the direct question for you, Vaxwax. Is there a minimum rate of rotation that is detectable? Or
what is the rotation? Hold on. Is it my turn to solve?
If you can
Or is
answer,
it not my turn to solve?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I have to tell you what the minimum amount of rotation is that the human body can detect, right?
No, easier than that. Is there a number? Is it a finite number, or is it infinitely slowly rotating bodies would still be detectable by the human vestibular system? Or would you say, I don't know the number, but I presume it exists. I presume I wouldn't be able to detect a rotation 400,000 years per revolution. So I think that there is a number between 1 per second and 400,000 that I would no longer be able to detect. So just is there a number, not what is that number?
Well, no, you have to first prove that we are moving.
No, that's not the
That's
question.
not the question.
You're dodging the
Oh
question.
no,
You're
no,
running
that's
from
not
the
okay.
question.
Okay. So, eggshells. Are we moving or are we not moving?
Running
Not the
from
question.
running from
In
the
a
question.
multi-directional way.
Can you
I'm
answer?
I
right.
don't think he's doing it on purpose. He's just fucking either retarded or drunk.
He's
Yeah,
drunk.
so
Oh yeah, I'm just retarded. Well, I mean, I am a
yeah,
little
why did
buzzed,
Pop get
but
muted again? That was absolutely on point.
am I muted again?
I was going to ask for a straw man of the globe
Oh, I'm
if he
not.
could tell us what we say the speed at which you're
You mean
rotating.
the
We should be able to
steelman?
detect it. Steelman.
Oh, well, wait a second. You meant the steelman of the globe, not the
Too
straw
drunk.
man.
Too drunk.
Show,
Straw man
show
on
me a
that
working
server.
model.
Quap's on point. He's not gonna be intelligible. He's not following.
Nope.
Wait, I'm not following?
Odd
what?
shells.
You're unaware of the conversation.
Odd
Okay.
shells.
Yeah.
You're in
Eggshells.
Australia.
Very simple question. What about you?
Eggshells.
Steve? If I spun you around in an office chair, do you think there is a rate at which I could spin that office chair that would be so slow you wouldn't detect it?
Let's go to Australia. What does the
why not?
tower, Sydney Tower, spin around?
Hold on.
No, I can pre-bunk it now. They will continue to dodge this question. That's my pre-bunking. They
Hold
will
on.
continue to fail to answer
Well,
this
I
very
wouldn't dodge the
simple
question.
Thank you, Quap. Do you think there is a minimum rate of rotation? Please, you're going to debunk my
Wait
pre-bunk.
Wait a second. If you're claiming that you can spin me in an office chair where I can't detect that I'm moving, ooh, that's creepy.
Still doesn't get it.
There's lots of things we can't
No,
notice,
what
bro.
would this?
People
No,
fucking eat
I'm
poison all day
asking.
long. They
What
don't
would that
notice
speed
lots.
be?
This is quite painful.
This is funny.
No, that's just
I'm
a bad
asking
analogy.
what the speed
No, it's a good analogy.
So
I'm asking
eggshell,
what the speed would be.
eggshell, there is no minimum RPM that you will say, I want to feel that. The minimum will be 0. So
Okay.
No,
no
so that's
revolution.
not the question.
So what?
Well,
no,
I mean,
that's
I
fine.
was
So
asking
what
what
the
the speed
suggestion
would
is
be.
from what Necro's answer is. So Necro debunked my pre-bunk. He didn't answer. He's saying there is no minimum.
No, I'm
speed.
literally asking what your
No,
speed would be. No, I'm asking.
Okay, I'm going to have to mute my own conversation. Oh, thank you. He's just too drunk. So Necros, what you're saying is it doesn't matter how slowly I turned you in an office chair. If I had a series of pulleys and gears so that you would complete one revolution probably at about the time I died. So you would be sat in that office chair. You didn't have to spend your whole life in it. You could spend any amount of time sitting in the office chair, but your job was to detect whether it was rotating. And it would turn at 180 degrees, and using just your vestibular system, just the sensation of am I turning, you wouldn't be able to tell. You're saying, oh, I can tell this chair is turning at once per 100 years. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly, because it's not dependent to the RPM. It's dependent to how far to how far you are from the center. Because that chair that will make one revolution. Imagine if that chair is that of the size, like a huge size. So you would have to. So your feet or your body the edge of your body will have to spin at the speed of light. Imagine that. The bigger the bigger at the speed of light. So your vestibular system wouldn't feel that because you will die.
I'm with eggshells.
You've changed the analogy to be now some wild light speed.
No. I'm not talking about light speed. I'm talking about I'm giving just the analogy because I'm talking about not the RPM.
There are two different things here. There's linear speed and rotational speed, right?
Yeah.
So you can have rotational velocity, right? As something spinning around, it's not moving from place to place; it's just spinning in one place.
Yeah,
that is one kind of movement. But the other kind of movement is linear speed, where you're saying the radius of this circle. So I'm not looking at linear speed. Linear speed, as far as I know, is undetectable. What is absolutely detectable is whether you are turning. So even if you're on a very big office chair right out at the edges of it, you wouldn't be able to detect that you're moving from A to B at any given speed. But what you could detect is that over the course of a year, I have changed orientation. With a sufficiently precise gyroscope, you would be able to say, I've detected that up was over there before. right? Or left was
Or
over there.
or a
whatever.
time lapse camera.
Yeah, you could use a
doesn't
time lapse camera
gyroscopes
and see if
work
that
near the
correlated
poles?
with what you. Go ahead, sorry, Taylor.
Why don't gyroscopes work near the poles?
They do.
No, they don't.
Yeah, but
10 to 15% error? Are you kidding me?
Show me.
What?
Show me that.
Are you
Oh,
talking
yeah,
about mechanical
reasonably
gyro
believe that.
compasses? Or are you talking about ring laser gyroscopes?
So gyroscopes will work everywhere. Gyroscopes will always detect the rotation. I can easily believe that gyro compasses struggle as they get towards the pole. I'm not 100% sure on
Okay,
that.
so we're talking about the gyroscope,
magnetic
right? Are you talking about
Yeah.
ring laser?
Any
Depends on the
sufficiently
gyroscope.
precise one? Just
Ring
pick one
laser
that's like,
gyroscopes exhibit a feature called lock-in because of the way that they work.
i.e.
You
stupid nigger!
yeah, so rotational.
Hey, come on, guys. That wasn't very nice.
Daz has made a good point. Should we just lock the server for a tiny bit because we're not having any new legit
that might
people
be
and
a good
having a
idea.
long.
It's like that's the third person who's done the racist spamming. So I don't know how to do that. Do you know how to do that? Ward One, are you
No.
here?
I think only
Anyway.
Omni can.
Daz has raised
Maybe
a point
only Omni
that
can. Let me see if I can get Omni too. Okay.
Necros is pointing at linear speed and acceleration, which I think is a thing.
no.
My point is
Not
about
not linear.
rotational. It's not even
Actually,
rotational acceleration. Change in orientation. I'm saying rotation of.
No, I'm not talking about the linear speed. I'm talking about the angular velocity, which is not dependent to the RPM, but dependent to the RPM and how far you are from the center. So that
So you're
angular
talking about ring laser gyroscopes or what kind?
Any
will,
precision.
so that the angular velocity will be higher if you
Give me an
are
example.
farther from the edge.
To be fair though, it started with us being able to measure it with our bodies, the vestibular system.
Because
That's
what
what
I'm challenging, what I'm
Look,
exactly.
I want to talk about the
What I'm
gyroscopes.
challenging is that Drunky Poo is saying I can't feel movement, and that's only meaningful if you would be able to feel movement like this. I'm positing the only movement you should be able to feel, according to physics, is rotation around changing orientation, so that my head and feet are flipping if I'm near the equator, right? Now,
And wibble wobble.
I don't expect my vestibular system to be able to detect that. And so the question is, should the vestibular system be able to detect a 1 revolution per day?
I don't
Unless
think
you
so.
can say, yes, it can, then so in Lyon's case, if he's saying, I don't think the body should be able to detect 1 a day, then saying, I don't detect 1 a day isn't meaningful. It's just saying, I never feel this thing that I shouldn't feel.
So
That's
can we
why
talk
they
about
can't
the
answer
gyroscope?
whether you should feel 1 revolution a day. That's why they dodge the question. You can pre-bunk it.
I wouldn't use that argument. That's just me though. But
So are we saying gyroscopes measure the motion of the Earth? Is that what we're saying?
They measure the rotational motion of the Earth, but not its orbital linear
Do you think
placement.
when you're on that Sydney
So
Tower,
then,
you experience motion?
is there any other things that can affect the gyroscope, like other than the rotation of the Earth?
Sure, loads. I don't know any that would replicate the rotation of the Earth, so they can pull your results this way or that. But there are none
What
that I
about that
know of
Sydney
that
Tower?
will give you the access. So all of
Why
them.
would it respond to those other forces, though?
Say again.
Why would it respond to other forces if it's just measuring rotation?
Every device, particularly devices that measure hard to track things, are built out of many parts and have many tolerances and things that make them go funny. If you change temperature, then things expand and they're slightly further than they were from one another. If there's moisture in the air, it probably bends light a bit and does some other things and fogs things up and da-da-da-da. You've got to do all of these different things. You know, they've got internal temperature sensors and all sorts of stuff that I don't understand. But every device I've ever used to try to accurately detect something quite often has a bit going on there and can get out of whack. But if you
like magnetism can throw gyro compasses off, or sorry, gyroscopes.
Depends on what the gyroscope.
Generally not, depending on how it's made, but you could make a gyroscope. A gyroscope just requires a spinning mass. It doesn't require that it's ferrous. So you can make a non-ferrous spinning mass and see if it still works, and they do.
Yeah, but if
Yeah,
it
even the
was
sensors are
ferrous
picking
and
them up.
There we go.
if
For a
it
ring
was
laser.
ferrous, if it
Hold
was
on.
ferrous and you had a magnetic field nearby, that could throw it off. A ring laser gyroscope is not going to be magnetically sensitive generally. What it is going to
I
be
just
sensitive to is lock-in at extremely low rates of rotation, because you get a slight change in the index of refraction of a standing of a
What?
material.
Hold on, hold
So
on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Jeez,
You just
I was
seen.
about to jump in and drop guys back. Thank God.
He's staying on mute now. He's just too drunk. Come back tomorrow.
So you
So
guys are saying that I just wanted to piggyback off what Taylor said. I looked it up. So during equinoxes, gyros work differently. They have to change. There's like they have to make corrections for different things happening on the equinox.
that's crazy, dude. I didn't even know that one.
I've
All I knew about was
literally never heard that.
magnetism. All I knew about that was the magnetism affecting the multiple types of gyroscopes, including some ring laser gyroscopes. So I'm just wondering if these other things can cause an effect on them. Then how can I don't know? I think it's something to do with the sensor mechanism. But if it can cause an effect on them,
Sorry, with the
hold on,
what?
let me finish the statement. I'm almost done. You can ask whatever question you want. And then so you know, how can we isolate these variables of what could be causing it if other things can affect it?
Okay, so you're asserting that other things can affect it. How? And you mentioned a mechanism, and I didn't catch the name. What was the mechanism of how magnetism affects a ring laser gyroscope? If I
Yeah, I think it was
correctly.
yeah, you did. And actually I understand this discrepancy because normally light is not affected by magnetism. However, I think it was something to do with a sensor or something of that nature. Let's see. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
Same as gyro compasses
There
are
you go.
not affected even by very, very strong magnetic fields because they create
So if
their
I
own.
give you evidence, then what are you going to say?
Well, I'm still going to say, so I'm going to say A, there are gyroscopes that are not affected by magnetism. That is what I'm going to say, number A. And number B, I'm going to say, even with magnetism, that doesn't give you the right information. The field lines don't line up with the poles. And this can point out poles even when the field lines are going very differently and even in the presence of strong magnetic fields. Both of those bits of information tell you it's definitely not magnetism because it finds something magnetism doesn't know, even in in all different magnetic environments. So
okay.
it's clearly
So the Faraday effect is when light passes through material like glass or plasma in the presence of a magnetic field, and the light can rotate.
So my point still
Okay,
stands.
also, wait, I need
There is no method that will find due north. This method, so even if it's magnetism, needs to find something that magnetism doesn't know. Or if you say it's light or ether or any of these things, you have to explain why that finds due north and due south on a body that doesn't rotate, that doesn't have a
Okay,
south.
so here's the title of the paper. Oh, hold on. It says practical method for eliminating the magnetic bias sensitivity of square ring laser gyros. And this is Science Direct, and I'll give you this paper.
Sure. And what is it? Fine, but what does it say? You've just read out a start of a paper. Why does that support what you're saying?
The premise of the paper supports her premise, which is that ring laser gyroscopes can exhibit a dependence on external magnetic fields, and so mitigating that, which is the premise of the paper, would support Taylor's proposition that that is a relevant effect. Is my understanding.
But as I say, other gyros are not affected by ferrous stuff, and they find something that magnetism doesn't know. You can choose the way you can manipulate magnetic field lines, right? So you could put a magnet showing north as south, or putting north and south at east and west of a gyro compass. You can put above and below. And when they degauss ships, I know this all from IB Hunter. If you want to know about it, talk to him. He'll take you out to his garage and open one of these devices. He's got like 3 of them in his backyard. And he says when they degauss ships, because they want to get rid of all of the static charge, they pass really strong electromagnetic fields over the whole ship because they might be carrying something flammable and they don't want to explode. And they then have to have really strict protocols during that ocean voyage. And when they degauss the ship, they have to spend a lot of time and money removing the magnetic compass from the bridge because it'll be useless from that day forward if you pass a very strong electromagnet near it because it will realign its magnetic fields. You do not take out the gyro compass. You just switch it off. And then you come back the next day after the whole ship has been massively magnetized and it spins back up and works as it did the day before, showing it's not
Okay.
magnetism.
So let me read their explanation of why it's affected. Why ring laser gyros are affected. Now, am I an expert in ring laser gyroscopes? Absolutely not. The only thing I've heard is that the magnetic field can affect them. So here's the explanation as to why. Don't question me about terminology. I'm not an expert in this. Okay. It says the non-planarity of the square ring resonator causes the cavity polarization state to be slightly elliptical, which in turn yields a magnetic bias sensitivity via the Faraday effect in the gain medium.
Sure, I don't. That doesn't make a jot of sense to me, but it certainly doesn't
Yeah,
say
me
that.
either, but
Because
Well,
think
okay,
what it's got to
so
find.
so
It's got to say
so
I'm rotating around an axis at a speed, and there are infinite axes and infinite speeds it could rotate around them. But it just happens to pick the one, and it's angle to the surface. It'll be parallel at the equator as the pole should be, but it will be noticeably tilting by your latitude. Its tilt will be equal to your latitude.
you talking about the
And
ring laser?
how
Or are
does
you talking about the
any
gyroscope?
gyroscope will detect rotation and will help you find. You could use it as a gyro compass to find due north just by taking the reading out of it and going what angle, what speed, and the angle, the way you're rotating, and the axis will tell you where due north and south is. So
Hey, you
why
keep
does
just switching to
magnetism?
the gyro compass. You keep
can I
just
pipe
switching.
in?
Every gyro can do this. You can find north with a ring laser gyro.
Can I pipe
Yeah,
in about
that's how they're designed
ring
though.
laser gyros work though specifically?
They don't
Yeah,
find
maybe you
true
can
north on
explain
their own.
like
They don't find
Okay,
true north
so
on their own eggs.
Read
They
up
have
on
to
them.
calibrate.
I'm
Yeah, I did.
No, read
That's
up on
what
them.
they say. The design revolves around calibrating them, but true north. They don't. You can't
Calibrating
just
doesn't.
swap a.
Calibrating
They,
is just this thought terminating cliche flat earthers use to think that somehow if I use the word calibrating, I could ignore the fact that it's stated design and it's obvious the way it should work is by a spinning mass detecting the rotation of Earth, which is said in every manual. That whenever you open up anything that you to gyro compass, it says it finds the rotation of the Earth. The fact it needs to be calibrated is the same as a theodolite. It's the same as many telescopes.
Well, when you calibrate
it's
an instrument to basically like
Find true
it's like when
north.
you scale a weight off, right? You're getting rid of like the weight that you want to measure for, so you get rid of the rest of the weight so you can measure for the difference, right? So that the scale is clearly just measuring one thing. So the gyro is just measuring magnetism, and
Okay.
you're calibrating it or getting rid of like the very powerful force to north, and then you guys are assuming the rest is like Earth spin, which is
where is the very powerful force to north? This thing is non-magnetic. I've made a very strong case for that you either need to rebut or accept.
well,
Now
magnetic north is way more powerful than the spin of the ether, like
right. But I've pointed out you pass very strong magnetic fields over and near this thing, and it works fine.
Yeah,
so
because
it's
they're not
magnetism.
To first order, yes.
Which ones?
Okay, so what Taylor is pointing out is a systematic effect in ring laser gyroscopes that is due to the Faraday effect. The Faraday effect is an effect where when a polarized beam of light passes through a medium with particular properties, which for the record, all mediums will exert at least some level of these properties. As it's passing through this medium, if it is in the presence of a magnetic field, the polarization is going to rotate. So if you have a vertically polarized beam and you send it through a Faraday rotator, which is a device that takes some of this medium, generally like a crystal of some kind, and then puts it inside a strong magnetic field, that will rotate the polarization of the light. This is extremely useful, and we use them all the time in the lab, because if you do this so that it rotates the polarization 90 degrees, that creates a one-way optical valve. Light can go forward, but if it bounces off something later down, then when it comes back, it gets rotated another 45 degrees and it gets rejected by a polarizer. So the Faraday effect is an extremely important, long, well-known, utilized effect in a lot of different technologies. What else it can do is that when light is going around a ring laser gyroscope, if there is a ambient magnetic field, and there always is some small level of ambient magnetic field, that is going to cause a small rotation in the polarization of that light. light that is at 90 degrees polarization with each other is not going to interfere, and the interferometer is going to therefore have a systematic bias when you have rotation of polarization. When you have the geometry so that everything is very flat and you have the magnetic field aligned in a way that you understand, this effect is reduced. But if your geometry is non-planar, you're going to have contributions to this which are noticeable at higher orders. That is what this paper is about.
Can you post it in the chat? I've got people asking.
Yeah, I just wanted to say before I post it, first of all, there's no first law for if they don't post papers because I'm going to post mine. Something that I rarely get from Globers in here, by the way, and I would like for you to hold your own people to the same standards. Don't tell me to go Google it. Don't send me a YouTube video. Send me papers from now on. Thank you.
Sure, I think I have multiple
I will
times. I
keep
agree with
that in
that. Good
mind,
on
There
you.
you
Taylor.
go.
I will.
Link is in the chat. I wanted to make that announcement first.
I
Also,
just
the
posted exactly the same link.
Cool.
You may
But the
not have
first-
access to it. So I'm not at my work office, so I don't have the ability to just download this, though it's probably on archive. Hold on, let me check.
Do we know who wears the pants in her relationship?
My husband.
It also doesn't
My husband
explain
does.
how magnetic fields, how you're using this to find when magnetism doesn't know where north
That's what
is.
I am. All I got told was that magnetism does not affect the gyros, and I posted a paper showing otherwise.
That's not what he said. What he said was that gyros work even in the presence of magnetic fields. And these ones do too. It's just that there is a higher order effect. Like, you have to look really carefully. If you look at these gyros, they're not talking about, oh, maybe it's the difference between 0 degrees per hour and 15 degrees per hour. They're talking about the difference between 15 degrees per hour and 15.0001 degrees per hour, or
What
something
quote
like
says
that.
that? What quote says
I
that in the
don't.
paper?
You're right. I don't have it. You're correct. I don't have it. A quote that says that, but
Or anything near it?
well, I mean, to be fair, you posted the paper and I found the paper and I explained my understanding of some of the basic physics involved, like what Faraday rotation is. That didn't exactly leave me an enormous amount of time to read the entire paper. So
my only claim was that magnetism could affect these things, and I substantiated that. So anybody saying that, oh, my claim disagrees with me or whatever garbage, no, my claim literally agrees that magnetism can affect ring laser gyros. That was my only claim.
Yeah, but you need to say by how much, Taylor. Right? Everything.
I don't.
There's no perfect system. So what is the order of magnitude?
My claim still stands.
Yeah, but is it significant?
Come on, Taylor.
Oh, well, it must not be. They could just delete this whole paper. It must not matter whatsoever.
No.
But it seems like from the paper that it can. The magnetic fields can significantly affect these.
Yeah, but what is the impact? What quantify the impact?
It doesn't matter. I was
Is it
so right.
significant?
I'm literally the person who like came in and backed you up for how you're technically right, and you're still substantively lacking a lot.
It doesn't matter.
Orders of magnitude do
I
matter.
just substantiated my claim.
I still think in
Alright.
this, if you're saying, like, what this would mean is ring laser gyroscopes, the Netflix documentary about Bob, how they're used in planes and ships all around the world is wrong. And the paper that reveals it isn't a paper titled ring laser gyroscopes actually detect magnetic fields and don't work the way we thought they did. The paper just happens to sort of have some mention of magnetism in it. This would be
That's
be
in the
upend.
title, dude. The magnetic bias sensitivity of ring laser gyros. That's literally
Bias
the
is-
title of the paper. It does not literally say like, oh yes, somewhere in the paper
Bi-
just mentions magnetism. No, that's what the whole thing's about.
That's not what I'm saying.
What
What
is
I'm
the
saying is,
sensitivity?
what I'm saying is this now finds north, right? The gyro compass with Bob's data, you can find north. And so what this isn't saying is bias. Bias is fine, but bias isn't north seeking, right? So what it's saying is magnetic bias can enter into these devices. Fine, my point still stands. That doesn't get you to finding north.
Okay,
You
my
don't
point
have enough
stands.
information to find north. So the suggestion that you're trying to suggest, the thing that you need to show is the device can't find north, or that it can
Nobody's
find
saying that.
north using magnetism, and you haven't jumped that.
Okay. Yep, they still can be affected by them.
Sure, yeah, they can be affected by some gyros can be affected by different forces, and other gyros less so, and they all still find out of infinite choices of where to put the axis. The axis could have gone through Indonesia, it could go through my house, but the axis goes through both of the cold poles, and every gyro on Earth detects it. Now, some of them, when they're subject to biases or not calibrated properly, don't find it as accurately, but they all still point roughly at it, and they all still say they're turning eastwards at 15 degrees per hour, regardless of where you put them, up high, down low, under the ocean, in bismuth chambers, whether you use light to do it or spinning masses to do it. They all say, this is a body, and there is an axis that is equal to my latitude, so at the equator it's 0, it's horizontal, that is going eastwards at 15 degrees per hour. And if that's magnetism, even though half of these devices cannot be confounded with magnetic fields, you're going to end up, well, these ones are affected by magnetism, but those ones are ether, and these ones do something else. Where
It says the ratio coefficient of the magnetic bias sensitivity to the non-planar angle is found to be a constant experimentally. For the first time in this paper, they have found that. And so they're talking about like improving the accuracy of it, because it says, hold on, it says such a magnetic bias degrades the accuracy of the gyroscope. So it must be to some significant degree that it can degrade the accuracy. I don't know how much of an effect it has, because it would probably depend on the field strength of the magnetic field. So it wouldn't be like one particular, constant from what I'm understanding, but it does seem like it degrades accuracy.
I'm sure they talk about it
Right.
in the paper. Do you have the full paper, Taylor, or have you only got the abstract like we do?
Oh yeah, I can access it in my station. Give me a second.
Taking Back Eden posted a screenshot of exactly the paper earlier. The paper title is Practical Method for Eliminating the Magnetic Bias Sensitivity of Square Ring Laser Gyros by Adjusting the Non-Planar Angle.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like, I think if it's affecting the accuracy, I agree. It will still detect, out of these infinite axes, it'll still detect pretty much the right one, but to within, a hundredth of a degree rather than a thousandth or something like that. And it will still call it 15 degrees per hour eastwards, but maybe a couple of, hundredths of a degree per hour up or down, better than the last one. It's not going to suddenly stop detecting 15 degrees per hour eastward by getting more precise, because it's getting more and more precise. We're getting closer and closer to the right number as we build better and better devices. But with devices from 100 years ago, you could already detect north, right? Sperry's gyro compass was at the turn of the last century.
Okay, so it says the error introduced is generally linear with respect to the magnetic field strength. So it says tests have shown that 36 Gauss field can be generated with a 2 ampere current. Yeah, so it actually seems like it's pretty significant effect when I just look it up. It says magnetic fields can significantly affect the accuracy of the ring laser gyro by introducing a bias or systematic error.
By how much?
Yeah,
Well, that's a good. It depends on the strength of magnetic field, as I mentioned earlier. That's what I thought it was, and yeah, that's what I just did.
So how strong is the magnetic field of the Earth that doesn't know north? We've got a magnetic field on the Earth. How strong is it? And are there other stronger magnetic forces? And if there are other stronger magnetic forces, then it gets harder and harder to say this thing could detect north using magnetism, because just being near a spinning plane engine probably, develops a bit of a. Hang on, would that create magnetism? Just spinning metal? No.
Yeah, just like the center of the Earth, spinning metal does not create magnetism.
Spinning that's not normal spinning metal. That's very hot spinning metal.
Yeah.
Hot spinning metal. It's not special for it.
Yeah, isn't.
No, it sure
what
isn't.
are you doing then when you use an electric motor as a generator?
You're
passing magnets past coils. That's it. You've got to pass it past coils. You've got to.
It'd be nice if we had coils in the Earth, wouldn't it?
Also, the core is made of iron, so.
Yeah. So is your suggestion this
Metal
paper
iron? I mean, liquid iron.
That magnetic fields are what gyro compasses and ring laser gyros and stuff, all of them are detecting?
Did I say that?
No. So what is your conclusion? Let's say this paper's right. Let's say you're right, and they can be greatly affected by magnetic fields. What is that? What is the next?
I don't claim to have an answer. All I said was a claim, and I gave some evidence for it. So that's about it. Now, what you want to make of it is your own, your own conclusion. I'm not making conclusions by it.
I am unable to find this paper on archive, which is really pissing me off.
I had way
I'd
easier of
sign
a
up.
time convincing ChatGPT that ring laser gyros are measuring the magnetic spin above us.
Sure. Yeah, but I mean,
Shocker.
ChatGPT is designed to buckle to your requests.
People say it measures the ether, but apparently the magnetic field is a associated with the ether or an aspect of the ether, something like that. So I
Well,
wouldn't know how to test it one way or the other, really. For people that say that. I don't know what it's actually detecting. If it's detecting the rotation, I mean, I don't know. I thought, yeah, I'd have some questions about that in general, but sure.
Why
What
don't they
is it?
use plastic gyros? Like, cause plastic are like non-conductive at all, like almost non-conductive, right? So.
Yeah, and
The
non-ferrous.
paper is in the chat.
What's this on? Talk us through it, Rui.
They always use metallic things that
paper
are
is in the chat.
super.
Thank you.
Okay,
And
so it's a ring
I've
laser
never
gyro.
used
Oh, the papers. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Also, dump this into ChatGPT, get it to read it for us, then we can ask it questions. I love doing this. So good. Then you can just go, does it say this? Does it say this? And it goes, on this paragraph, it says that. Ba-da-ba-da-ba.
Of course, it doesn't say the Earth's flat. I can already tell you that. So people are like, oh,
No,
your
no.
paper doesn't say the Earth's flat. Like, what's the point?
Yeah, no,
It
I'm not
assumes
going
a
to test it on
globe.
that. I agree, that's a shit.
There aren't any papers that say that.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know, but like, oh, if it mentions globe in the paper, like, this is all garbage or whatever, I can't use it for actually
Well,
the experiment that they actually did. Like, I can't even use it for the purposes of what they actually tested now because they mentioned globe. Okay.
There's
Yeah.
NASA papers that say that they have to treat it flat and stationary when doing
No,
things.
there aren't.
It doesn't say the
No,
Earth
yeah.
isn't flat either, so I guess none of us can use it. It's just stupid logic, to be honest. I know that was a stupid statement because it's going off stupid logic. We shouldn't do that.
Exactly. I think it's fair to try to pre-bunk that, but I don't think anybody should do that. So read
It
this
happened to me
paper.
3 times earlier today.
Well, what I do think is if the paper rests upon something that is necessary for the globe, right? So in the case of not ring laser gyroscope, but gyro compasses that work off the rotation of the Earth, then I think it is busted to use something from that paper to show that the Earth doesn't rotate, because because that is the fallacy of the stolen concept, where you're stealing an idea and saying this idea is right, despite the fact the supporting evidence is wrong.
You talking about the gyro compass?
Just generally, it's just generally about, it's the difference between saying that person's a glober, the person who wrote that paper is a glober, which I agree is bunk. But if the full text of the paper clearly necessitates globe, then yeah, you can't do that. That's the fallacy of the stolen concept. You are taking a bit of evidence and presenting it to us as true and saying, I know this is true because what led to it is false. Right? Do you get what I mean? Like if I said,
Can we let Dazza read out that section?
Thank you. This is from the paper. It's worthy to note that the magnetic biases of the laser gyroscopes will measure under a magnetic field of 200 Gauss, which is 400 times as strong as the geometric magnetic field. Therefore, the magnetic biases of the laser gyroscopes will become tiny enough to be ignored when the magnetic shield was applied. According to the experimental results, the method to eliminate the magnetic bias in squaring laser gyro proved to be effective. So they actually solved the problem under extreme circumstances.
oh my God, wrecked.
And you get that's in the title, right? It's solving the problem. The paper is about solving the problem.
Oh my God, so wrecked.
The problem that exists under a highly magnetic field, by the way.
Hold on. My only claim was still substantiated when your claim wasn't, but it's still wrecked somehow. I didn't claim that the magnetic field of the Earth was stronger than the compass. I wasn't claiming any of that. That's what you assumed I was claiming.
What you would then what you're saying is the argument I was presenting had no bearing on whether the Earth is turning. I've given up the debate of whether the Earth is turning. I'm now just randomly trying to find stuff to do with magnetism and ring laser gyros. The whole point of it needed to be the ring laser gyroscope is able to detect due north that magnetism doesn't know through some method other than detecting the rotation of the Earth. Maybe
it is
it's
able to
magnetism.
detect. It's
And
able
then-
to detect other things other than just the rotation. That was my only claim, and it stands. I never claimed it was strong in the magnetic field. I never claimed it couldn't be compensated for. None of that. So for you to say, "Oh, it's wrecked," like you're assuming that I was trying to make that claim when I wasn't. The only claim I was making was that other things can affect these machines. And guess what we found out after I was told I was wrong? We found out other things can affect these machines.
But that doesn't
That's it.
solve the problem of finding due north, or the
I never
problem
mentioned
that.
due north. You're mentioning due north. So like y'all
Then
are
you're just
assigning.
abdicating the debate. There's no. What
Y'all
you're
are
saying is,
you're
I'm
assigning
not wrong.
arguments to me. You're assigning arguments to me and then like trying to debunk them and then saying, "Oh yeah, look, her argument's wrong." When actually my only argument and my only statement was actually proven right. But nobody will acknowledge that in here.
Well,
You'll
I
always
just
try to
did-
falsely give me an argument to try to prove it wrong. It's hilarious, dude.
Well,
fair
So,
enough.
so if you
Then what
can't
I'm-
prove someone wrong, you're gonna make a new argument for them to prove wrong.
hey
This is
now.
hilarious.
Fair
That's
enough.
exactly what is
Then I think
happening.
what you were saying, okay, you weren't saying that, and I concede that that was straw manning what you were saying. Then it is necessary what you were saying doesn't at all address the point, and the point still stands and hasn't yet been debunked, that gyros can detect due north, not magnetic north, and magnetism isn't how they do it, because that wasn't the claim you were making. So you're stipulating that and sort of going, okay, I haven't rebutted that. That claim is
No,
still on the table,
agree with that statement.
unaddressed.
I agree with the statement that they can find due north. I don't think that would be, like a contingent thing for either model, really. So I don't even care that they could find due north. All I said was that external factors can affect these things. That's it. So, but I've actually had this happen to me a few times in here now, and I'm kind of like frustrated with it because like I make an argument, it gets substantiated, they put a new argument on me and then debunk it and then try to say that I'm wrong. So I'm tired of other people making arguments.
always
for me.
happens
To be
with
fair,
Midday.
that's how everybody feels
So-
in these conversations. Literally everybody
Okay,
feels.
now you're just gonna add more meta.
The thing
Right,
is
so-
there just wasn't any meaning
Alright,
to it to
I'm just
begin
not talking.
with. And
Alright,
I think
cool.
as you continued,
Yes, there
More
is.
meta. Let's just do
Okay,
meta.
well-
Let's just do a circle of meta. I was gonna say something about like ring laser gyros, but let's do more meta. Who else wants to do meta? Anyone else? I had a problem with my mom today, and she won't listen to me.
Well,
Well,
I thought you were going to go with ring laser gyros.
it's like saying if you dropped a 100-ton weight on it, it wouldn't work correctly. Okay, great. How is that relevant to the greater issue?
No, not breaking it, that its natural ability to detect the rotation of the Earth can also pick up other forces.
Okay.
That
And
was
we
my
asked
only
you for the
thing.
impact of that, Taylor. We asked you several times
Yeah,
to
apparently it's
quantify
significant enough
your statement in the context of
make
the
it inaccurate.
conversation, and you could not
Great
do
job,
it.
Taylor.
Yeah, but how
I
can
did,
she
yeah.
quantify it?
Apparently, it's enough to make it
inaccurate?
inaccurate to where they
How
have to
inaccurate?
compensate for it, right? So
We
apparently
don't see the
it's doing something.
And shield it.
We're
This
not
is
seeing
a
the
super
raw
high
data,
precision
right? All
gyro,
this
so
raw
it
data
can-
gets filtered through this sort of process they have, right? All the raw data is getting filtered. We do not see the raw data. They're filtering out the noise, the discrepancies, everything, and then the device is giving a reading. We never
It's like
see the
with
raw
saying I
data.
haven't
We
seen
just
something I haven't
assume
looked
the
for.
device
Surveying. It's
does
like with
what it
surveying.
claims, but we have
You
no
haven't-
idea
you
what's
haven't
going
looked for
on.
it, have you? I bet you could find raw data of these things. I bet you could find pages and pages of it. I bet you've
Well,
just
that's
never
your
looked.
claim, so support it in chat.
You're
I mean,
saying I
what do you
can't
want
find it.
from me?
Your claim is that I've looked.
I
Right?
can't find it. I've been looking for it while you guys been yapping
No,
about it. I'm like,
this
well,
could
let
be
me
a
look at the
competence
raw
issue.
data. I want to see what they're filtering out to get the results they're getting. Because she was talking about magnetism. So it's like, all right, I want to see how they filter magnetism. So let me see what they're filtering, all the noise, the background shit, to actually get this thing functioning properly in an environment that has so many variables that can affect it. All right, let me try and find that raw data. I can't find it anywhere. And maybe I'm not as good as you as looking for it. Maybe you can find it. But that's what I mean. Like, if we see the raw data, then we see what they're filtering to get the results they are. Well, that's kind of like, all right, well, is the raw data really telling us this or no?
Yeah,
So
the raw
just
data from Bob Nodell's shit was released, and he was really pompous about it. And I think it took the autards 19 minutes to make pretty pictures out of it. The raw data is not difficult to decipher, and it shows a consistent reading. There's nothing fishy going on.
Sharing it?
I don't have it on me. Someone might have the Google Drive link or a copy of the raw data.
Or the,
this was like
Bob's
3
data?
years ago. Yeah, Bob's data. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got it somewhere, and I did some analysis on it. Yeah.
Yeah,
It varies, like, between like 14.5, 15.5 degrees per hour. Yeah.
Correct. And you do also have to compensate. Here's a wrench thrown into the whole conversation. Temperature will have a bigger effect than a magnetic field. Boom, play with that one.
Boom. Like he's got some mic
Yeah.
drop. He's all impressed
Lots
with
of-
himself. I
Lots
love
of
it.
fields are going to be affected by many variables for sure.
Yeah, it's just a magnitude of effect. Like I gave an analogy in text chat. If you're measuring a piece of wood and you measure it to be 3 centimeters and then you slap it, some non-zero amount of material is going to be lost when you do that because you're introducing a force, et cetera, et cetera. So when you measure it again to be 2.999999 centimeters, for the sake of application, would you not call it 3 centimeters? We all would for the sake of the application that we're using. So when you're talking about an effect that has a magnitude so low that it has no bearing on the conclusion or what you're doing, it does mean fuck all.
So
Yeah,
I
but
did
in
find
that,
a.
yo, real
Oh,
quick.
sorry. Go ahead.
So it doesn't have to necessarily be like electromagnetism. There's like at least ferrous electromagnetism. There's all types of magnetism, guys. Like even in electrodynamic field theory or quantum field theory, like the types of fields that we're dealing with that are surrounding us in the medium around us could be affecting the laser gyro. Right? You guys are controlling for one type of magnetism, one of many. You guys agree with that?
No, I would disagree with that summary.
Well, either way, this technology isn't new. You know, they're using the fringe shift pattern in the gyro. It's no different than what the Michelson-Morley experiment, or more correctly, the Michelson-Gale experiment. They were testing, you know, lasers back then. Even Einstein, decades later, said, and I'm going to quote him right now. Einstein said in 1938. No, this is decades after the Sagnac effect. He said, quote, "The struggle so violently in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate systems could be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest, or the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems." And I mean, I could read on and on and on, because if you actually read Einstein's words, and I know I'm appealing to a glober here, but he even admitted that it's impossible. There's no experiment that can validate whether the Earth is in motion around the sun or the sun's in motion around the Earth. So this evidence that you guys think that you have right now, no, even with ring laser gyros, even with the interferometers, which he was very aware of. This is decades after Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Gale. He admitted in his notes that it's impossible to verify this. So your idea that you have some evidence here, exclusive evidence for the Earth's motion, is it's not evidence, because
Dude,
it could very well be ether drag.
So
You're
I think
just
it's
gonna have to
something
show
like
evidence of ether in the first place, so then we can determine that it's ether drag. That's
they
just
won't
a
even
proposition
acknowledge
without evidence.
if somebody was right and they were wrong. Like y'all won't even acknowledge that, because at the end of the day, I was right in my statement, and you still try to falsely give me a claim to say that I was wrong. But nobody actually said, you know
We're
what?
moving
Maybe I
on.
was wrong. Maybe magnetism does affect ring laser gyros. Never heard that one time. All I got was a
I
celebration.
backed you up when you said magnetism affected ring laser gyros. Okay, and I described explicitly the effect and how it happens. Don't keep on acting
Talking
like
to you, dude.
nobody gave anything that you said any time of day, because I
No,
did.
I'm not just
I
talking to
I
you.
found the thing, I explained exactly how you can have a magnetic bias in ring laser gyros. So please, be more careful with how you're talking about
Yeah.
this.
No, y'all need to be more careful. You need to tell your friends they're trying to celebrate a loss that they should control themselves.
No, I mean,
This is
when it
still
was
besides
thumbs
the
up,
point.
it still was like, okay, but this still doesn't matter what we're trying to prove.
How do you know?
Real quick,
we can-
earlier Q-Up said something very profound, that during the eclipses or the equinox, right? You said the equinox, right? Q-Up, that there's anomalies. And those anomalies can't be explained, and they affect, not only do they affect Foucault's pendulum, or any types of pendulums, they affect ring laser gyros. There's anomalies, and if what you're saying is due to the Earth's rotation, how come these things are being affected during the spin of the Earth? Like, why would it matter during equinox? The Earth's
Because
still
we have
spinning
other
at the
proofs
same
of
rate.
Earth rotation.
And there's also something called the Elias effect that actually Morwan brought it up earlier. We didn't get to talk about it. What do you guys think about the Elias effect?
Just as a small fix to what you had said, Einstein's quote, "Since then I have come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment, though the Earth is revolving around the sun." So please don't nitpick quotes if you're going to quote.
Hold on. Do you know what optics means in physics, bro?
Is it optics or is it optical? Because those would be
I'm
two
asking you
different
a
things.
direct question. What do you think optics means in physics? You think it's only exclusive to lenses or something?
No, it'll be a wide array, but that's still not the point.
It's light, dude. It involves light, all types of light. That's what optics is in physics.
You're done.
But that would include interferometry.
He is talking about optical experiments,
right? Which would include interferometry, which would include the ring laser gyro is an optical device.
He said it after Michelson Morley. You guys think he's not talking about laser gyro? A laser
Michelson
experiment?
Morley didn't have laser
no.
gyros.
Yes, I don't know why I said gyro, just laser.
Right, there'll be shared
No, they
experiences
didn't.
between experiments like that, and there are going to be aspects of it that are going to look similar, but they are not the same in conclusively not the same.
So yeah, Einstein said that in 1938 from the Evolution of Physics, co-written with Leopold Infeld.
That's fantastic. That doesn't do anything for the experimental data or the systems that we use, the precision that we're at. That says nothing to that. He could be wrong because he said it before 2025.
He wasn't
That's
wrong.
fine.
He wasn't wrong. This guy's just misinterpreting what he said because he doesn't understand that Einstein's whole deal was about the profound implications of the equivalence principle and the fact that locally you cannot tell the difference between, for example, an acceleration and a gravitational
That's just a
field.
mathematical ad hoc theory he came up with after the fact.
I get that, dude. It's all about your reference frame. You can't tell.
Well, Lion, don't you think the Aries failure actually decides which reference is moving? Like the starlight going through the telescope?
Oh, you mean Aries' success? Yeah, we can get into that. But I brought
think,
hold on.
I mean, I think that does falsify that claim, though. Like, I think that Einstein actually benefited from claiming this ambiguous, like, tantamount statement.
Absolutely.
When in fact there is a determining way to do it. So.
No, absolutely. Yeah. This is for him to state this so confidently that it's impossible to test whether the Earth is in motion or not because of your reference frame on Earth. He needs to say that
locally
to save the heliocentric model.
It doesn't need saving. That's the thing. And the other thing is, he said this before satellites. Did he not say this before satellites existed?
He said, I mean, he said everything before satellites existed because I'm pretty sure the first satellite was in like 57, and I think Einstein died in 56. I could be wrong on the precise dates, but the overall point still stands.
Okay, fine, but these are your priests.
This guy said a thing before satellites existed.
Also, he wasn't like on these issues when Einstein was talking about reference frames. He wasn't wrong. The theory of relativity, every precise prediction of that theory mathematically has been confirmed.
Except for at the quantum level and the galactic level, that's why they need dark matter. Don't leave that.
We don't have the ability to test the predictions of general relativity at those levels. So in a sense, like you're right, the theory clearly breaks down there, but we don't actually have a quantifiable thing where it's like this experiment should give this result, and instead it gave this result that we can apply to GR. The scale of the predictions in the parameter space that we are capable of exploring are simply too small.
Well, in the real world, when your car breaks down and it's not working, you got to either fix the car or get a new car. But at this point, you're at an ad hoc continuum, always trying to fix gravity and make it work. And I think it's
No.
time to just get a new car.
I mean,
Nobody is trying to fix gravity.
but you
No one
you
is
guys
trying
have
to
to
fix
understand
gravity.
that this isn't
You're trying to.
this type.
No one is
Go
trying to
ahead.
fix gravity. You're trying to poke holes in gravity.
Mond
Yeah,
is
and we
them
keep
trying
saying
to
We
that.
are, yes, we are.
gravity
And
genius.
demand
Absolutely.
explanations.
But
for
bro,
gravity.
but after arguing with Globers for years, like this is not obsolete, right? This isn't an obsolete idea. This idea still persists today. And when we try to ask them objectively, is a skydiver falling to the earth, or is the earth moving up to the skydiver? They won't give me a straight answer. They keep
We
invoking
give you
reference
straight answers.
frames and this and that, and
You do
coordinate
get straight.
acceleration versus proper acceleration. No, you don't.
I've
So
heard-
so
I've
so
heard
which one's
people-
falling?
I've heard people
Lion,
give
the
straight
answer
answers.
is both are valid.
Yep. The problem is
See?
the problem seems to be that when you ask for simple explanations and there aren't any simple explanations, you get complex explanations, and you don't accept the complex explanations.
They're not complex. They're
So-
just ad hoc.
Bro, no, according
ad
to
hoc, they're just
relativity,
complex.
there's no such thing as
so-
absolute motion, dude. You can't test for it.
You're right. You're
I
right.
believe. I mean, in my worldview, that skydiver is absolutely falling to the ground.
That's
Actually
cool.
accelerating to the ground,
but why is
regardless
this
if you
a
can
question, though?
measure the acceleration or not with an accelerometer. That skydiver is objectively falling to the ground.
Okay,
Incorrect.
what does that mean?
The ground
what does
is
that mean for the shape of
objectively
the Earth?
resting up to meet that
I
skydiver.
Yeah,
objectively
he's
did
not
not
objectively
vape.
falling to the ground. He's just objectively going to be dead if he doesn't pull his parachute. Okay, it doesn't really matter if he's going to the ground or if the ground's coming to him.
I objectively did not spit on that woman.
What if it's all accurate and it doesn't matter how you describe it, as long as you understand the interaction?
Yeah.
No, it
Why
matters,
we
bro.
keep talking
Because,
about
for
Einstein?
example, if I were to punch somebody in the face, right, is their face moving towards my fist, or is my fist moving towards their face?
If Winston
Objectively,
punches his wife in the
Oh.
face, is her face going towards his fist?
it's a
Both
it's a
is
big deal,
equally
dude.
valid, Lion. Lion,
No.
both are equally valid. All reference frames are equally valid.
If
Oh,
Witsit goes to jail again, is the jail
you guys
going
drive
to
me
Witsit, or
crazy.
is Witsit
I'm
going
gonna
to
back
jail?
up. I can't, dude. It's late, dude. I've been at this all day. I'm gonna back up.
All right.
Who was that Witsit one?
I'll be here all week, thank you.
Was it Q up?
Yeah, it's queue up.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
See, that's what I like about, like, at least the Globers and Flat Earthers, we can all get together and hate Witsit together now.
Yeah.
Dude,
To be fair,
I
we
give
hated him
props to
first.
Witsit.
True.
We did hate him first. That is.
But we woke up to the globe light first, so.
Oh, why do we hate him?
Because he's a cunt.
Lots
He's
of
a
lots
he's
of
with
I,
it.
thank you. You took the words out of my mouth. He's a fucking cunt.
So like, why do we hate him?
Because he's a cunt.
because he
A lot of people
lied.
lied about.
Because it's something
Literally,
about the vape gate
99%
thing
or
where
whatever.
he was in
Out of
he was in a really cold area, no one believed him, and then he was trying to get condensation from his mouth when he breathed out, but he used a vape instead. And then the other shit for the way he treats his
And
wife,
I was
etc.
I was the first person that that called him out on that, and he lied to me about not vaping, and then the footage came out of him vaping.
I don't know if you know what the word first means.
Did they sync? Did the vape? I heard about VapeGate. I didn't look into it, But did they sync? Did the footage from like the external view sync up with the footage from?
Yeah,
up
he
close?
vapes. He vapes as he's walking, then he vapes when he crouches. He's vaping. He's even fucking smoking cigarettes, vaping the whole trip. Like you can catch him in Jaren's footage, his body cam. Witsit just smokes all the time, bro. He's a whole and he pushes all this like health stuff now. It's hilarious.
He's a griftin.
Oh, he's definitely a grifter. He's good at debate.
The really
He's a
good one.
smooth talker.
I saw the really, really good one, and it was a guy who's talking about chemtrails and he's smoking. It was
Yeah,
a
I'm not
debate
gonna
with
bag that dude for
FTFE.
smoking. I could care less about his personal habits, as long as they're not like causing like harm to other people and shit. But he is good at debating. I'll give the boy that.
Maybe if you have no brain cells.
Yeah, you debate him? Have you debated him yet?
Yeah, I
He's
have.
Oh, I'm
scared of
small
debating
fries for
me.
him, but like he's scared
Who?
to debate anybody with higher
Yeah,
than a
yeah,
high
yeah.
school diploma.
Yeah, because that's what it seems like, right? So who here debated him?
I did
to debate
briefly.
then.
I did briefly. We were in Gems, and he was talking about photography, so I jumped in.
Did you record it?
Oh, I wish. No, it was on Gems.
Oh,
somewhere.
you did. It wasn't like a
I
formal.
have one brief interaction with him.
I've done it for years and years and years.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
No, because I've
Call
seen.
him out
I've
every time
seen.
he's wrong about fucking radium.
I watched some of his debates, man. The kid, he tricks people up good. He is good at getting people like tied up in what he's saying.
All right.
Yeah, because he says stuff that he has no idea what he's talking about.
That's
Right, but you can agree with me. He's good at debating, right? That's all.
No, I can't. I
Like a
have
marathon
literally sat
runner
here and disagreed
is
with you.
good
that
at
he is
tripping his
terrible at it.
opponents. But
He's good at being weaselly. Is
Hey now, we are a proud
Negator.
people.
Well, that's kind of what debates are, right? I've heard quite a few people talk outside of their mouth.
I demand
Yeah.
you retract that statement. Us weasels are a proud people.
The
His
only
name's
thing,
Weasel Tapioca. You fuck.
the only thing
Actually,
Winston is good
pudding
at
cake.
is making word salad. Like that's it. That's all he's good at.
All right, so
It's not
I
even
found
a-
the
oh,
clip. I
stop
found
it.
the clip where I met Witsit on YouTube. I'm posting it in the text chat. It's pretty funny, in my opinion.
Yeah, I remember watching
I
this Professor
suspect.
Dave one, and he absolutely crushed them. Like, just destroyed them on, like, like 10 ways from Sunday.
Oh, you
It
mean
was
that time
when he
he
shit on the
used
board and knocked
at
over the
that time
pieces.
he used a thing that shows the Earth and the Sun and the galaxy are all moving in order to say that the Earth isn't moving and is at the center of the universe?
But
That
you
debate,
think
because that was
Professor
hilarious.
Dave?
You're
Do you
correct.
think you think Professor Dave won that debate?
No, I think both of them were terrible in that debate, and Winston said some stuff that was very, very funny to
But do you
somebody
think
who
you think
studies
Winston won it?
cosmology.
Who
No.
would you say like the grand
That's
winner
like
was?
asking who wins in a pig
Uh-huh.
fight. Like nobody wins that. Everybody's just dirty at the end.
It's a debate. There's a winner and loser. Come on, let's be realistic. You know what I mean?
Every side always
it's a
claims
pig
their
fight.
own side.
That
wins,
ain't dirt,
right?
my friend. That ain't
I've
dirt.
never seen creationists say that Ken Ham's lost a debate.
I'll say that.
Yeah, he's got a perfect record.
No, I'm just trying to get honesty
for
here,
sure.
right? Like,
Wait a
see if
minute.
people can move past their bias and
I'll
answer
be-
truthfully. That's all I'm really kind of.
Are there any?
I'd be happy to
Are there
say.
any debates that was absolutely crushed, like specifically?
Yes.
Yeah,
Like
that's
absolutely demeaned.
With me.
Just curious.
Anytime he was
Anybody-
with McToon or FTFE.
All right, let's
Ooh.
preface that. Let's
I
preface
gotta
it.
be honest, bro. I think McToon probably ate
recorded.
the shit most out of like most of Austin's debates. Like he probably ate most of the shit ever.
Well, not anymore, bro.
You can't reference McToon. He just ate total shit.
Yeah, well, Witsit just ditched the community, and now McToon owns him all the time, and Witsit doesn't say anything back, so doesn't matter.
Oh, so okay. So then my question just doesn't matter. All right, never mind.
It matters to me, Riggs. It matters to me.
I mean, I thought it just mattered because that was the question.
Just think they're flat earthers gonna join Flat Earth tomorrow and be like, "Who's Witsit?"
I think if
I-
people are
it's such
being
a happy
honest,
thought.
dude, they
I didn't hear anybody like speak up and go, "Oh, absolutely, this one got demolished." I didn't hear that, so
Yeah,
I guess that's the
true.
answer.
Like somebody didn't answer you. That you can believe that.
Which debate that's recorded? Like, show me, because I've never seen him like get destroyed in a debate. That's why I think he's good. I think he's clever.
That's kind of why I was asking because I wanted to watch it. Yep.
It's not him, bro. It's
debate com,
the flat Earth
debate com.
ether position is very easy to defend.
I think when you say that, you're ignoring the substance of what was said.
No, I'm just keeping it in context of debating because it was just an opinion. That's all I threw out there. It was just opinion. I think he's good at debate. That's all. You know, if
Right,
you
right,
disagree,
but
that's fine. I'm just trying to figure out why.
Yeah,
We
who's
can hear your
using a
hair dryer.
table saw right now?
We're a hairdryer.
Yeah, protect them fingers, man. Watch them fingers.
Is that me? I was watching. This
Fingers are optional.
True.
Just some casual late night Discord and circular sawing.
I do think Witsit does pretty well in debates. Like,
Hey,
if
it
you're
isn't honest.
comparing him, if
He's
you
good
like,
at the
he
art.
will stay on the point. He will make relevant rebuttals, and he will point out where other people are dodging points or missing questions. Like, obviously, I think he's wrong in his conclusions, but we've got to compare him to other people who get to the point of just screaming and shouting. Like, I think he does a very big grandstandy thing a lot of the time, where he goes, globers are all like this, and just talks past one glober who is present about other globers who aren't. But I also think there are like very shit ones on the globe side too sometimes. Like Professor Dave makes really good videos, but I think he argues terribly.
He's
when
an idiot, dude.
He
He
is
dude's
when
an
he's just
idiot.
He's not an idiot.
He's so off. He's so far out of his element. It's just.
I think FTFE is
Does,
worse.
does the flat earthers literally here talking
Like,
about
like
how
imagine,
it's straight?
imagine that
Like,
being
that's
your representative. You guys are
the
cool with
pure
that being your
projection.
representative?
But
Is
remember,
amazing.
you guys have Oakley on your side and QE, and no, like I've never heard more obviously overtly dishonest debaters than those two. They force you to say certain words. They argue by definition constantly, and then they mute you so you can't make your point. It's so obviously dishonest.
Yeah, see, probably the most dishonest of any host of any part of the debate, any debate, probably the most dishonest back and forth of any exchange on the internet is Nathan Oakley.
Yeah,
It's good to hear.
About anything.
He even made a video with me where somebody came back to me and were like, "Oh, you got wrecked by Nathan in that debate the other night." And I was like, "How did I get wrecked?" Like he said, "What do you think?" And I said, "I think it was ring laser gyros. Sorry, gyro compasses. Could have been celestial navigation." And he instantly started insulting me, and I started laughing because I thought it was really funny. Like after it was going on for about 2 or 3 minutes, I just started giggling because I thought it was funny. But I also thought that would be a funny undertrack for his voice, just screaming these really weird insults that are really homoerotic and filled with invective. It's hilarious. And he cut all of that out and then recut the video so it's me going, "Oh, please explain to me how you think sextants work," and then cut to a completely different person explaining it. And then cutting back to me going, "Huh, that makes sense." As if that had happened. Like it was just so obviously a lie. And he kept it on his original one, so you can just go back and play it. And it's like, yeah, he screamed at this guy for 10 minutes and then the subject changed.
That's the CBS method.
It's so dodgy. Yeah, I'm glad you see that, Riggs, because
That's
I'm
hilarious.
amazed when people don't.
He doesn't allow
It's difficult to listen to people.
He doesn't
Yeah,
allow
when you listen to
screaming, dude. But he'll cut the shit out of you out and then edit it out.
Yeah. Like just even in the debate, like same as QE. Like QE will stick to one definition. If you defend why you're using a word a different way or ask what mass is, he just sort of sticks something in the chat, demands you agree with it because somewhere it was written online, and then says you're wrong if you don't agree.
QE cites every single thing though that you have to give him that. The dude cites everything, and if you don't come with citations, forget it.
memorized.
He's just gonna lay into you. But
No,
he
it
has the
doesn't mean the
citation to
argument's
back up
good.
every single one of his arguments, and
Does that
every.
mean it's good?
It
I
means
can
it's
cite
like
everything
it's.
in my argument, but is every citation true?
That's how you have to debate with him. If that's what
But
you.
he doesn't do that. I do that. I present citations that show that gyro
Dude, he cites
detect the
every word,
rotation of Earth.
every
He cites-
definition he goes with. He cites
shit
it.
things. He cites a kindergarten page for kindergartners, like a
I've never seen that.
made page for kindergartners on the water of level of water being flat when it's from NASA, but it was a kindergarten program. Another one where he's defining gyro compasses. He finds an article that is listing like a cheap, almost like print mill dumb science website listing all of the different kinds of compass, and it gets it wrong. It kind of inadequately describes gyro compasses when one of the things it's talking about is a gyroscopic heading indicator that you set to north and leave it there. And he ignores the fact that I can present citation after citation after citation after citation, manuals, scientific papers on the gyro compass clearly detecting the rotation of the Earth. And he
but you have to
all of those are thrown
cite it.
out because I've got one shit up. No, I'm saying I've got those citations. I've got
That's what I
thousands.
mean. It's a citation war.
But he won't
That's
show it.
what
He won't
QE
read them. He won't concede to them. He will just stick to his dumb one.
Well, I've never seen anybody bring him down through citations.
Exactly, because he refuses to accept them.
Also, his own.
No, I'm saying like over on the other server, like he's
Or you'll get
challenged
muted.
multiple people, and I've never seen anyone like go engage into the citation war.
No,
and
it's
refute his
that's not how it
citations
works.
with Other
He doesn't
citations.
have conversations. He has basically he starts the engagement, and then as soon as you say anything, he gets triggered. You get muted, and then he just talks shit to the person that doesn't get to respond. That's like I don't think he's ever had an actual back and forth with anybody.
Yeah, I tell you what I've
longer
never
than
seen.
I've seen it a few times. I've seen it quite a few times.
What I've never seen is either of them in an open debate.
Yeah, they never go off their own platform. They won't even go to places that are neutrally moderated. Let
Also,
alone
you
to
don't need to refute QE. His own citations refute him if you just read the next paragraph. Always,
90%
without
of the time,
fail.
you find the source, and it's from something about how the Earth turns, or the very next line says the opposite. But this is not the case after shielding for da da da.
Yeah, but is it part of the citation? You know, that's kind of the
No,
thing
it's
where it's
cherry
like,
picking. You're just saying it's fine to pick out a cherry, despite the fact the whole bush.
no,
says it.
it's either part of the citation or it's not, right?
It's ridiculous, man.
Cherry picked means
You're better than that.
removed from context.
No, I mean, I'm just going off like the way he discusses things is very, factual. Like every word, every meaning, and everything he says, he provides a citation. That's how he wants
The
it discussed.
citations regularly disagree with him. The citations regularly.
The
disagree with
citation itself says what the citation says.
No, I've seen him post something where he said, "What's the second law of thermodynamics?" And the person 2 words into their answer said "closed system," and he muted them and said, "There's no such thing as a closed system." And then he was challenged to present his definition of the second law of thermodynamics. And he's normally like, "Bang! It's already in the chat. Don't even need to ask for it. It's already in the chat." Took him like 10 minutes. And then when he did eventually post it, he'd taken out the word closed system out of his quote. But if you clicked on the article that he linked to, it said closed system in there. And he'd gone in and changed his own citation so the text that appeared in the chat was different to the text it was linking to by removing the word that he said the other guy was wrong on. He always, his citations disagree with him. It's just that none of you guys check them because you think he's speaking
Yeah,
gospel
of course I
truth.
do.
But if you check him hostilely, I guarantee you would find him lying tomorrow.
I don't trust anybody in this community.
Find him to be a liar tomorrow.
You're defending a boxer.
That's the
And
smartest
then
thing I
saying,
heard all
yeah,
day.
he wins by kicking everybody in the nuts, but like he's the best nut kicker boxer. So if you go in the boxing ring with him, you better kick his nuts too. But like,
oh, there you go.
Yay!
that kind of sums it up, right? If
Yeah,
you don't
that's a
kick
weird
him in the
position to
nuts, then
take.
you're gonna get kicked in the nuts, right? That's how I see it. Like he wants you to fight the way he fights. He's gonna bring you down to
does he?
his
That
style.
means I can mute him. Can I mute him? Does he ever go anywhere he can be muted, or
He doesn't
that
have
can't
mute. He
maliciously
doesn't have
mute
mute
them?
authority in that server.
That's
He
a
doesn't
lie.
have that.
That's a lie.
Oh,
He's got
bullshit.
authority to. He just doesn't have the button. But the moment
Well,
he says
direct.
mute
Let's
this
see,
guy,
direct, right? He has
person gets
indirect,
muted.
right?
He hides behind.
Is there
he
any
hides
time
beh-
he asks for a mute and doesn't get it?
He hides
No.
behind.
Yeah,
Nathan's
sometimes.
shirt.
Sometimes.
No.
Sometimes all the mods are like sleep. You know what I mean? They kind of
Exactly. The mods are sleeping.
takes
Exactly.
forever.
Well, no, if he
Otherwise,
can't
they would
mute,
do it.
he'll leave.
Exactly. He just leaves.
Ah,
He won't.
I don't know.
No. I've been through
yeah.
this with him. If he can't get what he wants, like immediately he'll leave.
I haven't seen it, but yeah, I mean, I'm not going to doubt you on it.
I wonder why you haven't seen it.
Yeah, he'll say he was abused and then run off.
Maybe. I mean, if it is true, I'd say because I'm kind of new to the community.
Well, I think if you check through his own sources, just next time he posts a citation, ask yourself, A, is this relevant to the debate? Because he often just switches the debate. So the person will be making a cogent point and they'll say the word mass, like, oh, you get a spinning mass. And he'll go, what's mass? Define mass. And then start playing a citation game about something that's completely tangential to what the person's saying. Right? He just
You know
picks
what
a
else
random
is-
word out of what you says and
mock
goes,
technique.
I've got a copy paste for that. And he slams the copy paste in the chat and forces the discussion to be about that. Even if you go, okay, let's use something else. Mass is not necessary to my argument. Let's talk about something else. He won't let you move from that point because he's got a link on it and he's got a script that he runs where he goes, but mass is meant to be resistance to acceleration. So how can you say matter is resistance to acceleration? How can you say that F equals ma when A is resistance to acceleration? That means F equals m times the resistance to acceleration. Like he just says dumb
That's
things.
not what A means. Why would you think that's what A means? That's not what A means. Why are people like this?
Sorry, M is resistance to acceleration times
Yeah,
acceleration.
the amazing part about that is that flat earthers
dramatically changes how angry I get.
flat earthers always have a problem with base units.
Yeah, Globers too. I agree.
No, base units are tough, but the flat earthers for some reason
Yeah, they
have
are
a
tough.
problem with all
Yeah,
the base units.
Globers have
You know,
trouble with
base
base
unit. the base unit.
Ever
Of
watch?
This adds
Ever-
nothing, NASA. Nothing.
Well, there's 7
Ever
base
watch
units.
the
and they have
Flair
power.
two-dimensional analysis? It's hilarious.
Right. Yeah, unit analysis is always a.
You know,
They come
what's,
up.
what
They can
even,
come up
what's
with the
even
right number.
crazier is that I was banned from the Fed server because I told them I didn't believe in Jesus, and Nathan and QE and Righteous Force and what's her name? I think name's biblical literalist or something like that. I don't know, but they're all like extreme biblical literalists.
Oh my god!
So I just like really?
How extreme? How extreme?
I don't know how extreme, but I mean, many of the people in that group identify basically by that take, and they specifically hang out with those people, like as like managing their server, managing like very close friends. They go on camera together and stuff. Like,
Well, they
so
were
I'm pretty
it is,
sure.
I would say predominantly religious community, but I don't see the negative in that. You know, that's
What I'm
failing to-
trying to say is essentially that it's like the wolf leading the sheep. Like
but they
the
don't
way
argue. They don't argue
dude.
with religion. They don't say,
I-
"Oh, this is because
I'm not,
of
dude,
that."
I'm not
because the Bible
perfect, dude,
says
but
it."
Go ahead and speak. That's fine. I wasn't, going to say anything else anyway.
real quick, Oakley's a horrible representation. Like he really is, dude. That dude got
That's the point.
Good on
Don't
you
look
guys.
at us. We didn't. Don't look at us. We didn't elect him.
Well, other people repeating the things they say, or hanging out in the rooms they do, or sending the money on live chats, or just cucking to their every wish and demand. I would be calling it out if our community was coalescing around somebody who was behaved like him and argued as dishonestly as him. I would start to doubt my community and like get up the other people. I don't care about that person. Like when it comes
You
to
guys
Oakley
trust
and Dewey,
politicians.
they're busted, right? They're clearly busted individuals. So no, I
you-
shouldn't care what a busted individual's doing. I care what all of the sane individuals who are following
Well,
them are doing.
It's
What are you
entertainment.
doing?
know his
What do you mean
background,
by
right?
busted? What do you mean by busted?
Oh, they're,
You
they're
know
clearly
his
mentally
background,
deranged.
right,
They're
Eggs?
not okay.
You
They're
know
not
his
an okay
background,
person.
right? You know that's all entertainment. Like his
Well-
whole angle is entertainment. Like what he's trying to, you know what I mean? Do I think? I think he
don't think
believes
that-
the Earth is flat. Well, I think he understands it. No, I don't want to say believe because I know
Wait,
that word.
whose background?
Nathan.
Whose background's entertainment?
Yeah, he's an
I
actor.
used to want to be an actor.
Yeah, why do you guys
Yeah.
keep repeating his stuff then?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
What do you mean?
So if it's all, so if it's
Some
all
people.
so if it's
The
all
argument is
artificial-
not invalid because of the
Dude,
source.
hello.
The argument
Yeah,
is
pretty
the
much.
argument.
No, sometimes the
Why do
argument is.
you why do you look?
You're going to use Nathan Oakley as a source.
Yo, hold
and
on,
you-
hold on. There's somebody trying to get in, guys. Hold on. Astro, what you saying, dude?
Yeah, if it's all artifice and entertainment, why are you looking to him for science?
Kind of.
Who said I'm looking at him for science? It's just
You-
like
Well,
he's in a
I
quiet
hear a
case.
lot
Some people like it, others don't.
I hear a lot
heard
of
all this
I don't.
shit.
I'm not a fan personally. I don't like the going all in on people. I just don't like it. It's not for me. I don't want to listen to somebody tell someone else off. It kind of gets,
You
you know.
spread the
it's
good
like, oh,
news.
Yeah, yet your fellow.
I mean,
your
can
fellow
you just
florists
say that
all
he's a
parrot his
liar
shit.
and just move on?
okay, so every bad person that believes in the globe is directly
No.
related to you, NASA. Use some logic. Come on,
I'm
add
just-
something.
No, but people don't parrot what I,
I just
say.
was
He makes,
asking a
he and
basic
QE make
question.
up
I mean,
shit.
could we just say he's a liar and move on? Like, could everybody
mean,
disagree?
I mean,
Yeah.
him and
Or
QE, they make
I
up
think
shit
it's
and
the
then
easiest thing
everybody
to
parrots it.
do.
So how about those gyro compasses?
Oh yeah, I got some updates on them.
Oh,
So
hell
that
yeah.
what's the
paper,
raw
it
data?
doesn't seem like they actually tested any gyro compass. They were just proposing a practical method for how they could reduce the magnetic influence and the effect. And by the way, if you
They
actually read one
definitely
sentence
tested gyros.
before that sentence that guy posted, it'll say like they weren't completely able to reduce it. They were able to reduce it. They weren't able to completely even eliminate it in this practical experimental model. So it doesn't seem like they actually tested it to show yes this can be eliminated. That's why it's called an experimental model and a practical application of how this could be done. And I'm reading newer papers right now about how this is still an issue and they have not been able to isolate the magnetic effects or make it to where the magnetism does not affect the ring laser gyroscopes. That's still a problem today.
You were talking about 36. You were talking about what? 36 Gauss.
Oh yeah, they actually said I had the numbers actually on there. I was about to read them earlier, but somebody interrupted me. about how much of an effect it has. It depends on the strength of the magnet.
Well, 36 Gauss is about what, 1 million times stronger than the electric field of the
I
Earth?
would imagine if there is an effect,
So
they
for the
would.
hypothetical, in this case, they used the magnetic field much stronger than the Earth. Now, I'm not even sure if they actually practically test it. Seems like some practical application of how it could be done, experimental model of how they could eliminate it, but I'm not sure that they actually have eliminated it. When I look it up, it says no, they haven't eliminated magnetic influence.
Hang on. Did you read the paper?
Yeah,
Did you get to
I just
section
read the whole
4 where
paper.
it says experiment results? This method has been proved effective by the following experiments.
Proved.
Did you get that far?
Well, it says it's just some practical model of how it could be done. I don't know if they simulated it. It doesn't really explicitly say whether they physically did it or not.
Yes,
it's just saying this is a practical way of how they could have done it.
Doing it.
That was
They
on a
didn't.
particular
Yes,
type
it
of
does.
laser ring gyro, wasn't it? Not a mechanical gyro compass, right?
No, it wasn't a mechanical gyro
I think
compass.
Taylor just misspoke at the start. Yeah, you said gyro
If they
compass at the
prove
start, but it
stuff,
could have been because I just said it. You're clearly talking about
This
RLGs.
this
This
paper
is a
has
prove stuff,
method.
then why do they
no
keep doing
graph
science
of
experiments?
But it's a
experimental data.
What does
practical
it tell
method.
you? Can I ask
They don't
you,
specifically
Taylor?
say whether they've done it necessarily or not.
They
They're
did not.
proposing a method for how to do it.
They did not. Yes, Taylor, they did not do it. This is a proposal paper. These are valuable contributions to the scientific literature, but this paper did not include experimental data.
What?
They have one table here, but I don't really know exactly what they're doing with this table, because generally a table is a pretty shit ass way of presenting results if a plot is at all like available.
Well,
So
There's
I
literally a
I've
section
plugged
called
it into.
experiment results.
Yeah, I've plugged it into.
It's very ambiguous.
ChatGPT, and it's also, well, ChatGPT is also saying they did test it. They've done an experiment. So where are you getting tapioca? Where are you getting with Taylor? 'Cause Taylor's just saying, I'm not saying they did say they did do it.
This is a proof of concept. That is, the intent is to follow it up with like a more thorough paper.
But that's
No,
always
experiment
every
results.
paper ends that
I'll
way.
quote. This method has been proved effective by the following experiments: LG1 and LG2, which are the same type of commercial ring laser gyros, will be taken for example. LG1, blah, 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 blah. They've used identical equipment and got different results.
They don't have any materials or method section whatsoever. There's no method
Well,
section.
they don't have that in the PDF that's shown. Sometimes that's in a different PDF. Also, I do want to walk back what I was just saying, because I think that I was confusing this with another paper that I was just reading. So
Well, whenever I
apologize.
ask AI about it, and hopefully anybody else can in here, it says that the practical method for eliminating the name of the paper, proposes a technique to reduce sensitivity, and then it says practical method for reducing magnetic sensitivity and context suggests their approach is applicable to real operational ring laser gyros. However, based on the available information, it's not explicitly stated that the authors themselves built and deployed a fully active
Have you
laser
read the
gyroscope
paper?
using this method.
They're not meant to build it. They're not meant to build their
Focused
own
on a
RLG.
theoretical modeling, simulation, and validation of the method for practical use.
All right, I'll quote the paper again.
You've asked the wrong
According to
question.
the
I understand what you're saying.
experimental
I
results.
also find it confusing.
Hold on.
It's not
But
confusing. You've
According
asked
if you
to the
look through the
experimental
if you look through the text of the paper too, it also kind of talks ambiguously like this is what can be done, this is what can be done. So it's a little bit confusing. I acknowledge that.
Listen to this one line.
got
According to the
Okay.
experimental results, the method to eliminate the magnetic bias in square ring laser gyroscopes is proved to be effective.
Yeah.
How can
Yeah,
you
it's
possibly
not
read
it's
that
not
any
clear.
other
There's
way?
no materials or methods whatsoever in this paper.
Taylor, can you reread the thing that you just read out saying it didn't work? Because I think that said they didn't build their own RLG, and I think that's what you're assuming. But they, in their paper, they used available ones. So if you've asked it the question of did they build their own RLG, of course they said the AI has come back and said no.
I was wondering if they actually did an experiment. There's no graphs on here. There's no results data table. This is just a table of like a concept.
There's a table. I
There's no
wish they had
graph?
done stuff where there's a graph. Those are a lot easier to read, but there are experimental results. Okay, in a
Like-
table, if the results are not from the work done for this paper, then you always include a citation in the table for exactly the screenshot that Writing on Eggshells just posted is that table. If that table was not from the present work, you would have citations for each of those rows. Those are
Can
not
I?
there, and it is
Okay, let
unambiguous
me.
based on reading the text of the paper that this was experimental work. Do I
Yeah,
wish
it
they
go.
had included a more visually obvious presentation of the data? Yes, but they didn't.
Can I
There's no
point out how
materials. There's no
incredibly
material section whatsoever, or any
In this,
supplementary data. But it doesn't. But not all papers have to have supplementary data. But anyway, I do want to
can
read
I
this one sentence. It says the magnetic bias of LG1 was reduced from 37 to 2.6 hertz, and the magnetic bias of LG2 was reduced from 66.4 to 0.8 with this practical method. So
so
yeah, even if it was done, which I'm a little bit unclear of at the moment, if they actually did it or not, it didn't completely eliminate it. Okay, but yeah, and then
so
they're
Taylor,
saying basically they're proposing this method. Yeah, so I don't know. It could go either way.
if they didn't do it, what that means is when asked to present evidence that should make us think that RLGs find due north through detecting the rotation of the Earth, you chose a paper that might not have done a study. So I wouldn't argue for maybe they didn't do it, because otherwise that
Well,
means
my
you found a
only
study
okay,
proposing something that hadn't found anything and presented that as proof that something had been detected.
okay, I got you. I understand that and I acknowledge that. What I was trying to show with this paper was that it is a real thing for
Sure.
the magnetic field to affect ring laser gyroscopes. That was really the only
Absolutely.
thing I was trying to say. And for that purpose, I would say that we need to make sure in the future we need to isolate these variables. We need to like put it in, some Faraday cage, or try to eliminate the magnetic exposure or whatever. That was my only
Is the
purpose of
we there
saying it.
though?
Yeah, except
Because
that the
Magnetic
because
field
if this is
parallel to
affecting
Faraday.
bias, it's still going to be detecting the axis of the Earth to within a very high degree of accuracy and the rotation of the Earth to in a very high degree of accuracy. So when you put on this shielding now that protects it from very, very, very large magnetic fields, this study, if taken at face value, says the already very precise RLG gets even more precise. It doesn't get anywhere close to saying it stops detecting 15 degrees per hour on a very
I
specific
never said it
axis.
stopped detecting it. Like I would never have even imagined that. Like I know it does, and I know it can
Right.
find north. I know all these things. Like why would I dispute that?
Because
I
then
know it
then
works.
what
That's
you're
crazy
saying
for
is,
me.
so what's then the relevance of whether this is affected by magnetism? What
My
relevance
only
does that
relevance was
to our
that
discussion?
kind of like what I was saying earlier about the theodolites. Isolate all the variables so we can really look at what's happening. That's it.
But if you admit that the gyro does find due north even with these variables and just finds it more precisely when you manage to shield it against very strong magnetic fields, for those rare ones that are in strong magnetic fields for some reason, like it's getting further and further. It's getting closer and closer to globe, right? We're getting more and more precise globe numbers, and it's not like it's going to flip from 15 degrees per hour eastward to the north. Geographic north-south no longer means anything, which is a flat Earth, stationary Earth. Due north doesn't really mean anything, and 15
I
degrees per
agree with
hour
that.
isn't. What is due north on a flat Earth, on an Earth that doesn't spin? Where
The
is it?
north would be the magnetic North Pole, whatever the magnetic North Pole is. I
Yeah, but
don't think that would be exclusive either.
No, we talk about true north. We don't talk about magnetic north usually.
Okay,
No,
well,
magnetic
magnetic
north
north would
exists.
be my answer, I guess.
Well, we don't
It
use
moves.
magnetic north though. We use true north.
Whatever's
Yeah.
whatever's the center of whatever's rotating in that case.
That's true north.
Ah,
Okay.
something's rotating.
I don't know. All I'm saying is for the ring laser gyros, we need to like isolate all the variables. That was all I was
We
saying.
haven't isolated any variables, though.
Taylor?
Except the magnetic.
I'm a big
the mag-
fan
the
of isolating
magnetism.
variables.
The magnetism of the Earth is 1,000,000 times weaker than the number you gave. That they were.
Than what they were testing. We don't know
Right.
what levels would or wouldn't affect it. That's just the level they chose to test it at. They're not saying it does not affect it at lower magnetism.
Yeah,
That's just
1,000,000
they
times weaker.
chose to
linear.
use the
It
magnetism
was a linear
400 times
relationship,
stronger.
right?
A
They
million
said it was
They chose
a
to use
linear
that magnetism.
relationship.
They're not saying other ones won't though.
1,000,000
Was
times weaker
that
than what they
magnetic bias
proposed.
in
It's
hertz?
not 1,000,000. It was 400 times weaker. I'm sorry, 400 times stronger was the magnetic strength that they chose to use
Well,
for
you
the
said it was
purposes of this
36.
experiment.
You said it was 36 Gauss, and the magnetic field of the Earth is like 36 nano Gauss, right?
This says the 200 Gauss, which is what they used.
The Earth's field
which is
assertion about
400
half
times as strong as the geomagnetic field. That's the magnetism they
Yeah.
chose to use for the purpose of the experiment. They were able to reduce it with this method, whatever they did with that, and then they were able to reduce it. But they don't say what level of magnetism does and doesn't affect it necessarily.
Yeah, you said it was a linear effect.
Yeah.
Linear to the magnetic field, right?
Yeah, they said that somewhere in this paper. If you want me to find it, I can.
Oh, it's say
So if it's 400 times bigger, then the effect in the real world is 400 times less.
So you'd have to compare the magnetism and the effect in each, but
Yeah, it's only 400
Yeah,
times
that's the
less.
point. Is that you can reduce that effect with the presence of shielding. So 200 Gauss is 400 times stronger than the Earth. The Earth, I mean, and this is true because the Earth, generally the rule of thumb is that the Earth's magnetic field is half a Gauss. So 200 would be 400 times stronger.
So I think that they were trying to get a really strong effect though on the gyroscope just to make sure they could
to
accurately
measure it.
shield it.
Yeah. It's always better to make the effect really strong so that you can look at the data and compare it to a model. And that model in this case is going to be mostly linear because probably at some extent somewhere there's a Zeeman effect or something like that. And so it's going to be linear until you get to the quadratic Zeeman effect, which is a second order process. So, yeah.
There's other papers too I can reference where they're talking about how magnetism affects gyroscopes. If you don't like this one.
Yeah, if you
Oh,
could
there might
with like a magnitude, the magnitude of that error, that would be great.
There might be a butterfly somewhere in the Congo that's flapping its wings that might have an effect on this experiment too.
Yeah, you're still
Never
going to end
know.
up with the correct
If it's
axis,
shown to affect it, then maybe you should make sure there's no butterflies around. That's it.
Well, no, the
Murder
butterfly,
all butterflies.
what
the
that would
butterfly in the
suggest is
Congo is going to flap its wings. So
whatever this
All of
confounding
them should
effect
be
is,
protecting from magnetism, whatever that may be.
They,
but
just
what
to
this
make sure.
confounding effect needs to be able to do is find true north as if the Earth is turning, right? So these
Same thing with
butterflies
the
or these
temperature.
magnetic fields or anything with the temperature. Yeah, how can the temperature know what north is and how fast
I
it's
agree.
spinning?
So if temperature fluctuates the results, then make sure the temperature and the magnetism is not a factor when you're doing these
And
tests.
all you will find with that is more and more precisely do you measure exactly the axis and speed of spin, is what I'm saying. Unless somehow temperature gets such a strong effect that nobody's noticed before, that nobody's felt, hey, this is hot here. It's always hot when we find north, or north is always hot. Like,
what is temperature exactly? Temperature
What
is
is
like
it?
the
What is it actually
vibration,
measuring for Earth's rotation though? If like other things can affect it, it's just
detecting
a little
torque.
peculiar as well.
It's using the fringe shift.
A fringe shift caused by what?
The light.
Caused
But
by
how is it?
sends
What's
two
causing
lasers.
that
And
fringe shift?
the way you figure out if it's caused by rotation is by putting it on a stage that rotates in a known way, and then nulling that out so that you can establish how linear the effect that you're observing is in the rotation. And then
Are they doing that in
you
a
remove the
vacuum to make sure?
You're just dreaming
in
up
a ring
possible
laser
things.
gyro.
No, I'm not. I'm just wondering. I'm just asking how. Like, okay, so you're saying that the light is.
It depends on what the error budget requires. If the error budget shows that having an atmosphere in the presence of the ring laser gyro is one of the major sources of systematic error, then yeah, you would want to put it in a vacuum. If it doesn't show that, then that would not be important because that's not one of the main things. Maybe one of the main things is exactly how well you're measuring the angle that you purport your object to be rotating at compared to the angle it's actually measuring at. So, but all of these things are accounted for in precision measurement experiments by an error budget.
That's great. So actually, if you remember when I first came in here, I was talking about how I'm not very privy to ring laser gyroscopes and their functions. So at this point, I'm just kind of curious how they work. The only thing I was aware of is the magnetism having some sort of effect on it, which is what I shared. But yeah, so I was just kind of curious what's causing the light to respond the way it does in the, in the Earth's rotation. I just genuinely don't. I haven't looked into it. I can go look into it, but I just figured I'd ask you guys.
the thing that can make it do that reliably, which is the other thing Tapioca is saying, so such as putting it on a spinning platform that's spinning in a known direction, the one thing that can do that is torque. The thing that most looks exactly like that thing that the RLG is measuring when it's sitting on a table flat is measured exactly the same way if you put any other rotation at the same speed. And what it detects is torque, which is just change in orientation, right? A twisting force.
What's
And
causing the light to drag or whatever?
it's the speed at which it's traveling around. Essentially, as one arm comes, like if you can imagine spokes of a wheel, as one spoke moves forward, then where the light had sent itself from is shooting forwards and one's going backwards. So they're traveling a slightly different distance. So what that causes is the two light waves go past one another. There's this kind of bands that when it's stationary, the bands all stay still. But then as you push one way and the waves bunch up one side and stretch out the other, those bands shuffle left or shuffle right. And that shuffling left or right, due to this sort of speed of light differential going one way around the tube versus another, means I'm turning left or right.
Path length differential.
Path length differential. Got it.
Yeah, not the speed of light. The speed of light is going to
Wouldn't
be
this be like
okay,
mostly
path
useful around the equator?
Say again?
Wouldn't this be mostly useful around the equator?
I think you're talking about a gyro compass. So
no,
yeah,
because you're doing the same. Everybody on Earth is doing a full rotation every 24 hours. All that you're going to find at the equator is your linear speed is different, but the gyro detects exactly the same thing. Turning eastward around a central axis, because it doesn't know how far it's moving, just how it's changing in orientation. And it says, I'm doing a flip every 24 hours. And one at the pole, which is staying horizontal the whole time, is saying, I'm doing a flip, but it's a kind of spin on the spot. So they're all detecting that it's changed completely in orientation over 24 hours, except for some of them, it's gone end over end, up over down. And for some of them, it's at the poles, it's slid around sideways. And that's what every gyro must show. Otherwise, you can just go out, buy one, and force the gyro making company to argue for flat Earth in open court, so they can explain.
Is it like space time? It's like the space time is like it's moving through space time.
No, far more
The
simple
light?
than that. You can.
Yeah,
no,
they think that's what they
no,
think.
it's just the waves are going differently. But I mean, if you're bothered by the light thing, then just go to the mechanical.
Because I thought
ones.
everything kind of moved with the Earth, so I'm just wondering how this drag effect's happening.
Because it's the device itself. So it's, if you can imagine a triangle, 3 points, and then I spin that triangle like a bicycle wheel, the light emitted from one tip of the triangle, as it's traveling down the tube, the tube is turning towards it. So it's not so much that it is, well, I guess it is kind of linear actually, but it's not.
It is linear. Yeah, it will be linear in the speed because the change in effective path length in a rotating ring cavity is going to be linear. Unless you get up to relativistic speeds, and there are no ring laser gyros that I am aware of that can show a relativistic effect. Although now that I think about it, I feel like it might be possible if you spun a micro resonator at high speeds or something like that. But I'm not sure.
I'm just kind of curious because I thought everything moved with the Earth, so why would there be some sort of drag? I guess maybe a depiction or some.
The Sagnac effect. We were talking about it
I don't
earlier.
know what you mean dragged with. I don't know what you mean dragged with the Earth. The speed of light is a constant. It's not everything's dragged with the Earth. It's the physical things, which light is not. After long enough on a spinning body, spin with that body, which is a fairly simple idea. I think. I don't think it should shock anybody, that idea.
What about also like its movement through space? Is it being dragged like that too, or is it just the Earth's rotation in particular?
It's being dragged through space, but we cannot detect that. We cannot detect linear motion. And if you think we can, great, show us how we detect it. Yes.
Acceleration.
Why can't we detect linear motion, but we can detect Earth's rotation? I don't get it.
Because rotation is acceleration. Intrinsically, rotation involves acceleration. It involves the change in velocity. Your speed might be the same, but the direction changes, which means that you have an acceleration because you have a change in the velocity vector.
So if I shoot a laser out into the sky, will there be like any drag?
Drag.
And why not?
I don't think so.
Like
Like if the light
anisotropic
is
speed of light.
dragging because the Earth's rotation, like if I shoot out a laser, will it have like some micro like drag effect or something?
Do you mean
I
will the
talked to Coach Shub.
photons inherit the momentum that they had when leaving the laser? I wouldn't call that drag, but if that's what you mean, then yes. Like if you point a laser out horizontally or vertically or in any direction that where it goes out into space, and doesn't like hit the ground or a wall or something like that, and you follow all of those photons that came from your laser, it's going to be a curved path if you fixed it at vertical or horizontal or whatever angle, because the source itself is rotating with the Earth. If that's what you mean by drag, then yes. But I would not use the word drag for that. I think that's a bad word.
Because isn't there a theory about light
Not only that,
potentially having drag?
not only that, relativity. There's time dilation as you go up. There's all types of shit, bro. But it gets real complicated. You said it's because of change of velocity. You experience acceleration when the Earth is rotating, and I agree with you. In
That's
your
what
model,
acceleration is.
no, I know. In your model, there's
know that.
actually proper acceleration when the Earth is spinning. That technically you should be able to measure with an accelerometer if it's precise enough, but you can't experience acceleration with the revolution of the Earth around the sun, even though even in your model there is a change in velocity.
Okay, so
Is it because space time is dragging?
That's a different thing. So that is probably more related, Taylor, to the idea of frame dragging, which is a much smaller, negligible effect unless you build exceptionally precise instruments to detect it, which we have done. But no. As opposed, dude? How do I pronounce your name?
Lion.
Line.
Lion.
Okay. Lion. What was your question again? Sorry, I forgot.
No, she was asking what would happen to the light theoretically, right? If you shot a high beam laser up into the edge of the Earth's atmosphere.
And then like, is it because
I
space
mean,
time is dragging?
no,
I don't get why there's
It
a
would
lag in the
curve
light.
because the
there's
Earth is
relativistic
rotating, so
effects.
you would get a curved surface. You get a spiral. Like if you just kept on shining it up, after 24 hours, it would be pointing back at the same location. And so if you followed the light and like zoomed way out and looked at it, it would be a spiral if you just pointed it in one direction. Did that make sense?
Is
No,
it that the
yeah,
light's
that made sense.
lagging because it's like caught in space time and we're moving?
No, it's just because of the acceleration of the Earth, because it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Think about the moving reference frame, because the Earth's non-inertial, right? So you're shooting a light on a non-inertial
Wouldn't if I
reference frame.
shot a laser up, it'd fly way off if that was the case?
It'd make a curve.
That's what I'm saying.
Theoretically, in their model,
Or
right?
what is and isn't moving with the Earth?
The mirrors in the ring laser gyro are moving with the Earth.
But I mean, choose a
Gotcha.
reference frame, and like we can talk about what's moving with respect to that reference frame. But like a lot of things are moving with respect to each other. Like if two objects are blasting towards each other and they're about to collide, and everybody's like looking at that shit and wincing really hardcore because we all feel it deep in our bones that these two motherfuckers are about to have a really bad day, like they are moving towards each other. The question is, are both of them moving left? Are they both moving right? Are they both moving up or down? Like it depends on like choose a frame in which we talk about this and things become a lot more clear. You
It
don't have to
doesn't, dude.
choose
It's
one.
still
It's
mad
just a lot
confusing.
easier mathematically if you choose one.
It's mad confusing, dude.
Well, I'm sorry, it's not easy. Physics isn't easy. Physics is a lot of math because it's a very precise description of reality at its best.
Can I try
And
a
precision
specific
requires
description for Taylor?
quantitative stuff.
So like the ring's going, or the laser's going both ways in that triangle of the ring laser gyro, right? And if it's flat on like a lazy Susan, ignore the Earth for a minute, and you spin it on the lazy Susan, the laser going left, clockwise versus counterclockwise. One of them, the mirror is moving towards the laser emitter, and the other one's the mirror is moving away from the laser emitter. So when they recombine, they will have traveled different distances, not because of relativistic shenanigans, but just because in the time it took light go from emitter to mirror one, that mirror moved closer to the emitter.
Yeah.
But wouldn't everything be moving at the same rate? Like what?
Not a fully
Okay, so
synchronous
it's not like some like reference frame where everything's like acting as if it's still. So what is not still?
in this case, in what he just described, the lazy Susan.
And the gyro that's on it, the mirrors that are resting on the surface are also rotating, so they're not sitting still. The laser in flight, I don't know. I don't think I call that sitting still either, but it's going to bounce off the mirror on the left and the mirror on the right because it's going both paths. It's emitted both directions. So when it recombines, it will have traveled different distances, and thus the phase interference of the two paths will not be aligned anymore. And that's the measurement that gets taken. Like, oh, phase shift. We can use that.
But relativity doesn't get involved because that's where, Einstein had to come up with relativity when you know that whole story, right? Because it didn't match up. The friendship didn't match up with the predicted.
That wasn't a ring
rotation
laser
of the Earth.
gyro. No, a totally different configuration. So
No,
I
but
don't think
they
they're
did.
analogous.
No, they did have the ring laser is a smaller scale one.
No,
because
no.
you had the Michelson Gale and the Michelson Morley.
They're not
The split
same.
paths and the way they're combined is very different. Yeah.
The
Is
Michelson
it
Gale.
why isn't it dragging with our movement through space too though? Why is it
The
just
light's
with
not
our
dragging.
rotation?
The light is not affected.
It's
Only
not.
the mirror.
That's like one of the critical fundamental things that was discovered by the Michelson Morley and Michelson Gale and Morley, Miller or whatever. Like a lot of
Dayton
different
Miller.
experiments, what they showed was that you don't detect a differential linear motion with respect to any background medium over the course of timescales where you would absolutely expect to detect it.
But doesn't space time and everything go with the Earth?
What? No. What? I don't know what
So
that
space
means.
time doesn't rotate with the Earth?
No.
Well, it
No.
she's talking about the geodesic of space time, like the Earth circuit.
There's space-time does
She's
not
right.
rotate with the Earth unless you want to add some extra completely unmotivated and experimentally like invisible Machian parameter or something. But then you have to decide exactly where you're going to add it around, which is a pointless conversation because it is like by construction experimentally undetectable. But no, space-time does not rotate with the Earth, except for the aforementioned frame dragging effect, which is not about the Earth but about all mass.
With it, hold on, just to be clear, there's a difference between the revolution of the Earth around the sun and the what do they call it? The daily rotation. But what's the technical name for the daily rotation? Remember?
Sidereal.
Sidereal.
No, the daily rotation.
Axial rotation.
I don't know. It doesn't even matter. But the
Sidereal
revolution.
is the word I'm thinking of, but yeah.
All right. Well, there's another word. There's another word, but it's all good. The revolution that she's talking about is space-time's bending around the Earth. The Earth actually isn't moving at all, according to relativity. The Earth is actually in an inertial state, going, and space-time is actually bending around the Earth, and it's actually moving in a straight line. But because of our reference frame, right, it seems like it's curving or making an elliptical orbit around the sun. But that's only because of reference frames. The Earth's actually moving in a perfectly straight line in a geodesic, but it's not experiencing any acceleration, right? According to space-time, it's not experiencing any acceleration. It's in a completely inertial state, but the rotation is real, and the rotation is proper acceleration. The revolution is coordinate acceleration. The rotation is proper acceleration that can be measured. The revolution cannot be measured, according to Einstein.
This might be nitpicking, but a geodesic's not a perfectly straight line.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
actually a curved line.
It's the closest definitional equivalent in a non-Euclidean geometry is this point, right? Like if you lock yourself into always going straight from where you are, then you'll travel a geodesic in a generally curved space-time.
Yeah, space-time is curved.
Specifically, what I was
the Earth's path. Hold on. Space-time is curved, right? But the Earth is not. All right, dude, go ahead.
A geodesic is not perfectly straight. It's curved.
No, it's not, bro. Well, hold on. It depends on the reference frame.
Yeah, and in its own proper reference frame, it's always straight.
Yes, it's always straight, and it doesn't experience any forces. If it was actually curving, there would be actual forces acting upon it. But in relativity, in relativity, the curve is due to our reference frame, and it's an illusion.
A geodesic is a curve that represents the shortest path between 2 points.
Wait, I think we're getting two words. And this happens a lot. So there's in surveying, there's it's similar to, maybe I'm mispronouncing. There's geodetic, there's geodetic, and then geodesic. There's a nuance there. It's different.
Geodesic
what you're talking about
is a curve. It's specifically a curve line.
A straight, but in that language, a straight line is a curve.
Lion is specifically said a literal straight line. Okay, as if you were to diagram it, it would be a straight. It's not like that. It's a curved line.
I mean, depending on the coordinate system, it is a straight line.
Okay, I'll let you guys figure that out.
Relativity.
I said my piece. You guys carry on.
All right.
So why does it pick up the drag of the Earth's rotation but not movement around the sun?
It would pick up movement around the sun if you put the same laser that I just so my understanding of what you meant by drag was like the reason that if you point a thing that sends stuff out like a laser or a cannon or whatever into space, then as the Earth moves, that like the things that you blast out are going to form a spiral because the Earth is rotating. And you're also going to have that same effect if you just wait on timescales where the Earth is moving around the sun. Like it's just going to be a bigger, slower spiral. So I don't know if that was at all helpful. It's the first time I ever tried that analogy, and it was probably shit. But yeah.
No, just my understanding of it is that I just feel like I'm having trouble not understanding a couple of these things. I know like the Earth is a reference frame, so you're gonna pick up Earth's rotation, but I don't know why you wouldn't pick up other movements too. I don't know. I don't know.
You would pick up all of the movements of the source. So like you have this beacon emitting light, right? And that could be a complicated thing, but it would be like if you had a complicated thing where it was bouncing off a bunch of mirrors, then it would also depend on, you know, where and when and how that last mirror was moving before it, you know, came out of this black box or whatever. But you can track these things down. If you characterize how your source is moving and the wavelength in that source's reference frame of the photons, and then you transition to a different reference frame and you know the relative velocity of those two reference frames, you're going to be able to calculate everything you need to know about that photon.
To respond to
Okay,
the
yeah,
other
I'll
guy,
keep looking into it.
no, yeah. So contextually, when we're talking about relativity, geodesic reference, you know, it's talking about straight line in curved space time. It's a straight line, right? Now in surveying and other stuff like great circle routes, it's curved. It has nothing to do with space time. But when we're talking about space time and relativity, a geodesic is a straight line, dude.
Try googling it. Type in geodesic curve. Let me know if you
I
see a
did.
single straight line.
No. See,
I mean,
there's
I
a difference
don't.
between geodesics and surveying and great circle routes, and then geodesics and space time, dude. You're
Yeah,
you're getting them
geodesics
confused.
in space time are the generalization of a straight line. Like that's what a geodesic is, like by construction. So
Yeah.
Lion is correct as far as I can tell. I mean, the geometry.
Tell Lion to diagram that line. Then we're talking.
I mean,
I don't even believe in this shit, dude. I'm just still landing what a geodesic is, bro. It's a straight line in curved space-time. Space-time is curving around the Earth. The Earth actually isn't traveling a curved path. It's traveling a straight path.
no, it's a concave path, man. Right?
Maybe it's a concave path, bro. I don't know.
Guys,
That's
can
what
I
fact
chime in
code
real
once
quick?
said.
Because a geodesic is not a straight line, it is a shortest possible path. It's agnostic to the curvature, which means it could be a curve. It's not necessarily straight.
I don't know, dude. In both, it says in both Newtonian.
Just keep deceiving
hold on.
yourself, Lion.
And I don't even believe in this, dude.
Who cares what you believe in, bud?
If you're gonna
Just
steal
keep
man their
deceiving
model
out of your mouth.
No,
in
Gatebreaker,
both
he's not talking to you.
In both Newtonian physics and Einsteinian, a geodesic is a straight line, the shortest path between 2 points. Seriously, I'm right here. This is off Google. This is your AI overview, dude.
That's
cool.
where the AI overview is wrong. You don't trust it. I study stuff like this. I am telling you right now that it is a shortest possible path. It is not a necessarily straight path. Because, like, for instance, on a sphere, the shortest possible path is going to be a curve, right? It's going to be a great circle.
No, I understand, and I already said that disclaimer, and I already knew this. I did before I looked it up, but just in case I was wrong, I looked it up, and the AI overview confirms this. It literally says, like,
not a good argument.
Predicted in general relativity, a geodesic is equivalent to a straight line.
That's it. That's an incomplete, incorrect definition. And
I don't care
it is what it
a
is.
pile of linear algebra told you. All right, I'm studying this. I'm letting you know what the correct answer
The
is.
spirit of non-truth.
Yeah, I know in surveying, when you do great circle routes, it's a curved path. We're not talking about surveying the Earth. We're not talking about any type of surveying right now. We're talking about relativity, guy.
A great circle
Melodic.
is a geodesic.
I have a question, Melodic. What is in a generally curved space? What is a straight line?
It's gonna be a curved path. Like, so in a positively curved space, like a sphere, it's gonna be a great circle.
Okay, so
and then
they still exist. So you can still describe something in a curved space-time as a straight line, and it's valid. Is that
but
what
it's
you're
not gonna be like the straight that you're gonna think of when you say straight. If that makes
Well,
sense.
The straight that Lion's
require you
thinking
to be a
of.
mind
His horizontal
reader,
straight
because
line.
all we have
Like
is
like
our language.
like it's not
so hold
straight.
on, melodic. My point is that when somebody says a straight line and they're talking in the context of a curved space-time, maybe that's what they mean. Because I just asked you, does a straight line exist in a curved space-time? And you gave a precise and correct example, a great circle on a sphere, for example.
But the point is,
in the context of general relativity,
you're not
a
listening to
straight
me.
line is
He's
going to
not
be a
listening.
straight
Let him
line.
respond, Tapioca. Let him respond.
I am sorry. I just wanted to get that last point out.
I am trying to make sure we're understanding that it's not straight like a grid, because that is a possibility of a misunderstanding. I'm not saying anybody's wrong, anybody's right. It's important to note that it's the shortest path. It could be curved. Because it's going to be curvilinear coordinates.
Okay.
Like it's this, like that's all.
Okay, if it was curving, right? If it wasn't an effect like the Coriolis effect, right? If it wasn't due to some type of illusion because of our reference frame, if the Earth was actually curving, like you're saying, it would be experiencing Newtonian forces, like actual centrifugal forces.
Yeah,
You
we
would
experience those
have
all
to
the time.
explain that. No, you don't. No, according to relativity, we don't actually experience real Newtonian forces when we go around the sun. No, we don't. The Earth is in an inertial state. That's what relativity is all
I
about.
definitely do.
It's the Earth. The Earth is in an inertial state. You know what inertial means?
You still don't understand that all
Hold on.
reference frames are equally valid.
Hold on. Do you know what inertial means?
It doesn't matter. All reference frames
I
are
want you
equally
to answer
valid.
my question, dude.
I'm
Do you know what inertial
telling
means?
you, I am answering your question. I understand that you don't know enough physics to fully comprehend why my answer is correct, but that's
Rhetoric.
okay.
Rhetoric.
All reference frames are valid. The one where it's in an inertial and the one where it's non-inertial. All reference frames are valid.
Again, the Earth is on a geodesic around the sun. It's in an inertial reference frame. Now, when we're on the Earth, it's considered non-inertial. It's considered a non-inertial reference frame because it's spinning, right? But when it's traveling around the sun on its revolution, it's considered to be in an inertial reference frame. It's in an inertial state, and there are no forces acting upon it.
No, man, you're not understanding that all reference frames are valid. I can describe it in any which way I want. It does not matter.
Bro, I gotta teach you your own model, dude. You gotta go
No,
back to
you
school or
don't.
something.
You're
Dude. Your
not
professors failed
understanding
you.
what I'm telling you.
Bro, I'm literally still manning your model, and you're arguing. With
No,
me,
you
bro.
are not.
I don't
You're
even believe, dude. I don't even
you are
believe in
no.
this shit.
Listen to me, Lion. You are misunderstanding basic physics.
No, this is basic physics, and I'm trying to explain to you what it is.
No, no, you're
what
not
it means
trying to explain to me.
in an
You're just
inertial
being
state.
wrong.
When you're in an inertial state, there are no forces acting upon you. That's what being
I'm
in
not
orbit is.
disagreeing with that,
That's what-
Lion.
so
you're
when you're
not listening to me, and you don't know enough physics
Melodic.
to understand.
When you are in an
Arrogance
orbit,
is not your
when you
problem,
are in
Melodic.
an orbit around the sun, right? Like the Earth is, you're in a geodesic.
When you're in
you're
orbit
free fall,
around the
according
sun,
to
Lion, when you're in orbit around the sun, you can describe it as the Earth being in an inertial state, and you can also describe it as the Earth being in a non-inertial state. Both of these descriptions of the system are valid. It doesn't matter.
I said that. I explained to you the difference between
That's
how
what I've
the
been
Earth
telling
is
you this
considered
entire
non-inertial.
time,
I told
Lion.
you,
Lion,
dude.
this is what I've been telling you this entire time. So if it's
no.
what you've been trying to tell me, why are you still trying to tell me something?
Stop. This is all rhetoric. You're running away from the conversation.
Lion,
you're
I'm
not
asking
actually
you a
contributing
question.
anything.
You just
dude.
said what I
You're
explained
scared,
was
dude.
what you
You're
were
scared.
trying to tell me.
You're
So what
threatened.
else is there? You're just telling me that I'm scared, but I'm asking you to explain to me what else is there.
You're threatened. Dude.
No, stop. You're just I'm asking you a question and you can't answer it, so now you're telling me I'm scared. Could you please just answer the question I just
already
asked you?
distinguished the difference between the Earth being in the non-inertial and inertial frames. I already told you that the
So
Earth
you can't
rotating on
tell
its
me.
axis. Hold on.
So
The
be
Earth,
clear, you
the
can't.
Earth rotating on its axis is the non-inertial reference frame. It is the non-inertial frame.
There is no.
Right? And that.
This
And
is
hold
the
on.
non-inertial
Hold on.
frame.
I'm
Oh
still
my
talking.
goodness.
I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
Homie,
Right?
it was just like
the
I understood what you
rotation.
said.
The rotation, right, is what we know as proper acceleration and can actually be quantified and measured with an accelerometer theoretically in your model. Now, I don't
Listen
believe
to
this
me.
to be the
Listen
case.
to
This
me.
is your model.
Listen to
now,
me.
Hold on.
Listen to me. Correct
now
you
I'm
on
going
my
to
model. No, before you said you
Gosh.
stopped, you asked me a question. So let me
Go
answer your
ahead.
question by
Go ahead,
telling
dude.
you that
Fine.
you do not understand the model that you just told me. Okay? There is no the inertial state. It can be described in an inertial state and can be described in a non-inertial state. Both of these descriptions are valid. It doesn't. Neither of these matter. You just told me you understood it, and now you're telling me that there's a difference. I would like for you to explain to me the difference so that I can understand what you're trying to say.
I am, but I mean, if we're just gonna flip between reference frames all day long because you want to somehow back out
I'm
of the
not
argument,
flipping
act like
between reference
you have a
frames.
rebuttal. I know that
I'm
you can
not
flip
flipping
between
through reference frames, Lion. I'm asking you.
That's why I'm being very specific. That's why I'm being very specific.
No, oh my
He won't answer it. He's not.
Oh,
He's not playing
quiet.
along. He's not. What's it called?
Lion, what is the difference then between these that you keep trying to reference if you're agreeing with me that each of these is equally valid?
No, because when the Earth is rotating, right? That specific reference frame is not a pseudo force. It's like the actual acceleration that you measure of the Earth rotating is not pseudo. It's not fictitious. It's actual acceleration. That's why I've told you it's proper acceleration, regardless of reference frames.
You don't understand what fictitious means.
No,
Fictitious
you can
doesn't
actually.
mean a fictitious source doesn't mean it doesn't exist, man. It just
bro.
means that it only exists in a non-inertial reference frame.
Bro, listen. In your model, the Earth is actually rotating, regardless of reference frames. And in your model,
No, it depends on which reference frame you're in, because a non-inertial reference frame is as equally valid as a inertial reference frame.
Dude,
I
you don't
can
know
pick
your model,
one
bro.
where
You
the
don't know your
Earth
model.
isn't rotating,
That's
and
it.
it's absolutely fine to do so.
Now,
That's the reference frame I've defined. We do it all the time when we teach undergraduate physics.
The difference between the Earth's rotation and the Earth's revolution, right, is that one is actual acceleration, proper acceleration. The other is coordinate acceleration. It's
Bro, you keep just using these terms that you have no idea what it is. Fictitious doesn't mean it's fake.
I had to teach you your own model.
Fictitious doesn't mean it's
sad,
fake.
dude. It really is.
Fictitious doesn't mean it's fake. I'm still trying to talk to you, and you're talking over me. Fictitious doesn't mean it's fake. Fictitious means that it's only present in a non-inertial reference frame. Both of these frames are valid. I could do whichever one that I want to do.
He knows your model better than you, bro.
Can you do both of them?
No, he doesn't. He has no idea about
Can
what
you
he's
test
talking
both
about.
of them? Can you test both at
What
one
do you
time?
mean
with the
test
ring
both
laser
of them? They're
gyro?
both equally valid. What do you mean?
No, they're
by
not.
a
He
test?
keeps saying that you can't test coordinate acceleration. It can't be tested.
You don't know what are you even talking about, man?
Don't let him trigger you, bro. That's his problem, not yours.
What is the
So coordinate acceleration is equivalent to free fall, right? He's saying all of a sudden, I've been arguing with Globers for years. Now all of a sudden, this Glober wants to tell me that you can test coordinate acceleration.
But probably because, oh my god, you're so dumb. Oh, it's even dumber than I thought it was.
Dude, you don't have to add hum.
I'm not ad
I'm
homing.
still
That is a statement of fact. It's not even an insult at this point. It's a statement of fact. I have been arguing with this man about physics for the past 24 to 36 hours. He still doesn't understand that he doesn't know anything about the
Is
current
that all
model.
you're gonna say? You're broken record,
man. I
It's
keep
his
trying to
broken
correct him on straw manning my
Ridiculous.
model, and
He's
you all
taking your
act
energy
like
right now.
you all act like he knows my model better than I know my model. That I'm
It's sad. I know your
He's got
model.
you by the balls,
better
It's
than you,
really,
dude.
really sad that you bunch of smooth-brained people.
You're spiraling now because of him. You should have taken my
Fucking
advice,
guy
bro.
who doesn't know what he's talking about is better than somebody
You
else.
don't even
It's
know the
fucking
basics to your
hilarious.
model, dude. unbelievable.
No, you don't. I have sat here for the past
Okay,
like
dude.
hour and a half trying to explain to you that there is no preferred reference frame, and you continue to come back with me with the inertial reference frame. There is no the inertial reference frame. That's the entire flipping point of relativity.
I get
and
that.
you
No,
act
that's
like
not. I'm not
therefore
denying that.
you know the model better than I do, and it's
I'm not
just
denying that.
obviously not true.
I'm not denying that. I know you can flip between reference frames.
Right. So if you know that, then what's the difference?
I'm trying to explain it to you, and you're resisting.
No, you
every
didn't. What
single
you
step of the
did
way,
was
and
you
haven't
started
really
trying to
rebutted
attack
anything
me,
I
and that's
said.
how
You
we
just
got
projected.
here.
You're still
No, see,
projecting.
this is
You
exactly what
haven't
you did.
contributed
I
anything.
asked the question, and then you decided to act like I didn't ask a question, and I've just personally attacked you. Like, I've asked you a question. I have asked this question multiple times, and you continue to do this. At some point, it would be really nice if you could just answer the question about what's the difference.
He has a buffet right now, bro. You're feeding him all your energy.
Bro, I
So,
don't care about your background commentary.
So I already told you, regardless of reference frames, in this specific instance, right, the Earth's rotation is real in your model. The Earth's revolution
Never
around
said
the
it
sun
wasn't.
is illusory.
No, incorrect.
It's not curving, or it's not actually curving around the sun at all in your model.
It
dude.
is
It's
definitely going around the
all
sun.
right, dude. Okay, fine.
Because I can definitely measure stellar parallax. Like, you just don't know my model, and it's blatantly obvious.
Did you say you could measure stellar parallax? What do you mean?
I can measure stellar parallax.
But the
What do you
reason I
mean by
even
that?
brought this up, all right, go ahead. I'm good.
I'm just wondering what he meant by stellar parallax.
At one point in the year, I can look up at the sky and go, oh, that's where all the stars are at. At another point in the year, when I'm the opposite side of the sun, I can look up at the stars and then go, oh, that's where all the stars are at. And then I can keep doing this, and I can go, oh, these stars keep moving by the same amount.
Real quick,
And then
though, Larry,
miraculously.
just to recap, the whole reason that we even got down this path right here is because Taylor was bringing up how space-time actually bends around. It bends around the Earth. That's what you said, right, or something like that.
I was wondering if it drags with the Earth, like what's causing like the light to basically have different timings whenever you do the ring laser gyroscope.
Because the mirror is moving towards the light that's emitted.
So can we also measure that with it moving around the sun?
Right, I gotta.
I don't believe no,
got
because
something to read.
you'll
Yeah.
lose the noise. The noise it won't be sensitive enough. You'll lose it in noise.
All right, so I'm gonna.
Why is
post
that?
something real
Isn't it
fast.
moving like? Isn't it moving faster? No, I don't know. How fast is the surface moving in rotation?
I
versus-
mean, so we're moving at 15 degrees per hour, and then it takes us about 365 days to go 360 degrees in our orbit. So about a degree per orbit. So like 15 degrees smaller than the Earth's rotation.
Bobby heard.
If you built a ring like a
Bobby
gyro
heard.
where the points were at the Lagrange
check.
points, I think you could. But that'd be a big ring laser gyro, and you'd have to assume
I
space
can
is
hear you,
real.
Larry.
Okay, I was wondering there. Okay, so I got this from NASA.gov. Astronomers derive distance to the nearest star closer than about 100 light years by a method called stellar parallax. This method that relies on no assumption other than the Earth's geometry going around the sun.
Correct.
So
I'm in one place at one point in the year, and another place in the other point in the year.
that's an
So
assumption according to NASA.
I can see them. No, that's not an assumption. That's how perspective works.
Why would NASA lie?
NASA doesn't lie. I can measure this.
Then this
Like,
method that
infallible.
relies
go
on no
measure this.
assumption other than the geometry of the Earth's orbit around the sun. That's an assumption.
Correct. It's a literal. It's not an assumption. It's a
Why would
consequence.
NASA lie? It says assumption right here.
I'm not saying NASA's lying. I'm saying
Okay,
that
then you
there are
agree
different
with-
ways to read the
NASA
word
then.
assumption. If you don't know how the English language works, perhaps you should brush up on it.
Okay, well, why don't you tell me what you mean by that?
I mean that since the Earth is going in a circle, in January in this handy diagram, you see a star in position against the background stars in one day. And then in July, in this diagram, you see that the star has moved with regard to the background stars.
Well, this method called parallax, it relies on an assumption that the Earth's orbit's going around the sun.
No, it relies on the consequence of the fact that the Earth goes around the sun.
Where does it say
The Earth
that?
didn't go
in
around
this-
the sun. If the Earth wasn't going in a circle, the star wouldn't move with respect to the background stars like that.
Look, I don't know if you know about the fruit of the poisonous tree, right,
Look,
doctrine,
I don't
but if
know
you
if you
start out
know,
on
but
the
I'm not
snake,
here
can you
to
be quiet while
argue
I'm talking?
philosophy with you. I'm here to talk about science.
Okay, well, I
You'll
have
be
a
alright.
science
If I
question.
speak, that's the law. You'll be alright if I speak. You'll be okay. Like, don't be
So the
scared.
Earth, it's at the equator. It moves around the sun at around 107,000 kilometers per hour, and then the surface rotation during orbit. I'm sorry, during the rotation of the Earth would be 1,670 kilometers per hour. So it's actually moving much slower in rotation versus around the sun. So I'm wondering why wouldn't you pick up a shift like in the ring laser gyro of it moving around the sun?
Because it takes longer to go through the same angular amount. It takes 24 hours to go through a full circle in a rotation, and it takes 365 days to go through a full circle rotation around the sun.
But
Could you
isn't the
mount
fact
it
that it's
in a
moving
jig
what you're
that
It's not.
detecting?
The
cancels
only
out the Earth's
you're not
rotation?
talking. You're talking about linear speed, and the ring laser gyroscope is measuring angular speed. These are two different things.
Wait, what? Can you repeat that?
What the numbers you just gave are linear speeds. What the ring laser gyroscope is measuring is an angular rotation. That's an angular speed. So these are two different things.
How does it know the difference though?
Because that's what it's made to measure.
How?
Because that's what it's made to measure.
How is it detecting one versus the other?
Because the mirror is
By-
approaching faster on one side.
because one of them is sensitive to displacements angularly, and one of them is sensitive to displacements linearly. If you take a ring laser gyro and you pull it really fast, it's not going to give you the same effect as if you turn it. Whereas if you take a regular accelerometer, which is not a gyro, because a gyro means it's measuring rotation, but if you take an accelerometer and you just pull it, it's going to detect a exactly what it's designed to detect, assuming the axes are aligned and such.
Well, yeah, like it'll give you a different reading if you pull it, but it's still going to be like giving you a reading for if what you pulled was a circle. The output is an angular rotation for some time.
I was just wondering how it would know the difference, but okay. Like, is one of them dragging different through space time?
It doesn't really know the difference. It just reports out the angular velocity.
Hmm?
It doesn't know. He just explained that it doesn't know the difference. It just reports out the angular velocity.
Well, I mean, a gyroscope does. I think her question is, why does a gyroscope measure angular displacement and acceleration, while an accelerometer, for example, measures linear acceleration? Is that kind of what you were asking?
Yeah. I just want like an explanation like the particle subatomic level are just the most basic fundamental principle level that makes sense, not just like concepts. Like how?
But those are concepts.
How does it know one type of movement versus the other? I don't get it.
Because
Because the mirrors
models
respond
predict
differently to the
things.
different kinds of movement.
You're going to have so resistance. If you have a spinning object, it's going to resist a change in which direction the axis of rotation is, and that
Axis
change
of rotation though isn't a real thing when it comes to just movement.
Yes, it
it
is.
is when you're talking about a spinning object. There's an axis of rotation. What do you mean it's not real?
So it's like okay, so it's like if it's curving or not in its path.
No, I'm talking about if you have a spinning marble.
Mm-hmm.
The marble is spinning. The baseball is spinning. Something like that. Like something.
Oh, I
If
see
you
what you
look at
mean.
it and you look at it,
Because it's going around the same point. But what I'm saying is just it's just moving.
In its own
Yeah.
like from its own perspective, right? Like if you took a camera and followed it and then you just cropped that image so that the center of that ball was always in the center of your region of interest on the camera, then you would show it and it would remain still on that shot, but it would be spinning potentially, unless, it might not be spinning. But if it's spinning, it's going to be spinning along a particular axis primarily, probably, unless it's processing a huge amount, but that's a higher order effect.
Can accelerometers detect rotation that's spinning in a circle?
They can if they also happen to be gyroscopes.
I don't
Sorry, I literally forgot the fucking word for a moment. But
I don't think I mean I don't know how precise accelerometers can get, but it would have to get so precise that you would sense that 15-degree per hour shift, which I don't know. You guys have that?
3-axis, right?
they can, yeah.
Yeah, I mean they do. Thanks, Bob. Rip.
You can use a Wii remote is accurate enough too. With filtering, you got to filter out the noise, but
Oh, well, you always have to filter out the noise
yeah.
because you just always have to do it. It's I did not know that a Wii remote was precise enough. That's interesting.
You always have noise. Noise never leaves.
But
That's
yeah,
why
if
I'm a
it-
theoretical
it-
lie about your data. Then,
But yeah,
No, or
that's
you're
real.
a theorist.
That's real acceleration. Now why can't you measure free fall
So it says
acceleration?
accelerometers can detect rotation in a circle
What
as
do you
well.
What do you mean? Why can't I measure free
Yeah,
fall rotation? When I pull out an accelerometer right now, I measure 9.8 meters per second squared.
No, I
That
know
is
when
free
you're
fall
when you're at
acceleration.
rest, right? But I'm talking about when you're falling in free fall.
I am right now.
What are you talking about, dude?
Like that's held. That's what general relative. That's like the consequence. That we
dude.
are. Yeah. Yes. There's no difference between being in free fall and being in a gravitational well. I am in a gravitational well right now. I'm in free fall.
No, I get it. But I'm saying like actually like free falling in off a plane, not like I get it that we're in a gravitational
Sure.
well.
Yes, you can. It's the
bending through
9.8 meters per
space-time,
second
right? But
squared that you feel as you go downwards.
no doubt, bro. That's usually my argument when I'm debating globers. You seem to be like an anomaly amongst the globers. It's kind of weird, but maybe I don't know if you really don't know your model or what. But
You
or
keep
you're just
telling me
being
I don't
difficult.
know my model, but you're the one who's consistently wrong about it. So like I don't know if you think that's cutting as it is.
Well, I don't know, but a lot of the globers they use accelerometers not detecting free fall as evidence for relativity.
They definitely do because you're accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared as you fall.
Can somebody
So, like,
somebody correct this guy? Like, come on, you guys, grab your guy over
Like,
here. He's
that's
talking
a free
crazy.
fall. I think maybe you're lying to me, which also
He's not
doesn't
wrong.
surprise me. So
Like
You
a
can't-
lion, he's not wrong.
You can't detect acceleration free
yes,
falling.
I can. Every day I do when I pull out my accelerometer and I see
You got
9.8 meters per second
This
squared.
is
You
unbelievable. Wait
can.
till Omni
Like,
wakes up. Wait
the
till
only
Omni
time
wakes
you
up.
don't have acceleration is when you're in free fall. That's the only time you're not going to detect.
No, in free
any
fall you have
acceleration.
acceleration. You're just accelerating and there's nothing to stop you.
You have
the definition
acceleration
of free
with
fall.
respect to our traditional reference frame, not with respect to the natural reference frame that.
No, yes, I do. That's that's what the
actual-
equivalence principle is.
Yes, that's my point. I don't think you and I disagree.
Like if I'm in a rocket with no windows and it's accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared, it would be the exact same as if I was on the Earth. If I started at the top and I let go, it would be exactly like I had fallen down the rocket in free fall.
Correct. Which is why when you throw a phone up into the air, the second it leaves your hand, discarding, atmospheric drag and whatever, it's going to read just about 0 until you catch it again or it hits the ground and you're probably going to break your screen. Don't do that.
So accelerometers. Okay, so I'm just kind of confused because I thought they said the Earth's not accelerating. That's why we can't feel it. But then y'all been saying the Earth is
Well,
accelerating, so I don't get that.
the Earth is accelerating. You just can't feel it. It's below the threshold of your sensitivity as a flesh and blood human being.
If you have a sensitive device, you can use that to detect it.
Why is
That
it
sounds like an
accelerating?
excuse
can't
to
detect.
me.
You
It's
can't detect the
accelerating because we're changing direction.
Yeah,
You
it's
can't-
accelerating
Can't
because we're
detect it
rotating.
though. It's an excuse.
Gotta keep up.
You can't detect the revolution, but you can detect the
Yes, I can. I can detect
rotational
both.
spin
I
He's
can
talking
detect
about
both.
revolution around the sun.
with an
Okay.
accelerometer.
Can
With
you?
a sensitive
I'm
enough,
not aware that you can actually.
with a sensitive enough one, you probably could. Don't see
Yeah.
why
I
you
don't
couldn't.
think we have those yet, though. I don't think we have any. I
know.
could be
I know
wrong.
Simon Dan did the derivation of exactly how much the acceleration should be, and it was pitifully weak.
Well, the problem is that you have to detect it. It has to be a differential detection. That's how, like, because the standardized inertial reference frame of Earth has to choose a particular average over the entire mass of the Earth, because technically every particle is going to be experiencing and subject to different overall net forces. But what that means is that there should be a very, very small tidal effect on the side of the Earth which is nearest to the sun versus the side of the Earth which is furthest from the sun at some order in the expansion.
So is this
And
Earth
I don't
accelerating around the
know that
sun?
we do have anything that's capable of detecting that. Sorry, Taylor.
Is the Earth
Sorry,
accelerating around the sun?
Yes, it has to.
And it's
in a circular
accelerating.
orbit.
Ring laser gyro.
It would be
as big as the Lagrange points.
Depends on your
4 points of a
frame of
diamond.
But yes,
It would-
also it depends on your favorite reference, and they're all equally valid.
Yeah,
So,
sorry,
it would be
it's all, like
oh
literally
my
best I
gosh.
got.
It would be considered coordinate acceleration around the sun, which can't be detected with accelerometers.
And rotation is also accelerating.
No, yeah,
No, the
rotation is
rotation you
accelerating, but
can't
it's known as proper acceleration and can be detected with accelerometers in their model. I mean, these guys, I don't know. This is new to me. They're different than the other Globers. They're different than Kosher and Zanuck and Omnivore and all these other Globers I've argued for years would disagree with you guys.
I
nice.
don't think Omnivore and I are going to disagree on a whole lot.
That's weird.
But anyway,
Looks
did
like
any of
something
you look
got
at the
lost in
paper I posted?
translation there.
It's pretty interesting.
Where'd you post it?
You posted a paper?
Yeah, because they pulled electricity out of the Earth's electric field.
You're one of the first Globers in like 5 days. So I give you props. Clap,
Where'd
clap,
you
clap.
post it?
My
That's
voice
how we know.
activation's on, so I have
It's
to make the
another way I
audible
know
noise.
it's rotating because I can pull electricity out of the magnetic field because of the rotation.
You can pull
Ooh, like
electricity from the
induction?
magnetic field?
Uh,
Is that what you
yeah,
said?
it worked through some tricks with material and the way it's formed.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Where did you post it?
I just reposted it in Omnipresence text chat.
Like a tiny little geodynamo in your backyard?
Yeah, sort of. Well,
Or
the author
inverse?
states the authors think it's scalable, and I saw a picture, and what they
This is
used
gonna make them so mad.
what they
It
used
definitely
wasn't
isn't if
too
it's
You
long.
can
accurate.
pull electricity now from the freaking whatever you want to call it.
The
Why do you think
But
any of you are mad?
they couldn't pull much. They
This
were
is
only pulling
hilarious.
microvolts, so like it
I
needs
want to
to
know what the
work.
Globers have to say about this paper.
I'm pretty sure I heard about this. Someone said it's not scalable. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
Dude, earlier I brought a paper and they're like, oh, somebody like running through ChatGPT, like, where's the paper? Where's the link? It was like mayhem. And I did post the link.
Yeah, Sabine Hassenfelder did a video on this a few weeks ago.
No, yeah, I'm
Not a ton of
not a particular fan of her opinion.
No, neither am I.
My opinion of her has gone dramatically downhill over the last year.
This
My
is
opinion.
crazy. This paper.
My opinion was rocky, and then I saw some of her content. I was like, all right, I'm kind of done. And then Dave did the videos, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm really done.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, I still watch them if they're science related. When she starts getting into like the meta, I tune out. But
Taylor, what you know about flat Earth model or no other model? Is there anything about what you know about it that would lend you to think that it's possible to pull energy out of the magnetic field? Because it has to be rotating to work the way this paper works, says it works, right?
Well,
I've never heard anybody on flat Earth say that the magnetic field is rotating.
Oh yeah, definitely the magnetic field's rotating. Like, well, it's a part of the ether that they say is rotating.
Facts.
With the firmament and
Wind.
bipolar electric field.
That sounds like a problem for you and your therapist. Just kidding.
That's what they're picking up. That's what they think it's the Earth that they're picking up. It's really the sky above us.
I can't believe
Right,
this
so the
paper.
north-south magnetic field of the Earth is from the sky, not a magnetic mountain on the ground.
There's probably several factors. Some people suspect there's lots of mercury at the north. I can drop a link from National Geographic, how they were talking about there's lots of natural. It's one of the largest natural deposits of mercury, if I'm not mistaken. So if you include mercury with an electric field, I think there's some sort of effect.
There's different types of magnetism too, and we're not talking about like regular ferrous, magnetism. Like there's all types of fields out there, dude, and they're just starting to realize this now. With and I mentioned it earlier with electrical dynamic field theory, which I barely understand. Quantum field theory. People are just getting into it now, dipping their toes in it. But I think that they're getting closer to the truth. They're adopting quantum foam. Yeah, just to be clear, like Mickelson Morley, they debunked the idea of a static ether, a static luminiferous ether. We don't believe in a static ether. We believe in a dynamic ether.
Which would necessitate a preferred direction of light from everything I've heard about people who describe it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then that itself would necessitate Doppler shifts between static transmitters and receivers of electromagnetic fields.
Which they're finding out. That's what they found out. That's why they needed to add the Lorentz contraction, because they noticed that.
No. That's not what I'm talking
Yes.
about. I'm talking about that literal Doppler shift. Like your car,
Yeah, the
you'd have to
CMB.
retune your car's radio if you were, if the transmitter is to your east versus transmitter to your west. If the ether is moving and causing a preferred direction of light.
Yeah, the fringe shift is so small, dude. That
It really isn't. Like the math on it is that it's definitely noticeable. We get the Doppler shift from satellites going 17,000 miles an hour. That's not that much compared to what it would be.
Okay, but you were just talking about your car 2 seconds ago, bro. Now you're talking about satellites, so
I know.
It's one or the other.
It's no, it's not one or the other. It would be on the order
it's a big
of
difference.
hertz. It's on the order of hertz shift.
But there is a significant fringe shift, dude. Whether it's
Not fringe
light.
shift. Doppler's not fringe shift related, so that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so with the CMB, they also use the Doppler effect in the redshift, and they try to invoke relativity. But that stuff can be explained without relativity, without relativistic speeds. You don't
No,
need
I'm
none of that.
talking about what ether would require, from everything I know and what everything people who are all into ether have told me. I'm not talking about cosmic background radiation.
Yeah, you're saying that that the effects would be so crazy that you would have to adjust for them, from everything from radio to what else did you say? Satellites? Well, satellites do
No. Satellites, I'm saying, are just the small amount of Doppler shift from whatever's transmitting radio from the sky is noticeable, and the the preferred direction of light from ether wind or whatever you want to call it would be at least as noticeable. Same kind of magnitude. We're talking hertz shifts in the hertz, not fractions of hertz.
Well, I don't know much about satellites. That's not my area of specialty. I haven't studied too much about satellite. I know Shane and Alan, all those the ether guys, they know a lot more about satellites than I do. I haven't spent any time on satellites, but they do account for that, dude. But it's always with they always refer to it as relative. No, they refer to it as
You're entirely
relativist.
distracted again.
All right, dude. Whatever, bro. We're not gonna have an honest conversation.
Preferred direction of light. That's all. That all right. If light travels faster east to west versus west to east, that's the starting point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That would have to necessitate Doppler shifts for light from 2 points on the ground, one to the east of you, one to the west of you.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk about it, and you
keep like leaving the Earth to go other places. I'm talking about right here.
Yeah, on the Earth. That's why they came up with you know what the Lorentz contraction is?
Yeah, but that does nothing to do with Doppler and ether.
Dude, you say that, you keep asserting that with confidence, but yes, it does. That's why Einstein had to come up with the whole relativity, because there was a French shift, which there was a Doppler shift, whatever you want to call it. That's what it was, dude.
Doppler is a shift in frequency, right?
Theoretically, no. With sound waves, it's irrelevant, right? We're talking about light speeds.
Yeah,
but let's say
exactly
that
the same. It's exactly the same shift in frequency.
No, it's not, dude. No, it's not. It's not.
Absolutely is. That's why I mentioned satellites, because that's where you can see it now. Like, you can compare a satellite just cresting your horizon versus overhead, and you can directly measure the Doppler shift of that signal. And you would see the same level of Doppler shift for a static transmitter on the ground, like a radio tower. Like, that's why I mentioned the car. One to your west and one to your east.
I get what you're saying, right? And I'm trying to explain to you that when you send a wave one way versus the other way, like clockwise versus counterclockwise, the amount of time that it should take, right, doesn't comport with the predicted rotation of the Earth, right? The speed of the Earth, it doesn't comport. There's something going on. There's a drag, right? There's something going on, but they didn't consider it a drag. They didn't consider it ether drag at the time. They believed that the Earth was in motion around the sun, right? And that there was some type of effect going on. They couldn't figure it out. That's when Lorentz came up with the Lorentz contraction. He thought maybe the tool that they were using was contracting. Witzit's talked about this, like Shane's talked about this. You ever heard them talk about it?
Yeah, it's completely irrelevant to what I'm talking about.
Okay, so when you talk about
a transmitter, you got a transmitter.
Yeah.
An antenna. You got an antenna. It's broadcasting just a continuous wave, like a beep, modulated into radio at 50 megahertz, right?
Yeah.
So those waves leave faster to the east versus to the west, or which I don't know what.
Same thing as a light beam. Yep.
So the frequency of the wave that's traveling faster as it goes past you with the receiver is going to be a higher frequency than on the side where it's traveling slower. That's the Doppler shift I'm talking about.
Yeah, same concept. You just, instead of using light waves, using radio waves. And you're like, oh no, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. That is what you're talking about. You just explained it.
You're right. Exactly what I'm talking about. However,
so why were you acting like
happening,
difficult?
And it's not being measured. Like that would That's all I'm asking. Like, why don't we measure it?
Well,
Why
I tried
can't I measure
explaining
it?
to you, and so when we're dealing with like light speeds, it's you can when you measure because the waves aren't as fast as the light to actually measure that difference, right? It's negligible with sound waves. They move so slow, right? Like sound waves, what are you talking about? 600 miles per hour, dude? Come on, dude. You're comparing light speeds with 600 miles per hour, and then you're
No,
asking me
I'm
why
only
don't I
talking
see
light
a
speeds. I
difference?
promise.
Now the only time that you hold on, the only time that you would notice a big difference is like when you're talking about galactic scales, right? That's why when I brought up the CMB and you're like, oh, we got to keep it on the ground. The reason I brought up the CMB is because when they measure Doppler shifts in the CMB, it's significant because of the distances, and you can use you can use all types of different waves. It doesn't just there's all types of different waves, gamma,
But hold on, before we even go
ultraviolet,
there, we don't need to go that far.
red, infrared. Dude, there's all types of waves that you can notice a Doppler shift in.
Right.
And they have to
Nothing
account
wrong
for
with that.
that using relativistic formulas, dude. So you
can do this yourself. I've done it. You dial a frequency that I have to say a satellite because there's nothing else moving that fast, and there's something moving that fast up in the sky, right? Who cares if it's orbiting or whatever it's doing? It's traveling fast relative to me on the ground. And if you try to tune in exactly to that frequency, you'll miss the signal because it'll be too far out of frequency for the bandwidth that you have to listen to. Like, that's in real life. I'm not making that up. And I'm saying that amount of shift would be happening for stationary transmitter and receivers on the ground. And I don't see that. So that's the question. That's like the source of the question. That's the ether answer I'm really looking for. Why isn't it seen on the ground by regular people every day? Because there's nothing that says it shouldn't be.
I just told you why, dude. You just hand-wave dismiss what I just told you. You're comparing apples to oranges, and you're asking me why don't I see a shift?
What is the apple and what is the orange?
If I'm
Like,
not
tell
hitting,
me.
dude, if you're not listening to me, I'm just gonna back up. I told you, dude. When we're talking about sound waves, you know the difference between sound
I'm
waves
not
and
talking
light,
about
dude?
sound waves. Why? Who's talking about sound waves?
Regardless, whatever waves, when you're talking about light, dude, light's way faster than any of these other waves that you're trying to reference, right? And unless you're talking about long distance, like galactic, at least solar system, in your model, it's irrelevant. You and your walkie-talkie with your friend down the street is irrelevant.
It's not, and I can prove it.
Oh my god, dude! All right, go ahead, prove it then.
For a satellite traveling 17,000 miles for whatever's in the sky, traveling 17,000 miles an hour, it is up to a kilohertz and a half Doppler shifted as it's approaching you and as it's receding away from you. And that's light. That's not sound Doppler. I'm not talking sound Doppler. I'm talking the radio frequency of the light, the radio waves.
Wait, you're talking about satellites now?
Talking about something in the sky moving very fast. It's definitely there because
the satellites definitely account for this.
No, it can't, because, and here's why.
Why?
Imagine two people on the ground, right? Far away enough that they can both see the satellite, but they're not close to each other. They detect alternate Doppler shifts when it's between the two of them. For one of them, it's shifting up, and for one of them, it's shifting down, but at the same, just single frequency the whole time.
So again, I'm not an expert on satellites, but as far as I know, from hearing some of these brainiacs on satellites, dude, they definitely account for relativity in that shift. They have to, because otherwise GPS wouldn't work.
This isn't a GPS satellite, so this is a satellite transmitting its own telemetry in Morse code. So it's not like it's not communicating with anything specifically. It's just transmitting.
So I'll make a deal with you. You send me some info on that, some sources, and I'll study it. And maybe tomorrow we can talk about it, or the next day, because it's getting kind of late. But I'm interested in what you're saying. Yeah. But as far as I know,
I can live stream.
I'm not an expert on satellites.
Satellite, and I can live stream.
But they do correct for that. They do. It's all about relativistic formulas and GPS and all this shit. And even the Glovers use that as an evidence for relativity.
This is far simpler stuff than GPS satellites. That's all I'm saying. This is like tangible to anybody. So,
And I'm not denying that they correct for that stuff, but it's all about your paradigm, right? So if I do believe that the ether, that the sky moving around us has an effect, and that's why they have to account for that drag.
yeah, and I would just love to know why
yeah.
it's selectively needed to be accounted for. Whereas if it's literally the background substance of ether that's causing it, that's everywhere, that's all the time, that's on the ground and in the sky.
I mean, there's more people in here if they want to speak up that are more qualified than me. I don't know if they're in the chat right now, but there's people that know about this shit.
Yeah, I mean, some physicists disagree on certain topics. I'm not sure if this would be one of them, but I've heard different things explained by different physicists, or they explain it different ways or associate different things. I don't know. I'm not familiar with this topic, but as long as we're all learning something new, I think it's a win.
Yeah, the more you learn, the more you can potentially earn.
Yeah, we should totally endorse the learning in general, no matter if somebody's right, wrong, whatever. I enjoy it. I enjoy learning, even if even if I am wrong sometimes. At least I learn something new.
Who was I just talking to, by the way? Just so remember your name.
The old Bull Knight.
What was his name?
Bull Knight.
Bull
He's
Knight.
blue.
Bull Knight. All right. Oh,
Yeah,
Bull
he's
Knight, I
awesome.
see you now. You got the Taurus.
Strong like
I
Bull.
was told I was a Taurus growing up, dude. All the zodiac, astrological signs. Oh, you're a Taurus. You were born on this date. Come to find out, dude, I'm not even a Taurus, according to tropical astrology. Not that I follow astrology, but when I actually looked up on Stellarium when I was born, position of the sun, dude, it wasn't even in front of Taurus, bro. I felt like I've been lied to my whole life. But why do you have that, by the way? Why do you have a Taurus?
Because it's a bull, and I'm Bull Knight, which is not related to bulls or Bill Nye, which is how it gets misread hilariously often.
Oh, I thought it was Bill Nye.
I know. No, it's null bytes, and then I just swapped the first letters so that I didn't have any letters.
So
or
how did
numbers
you
in
get
my
to
name.
Bull Knight? How'd you get there?
Null byte, NULLBYTE, null byte.
What
But
does
then it's
no
Bill
byte
Knight.
mean?
In programming, it's like it's a value, but the value is no value. Like it's not zero, and it's not nowhere in memory. It's a specific address in memory that explicitly means no data here, like dataless.
There's a bunch of interesting names in this game. I would like to hear why people's names are what they are. That is interesting.
And one guy probably
for
drinks
them?
Kool-Aid, but I want to know what flavor he drinks.
So what side of the war are you on, dude?
He's talking to Bull Knight still.
Yeah, dude.
Well, everything I can touch and look at and do myself looks globe, so I got to be there until seen otherwise.
Man.
Oh well, that's why I asked if Ether's doing this, how come I don't see this? And that's the question I had, and that's the question I've had for 3 years, and no one's got any answers, and I don't know how to poke at it more than I have. So I'll post. I found a good video of someone showing that Doppler on a satellite. I'll post real quick.
He didn't vouch for you. I thought maybe you were one of us, but it's all good, dude.
Now, me and Eden are just on Team Veg, so meat is murder, guys.
So in a vacuum, apparently you can have particles pop in and out of existence.
Yep.
How does that happen?
Because of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle.
Is there some electric field permeating the universe or something?
There's fields permeating everything. Yeah.
And what property do they have?
No, they're all the electromagnetic field, the gluon field. Like they're usually particle fields, I think, but they're just
You're just
The
fielding.
field, they're just vibing, you know.
Yeah. So even when there's a vacuum, there's like some electrical potential. You know what that means?
Because of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, right? Time and energy are related. So, like, I can have a bunch of energy, and as long as I have a little bit of time, then it's fine. The universe doesn't care.
Yeah, space-time. Space-time has energy. Some energetic field, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Seems like some medium. Some energetic type of medium happening. I don't know. That's just what I thought about it. My teacher told me, whenever I was in physics in undergrad, physics for like biology majors like is a little dumbed down. Kind of wish I would have paid more attention to. Even though I did good in the class, but it was just really basic stuff. And a lot of it was geared towards like biology. They tried to gear it towards medicine, whatever. So anyway, I was asking my teacher that I said, hypothetically, I would always stay after and talk to my teachers, and particularly my physics teacher, because I had a lot of physics questions. So I was like, if there's theoretically like an atom in a jar that's like, a vacuum, like, could we make that atom theoretically just stay still? If we just like, have it still, can it just be still and not move around like an air molecule?
It cannot.
Yeah. So what's your explanation as to why?
Heisenberg's uncertainty principle.
Because the particles, come in and out. That's what he told me. He told me even in a vacuum, you're going to have other particles come in and out. So that would like kind of cause some sort of fluctuation or something. But what's your reasoning?
Why there's a vacuum energy? Like Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is my reasoning.
Like,
What
why an
about,
atom can't be still? Why can't an atom just be stagnant in a jar?
Because position, momentum, and position have the same kind of relation. So if I know something's exact position, I don't know how fast it's going. It could be going infinitely fast.
Well, can it theoretically like have no momentum?
No, because then I wouldn't know where its position would be. Its position would be everywhere.
Taylor, would you consider vibration movement?
Yeah. Why can't a particle just be stagnant in a jar? I don't get it.
Because then its velocity would be uncertain.
Why is that not allowed?
Because of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle.
Can you elaborate?
So Heisenberg's uncertainty principle says that the change in x times the change in v, or change in momentum, has to be greater than or equal to pi over 2, or is it the reduced Planck constant? One of those.
How does that translate to an atom can't be still?
Because it's a consequence of the fact that atoms are waves.
Oh.
Can I try it in a biological speak?
Sure.
We know where the atom is, or we know how fast it's moving, but we can't know both.
That's crazy. Why can't we? I don't get it. Why can't we just know where it's at and how fast it's moving? Is there like some like
Atoms have always been waves because neutrons and electrons and protons are all waves.
I think there might be some physicists that disagree with you in here. I don't know.
Well, they can try to disagree with me, but then I can point to where we've used like atoms in double slit experiments and gotten the same result as with a photon.
Wow. That's crazy.
And how did you know you were detecting a photon?
That's what photon detectors are built to do.
Oh, okay. Duh.
So mass doesn't need a location?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I guess the
it
flashlight
just
is a
works. It's like
photon
an
creator.
apple, you know.
Well, no, it's like somebody else gets paid to figure that part out. I just need something
Gotcha,
that detects
gotcha.
photons.
So
So
my
wouldn't you
flashlight is a
think like
photon generator.
a photon sensor would detect a photon, right? But like, how do they I mean, we're still not even at the point where we even know what a photon is. So
well, a CCD captures photons. That's the whole job of a CCD.
And
Alternatively,
that allows.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, man.
That's what's in your digital camera to allow you to take pictures.
Tell him, Riggs. Tell him.
Dude, I'm not. I'm not disputing that cameras work or that you can actually collect things. Okay, I would dispute that they're physical things that you can collect and that you can actually discern between one photon. Those I would.
Why do they have to be physical to collect?
Well, I mean, just in your paradigm, they're
like
in
my paradigm, they're energy
particles
packets.
and waves.
No, in my paradigm, they're energy packets. So like, I'm just collecting energy. I assume you have no problem with that.
Well, in one aspect, the photon is considered like bullets, right? Or like energy snowballs. But in the electric magnetic field, some people think it's just like an electromagnetic wave.
If you ask particle questions of a photon, you'll get particle answers. If you ask wave questions of a photon, you'll get wave answers. It's something that's a bit of both. You can't really bucket it into one or the other.
That's why I guess they have that weird. I guess they have that phenomenon called the observer effect. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, there's nothing to stop there from being a concept of a photon of radio frequency, right?
Well, I think it would just be the smallest
level.
That's what you
single
collect
level.
when you. That's what you collect when you use a radio telescope.
Right. So then, but then the transmitter is just literally a piece of wire.
So the
so it's not like
transmitter's
it's
just-
flinging bullets out of it, Eden. Right.
In radio, really a lot in radio, transmitters and receivers are basically the same thing.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that when you're claiming a photon, it's essentially the smallest wave that you can actually discern. That would have to be what it is. Like whatever the smallest perturbation that you could actually.
There would be.
Like
there would be a
the
smallest
smallest blip.
wavelength. There would be a smallest wavelength and frequency, right? Because like not like your eyes can detect infrared or ultraviolet.
But that's it. That's all I'm saying. Like to say that it's like a particle and a wave, and that you're actually collecting a photon. Like my eyes don't have like photon sacks.
Yeah, well, you
like
just
if I'm
said
not
it was an
collecting.
energy packet. Your eye is collecting the energy, and that energy is being transmitted to your neurons. Like, at the end of the day, a photon is just an energy packet. E equals HF.
Yeah, I feel like maybe you're not steel manning everything that they're trying to claim, and also what you're doing is you're compartmentalizing like aspects of the claim of the mainstream to isolate. Like, oh well, in this frame it's this, in this frame it's that. Well, no, actually, it's just not those things. Like when you're saying it's a packet
I didn't
of
say
energy.
it was any. No, it is a packet of energy. When it interacts with something, it delivers
you can
energy.
speak. Go
That's
ahead.
how you keep track of it. Like what
Go
you're
ahead.
saying there is just physically wrong and not physics.
Well, I'm glad that you could like read my mind and just figure out what I was going to say before it came out of my mouth. So
You did deliberately say photons are not energy, and that's just physically incorrect. But continue with your martyr complex if you must.
okay, but do you remember the part where I was still speaking? Did you forget that part?
Did you
Which was
forget the
the
part where
point-
there was silence inviting you to continue?
Yeah, is it going to stay that way?
Only one way to find out.
All right. Well, I guess I'll find out and then find out all over again, huh? Just don't interrupt me, please. Thank you. All right, like I will say things, and I might even pause a little bit, but I will still say something, and then I will be completed. And then you can just speak for the rest of the night. You can argue with everyone else. Fine. Just want to say a few things. I don't think that light is a particle. I think this is bullshit. And you know, I think that ultimately, sure, light can be considered like a collection of energy, or perhaps like a wave in something that is, and through that wave, it is carrying like potential. So yeah, it would have pressure to it, and you could collect that pressure as electricity or something like that. But under the classical term of like photon, no, I don't believe you guys could claim that you're collecting a photon.
Nobody's saying it is a particle. B, I can very well collect energy, and a photon is a packet of energy.
All right. Well, if you want to say that, whatever. I mean, you're just kind of stretching out the term of energy then, because
No, I'm not. This
the
is how
ability to do
physics
work.
is done. This is basic undergraduate physics. I'm not rewriting the wheel here. I am telling you how physics is done.
No, I understand that you're copy pasting like the mainstream understanding.
No, it's not.
You just
It's
yeah,
not
you
even
just said that.
copying pasting. I have fundamentally tested these equations in my work as an astronomer. I
not
don't
saying
know
it's
what
not
you mean
applicable.
by blindly repeating. A photon is a
Well, no,
packet
you
of
said that.
energy. I
You
can
said
measure a lack of energy in one place, hit it with a photon, and measure a new amount of energy that I just injected into the material that is exactly HF. Like, what you're
great.
saying doesn't make any sense.
Well, I don't understand your outrage, because I'm
No
literally
outrage. I don't understand why you think there's outrage. If there's anything, it's
maybe it's the tone of your
bemused
girly
bewilderment. It's bemused bewilderment that you somehow think that you know more about physics and what a photon is than the people who have been studying them.
I didn't say that.
Yes,
I
you
didn't say I
did.
know
The
more.
moment you said that you don't agree that E equals HF, you have stated that I don't agree with the technology that is allowing me to communicate right now.
Brother.
So, like, it's just hilarious.
Brother on Earth. I did not say that. I said I have
Yes,
a
you did.
dispute with. I said I have a dispute with how you quantify the term energy, and now you're just applying it to what you call a photon.
Yes.
Okay.
You are saying
This has to do with definitions.
Correct. You're not. Listen to me. Stop. You finished your thought. I am now explaining to you why you're wrong. You just attributed to me a definition that is not my definition of energy. This is a physicist definition of energy. This is the definition of energy that has allowed power to be transmitted into your home so your fat ass can sit in front of 2 computer monitors and have a debate about flat Earth.
I'm sorry, Riggs.
Yeah, this is not a debate about flat Earth. This is just my
Did
personal.
I say it was? I said that the technology allows you to do that.
You are ill-equipped,
I am very
emotionally
calm.
speaking.
Yeah, you
No,
keep saying I'm
no,
emotional,
you're
and I'm very
gaslighting
calm.
yourself.
You're being very emotional, bro.
Yeah, you keep saying that, but none of you know what emotional means.
You're being insulting and emotional. Hold on.
I am being insulting. I am not being emotional.
Because you feel like you've been insulted.
unnecessary.
It's not insulting.
You're taking it. He's taking it like personally or something. Are you melodic?
Well, you see, when it's my job and career that you
It's a
tend
job
to
to be
impugn
emotional?
upon and not understand, and then tell me that I'm wrong in my understanding of, then it tends to not bring out the best in people. So, like,
Okay.
I appreciate that you're saying
You're a
that
paid
my
actor, bro.
conduct towards you is not what you would consider great, but your conduct towards me has not been considered great either. If you will enjoy, there's a
I've been
two-way
totally
street
calm
that
this
happens.
conversation. Everyone here has been totally calm.
I have been totally calm. The fact that I
Good,
talk
okay.
fast and I happen to think things faster than any of you here just means that I sound where you think I am.
lacking
Yeah,
self-awareness.
bro, you can be passionate. I'm passionate. Just don't interrupt him when he's speaking. That's it, dude. Give him his space.
You noticed
and we'll
I
be good.
didn't. You noticed I haven't since we had that little spat.
What?
But you continue being
Dude,
you.
you've
interrupted
It's
me
cool.
2 or 3 times today.
There's no little spat. You're just like constantly
Your
spurging.
self-awareness is that of a, I don't know, like
Yeah, and again, insults from people who don't know anything
No, but
don't mean anything.
why don't we stop
Self-awareness,
for a
bro.
second? You mentioned
I'm talking about your
let's-
conversation.
let's,
I know how to
That
have
was an insult
conversation.
by you.
Why don't we
Calm
ask
it
him
down.
some questions?
calm it
Melanic,
down.
are you up
You
for
guys
some
can take over. I just can't.
I'm sorry.
Calm it down.
Can we ask you some questions, if that's okay?
What, the emotional
Only
guy,
here.
or who you want to ask?
Yeah, yeah. He seems like he has a lot on his chest, so why don't we let him speak? If you don't
That's
mind me
kind of
asking, if
patronizing,
He,
John.
he speaks a lot already. He needs to like chill out.
If
Well,
someone
we
is
can ask-
emotional like that, then the last thing you want to do is sort of say stuff like that.
I'm not
thank you.
emotional.
He says he's
Again,
not being
people are
emotional.
projecting their emotional states
He
onto
denies that he's
me.
being emotional.
He's being incendiary.
just-
Yes, because you all are
Unless
sitting
he's
here
pointing out-
trying to gaslight,
he's
and
being,
it's
yes,
hilarious.
he's been incendiary.
He's being incendiary in his terminology.
No, I
He said,
wanted
like,
to, I wanted to
he said,
allow him to
"Sit your
speak. It seems
fat
like he
ass
has a
in
lot
front of
to
a
say, so we
computer."
can ask him some questions.
Let's-
So, if you don't mind me asking, you mentioned something about this. Maybe this is related to your profession. So, is accepting, if you were to accept flat Earth, would that affect you professionally?
I would never accept something that has no evidence for it.
Would it affect your personal income? If you don't mind me asking, no pressure.
He doesn't understand hypotheticals, man.
I understand hypotheticals. I'm saying the
Let's see.
hypothetical is malformed, and I feel no reason to answer it because it was not something that would ever occur.
Maybe it's not. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
short of me having a stroke and it
person?
happening, then it might, or having some sort of brain damage, then
What
it
about
may.
some
Melody.
evidence?
Okay,
Are you
well,
a
it doesn't
person?
seem like he's interested in
That's
anything in
but that
constructive.
was also incendiary.
Yeah. So why don't we
What's
talk
that?
about something? Oh, actually, Red Cloud
What's
Media is here.
incendiary?
Why don't we chat with him? Red Cloud Media is very fun to chat with.
One second, Eden. I think Melodic would not have negative consequences in his career if he accepted things that have evidence.
Okay. Yeah.
That's a very, very
welcome,
good way
Ruha.
of putting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Great to see you,
Well,
Ruha.
people can believe whatever they want. As long as they're doing their job, we can believe in flying unicorns. It doesn't matter.
It
Met a
is.
vegan butcher.
It's not
Imagine a
always
vegan butcher.
financially rewarding though to be
You could
even on the
be-
globe side challenging the mainstream.
I
We've
would
seen what's
just
happening
like-
with Dr. Tor.
I would
Oh,
just
go
like
ahead,
all the conversations to not like immediately like resort to some kind of meta like low IQ bullshit.
Well,
Can we just not?
To be fair,
Like I was just
sometimes-
talking about some ideas that I thought were relevant, and
Sometimes-
yeah,
Sometimes sometimes
You're fine.
personalities clash for different reasons.
Sometimes
and
those
they
ideas
create-
aren't relevant.
Right, but
Trigger,
they can,
you should
we
have
can
certain
clash.
ideas.
He's
I
pretty
had a-
hoity-toity, Red Cloud. He's pretty hoity-toity. Like, he's a bit tight. He doesn't. You can't even challenge the precepts without him sort of like essentially having
Okay.
an emotional outburst at the moment. so-
sometimes it's difficult when you have a deep understanding of something.
Mhm.
It's difficult to have that challenge unless you're being
It
challenged by
shouldn't matter
someone.
then.
Wait.
Okay, somebody has
wait.
something wrong. So what?
Taylor,
But you
Like,
can have a deep understanding of
people
something.
tell me
Hang
all
on.
the time.
Didn't get my
like,
thought,
Rick,
didn't get
like
my
for
thought,
example, I've
didn't get
worked
my
with
thought,
mutant strains
didn't
and
get my
biology.
thought,
Rick told me one time, and we've talked
didn't
about
get
is
my
DNA
thought.
real?
Taylor.
And DNA, and he
Taylor.
says,
Taylor,
yeah.
I was mid thought.
I thought you were finished.
No, I was still talking. And now,
He's a slow
thanks
talker.
a lot.
Don't worry. You just gotta wait for it. Okay. Be
No,
patient.
Damn it! Now we got to talk about meta for 45 minutes again.
No, I just
Nah.
don't remember what I was going to say. Please carry on.
Oh, sorry about that. I thought you were
That's
finished.
right. No, that's
The
all right.
point is that I find it kind of it seems to have similar characteristics to like communism versus capitalism, challenging of ideas. It seems I don't know. Yeah. For some reason, it seems to evoke a certain emotional response in people, and I'm not. I don't even want to target anyone or
I
anything.
mean,
but it
maybe
is
if
kind
you
of
didn't,
interesting, right?
maybe
Like
if
I
you
said, I
didn't
haven't finished my thought.
project
I haven't finished
an
my thought.
emotional state on somebody else, they would go better. But I am not triggered. I am not in an emotional state. I am just playing a video game while you all continue to talk.
Okay, well, I was talking.
Well, if you
So,
want to
I'm
engage
just
with us,
pointing out,
maybe you can
right?
turn off the
Just
video
one
game.
I think we need an apology from Ruhif right now.
I need to turn you up, Red
Not an
Cloud Media,
awful.
because I can barely hear you. So I'm
I'm
gonna turn you
talking
up.
quiet. Please turn me up. I'm really quiet.
Okay, I just did that because I never mind. Okay, I got you turned up now. I can hear you better. I was just gonna say, Rick
Yes,
and me
Taylor,
have
go ahead.
disagreed with certain things in biology. He's questions certain things, and I'm like, well, how can you do that? Because like I work with this stuff. but I don't get emotional. Like we have a
Look,
very calm, very chill convo.
you have a,
Can we? Can we not?
you have a way of saying calm, and I also want to say this. Well, there's not that many people in here that Taylor was against earlier. If you weren't in here, Taylor was up against like 11 different people, 11 different dudes, all basically on full attack mode, and she handled it quite well. So,
but and Red Club actually,
majority 11 people.
That being said, that's probably a skill developed by extraordinary practice and application. Right. If you persist in, so I have explained things to Taylor, then 2 days later had her ask how I know exactly the thing that I explained to her. Then I explain it to her again, and then she asks again, and then she asks, and then I explain it a third time more completely, and then she
more meta.
This is fun.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
That isn't the type of behavior that is going to encourage persistent politeness. There's only so many times one can expect to honestly.
If you don't have the patience, just don't answer. Just disengage. If you don't have the
hold on. Let him say his piece. I'm enjoying this right now.
And then we would like to rebut it.
They'll turn it into the whole night.
Let us know when you're finished.
Okay, we won't.
I can get it out of the meta.
I was just referring to Taylor's demeanor. That's all.
Okay, that's fine, but sort of she has to expect pushback if she keeps on. She will ask for lessons from experts. The experts will explain stuff to her, and then she will dispute what the experts have said.
Let her do that.
Based on a cursory understanding of a single paper she's read without any formal training in the discipline. That isn't isn't particularly honest.
PhD, what were you talking about?
Again, unnecessary. Okay, now let us respond, please, and give us everyone an opportunity to respond, because that's, I think, brutal. Red Cloud, actually, thank you for interjecting initially. I would like to say thank you to Red Cloud, because he does raise a good point. From the Christian point of view, we have to accept that the non-believers, especially people, in our opinion, who accept biblical cosmology, we have to expect that a lot of these non-believers are already under attack from the government and from a biblical spiritual message from something even darker. So we have to be gentle with these people and not be so inflammatory.
You have just to be gentle to everyone, and don't sort of categorize them spiritually in that way. Just be as gentle as you can to everybody.
One of the primary means and modalities of learning is actually to antagonize an idea. So her asking repeated questions about it, antagonizing the idea, I think should be sort of, it's just different ways of learning, right? And that's just one of the approaches.
Okay, let's test that. Taylor, what is the evidence we have for general relativity?
What the heck, Tony?
If you don't want to engage, Taylor, you
this is the thing that she asked me 4 times.
No. Look, you can't complain. You can't complain about somebody and then constantly address them multiple times every time you come in.
Okay? Use this as an example, right?
If you don't want to talk to them, then stop fucking bringing them up.
Look, if the claim was,
why is it personal? Why don't you apologize?
The claim was, this is her technique for learning. Fine, if she's learning. If she's not learning, then it's not a technique for learning.
That's what happens when you go to bed mad.
I noticed something.
Tony,
you wake up
just eat gin.
Let me just ask Tony. Let me just ask Tony. You've said your piece, Tony.
You have an unhealthy obsession.
Okay, but I don't feel like it's fair that I get attacked, then I raise my voice to talk over people who are attacking me in the middle of what I'm saying, and then my demeanor gets called into question. Right? How about the demeanor of everybody who interrupted me, including Ian?
So, dude, you have done nothing but attack this woman, and she's even apologized to you, even though you attacked her. And stop addressing her, man. She apparently didn't want to bring you up or talk to you, so why you keep doing it?
So if she wants not to address her, she can ask for that. I'm not going to respond to a request from somebody else.
Okay, now Red Cloud wants to say something.
Tony,
relax. Change the mood.
Wait, how long did it take Jaren to get it? It took him quite a long time.
Yes, and Jaron still denies the moon landing, and Jaron still denies the still denies the vaccines are effective. And even so, and this is after this is after 50 grand has been dropped on giving him an opportunity that very few people in the history of the planet have had. And
Was
so
he a prostitute?
at the rate of 50 grand per deranged conspiracy theory, that isn't an efficient technique.
This is fucking totally
I
uncalled
can't hear
for.
Tony. I
Fucking
can't hear
people
Tony
too.
talk.
What's your price,
Why don't
Tony?
we talk about the science instead of people?
I can't hear Tony talk.
Not productive.
Can I
Sorry,
just
dude.
say that?
It's late, dude. What are you gonna do?
So I was asked a question.
Productive.
I was asked a question, a direct question. I was in the middle of answering it.
Right. So.
Okay. Does that not seem fair to people?
Yes, it does.
What do you want to say, bro?
I said that, using Jaron as an example, he's a particularly bad example. He has dropped exactly one conspiracy theory at a cost of $50,000. At that cost, to dispel all of his conspiracy theories would cost around about $1 million. And then we've still got tens of thousands of other conspiracy theorists to go. I don't, and me criticizing somebody saying that is not an effective way to learn is a perfectly valid thing for an instructor to say.
Okay, you're not an instructor. Can I just say?
Yes, I am.
Okay, there's a difference. Yeah, but okay, when you're instructing your students, they've paid money, right? And they come in and they respect everything you're saying because they've come there to learn from you in that way. Right? This is not that. No one's paying. Everyone's putting in their own time and investment into this space. Okay. So I'd just say, like, decouple yourself a little bit from this notion of like a paid student.
But on the counterpoint, that makes me vastly more generous because I am donating my expertise and my time free of charge to people who are entirely resistant to the effort. Right? I'm not being paid to do this. And that makes what I'm doing all the more charitable, and it makes it all the more frustrating that my efforts are actively resisted by people I am trying in good faith to educate.
You can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time.
I for one appreciate what you do, Tony. I for one.
We do appreciate it nonetheless, but I just think it's it's a different learning environment to the one that you're sort of generally sort of cutting and pasting. In my interpretation, anyway.
Yeah, I do take your point, and I mean, there's no getting around the fact, as many people, flat earthers and globers alike, have pointed out, that I can be a cranky old fuck when people mess with me.
Please not swear.
Well, I can call myself whatever I want to call myself. It's called freedom of speech.
And I love you, bro.
That's pretty. But even that being said, in my estimation, if Taylor wants to actually learn the material she says she wants to learn,
God. Why are you targeting people?
No, let him have his say.
I am trying to give advice to somebody who has said in the past that they would like to learn.
Nobody's asked your advice.
Sorry, let him.
Yes, actually, they have, Eden, and that's just a lie.
They ask questions. They're not.
No, Eden, that's just a lie.
Okay, you can finish.
People have asked my advice, and I'm entirely within my rights to say, look, this is not a productive way for a student to engage with the material that is being presented with them.
You can say that once, twice, 3 times. Now you've said it about sort of, I don't know, 10 times. We get the point. I've learned that lesson. Engaging
And it's
with
like
you.
Groundhog
So
Day.
thank you for that lesson. Okay.
It's like Groundhog Day sometimes. We just gotta stop.
Well, I noticed that you continually repeat the same arguments over and over, even when they've been debunked. So I don't think that you're on the moral high ground here, Eden, to whine about me banging on about the same old thing, given that it's exactly what you do.
The thing is, the difference is I don't go around disparaging you.
No, you go around lying about my disciplines.
There you go. There you go.
According to Omni, a lot of listen, guys. According to Omni, a lot of things are allowed in this server, bro, that aren't allowed in other servers. As long as you're not like really like telling somebody to kill themselves, pretty much anything goes, dude. Like literally, according to Omni. And dude, Tony, I wouldn't want him any other way, bro. You know, he's venting his emotions. He's upset about something. He's allowed to do that, bro. Like, why not?
He's allowed to, but
Yeah,
I just
that's
point
right.
out
Yeah.
this is
Honor.
what happens with ideologies a lot. People get sort of favorite ideas, and then when that idea is challenged in a public space, they have this sort of, like, I don't know, a schism, I would call it, or refer to it, in which the idea is challenged, and it challenges their own personal identity in some way because they've identified with that idea. So do people have ideas, or do ideas have people? Which one is it in your
So
interpretation?
science is not ideas, right? Science is based on data. So if you're taking a position contrary to the data, that deserves pushback. It's not
Is a theory? Sorry.
Pardon? So
is a theory
do you
an
know
idea?
No.
Is it?
A theory is a hypothesis that has been supported by all of the available observational evidence that we have to date.
Would you say that you need to think when you come up with a hypothesis? A hypothetical?
Yes, I would, but I would not say that the laws of physics are dependent on somebody being there, a conscious observer being there to observe them.
Well, dark matter is an idea, so I don't know.
Yes, but that's a hypothesis.
theoretical
That's
idea.
not. It's not a theory. It's not a scientific theory. It is a hypothetical structure, right? For which we have, as yet, limited observational support.
But the thing is, like, I'm not wanting to get into a dark matter complex and just say you sort of divorce the notion of science and ideas, and I think that ideas are quite prominent in the scientific endeavor. In fact, a lot of the pioneering aspects and the frontier is sort of set about by sort of, what would you say,
Yes,
taking
but we're
knowledge of
not
the
talking
present
about.
and then projecting where that knowledge might take us in the future, and then of those thousands of different possibilities that people tend to take, one or two of them tend to be profitable and, you know, claim they're inducted into the truth pool at that point.
Yeah, my apologies for interrupting you. There was a bit of a pause and I leapt into it. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you while you were still speaking. But yes, that's true. But what we're discussing when we're discussing, for instance, the evidence in support of gravity or the evidence in support of general relativity is not at the boundaries of science or the boundaries of human knowledge. This is stuff that is well established and well supported observationally. So taking the ideas that prevail at the boundaries of science, where there's still a great deal of uncertainty about whether or not dark matter even exists. If it does, what is it? These are still open questions. We don't know. Questions about, the early universe. Fine, you can have, well-intentioned debates and, about how to interpret the data, how to process the data, et cetera, but that doesn't extend to well-established, more mundane technologies such as how GPS works, or the general relativistic corrections that need to occur for GPS clocks. These are well-established, reliable technologies and scientific processes that disputing is. It's not the same thing, right? It's not even in the same ballpark. It's like the analogy that I always use is, suppose I took a DNA test tomorrow and it turned out that the person who raised me was not actually my biological father. The DNA just confirms that it's impossible. He couldn't be. Then that does not justify the conclusion that my father was a squirrel, right? That's not one of the possible hypotheses. So whether or not dark matter exists doesn't allow any different formulation about the evidence we have for gravity, general relativity, or the shape of the Earth.
Okay, cool.
What about black holes? If that didn't exist, would that affect the gravitation of the system?
If black holes are demonstrated not to exist, that would certainly shake the foundations of general relativity, but it would not.
I'm talking about the math,
but
gravity.
it would.
If
But
there
it
was
would
no
not.
dark matter and dark energy, wouldn't the galaxy just fly apart? If there was no black holes,
No,
dark
so
matter.
No, that's not what dark energy does. Dark energy is not
I didn't mean
required
to say dark energy. I misspoke. I meant dark matter
Okay,
and black
yeah, but
holes. Forgive me.
that's not what dark matter is about. Dark matter is not about holding galaxies together.
So matter
Dark
doesn't
matter is
cause
about
gravitation?
they do, but the gravities would still exist without the dark matter. Indeed, there are gravities without any dark matter that completely match the predictions of general relativity. Their rate of rotation is pretty much exactly what general relativity would predict.
But where it doesn't match, there's dark matter there.
That is the hypothesis at the moment. As I say, it's a hypothesis. It could be that our understanding of gravity is wrong. I'm just correcting slightly. You said that the galaxies would fall apart. No, they wouldn't. They just wouldn't rotate as quickly. It's the rate of rotation that's wrong. It's not that the gravities would magically fall apart. They still have mass in them. They'd still hold together, but they should they should be rotating more slowly. And instead,
what would cause it to slow down?
Well, if there were no mass, the rate of rotation of the galactic disk is a function of the mass distribution. And so the argument is that you look at that rotation that rotation rate as a function of distance from the center of the galaxy, and you say, okay, that doesn't match with the mass that we can see. It would match if there was more mass there. And so one of the theories is there is more mass, we just can't see it. That's one, sorry, and I used theory there and I was wrong. That's one of the hypotheses, but there are other hypotheses, which, as you say, one of them is our theory of gravity is wrong in some way. It requires some modification.
Hence why there's, legit scientists in the field talking about modified Newtonian dynamics or MOND.
Yep,
right?
exactly. Yep, exactly so. But even with that, that would not change our observations of gravities on Earth's surface or within the solar system. So for instance, the practical applications that we have for gravity on the surface of the Earth, where we use gravity to map the ocean floor, to navigate submarines, to find mineral deposits under the ground. These are all or to track surface water distribution. You can track floods or groundwater depletion using gravity observations. These real-world applications and the fact that mass attracts mass would not be impacted by modified Newtonian dynamics.
Yeah, it's all about the galaxy, right? So maybe you got the gravity wrong at the galactic level.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
It's just going to take a little time for the paradigm to shift.
Yeah,
I've
that's
been
right.
talking about it for about 10 years. And if you know about Thomas Kuhn and the Kuhn
Yep.
cycle,
Yep.
then you know that, there's still people that think that mass attracting mass is like a complete theory and that it's not, it's not missing. But it is missing with the orbit of Mercury and the moon,
Yeah,
right?
that's right. Yeah, exactly.
Dark matter just doesn't have to account for galaxies. It also has to account for the power spectrum of the CMBR.
It also there are also Einstein rings. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that that was the only evidence we have of dark matter. There are, of course, Einstein rings around things that we can't see, suggesting large mass concentrations that are apparently invisible to us. But that could also be explained by some deviation in the curvature of space-time that has some other explanation. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that dark matter would fix, but it's still a hotly contested field of science. So my attitude is I'm not an expert in these things, and I'm going to wait. I'm not going to have a strong opinion one way or the other until things settle down.
That's a fair position to take. I think that there, is no dark matter. I think the lambda-CDM model is wrong and it's going to get replaced, just like all the others.
Wait,
did.
I was trying to say,
Go ahead.
Tony, you should be able to talk about them though, even if you're not an expert, as you mentioned. Shouldn't you
Well,
be able to
yeah,
engage
I can talk about them, and I can give my understanding of the evidence. That's fine. But what I'm not going to do is say that one or the other of these groups of highly qualified scientists are wrong in my estimation or are doing anything bad. I can repeat what I understand, and I may make mistakes when I talk outside of my field. My chances of making mistakes in what I say vastly increase. And so if somebody pulls me up on it, I'm going to have to say, look, yeah, the chance is that I misunderstood. In fact, I was shown that today. Somebody was talking about the possibility that the universe rotates, and I said that it was on the timescale of 90 billion years. And in fact, I just saw it today. The paper suggested that the universe rotates once every 500 billion years. So I got that number wrong. So, yeah, I can misspeak, I can make mistakes, I can misremember, because this isn't in my speciality. This isn't something I deal with every day. So I mean, you're right. We can talk about this, but what the caution that I would have for you is saying whether or not you think that the authors are making any errors, because what
I never
may
say that.
seem okay, fine. If you don't say that, that's fine. It has sounded to me like you've said that in the past, but
Well,
I may
yeah.
but I may have just misunderstood what you were saying,
I
and in
don't
that
question
case,
the data.
and
I
in
don't.
that case, my apologies.
Okay, I got you. No problem. I was just gonna say I don't question like the data. Interpreting data is another thing, but most of the time I don't usually question the papers. It's like, what people say about papers or what people say about papers that don't exist or just claims, whatever. I usually try to use papers as my foundation, and I'm not usually criticizing them. I usually use them as like, any like support when people ask me for, sources. I try to give them sources.
Yep.
Now, do I
And
agree with every single paper that exists? Probably not. And every single interpretation? Probably not. And, am I qualified, by your standards to disagree with them? Probably not either. But, am I
so,
qualified to talk about some papers? Probably so.
okay.
But it's
Well,
okay. I'm not claiming I'm
yeah,
an expert on pretty much anything. I don't want to claim that because I'm holding myself to a much, much higher standard.
I think if you're a late year graduate student, then you can claim some expertise in your chosen discipline. You're certainly vastly more qualified in that than the average person you're likely to talk to. But there is another sort of aspect of interpreting scientific literature that I might just mention here, which is that you are not obligated to agree with a result just because it appears in print. A lot of papers appear in print that are incorrect. In fact, I have co-authored a paper that I'm pretty sure is incorrect.
Are you talking about the replication crisis, sir?
I beg your pardon?
Are you talking about the replication crisis?
No, I'm talking about, so people will publish a model for a particular process, and that model will be shown by later data to be incorrect or incompatible with the later data. So the paper was not incorrect at the time that it was published, but later information showed that it was incorrect, that it can't possibly be true.
But that's just going to be how things go, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's just how things go. There's the publication system is not doing anything wrong in that instance, and indeed some papers get published despite being wrong. I have a colleague who, as an editor of a journal, reviewed a paper and said, "Look, I think this is wrong, but we should publish it because it will spark a conversation in which things will get discussed, explained, and settled better, and everybody will understand the topic better." So sometimes sometimes papers get published because they'll have a positive impact on the discourse rather than because they're right. And there are predatory journals that will publish papers simply because the author paid them money. You'll often find science denialists, engaging in that. A lot of climate science denialists, for instance, publish papers in predatory journals. But so yeah, just because, and there are a couple of people, being an academic doesn't mean you can't have a mental health crisis. I've come across people with PhDs who have literally gone, kind of bonkers. And I don't know why, but they start producing nonsense, and they can get it. They can, because predatory journals exist. These people who have careers will publish papers in these predatory journals. And there are a couple of these about that the flat earthers have sort of leapt on. There's a guy by the name of Wang who published some stuff badly misunderstanding relativity. That
What was his
space
last
order.
name?
I think his last name was Wang. I think it was Wang, R-U-I Wang or something like that. That's dimly from memory, but he published something, and the flat earthers took it and ran with it, and all of the people who were qualified in relativity tore it to pieces. But he seems to have been, Wang definitely does have a PhD in physics. He just seems to not properly understand relativity, or to have gone off the rails somehow.
So, what do you
Because
think caused that? What do you think would create that?
anything can cause that. I mean, sort of.
So, like, if I'm just asking you to speculate. I'm not going to hold you to it. You know what I
I'm
mean?
not.
Just
I'm not.
speculate.
I'm not inclined to speculate on what might cause a mental health break. But a lot of people doing a PhD is actually really, really stressful. A lot of people. I made the comment the other day that people putting PhD in front of their name was kind of stolen valor. A lot of a surprisingly large number of PhD students commit suicide. Right? They don't make it through their PhDs. They die in the attempt. So while it sounds a bit
crazy, it's
That's
fucking sad.
represented in people with
okay, that's fine. I'm not claiming that it's exclusive to PhDs, but it is an extremely stressful prospect.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that I
Okay.
believe they are also massively overrepresented in not schizophrenia, but other psychosis-related mental disorders. They end up in mental institutions all the time.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was
Yeah.
somebody at my
It's bad.
school that committed suicide at school. Yeah, it's very I would agree. Very stressful.
Yeah, it's and
Yeah,
so
I've seen people like in my lab starting out, like men with like a full head of hair, and then by the time they graduated, they're like almost completely bald.
Yeah.
And just completely and not unrecognizable, but you could tell.
Yeah.
It's very stressful.
And sort of and it just and sort of that sort of thing can drive somebody off. And in my case, it was actually getting married. That had an incredibly negative effect on my mental health. That's when I went bald. I used to have a not a full head of hair, but more
I
hair.
hate to laugh, but that's kind of funny.
Tony.
But so and it is kind of funny. It is kind of a stereotype, but anything can happen that can impact. Some people went. I know somebody personally who went kind of crazy after 9/11, and he was an Australian, but 9/11 had a huge emotional impact on him. Just drove him, round the bend. He couldn't cope with it. Couldn't cope with the fact that sort of shit could happen, and went a bit loopy. I mean, these stresses can come from any direction. So the sad thing is, I mean, the sad thing is that we don't sort of treat it just like any other illness, where okay, you've got an illness, go to a doctor, get it looked at. It's stigmatized. It isn't well funded in the US. Mental health support isn't that well funded in the US mental health system, and I think that's when people complain about sort of the amount of gun crime in the US, part of it is gangs, but part of it is you've got generation after generation of combat veterans you've sent off to fight in wars that come back and they've got nearly no mental health support. And you've trained them how to use weapons, and it's going to have a negative effect. I mean, that's rampant speculation, but I think that contributes to sort of where the US is on gun violence. Is you've got a lot of people who have been trained in how to use guns whose mental health isn't great.
Well, the third leading killer is, these doctors that you're talking about, right? Just going to the doctor is the third leading killer in the United States. right?
I'd be interested to see I'd be interested to see how those stats were arrived at. I think the idea that somebody dies after going to see a doctor is not an indication of causality. People go to see doctors because they're ill. If that illness kills them later, it wasn't going to the doctor that killed them. And this is another thing that often gets misrepresented. People will often misrepresent statistical data. I remember somebody saying, that the majority of medical expenses that a person incurs will occur in the last 2 years of life. And so he was saying we should just not give medical care to old people. And the counterexample to that is, imagine a person who gets into a car accident, is seriously injured, and then later on dies from the injuries. Most of his medical expenses occurred in the last 2 years of his life. It wasn't old age related. So that statistic that most of your medical expenses occur in the last 2 years of your life, that's just kind of a fact of life. You're going to have to live with it. It's not just old age that does that. It's all illnesses. Most cancer patients, the vast majority of their medical expenses are in the last 2 years of their life, and they don't need to be old people.
So I've
Most,
been googling
most
it.
people die in bed. Beds are killers. When will the slaughter end?
Posted my source. It's PubMed.
Yeah,
Everybody who breathes oxygen dies. Down with oxygen.
All these.
No,
all
it's
these
true.
people
The study was
dying in
conducted by
bed.
Johns Hopkins University in a meta-analysis. I'll post it.
All these people.
Okay, I am
dying in bed.
Larry. I am Larry. Just posted it.
Oh yeah, thank you.
I'd want to read that. I'd want to read that publication very carefully. And
Right.
I'd
So you
suggest
talked
that-
about video games. I've been playing video games since I was a young child. Grew up with guns, and nobody gets hurt. So I don't know. I don't think that's causality. But when you talk about the military, I couldn't agree with you more. Like maybe we shouldn't be killing people in the sand to install banks.
Well, people will say that there's no such thing as a just war, and I don't agree with that. I think that, for instance, the war that Ukraine are fighting in order to defend their sovereignty is an example of a just war, and we should support them in that, not least because it's in our self-interest to stop Russia from steamrolling into Eastern Europe.
But where's the sovereignty in the coup?
I beg your pardon?
The coup of the government. Like, where's the sovereignty in that?
In what? In the what of the government?
The coup. The United States staged on their government and basically fucking installed a leader. Like, where's the sovereignty in that?
No, that's
I mean, yeah, if you're gonna deny it,
Russian propaganda. That's Russian propaganda, and the weird thing is,
no, it's Western
if the Russian
media outlets,
if the Russian story were correct, if that story were correct, Russia
it's not
has
a Russian
been
story. Stop labeling it as that. I read it from Western media, and you're telling me it's a Russian propaganda story. Like, that's just gaslighting, dude. I read it from my own media.
Do you think the Russian's not part of the what?
Oh, the Russia owns United States media. Interesting theory. Okay, prove it. Don't care. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
weren't there criminal charges brought against multiple influencers in America for accepting money from Russia in order to promote
like
Russian
the Russia
propaganda?
hoax? What do you mean?
Yeah, there was
No, I'm talking about
the skateboard guy. The skateboard guy. What's his name? Temporal.
Temporal, that guy, yeah, was receiving $100,000 a week from Russia to promote Russian talking points.
Well, yeah, he was getting funded by all kinds of like his funding is
So it's okay that the Russians are doing that because
no, it's
lots
not
of
what I
people are
said. I
buying-
just agreed with you.
buying
Like
Temporal.
his
Okay.
funding is nefarious. Like, yeah, no, it's
Yeah,
shady. The kid's a shady motherfucker. Like, he's just grifting.
So there's a popular misconception about sort of the coup in Ukraine and whether or not it was supported by the West. And the simple fact is that the West that the CIA has liked to claim responsibility, and indeed, critics of the government have liked to blame the CIA for stuff. Whereas the fact is that the CIA has never been successful in manufacturing a coup, unless there was a large portion of the local population that really wanted a coup. So the success of the Ukrainian coup, even if it was inspired by the CIA, its success was due to the fact that that's what the Ukrainian people wanted. This is and indeed Russia attempted counter coups. Russia attempted to do the same, and the fact that they ended up invading Ukraine was because none of their counter coups ended up working, because you can't counter coup if you don't have popular support in the country, which is something
they were kind of divided according to like census, right? They were kind of divided.
You can always coup, and that's if you're a pigeon.
That's true. I thought you were going to say you can always run a coup if you're the military. That is also true. You can also run a coup if you have enough of the military on board. But if you don't have popular support, then that's just going to turn into a military dictatorship.
Yeah, I thought the consensus was like split kind of in the middle. Like the South was like Russia based, and the North was Ukraine based.
It's very difficult to get data because the Russians came in and then they had
influence, right?
The election results. We just held a poll, and wouldn't you know it, most of the people who turned up to the poll where we have soldiers turn out to agree that having Russians here are pretty fucking spiffy. Sorry, Eden.
What if like somebody in the like an expert, right, in political science or whatever it is, right, foreign affairs, like an expert, what we deem a society or the government, media deems as an expert, right? Kind of like how we refer to you as an expert. What if they predicted all that and they claim or they agree with the census that it was an actual coup? Would you go with that? Would you just be like, nah, fuck that, I disregard?
I mean, but I would like to see the experts' data, because I have seen expert data on this, and the government that was thrown out was very much a pro-Moscow government that didn't seem extremely popular, and certainly doesn't seem to have been able to mobilize popular support for their return. But
I mean, that's tough, right? Because it's
again, if you can show me convincing data to the contrary, I'll have to revise my views. I mean, that's only intellectually honest. If you,
all I can do at this point is like refer you to an expert, and then you could reach out to them for the data. But I can't.
Okay.
I never obtain that data. I'm just going off of one of the experts in the field and how they presented it, and they predicted what was going to happen before it ever happened.
Yeah, but I mean, this is actually easy.
90s. Hold on, video of an expert in the late 90s, and what he said is that if they keep accepting Baltic states, then it was going to cause a war in Ukraine. That was a quote by Joe Biden in the late 90s.
Well, it's interesting to hear Joe Biden cited as an expert on anything. But
in the 90s,
but actually that doesn't.
Government, right? So he would be an expert in foreign affairs, especially adopting all those NATO states causing a war with Russia. He knew how to make wars. He's a politician.
I object to your use of the term causing, because actually what happens with the Baltic states is none of Russia's business, nor is what happens with Ukraine. They are sovereign countries, independent countries, and they can make alliances and join whatever group they want to. That's their right as sovereign nations. No, you as Americans would firmly object if anybody came in and told you who you can or can't make alliances with, what groups you can or can't. And just because these nations happen to be smaller than Russia doesn't give Russia the right to dictate who they can associate with or make treaties with.
But let's test that. What the comparable test would be, let's say tomorrow Canada said, we're joining the Russian Federation. They're getting the team back together. We're going back to the USSR.
Whoa.
We're going to have a hostile power across a flat expanse of land, because that's his major issue. The two things, as far as I can tell, that bother Putin about it is it's a breadbasket, so it's access to a lot of food, but also it leaves this big flat bit of land you can invade them through. So if let's say it went the other way around and Canada said, we're free to choose whatever we want and we want to be in cahoots with a hostile power while sharing a border with you, they're free to do that. But do you expect the US to let them? I don't.
I think that if the US tries to
blowing it up immediately.
I think that if the US tries to interfere, that is just as much an international crime as Russia trying to stop Ukraine from determining its own fate. I don't, I'm not in favour of these sorts of, sort of the US's imperialistic attitudes towards various places that it has conquered in the past are no more acceptable than any other colonial powers' excesses. Their invasion and retention of the Philippines, for instance, under pretenses that were incredibly tenuous. I object to those just as much as I object to any other crime. And before you ask, yes, Australia's egregious manipulation of East Timor's vulnerability is equally egregious, as is our blindness to the basically genocidal campaigns that Indonesia are running in West Papua. But our ability to influence these things is extremely limited.
What about the settlers in Gaza? How do you feel about that?
I think that Palestine should be allowed to exist as an independent country. I don't think that the Israeli settlers moving in and occupying pieces of Gaza is right. I think that the Israeli Defense Force has committed war crimes. I also feel that Hamas has committed war crimes. I also feel that Hezbollah has committed war crimes. I think that there should be international, and if we're going into my opinions, be aware, a lot of you may not like them because I'm very much anti-Semitic, but that doesn't mean that I support everything that the Israeli government does. I think that the Israeli government's policies towards Gaza are nothing short of criminal, and I think that the fact that
before that I'm anti-Semitic,
anti-Semitic,
right?
Like I'm really anti-Semitic. Sorry. I was trying to say anti-Semitic. There's no.
That's so weird.
No.
It's like I absolutely hate Jews, but on the other hand, I also hate their government.
I feel like racism of any sort is objectionable.
I got an idea about Gaza though. What if they had a one-state solution and people from Palestine were just treated as like equal citizens, and there was nobody with special rights? I mean, maybe that's crazy, right? That's a crazy flat Earth idea. Give everybody equal rights.
Well, it certainly is with regard to Israel, because Israel is kind of an apartheid state in that regard. Arab Israelis do not have full rights. And certainly the people of Gaza do not have full rights when they cross into Israel, which I guess makes sense. I mean, ideally, ideally, a single government where everybody was treated equally and everybody had equal rights. It's hard to argue that wouldn't be an ideal solution, but the fact is that it's not what the Palestinians want, and I feel they have a right to self-determination. And I feel they also have a right to not have their children killed en masse, their hospitals bombed, and their cities bulldozed, which or their relief columns shot up by fighter jets. I think that they should have all of this stuff, and so I think that a a one-state solution where Israel gets everything it wants. I don't accept that as being the right thing to happen any more than a solution to the Ukraine war where Russia gets everything it wants is the correct way to resolve that conflict.
Well put.
So I tagged you for the lecture that he talks about. It explains
Okay,
basically the
all
war,
right.
why he thinks it's going to happen, why he knows it's going to happen if we do what we're doing, if we continue to push in the same direction. And he was 100% right in all the basically everything.
Even so, the reality is, you don't actually need to be able to read the future to predict a lot of these things, because they've happened before.
Well, it's
right?
logical, right? That's what you're saying. It's just a
No,
logical outcome.
it's happened before, right? The exact same thing. The Germans went into Austria because Austria, shares cultural continuity. They're Germanic people. Then they went in. Then they wanted a portion of Czechoslovakia because they had lots of German people in it. They got given a large portion of Czechoslovakia, and they thought, well, they wouldn't. They literally thought. Hitler literally thought they wouldn't have given me this bit of Czechoslovakia and left the rest of Czechoslovakia basically defenseless if they didn't want me to take the rest of Czechoslovakia.
It's a lot of speculation. You know what I mean? You're just kind of like compounding speculation on top of speculation.
That's not
Where it's like we can't say what Hitler thought. You know what I mean? It's like
we can.
We could judge his actions, but we can't say we know what he was thinking and why he did what he did.
We have his writings and we have the speeches that he gave. Speeches is a bit of a
the propaganda that he put put out is what we have.
I didn't even get on politics.
Just to add one point of historiography. Hitler used to have lunches, and every lunch was sort of punctuated by a speech that he would give to basically his friends and guests that would last from 1 to 2 hours. And these were written down and recorded and released in a book. So they're not the propaganda he was spreading to everybody else. These are the ideas that he was spreading to his friends. So we've got a fairly clear idea of sort of how he was thinking, what he was thinking.
Yeah, the message he was putting out in the political sphere. I get it. That's what I meant by propaganda. When politicians are spewing shit, it's all like to propaganda, trying to get people on board with the direction of where they think things should go.
No, this is more like if somebody wrote down everything I said in this Discord and then put it into a book.
Well, that would be the military commands and orders. That's what I would say. I'd make that analogous if you, if you said all the military directions, all the orders he put out, I would say, I go with that.
It doesn't matter. There's a book that has very detailed thoughts about what he believed. Anyway.
But now you're proposing that his interpreter, or what's it called, this person who writes down what he's saying, is completely accurate and is actually able to
that's a good
his spoken words into written form. So
that's an excellent point. That is a filter through which and this goes back to historiography, right?
Yeah, that's why I say speculation.
It's informed speculation, right?
I'm not saying it's not
baseless. It's not baseless speculation. There's a difference, right? If you just describe something as speculation, you're suggesting that there's no evidentiary support for it whatsoever. This is more informed than that, right?
I didn't contest that at all. I just said, it's speculation. We can't say it's absolute. That's all I meant.
No, you're quite right.
But you were kind of portraying it as like, you know what I mean? You were going down like the way you were describing it, and you were coming to your conclusion. It was just stacked with too much speculation. That's the only reason I raised.
Can we not talk about Hitler?
Okay, fair enough.
Hitler knew the Earth was a globe, therefore all globers are Nazis.
Actually, I argue that would be a logical leap, right?
There are times when I really want to kick you in the nuts riding on eggshells.
Which belief is more
He's
dangerous?
an entertainer. Are you not entertained?
Which belief is more dangerous, the globe or flat Earth? I think it's the globe.
I think generally ideas, like we can't tell because we're each going to say the other side, but I think that ideas are dangerous generally in proportion to how they diverge from the truth. I think it is possible that you can use true things to harm, like the atom bomb is a great example, but I generally think it's easier to harm with lies.
Atom bomb's interesting.
well
The lack of
stated.
fallout. Like,
I'm
what's the
just glad that
predicted?
there was no category error here when
Fukushima
you
meltdown and the
correctly
Japanese
addressed
people
them
are
as both
thriving there.
being blue.
What's the prediction of the nuclear fallout? Like, if we were to break that down, the math and the science, right?
I got a
According to
nuclear
mainstream.
physicist saying that nukes are a hoax.
Yeah,
You guys wanna see
what
it?
would be the time frame for the nuclear fallout to be, where
Dunno,
people
I would-
can inhabit that space again and
I would
wildlife would
absolutely
thrive?
prefer
It depends
people
on
who
the
built the bomb or did the testing afterwards.
it
But
depends
I
on sort of the nuclear weapon. So a device like a neutron bomb is designed to kill all the humans, all the organics, but basically leave no radioactive fallout. And it doesn't rely on sort of concussive force. It relies on the fact that it's just flooding the area with neutrons, which is damaging enough that it will just kill the living stuff. And then you
So
move into that.
what about the radiation, though?
This is a great point. Like,
the
why do we
radiation-
support such a paradigm that creates weapons of mass destruction and these kinds of things?
I
Like,
don't.
why are these our leaders going about and making these things? Like, wouldn't it be much better to spend that money in education and compassion and like learning to live together, communicate, cooperate, become friends, and like, share resources, build each other up, not like steal off of Africa all its resources until it's like barely standing, and things like that. I mean, I feel like the focus is completely like maybe it doesn't actually have a focus. It's just like, guys, good topic. No, what do you guys think?
What?
Well, I think you're showing. I think you're showing a slight ignorance of game theory. So there's a
Ignorance of what now?
Game theory. So
Game
the
theory.
strategy.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Please help. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, the strategy of being nice to everybody and never being aggressive and never using force gives people who are aggressive and are willing to use force, like the Chinese Communist Party, for instance, to pick a random example, it gives them a huge advantage because they will spend stuff on developing these weapons. They will push, to conquer places. They will try and ethnic cleanse entire situations. And if you have a society that relies entirely on that is composed of people who are always peaceful, then the bullies have a huge advantage. On the other hand, if you have a society that is composed entirely of bullies, then someone who is not a bully also has an advantage because they're now a resource. They're a potential ally. They're somebody you can rely on. So you're actually well advised to preserve that person. So what tends to happen in game theory is that if you go toward, it's like poker. If you go too passive, you can be victimized. If you go too aggressive, you can be victimized. So you need a strategy that is somewhere in the middle. You can't sort of rely on prayers and good wishes to sort of get past. In order to prevent war, you are best advised to prepare for war.
Okay, so
and keep in mind, keep in mind that the weaponry built up gradually. The arms race. They keep raising the ante, and then, as you suggested, why not redirect all this energy and effort? And now we have the arms reduction treaties. Well, all of a sudden, somebody says, "Well, if you guys are going to do an arms reduction treaty, then we'll just go ahead and ramp up because then they'll have the advantage," and it goes back and forth, like he said, game theory. So yeah, it's very difficult to control societies to remove hostilities and paranoias over, if it, the mutually assured destruction appeared to be like the deterrent, that's a no-win situation.
Or maybe it's not difficult at all, and it's just, you need a new pedagogical theory to be implemented in the schools that actually doesn't just talk about compassion, but actually engages with and practices compassion. My experience from working as a teacher in the schools is that most teachers around everywhere pretty much have a really difficult time in listening to the needs of the child, even respecting them, even like catering to their feelings. Like it seems like there's this notion called alexithymia, which is simply emotional blindness. It seems like it's a kind of like disease that's actually running rampant. And lastly, to address the person who spoke first here, of course you will have people who have had their experiences with life that conditions their mindset so as to be hostile. But you see, perhaps these people, as I've tried to point out, are just unfit as leaders. And bodies like China and North Korea and other places, they wouldn't actually exist in the constitution as they currently are conducted by if we actually had fit leaders in those positions.
Well, there's a lot in what you say that I absolutely agree with. I think that we don't pay teachers enough in order to get really talented, really committed people in those roles. I feel like our pedagogical techniques could improve to improve social cohesion and social functioning. I think that in many senses our education system is unfit for purpose. I don't think that our education system pays nearly enough attention to the mental health needs of students and providing them with the resilience tools that they will need when they become adults. I think that these are all improvements that could be made to our education system. And I think that and you describe an idealized society that I would find that I think is extremely worth working towards. The problem I have is that I don't see how we can get there. And part of the problem is democracy is the very worst form of government except for all the other ones. And in democracy, the people who end up with power are the people who really, really, really want it. And in general, people who really, really, really want power shouldn't have it. So
I
we've
also
got
think
this.
that the general idea of people being nice to one another is a modern, fortunate aberration that is only very recent, only since we've not just even lived in cities, which is only meant to be like 7,000 to 10,000 years ago, but even in cities, they were pretty squalid and crime-ridden cesspits.
Yep.
So it's only really in really modern days, right up the tippy top here, where we've got GPS and mobile phones and cameras, and we actually catch rapists and put them in prison. And because we've got all of that privilege, can we go, geez, we're being a bit nasty to one another? But I think that that's only comes from privilege. And what that clearly tells us is as you build more devices, as you solve more of these problems, people become nicer because they always inherently want to be nice, right? There's very few people out there being like, oh, I just want to see the world burn. Most of them want the world to be nice. But say again?
Objective niceness? Heck?
Kind of objective niceness. Yeah, I think almost niceness is written into our DNA, but as is, panic and protecting oneself and preemptive violence and, telling ourselves stories to work together. And yeah, it doesn't, I don't think it makes sense to sort of pretend like the world's getting worse when, to me, all of the evidence about how we're treating one another shows we're getting better and better year after year. Nobody wants to go back 1,000 years ago and see how we treated our neighbors.
No, and you make an excellent point. And one of the other things, I really hated the Star Wars prequels, but one of the lines that I thought was actually quite appropriate is that fear is a big driver towards evil. When people are afraid, they do pretty unscrupulous things to protect themselves, and particularly to protect those that they love, their children, their wives, their families, etc. And the human brain is conditioned when it receives some sort of shock, it responds with fear because its primary motivation is to keep the organism alive, and it doesn't care about your rationality and your empathy and all of this sort of shit. It wants you to stay alive. That's its job. And so when you feel afraid of something, and that's what a lot of outrage jockeys try and do, is they try and make you feel afraid. And that's when you are most likely to succumb to the temptation to do something immoral. And I'm not sure that you're ever going to cure people from experiencing fear or privation. You know, I agree. Riding on eggshells, I take back that kick in the nuts. So that was very profound what you said.
Unkicked nuts. Yeah.
Unkicked nuts.
We are getting nicer and nicer still.
All right.
Actually, that was a great point. Probably one of the most respectful things I've heard you say personally. And I agree with you. Fear is the number one control method. And to add on top of that, what people don't really consider most of the time is that component of fear is usually drawn using the card of lying. And this is actually much easier to accomplish when the people that necessarily, like, you know, they have a lot of resources. It's much easier for them to just, you know, plan together, because the ultimate goal is to coerce and maintain the allegiance of their citizens. And the best way to do that is with fear. And in that sense, everyone at the boardroom table has a common goal. So it actually behooves both governments to maintain some sort of like agreements and, you know, have nice dinners and shit. Regardless of what's really happening in the boardroom, they're still going to come back and they're going to give like the representation of like, okay, well, we disagreed on this, we disagreed on that. Like, you know, tensions are high with this topic, etc. But behind the room, you know, they're chilling because it doesn't really affect them.
Well, this is, I think this is, I think this is a good point as well.
Yeah,
Sorry, Taylor. Did Taylor want to say something?
She's hot micing.
Oh, okay. I think that I think you can overestimate the malice of people in power. I think that there are people in power who can who do have sort of the well-being of people at heart. I think that those people do exist. I don't think that everybody who is in politics is inherently untrustworthy, unreliable, and malicious. But I do think that, you know, sort of our society at the moment, we've got a lot of sociopaths in extremely powerful positions, and they will do whatever they need in order to benefit themselves or the corporation that they are in charge of, or the organization that they're in charge of. And I kind of think as a society, we have created incentives that reward sociopathy. And I think we need to restructure some of our laws and some of our political principles to remove those incentives. That, I think, is a conversation that we should perhaps have.
Do you see that in other fields, like across, you know, the spectrum? You know what I mean? Like other industries?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a guy in my academic field who is a sociopath. Does exactly the same thing. He rules by intimidation. He rules by fear. He steals people's work. He's stolen my work.
So he's not true to the actual work either.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
scary.
he's a liar and a bully and all of that sort of stuff. And I mean, when I was an undergraduate, I didn't think that I saw sort of television in which that sort of guy appeared, and I thought that isn't real. Academics can't be like that. And then I got into academia, and turns out they can be. And as people have pointed out, I'm in academia, and I'm not exactly the most temperate, even-tempered person you've ever run across.
It sounds like you came across one of the more open and stupider bullies, though, because the real liars, they smile straight to your face, and they don't crack.
Yeah, and that's entirely true too. And I mean, sort of to some extent, I think that our political discourse, and this is where I think the media have failed us in general, is that they just don't hold politicians or political representatives to the standard that they should hold them to. I've asked you a question. If you don't want to answer it directly, then you can get the hell off my television show. That should be the standard that they're held to, rather than letting them prattle their propaganda talking points for 15 minutes straight, rather than answer the question. And media don't do that, because if they do that, politicians won't come on their shows, and if the politicians don't come on their shows, they won't get the views. So there's a bit of collusion between media and politicians that has ended up with politicians not really being held to account, and we've ended up in sort of the situation that we're at the moment. I think that the media needs to do a better job. I don't actually think that we should have privately funded media, or corporate-owned media. I think that we should have sort of not-for-profit media organizations where people.
Government?
No, not government, not-for-profit.
Who funds it?
It would be they would be publicly funded, but but they wouldn't be government run or government owned.
Yeah,
Like,
that's tough because I mean I'd make
that
an
would be
argument
tough. I mean,
for
I
current
mean,
media is government owned.
well, I don't think it is. I think that it's owned by corporations who own our politicians.
Which own the government, right? The
Yeah, that's
corporations
right.
own
So
the
I
government. Yeah,
I
agree.
wouldn't say that it's government owned, but it's owned by corporations who in turn exert undue influence over the media. And I mean, you look at the amount of money that goes into elections, like hundreds of millions of dollars for that Wisconsin judges election. So the media are raking in this money hand over fist. So they've got no incentive to sort of change the money they're doing to change the system. They're doing quite well out of it. Thank you very much. And of course, they need to keep politicians happy, because politicians are the people who approve whether or not their mergers are going to happen, and all of that sort of stuff. I think as a society we need to sort of step back and go and sort of look, are our to get down to brass tacks, are corporations, are the laws governing corporations correct? Because at the moment, if a corporate executive sees an opportunity for his corporation to profit at the cost of the public or at the cost of his customers or clients, he is legally obligated to do that. He is legally obligated to maximize the profit return to his shareholders. And so
Well, that's a business, right?
Yes, but I don't think that should be a legal obligation, and I don't think that that should be the only consideration for corporate activity, right? Corporate activity should be moderated so that it isn't antisocial, so that it doesn't harm our society. And I don't know how to achieve that, because I'm not a super genius. I just want to say that I think as a society we should be perhaps reconsidering whether or not that law is a good law. And maybe everybody else disagrees with me. Maybe everybody else thinks that's a fantastic law and it should stay as it is. But I think it drives a lot of victimization of individual consumers by corporations. In my model, the way I see society should work is that the government should be big enough and well enough funded that it can enforce the law and control all the and stop the corporations from victimizing individuals. But the corporations, but it should not be so powerful as to stifle effective criticism and opposition. So the corporations and the government should kind of balance one another out, and the individual little people should kind of be protected by the fact that we've got a balance between government and corporation. And I'm making these gestures with my hands that you guys can't see, so that's really useful. But I feel like if government gets too powerful, that's bad. But if government gets too weak, then the corporations can just run rampant, and they will kill us for $1, right? If they will, not all of them, but a lot of corporations where they can get a profit by just killing a few consumers, yeah, they'll do that. And I think we need to stop that. And that's what it's the government's job to stop that. And so I think all of those people who are out there saying we need smaller government, no, we need government and corporations to be in balance, each holding one another in check, so that the corporations can't run rampant over us and the government can't run rampant over us. They need to balance one another out so that individual liberties are preserved. Does that make sense, or am I rambling incoherently?
No, 100%, 100%. A little long-winded, but yeah.
You don't ramble.
Makes perfect sense.
I'm just joking. We like your rambles, Tony.
But yeah, it's kind of like, how the hell do we get there, right? I would propose a smaller government, like minimize the government, force accountability, borrow from the stock markets, et cetera, et cetera. But the problem you get once you say you change the law where a business has to generate, profits, priority, right? They have to. Their whole focus is to generate income. Once you do away with that, the problem it'd be a stock market issue at that point, right? Because you can manipulate the stock market by taking.
Well, this is my entire point, is that I'm not entirely convinced by the stock market. To me, private investment feels like a tax on poor people.
That's exactly what it is.
So rich people invest in companies and they tell the company, you must pay me more than market interest on my investment. And if you don't, I'm going to rip the money out, destroy your corporation, and take my money elsewhere. And the corporation goes, okay, in order to pay this rich cunt who's already rich, we're going to charge higher prices for our products and we're going to pay our employees less. So we're being paid less and charged more in order that rich cunts can get richer. And I'm sorry, that's another
it's nice
word,
to hear that other people get it. Yeah.
But and like, I feel like maybe we should wake up to the fact that that's actually what's happening, and maybe we should restructure. Maybe we should not accept that is the only way things can ever be. Maybe we should ask some questions. And this may seem like a jab, but I feel like these are vastly more productive conversations that we as a society can be having, rather than the shape of the Earth, the shape and age of the Earth, and whether or not gravity exists, because that's real. Those things are established facts. But as a society, we should be changing these fundamental elements, because society as it currently is just isn't fucking fair. And the average man, rightly feels abandoned by both the Democrats and the Republicans in the US, because the Democrats have realized they don't have to be that left wing. They don't have to fight hard for the average working man. They can pander to Wall Street. They can be in bed with corporate interests, because who else are these guys going to vote for? The Republicans? Well, yes, they will vote for the Republicans if the Democrats stop doing their job. And the Democrats stopped doing their job, and what happened? The Republicans got elected. We need more incentives so that politicians are more accountable to working people, because, sorry, I'm rambling again, but if you look at sort of purchasing power in the US, the middle class, the middle and lower class, their purchasing power has plateaued for the last 40 years, right? It hasn't really grown at all. Whereas the top 10%, their purchasing power is vastly increased in the same time. And if you look at the top 1%, their purchasing power has gone even higher. It's the fact is that we've stumbled into a society since Reagan was in office where rich people are more efficiently siphoning off wealth into their own bank accounts, and they're fucking over the vast majority of people. And we need to stop that from happening. We need a way of
getting everyone on the same page.
Yeah, that's right. And I feel like as a society, and I feel like to some extent this is what flat earthers are about, is that they feel that society has failed them, and objectively it has. But it's not the scientific part; it's the political part that's failed them. And I feel like if we could just focus
it's both,
on that,
right? They kind of embed together, right? In a sense, corporations buy the research to get the results they want by spewing
Yeah, they
the
reject
data.
the idea of any metaphysical too.
But that isn't true,
Criticism
right?
gets
I don't
rejected on the
work.
mainstream.
I don't work for a corporation, right? I mean, so I work for a university, and sort of, I'm telling you from the inside, we're not here to rip you guys off. And in fact, I feel, I am frustrated that that sort of the government has ended up where it has, and that our political discourse, our media, I feel like it isn't concentrating on the right issues, and that it is leaving people feeling betrayed and victimized, and they've got every reason to feel that way. But I just feel like as a society, we need to be having better conversations about what needs to change and how it needs to get there. Because like Rigor said, I can, say what I want to happen, but I've got no idea how to make it happen, how it can happen without destroying everything, how it can happen without, plunging society into chaos. I just, I just have ideas about where I'd like to be. And I think as a society, maybe if we sort of crowdsource this, we can come up with some ideas of how to get where we all inherently think society ought to be.
Yeah, I've read some great papers on, like a path to get there, back to like a better society. But I mean, the amount of work that's involved is just astronomical. And if the politicians are bought by the corporations, it'll just never happen.
And the thing I don't like about the science is like making it okay, like, making everybody think that they're an accident, trying to find ways to do it. Even if there's no logical way, they'll still hold to it.
I think this is a misrepresentation of science, because you look at the science and
Not all science. I'm talking about creation science.
But sort of there isn't a scientist, well, I'm sure there are some actually. Having said that, some scientists are fucking crazy. But the idea that humans don't matter, or that humans aren't important, just because just because evolution is true, or the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, or there are billions of planets. Yes, there are even if we accept that there are trillions of planets or whatever, this is the one with intelligent life on it. Humans are the people capable of empathy. They're not the only animals capable of empathy, but they are capable of empathy, and they deserve respect and consideration, and they deserve to be treated as the wonders that they are. Like each individual human being, this is somebody's child. This is a person with their own ideas, their own understanding, their own experiences, and that doesn't diminish if evolution happens to be true. I don't see, sort of, you take the message away that this makes humans less significant, and I just don't see it that way. That's not how I see humanity.
Well, yeah, I just don't like in terms of the creation of the universe, the creation of life, Like, there's no room, and I get it, because, in science you have to be able to demonstrate things. Obviously, we can't demonstrate a lot of these things, so I'm very aware of that. But, just trying to, like, push ideologies and positions, like, that these things could just happen naturally, even though there's, like, no evidence for that, it frustrates me, because, like, what is even the fruit of that. What is the fruit of pushness theory that you can't show, like, life forming on its own, for example? What is the fruit of that? Okay, to make people think that there's just an accident? Like, why are we
No,
trying so hard?
That's
no,
right.
it's
That's like
just
just going around saying there is no gravity. Things.
it's
Go ahead.
sorry, it's just to better understand reality. This is the thing. If God exists, there's nothing that says that he can't have started abiogenesis. If God exists, there's nothing that says that he can't have created humans via evolution. If God exists, there's nothing that says that he can't have created the universe 14 billion years ago. I just don't see that scientific questions relate to God. God's a very personal concept, and we don't have to, when I was a Christian, there's always the question, let's suppose that humans arose from evolution. Where's the boundary between what's a human with a soul and what isn't a human? And I don't need to answer that question. I never needed to answer that question because that's God's question. That's God's decision. So if God thinks that Neanderthals have souls, and we get into heaven and there are Neanderthals there, that's his decision. I don't need to know. I don't need to understand how God is making that call. And indeed, I've met animals. I've had pets that I consider, if I get to heaven and they're not there, I'm going to be extremely unhappy because they were my friends. We had relationships. They meant a lot to me, and there are humans I think are vastly less worthwhile than some of my pets. And so it would seem very unfair to me that those humans might qualify for an afterlife, but my pets don't. So that may seem a very callous attitude for some humans, but I'd rather, again, I don't need to know how God makes those decisions. I just need to have faith that there's an answer and God knows it. And even if it doesn't make, and even if sort of abiogenesis turns out to be demonstrated, even, I don't see that would change, God's role in people's lives. And I'm not trying to argue that anybody should give up their relationship with God. I know from personal experience that relationships with God can be extremely important and provide extremely, valuable comfort and support in times of stress. And I encourage everybody to persist in their faith. I just don't think that it's productive to sort of bring faith and science into conflict because they're operating on different axes.
Well, just don't make up science to try to explain something that we don't understand, or just be honest about that. I wish there would be more honesty and transparency, like that we don't understand how life forms.
Well, at the moment we don't properly understand. We've got some pathways, and I suspect, ultimately we probably never will know which pathway it came to produce life on Earth, because there seem to be multiple possible pathways by which it might have happened. So I don't think we're ever going to get a definitive answer on this. But that isn't to say that researching the question can't produce useful knowledge. We may not understand how it's going to be useful yet, but it may be very useful down the lines. And so I think, saying that we shouldn't follow this thread and see where it leads, I don't agree with that. But I think we're probably going to come to very different conclusions on ideological bases. But again, obviously we're coming into this from different perspectives.
Yeah, there should just be some room. It shouldn't be so shunned to think that we could be creative. Like if a scientist, believes in creation, the attitude
there are plenty of. I'm sure most Christians, there are Christian scientists who believe the age of the Earth, who believe in abiogenesis, and who believe in evolution. The Earth, the age of the Earth, the 14 billion year, the Big Bang theory. None of that has anything to do with God, in their opinion, and I feel like there are Christians who can sort of say, okay, God did all that, even if we have evidence that it occurred. That must be what God did, and how God did it in order to get us to where we are now. And I would point out, sort of so far in our history of investigating stuff, at no point have we ever reached a conclusion that God must have done that. And it would seem weird that it would start now, right, with these
Is it
questions.
okay? Is it okay for someone to think that we were created? Like that we like is it okay for somebody to deny like the mainstream narrative of the original life, or to just believe in the Bible and to believe like what the Bible says about the earth? Is that okay for them to still be a scientist?
No, it isn't, because those claims are directly counterfactual. So there are events in the Bible that are clearly metaphorical, right? And there are portions of the Bible that are clearly metaphorical, where they're saying
It's
things
not
that
okay.
I beg your pardon?
So it's not okay like for somebody to just believe that but still do their job perfectly fine?
I don't think so, no. But that's again, this is my opinion, but I don't think it's constructive to believe counterfactual things. I don't think it's constructive to believe things that are directly contradicted by observational evidence. I think that if you do that, if you distort your perception and choose to accept some evidence and reject some other evidence, that's a pathway to sort of delusion. You can end up in a position where your position is just unfalsifiable. So you sort of have to.
Even if they are delusional, let's just, for the hypothetical, even if they are delusional, so what? If they're doing their job fine and they're not doing anything wrong, then what's the issue?
Well, the issue is that, what if they're voting? Okay. And if a delusional person is voting, they're not voting in response to the facts. They're voting in response to what they have chosen to believe. And that's an issue, because at that point, what they've chosen to believe can be forced on other people. And if what they've chosen to believe is counterfactual, then they are having they can end up in a position there where their beliefs are leading them to believe that negative effects on other people are justified because of their religious convictions. And it also makes political discourse impossible.
I could say the same thing though, I could say anybody who thinks that we're just a big accident, this is just hypothetical. This is not necessarily what I think, but I'm just saying. Okay, you could turn around and say anybody who, doesn't critique the mainstream narratives. They're not a scientist. They're not using critical thinking. They're not questioning the narrative. Science is about questioning, the current, standing of things in order to progress it. I could also say if somebody's an atheist and think we're here by accident, they have no moral standings, and they can't make any good moral decisions, they shouldn't be able to vote. I mean, you could literally turn whatever back around, for both sides by perspective, right?
But you'll notice the difference there between what you said and what I said.
You might.
I at no stage said that this person shouldn't be allowed to vote. And you said people who don't believe the Bible shouldn't be allowed to vote.
I didn't say the Bible.
Well, you said that atheists are delusional and shouldn't be allowed to vote. And here's an example. Here is an exact example of why an unreasoning faith in your religion can lead to very negative outcomes. I know some atheists who do want to eradicate religion. I think that's wrong. I think that's evil. I would oppose that. At the same
Depends what you mean
token,
by eradicate, doesn't it?
not really, no. If somebody, I guess it depends a little bit on the religion. If somebody wants to believe in a God, that's fine. That's their business. I believed in a God for decades. So I'm not going to tell them that they can't. But if somebody wants to design the laws of the land to reflect their religious convictions and thinks that's what laws are for, they're wrong. They're just objectively wrong. That's not what laws are for. Laws are not there for you to impose your moral beliefs on other people. Laws are there to permit society to function. And when one group of society decides to tell another slightly smaller group of society, you have to have the moral system that we dictate to you, that is actually damaging to social cohesion. That is actually
That's literally that's what the scientific community did during the pandemic, dude. You've just outlaid it perfectly right
no,
there.
it isn't.
Before we
No,
go
it
They
there,
isn't.
use the scientific
was that?
regulatory
No, it
agencies
isn't.
to
No,
basically
it isn't.
impugn people and exclude them from. Yeah, they did. They did do that.
No, they didn't, sir. And what they
Very much
did
did.
was on the best evidence that they have available. And if you're going to turn around and start whining about being
whining,
made
bro.
to take
I'm just letting you know
vaccines,
that's what they did. What you just taught, what
no,
you just
it
outlaid is what
isn't.
they did.
No, it
Yeah,
isn't.
We don't
sir.
have to, we don't have to get emotional. We're tired of that already. But like, yeah, you guys disagree.
Yeah, I want to
Okay,
get in there
fine.
just for a second. What
Yeah,
they
but
had
there's
based their
a little
evidence
link
on
there.
was the model from the Imperial College of London, I think, and they said that 500,000 people in the UK were going to die, and that was if they didn't do anything, and then that was the model that everybody followed. So that's why we don't follow models, guys.
So I was
So,
just wondering, like,
I don't want to sort of get if you guys want to go into vaccine denialism and the limitations of epidemiological modeling during an ongoing pandemic, in which information is limited and being acquired over a very short period of time, we can have that discussion. But I'm not exactly thrilled that I'm not exactly thrilled by the suggestion that a bunch of people with no training in virology, epidemiology, or population dynamics are going to start second guessing.
We don't need to talk about that. I can talk about the fact that the profiteering that you pointed out as being a problem and this condensation of the profits to the top upper echelon actually was accelerated by those events, right? So I don't need to get into the epidemiology and all that stuff. Just by what you've sort of like the direction of the world and the consequences of the decisions that were made during the course of the pandemic seem to actually sort of indicate exactly what you were referring to. In fact, a lot of those decisions seem to have like paused that precipitation.
That wealthy people were in a position to more effectively profiteer from policy decisions made during the pandemic has nothing to do with whether or not the scientific has nothing to do with whether or not the scientific community was doing the best that it could in a difficult situation.
Yeah, but you would agree that the politicians did what they did and the corporations did what they did under the veil of science.
I mean, it varies from corporation and politician, right?
But the overall mainstream thing was all under the veil of science. You would agree with that, yeah? Or no?
What we found ourselves in, so let's ask a series of questions. Do people agree that COVID was real?
Like, to what they said it was? Their early,
yes.
what they said it was in the beginning?
Was it a virus that caused 6 million deaths globally?
The lethality of it, how they promoted it.
That's
I
what
would
I saw
say.
on TV. I mean,
Contagiousness of it. I would say no.
This is a different question. I asked you if COVID was real. That's
not
a simple
qualified to
yes
answer
or no
that,
question.
so we're not going to get upset and go down that way.
I don't need to go into a deep analysis of the various revised
why are you
estimates of how
dictating-
lethal
You
it was.
just said you
Why are
didn't
you
want, you're
dictating
not
the
happy about this
conversation, bro?
part, and you didn't want to talk about this, and now you're asking the question and getting upset, and no one's even answering
Okay,
you.
so that, well, I need to know what I'm arguing against here.
Okay, well,
So-
he's arguing against the moral foundation that comes from pushing a particular kind of science in a very, a very important time in history.
So in order to judge the morality of what the scientific community did at the time, it is important to examine the context in which they were acting. Any particular act can be immoral or moral depending on context. Killing a person can be a moral thing to do in some circumstances, right?
Right, like when you get them to sign like an agreement that they won't sue the company, and then they make a profit, obviously, when they get sick and or die.
I mean, maybe if somebody was bleeding out, like my best
That
friend was
is
bleeding
not an
out,
example. That is not an example of it being moral to kill somebody.
Great
And
example.
it's a
Well, they
and
said they
if
wouldn't
that's
sue, so
if that's the tone you're going to take, I'm going to leave you guys to this conversation. Because if you can't be bothered to take the issue of moral and immoral decisions and how they're context based correctly, if you're not going to take that seriously, fine. Fuck you all. You clearly don't care about whether it was moral or immoral. You just want to
chill out,
believe
man.
what you want to believe.
Chill out. Chill, Tony.
please.
Well,
Okay, can I
I
tell
do
you-
find okay,
Jump
you
the gun
go
a
ahead.
little.
You guys are more qualified.
So
No, it's okay. I was just gonna say that like the one thing I had an issue with was like, declaring safety and effectiveness whenever on the package insert on the FDA website they said like we do not know the long-term effects. That was one of the, downfalls that they admitted that they had with the vaccine, that they did not know the long-term effects. That was on the FDA website and on the package
Yeah.
insert of the vaccine. But then
Well,
they
I
say,
mean,
okay, well, it's completely safe and effective. Like, and then
no,
there were
I don't think that I never said that it was completely safe and effective.
no,
and
I
would
said
never
they
say that-
said.
Okay, well, so perhaps I'm coming at this from a slightly biased point of view because my dad was a doctor and he worked at the Adverse Drug Reactions and Advisory Committee. So his job was to look for the adverse consequences of drugs. And tell whether or not a drug should be, and give advice as to whether or not a drug should be. So it's well known that most chemicals will have some adverse effects on at least some individuals and potentially fatal effects. The question is more whether or not the harm done by the vaccine is similar to or smaller than or vastly smaller than the harm done by the disease. We're seeing in, for instance, polio, the harm done by the disease was vastly greater than the harm done by the vaccine. Measles, the harm done by the disease is vastly greater than the harm done by the vaccine.
These are just claims, Tony. Just one moment, if I may. One of the interesting things was one of the initial experimental group that they ran through with these first injections, right? They proceeded to, after I think a year to 6 months or something, they went ahead and vaccinated the control group. So that data and information and the capacity to measure the difference between the two, like the vaccinated and the unvaccinated, that data's gone now because your control group all got vaccinated.
Let's go back to your first statement. That's just claims. So the claim that the polio vaccine is less damaging than polio, you're claiming that that's just a claim on my part, that it is not evidentially supported.
Well, wasn't all that shit dying off anyways before it was already, the trajectory was already downward slope before they were ever introduced. So it's like
I certainly don't think so, and I certainly think that isn't true with smallpox. Rick Sky said that all I was doing was making claims. Is it true that that my claim that the polio vaccine is less harmful than polio is not supported by evidence.
The first polio vaccine?
Supported
The
by
current one.
oodles of evidence. Like if we're
I mean, that's a tough one to answer, right? Because you have different
No,
vaccines have
it's
changed over the
absolutely
years.
no, it's
and-
absolutely not.
Well, if
Well,
I can't
what
get
is
it
the
in, I
current
can't
rate
get
of
it in.
polio? Like, how many people are still getting polio, and then how many adverse effects are there? That's what we have to look at.
Well, did you try Googling that before asking me, or
Well,
no?
let me help her out. Just Google the similarities between polio and other diseases nowadays that they don't call polio.
So you are denying that polio vaccines did reduce the impact of polio. So how many people agree that polio vaccines have had no effect on the rate of polio occurrence?
I think it's unprovable, right? That's what I think, because of the trajectory of the people that had polio was already on a downward slope when the vaccine was introduced. So therefore, there's no, you know what I mean?
Like
You
the
can make an
vaccine may have
argument.
actually made it worse.
That
Or
is
it might
not a
have. It
valid.
might
That
have.
is
Very
not a
well.
valid- that is
Well,
not a
might have.
valid syllogism, sir. Rick Sky, what were you saying?
It's the reality of the
I got
study.
next.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, here's my
So-
syllogism. Once I found
Go
out
ahead,
the
Larry.
vaccine companies were, purchasing fetal tissues and using it to make vaccines, I'm not interested. I don't want any baby parts. Now, if they were using eggs as the medium to grow it in or something like that, I'd probably be okay with it. But once that deposition happened where that guy got drug into a divorce court and had like a 7-hour deposition where he admitted that they were using
That
fetal
is a
tissues.
misrepresentation of what was said.
I watched the video. He said
Um,
they were using fetal tissues in the lab. Once I figured that out, done.
Cheeks. Yep.
That is
Dr. Stanley Plotkin.
that is a claim that has been debunked multiple times, sir.
It was in a deposition. You can't just
I
lie
watched
in
it.
a deposition.
You
can't
can
debunk
your
the fact that
capacity
it's
to misinterpret what you have heard is
mind
well
my
established.
capacity.
You
Address what
say
he
you
said.
heard that in a deposition. I'm telling you, you misinterpreted what you heard in a
So
deposition.
you weren't
And
there,
your
but you have a higher
capacity,
claim than
your
mine, and I was
capacity,
there.
your capacity to misinterpret what is told to you is well established from my
Non-argument.
perspective.
And your
Tony,
capacity
is there
to be
any
just like your
argument?
dad
does
and
not
cut to
know.
big pharma is, questionable at best.
Have you
Is
watched
there
the
anything you don't know,
testimony?
Tony?
I beg your
What else
pardon?
do
Have you
know?
watched the deposition
Can
video?
you perhaps talk to me one at a time rather than dogpiling?
oh easy.
Oh, he spiraled. That was quick. Tony,
I mean,
chill the fuck
obviously
out,
going
bud.
dog but I don't think we need to shout at that volume.
Okay, one at a time, please.
Just ignore the people that you don't want to talk to.
I
Just ignore
don't
them.
know who to ignore because you're all talking at the same time and asking me,
pick a
Tony,
target.
Tony, Tony, and it's
Pick a
very
voice.
easy. No, I fucking won't. I'm being dogpiled 6-on-1 by 6 fucking vaccine denialists who won't have the balls to fucking identify themselves as such.
Why do you want to know who we are?
Hey,
You
bro,
want to
I'm
persecute
right
us?
here.
Like you
I
started conversation that
want
way?
you to come out and say that you just reject that vaccines work, but you're too fucking spineless to do so.
Sure.
Oh no, I don't. I
want
don't
nothing
accept
to
any
do with the
vaccines
baby
at
vaccine.
all. But I'm not
Me
speaking.
neither, man.
Yeah, I don't accept
Come
any.
on.
It's not an
We're here to
inquisition.
protect. We're here to protect you and the other people who haven't done the research.
It's not an inquisition, dude. I don't need to answer your question.
He wants us to identify.
Oh,
I mean,
did he
he wants
leave?
to know where our children lay their heads down. That's what he said, basically.
I was going to ask him if he watched the deposition from Dr. Stanley Plotkin, the creator of the MMR.
It's tough to have a conversation with them if you don't agree with them or align with them. It just gets shitty.
Yeah, but like
Yeah,
in this sense, we were basically calling his father a liar because this was his like area of expertise in his job or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, why would he question my ability to understand what the guy meant when he said we used fetal tissue in the lab from human fetuses? I mean, that would be a hard one to fuck up, you know? Like,
That's
do
true.
you have like fetal tissue in your lab in your kitchen? Yes.
And not only that,
I think some viruses were used with fetal tissue. I don't think many are anymore. I certainly think that there are always available. I don't know of any conditions for which there isn't an available one that's not the case for. So I don't understand how that does that speak to their efficacy?
well, yes, because the Vatican actually recently, the Pope, he had to make a statement encouraging the Christians that it was okay, that even though that these current treatments had some sort of line or connection to babies that were terminated, not only that, according to the deposition, I saw it with myself and I posted the video on my channel, which was taken down. He stated or confirmed that these babies were terminated for psychological and social reasons. And then they were treated on orphans and people with disabilities without. I couldn't believe it.
That
It's-
has
it's
been
just
done,
kinda
yes,
scary
but
though, right?
most of the tissue today is like regrown. It's like an old. Same they do with the cancer study.
It's called
the sample
immortalized.
from
They're
yeah, there's
immortalized
a
cells, and it's fucking disgusting.
Oh, you want me to
Taken
read?
taken from an
I have a
aborted.
question.
Can I read?
What do you think? What do you guys think? Like the national program of vaccination. What's the main motive behind it? What do you think it is?
To compromise someone's immune system, and when they can increase the technology as much, embed things that allow people to be tracked and monitored by the state.
Create problems that they can later profit from.
I think Tim.
They
Yes,
did that
Taylor wanted to
during
say
the
something?
50s, 60s, 70s, and so
Yeah,
on. That was the
it's
main
about
goal.
compromising health.
So
about
it's nothing to
compromising
do with
health.
health, huh?
Nothing at
Well, you
all.
can't make
Nothing
an
whatsoever.
argument against it because it's a
When you
business.
look, some of the most deadly shit that you can find for the body comes from necrotic cells. Okay, dead tissues. All they're doing is immortalizing that shit. Okay, and it's a foreign body from a completely different genetic structure, and it causes inflammatory problems, and in some way or somehow it gets entwined with the body, and it causes autoimmune problems, which manifests in different ways. Sometimes it gives you cancers. Sometimes it breaks down your digestive system. Sometimes it just ruins your ability to process certain vitamins. Like it's basically just a cluster bomb, and like they're giving these things on schedule to fucking babies, and this is infuriating. Okay, as if to say that a baby couldn't just be healthy coming out of the fucking womb with everything it needs. No, we need to inject them with foreign dead matter, because that's and you know, heavy metals and fucking like programming and all kinds of bullshit. Fuck that, and fuck anybody who says that's what anybody needs. What people need is a fucking orange juice and a doobie. Okay.
Not at
No.
the same time.
Did you want to
How
say
do you
something?
treat a thing like measles or tuberculosis by orange juice?
Well, I wonder
Promoted
why they have it. I wonder why they have measles in the first place.
For the measles, it's vitamin
Why
A,
is it you
not
have?
vitamin C.
Why is it you know have these measles epidemics?
There are
That's
natural
mainly due to
cures.
people.
Carrots
No,
and
that's
shit.
that is
There are natural
that is
cures and
because-
treatments for all of these things, and many of them didn't even exist before their immune systems were compromised by the fucking treatments that you're talking about.
And Stefan, there was a time where you couldn't actually patent any sort of living organism, so they had to synthesize it. So they couldn't make money off of living like plants, right? So they had to synthesize it where they can get a patent and then earn a profit. But I believe that law has been overturned.
Well, like where I live, vaccination is from the National Health Service, and that is to avoid, like, especially children when they're young, to get all these diseases that might kill them. And if you go back historically and you look what happened before the vaccines came along, the effect is really, really strong to show that vaccines help.
That might not be true.
It doesn't matter if they help. If they have fetal tissue in it, I don't want it in my body. And if you're sitting there thinking fetal tissue, that's not so bad. Like there's something wrong with you, bro.
And
There's
Taylor,
not
did you want to say?
fetal
I think
tissue
yeah.
in the vaccines. the antidote
How'd you
or
verify
viruses
that?
are at times grown in fetal tissue. It's not like they put fetal tissue in the vaccine themselves.
What do you think grown means?
Yeah.
When you make a sound of exasperation, kind of like that.
No, the grown in the fetal tissue. The fetal tissue is the medium.
Let me read.
Oh, okay.
It says
So
some
fetal
vaccines
tissue
are
lets
still
out a little
produced using fetal cell lines originating from elective abortions in 1960s through in 1980s. Yeah, these cell lines, such as WI38, HEK293, etc., have been maintained and multiplied in laboratories for decades. They're used because human viruses often grow better in human cells, and these divide many times and can be stored for long-term use. And yeah, they will.
So after you know
Yeah.
that, it's
Yeah,
pretty
do
much
the
like a
vaccines
no-brainer, right?
themselves contain fetal tissue, or is it virus or
I mean, I guess they
antigens?
isolate the virus after they grow it. I'm not sure how that all works. In particular.
Why do you think there's preservatives like aluminum and mercury in the vaccine? It's to preserve the fetal tissue, so that you're getting a fresh dose of unputrefied fetal tissue directly injected into your system. Is
So
that
no, that's
the
what the
mark?
formaldehyde
The thing I'm
is for.
finding, excuse me, the thing I'm finding is saying that fetal tissue hasn't been used. So it's in descendants of cell lines from original fetal tissue.
Right. Yeah. That's what I read.
So why are we still worried about that? I don't get it.
You don't think that may be something you don't want to put in your body?
Not
Or do you
too
want
bothered
like little
about it.
tiny
Like already
chunks
there's a
of...
fair bit of weird stuff going into my body. Like
Well,
the air
why
I
would we
breathe
give dead
is
babies to babies? What's with that?
How much down to that people are like
you don't have to. I'm not saying
theory.
you have to. I'm just saying
If you don't think
it
that's
seems like it
abnormal,
works.
that's kind of, I don't know. How do you not think that's abnormal? We're giving a dead fetus to a fetus. That's
Dead,
like, where is the
aborted,
logic? Find it.
an aborted, tortured child that hasn't even been born yet. The most
Tortured
pure
now.
thing that you could actually imagine.
Tortured now. Where did the torture
Yes,
come
an
from?
aborted
They
fetus.
ripped the legs
The
off
most
first.
tortured thing, the most
They ripped the
innocent,
leg off
tortured thing
first.
on earth that has been
Without-
immortalized, kept alive against its will for the last 60 years because of science. Yeah, and you guys want to preach to us about fucking morals. Jesus.
No, I'm not preaching you about morals. You sound like you're the one preaching about morals.
No, I'm talking about Tony.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to Tony because he was talking about the scientists. Like, should scientists be able to believe that the Bible is literal and still practice? And I didn't really get a clear answer. I think he said that it wasn't okay, but he wasn't clear on whether they should still like have a job or not. So
Tony is totalitarian. He's totally totalitarian.
that was really
take
shocking
someone's job
to me.
away
And I even prefaced it with, "What if they do their job just fine and they just believe this personally?" And that was not okay because he said that they could be delusional or whatever.
But we should give him credit though. I
talking
did
about
ask him
free.
because I had a one-on-one with him. I asked him if I showed him or if he encountered evidence of God, would he then believe again? And he said yes.
Yeah, but in
Well, I'm sorry I
science, they
pissed him
don't
off,
allow evidence that proves God. It's literally everything except God. That's the only thing they accept.
What is there that proves God? Like they're all arguments from.
Well, define what you'd expect
ignorance.
then. Like, what's the observation? How do you prove
Any
God
of the
to
things
somebody?
from the Bible, like some guy comes down and raises hundreds of people from the dead, or parts the seas, or something like
Well, you're
that.
talking to the wrong person for that, but
That's what I mean. Like, if you're saying you can prove it, you must have a method to do so. Otherwise,
yeah,
you're
but
accepting, both of
you
us are
could
accepting it's unprovable, it's untestable.
Yeah, I could
it's
see anything today. I could see anything today, right? I've probably seen many things that are just like, whoa, how did the fuck did that happen? But if I can't replicate it, if I can't control it for its variables, it's not science. So how do you science God? Even if you see a miracle, can you even count it for as a miracle?
I think so. I think we live in a time where, with modern technology, we try to capture the supernatural. And writing, if you've heard the testimony of James Tour, arguably the top synthetic chemist in the world right now, and
Sorry to butt you off. Sorry, Eden. On a mod point, can people just go back and delete your own damn messages about the vax and don't put any medical shit in the text chat ever, please? Go for it, Eden.
Who's doing that? Jeez, rookies.
Multiple people I'm going through and deleting, but there's quite a few.
Well, I posted it from the U.S. government, so that would be like official narrative.
No, don't post anything in the chat. As you
But I
well
deleted
know,
it less than 60 seconds later.
Good stuff. Thank you. That's what we want to see.
The government.
That's how control.
Well,
perfect
he
evidence
challenged
how
me
much
on the
control
third
there is.
leading cause of death in America being like doctors. So maybe
Or seeking medical attention.
correctly.
Yeah,
It is true. Unfortunately, some people who have went to the doctor, they encountered a psychopath where they murdered them. Remember, there's been nurses who killed people.
We had
There
one just
were
up here, yeah. He killed a
Yeah.
bunch, and they don't know how many more because he had like suddenly 3 people got sick within like 48 hours of one another. They all had a massive insulin crash, and they were like, only one of these people was diabetic, and so he got put in prison for 3 years. But when they searched his house, he had the what do you call it, where you write to the local newspaper about that
Description pad?
person's death? No.
Oh.
No, when you write to local
Oh,
newspaper
yes.
about that person's
Yeah,
death,
yeah.
oh, the
Obituary.
epitaph, that kind of obituary. Thank you.
Obituaries, yes.
So he had the obituaries of the 3 people he'd killed, but he had like 9 or 10 other obituaries from people that they were like, we're not going to exhume them. It's going to be the rest of his time in prison. But yeah, it's just this nurse.
That was dumb.
I'm so weirded out by them, but it's serial killers, isn't it? They just love keeping stuff.
What do you know of serial killers, bro?
Yeah, it's
What do
the
you-
standard
You're watching
the
a lot of Kelly.
practice. Sorry, the standard practice. They can't deviate from like the standard care is what they call it, I think. So they can't deviate from it. So like if you go in there and you got like some scurvy or some shit, they're not going to tell you like, hey, why don't you go home and eat some Brazil nuts and some lemons and shit. Right? They're not going to tell you that. Right? They're going to say, oh, you got scurvy? Oh, okay. Well, here, take this pharmaceutical, oil, crude-based product, and money all around, drinks all around, free pizza all around. Oh, there's a drug rep again. We're having free pizza on Tuesdays.
I think that might be some doctors, but you have the right to choose what healthcare you want. I mean, maybe you guys are in a kind of fucked situation in the US, but I regularly ask my doctor when they're in the middle of telling me what they're going to prescribe me. I regularly go, is there a way I can do this through lifestyle and diet changes? And then go, great, I'll just do that instead. They will always happily tell you. In fact, I rarely have to ask them. They quite often go, the best way to address this is X, Y, and Z, if it's something that can be addressed by diet and lifestyle changes versus surgery and drugs. They'll almost always say that first and then just give me the option of drugs if I want them. So patient...
Are these your regular doctors that you go to?
just a GP down at the local clinic.
Well,
like I go to a different
so
one.
they
pretty much
know.
every time.
They
I've
know
been to
you.
hundreds
And
of different
big
doctors.
pharma in his country.
It's not that there's no big pharma. It's just that it's patient. There's a word for it, patient autonomy or something like that, which is the general idea that the patient isn't a passenger in their own treatment. They should be informed of what the benefits and drawbacks of the available options are, and then be free to choose it. Now, the doctor won't always necessarily offer some because they might have philosophical or personal or medical objections to some choices or the other, but then you just go, oh, fine, I'll go to a doctor that does give me that, what I want. I think
I went to a doctor
if
during
that
the
choice is
pandemic.
available to you in the US and you complain like it's not, you're just sort of being passive and complaining that you're getting the results of a passive person.
Yeah, but then they send you a bill and it's like $7,000, and you ask for like an atomizer seat and it's like $250 for a Band-Aid, $300 for a Tylenol type shit going on.
Yeah, we don't have that either. That's what I'm like.
Eggshells.
If you
I
guys
went
have a
to the
problem with that,
doctor
you need
here.
to vote against this system that keeps you guys under the thumb, because nothing is going to keep people subservient and busted. Like if we're talking about all of like inflation basically being enslavement and the TV and all of these things, it's like you've got one right in front of you and it's your healthcare system. That crushes people. Regularly you get well-employed, upwardly mobile people in society suddenly get diagnosed with a condition. Bang, they're screwed. They've got hundreds of thousands in debt. They lose their job and they are destitute from that point forward. It just obviously...
I went to the doctor during the pandemic, Eggshells, and I said I want an exemption from the COVID jab, and he basically almost chased me out of there. I had like all my papers all set, had a reason, rationale, right? He told me to go set a meeting with the politicians or something. He was like, "You need to schedule a meeting or like a clinic, your
So what was
exemption
the
request
exemption
with
you
the
went for?
politician." I was like,
Because he,
um,
because he's only
"This is
able to
not."
give exemptions for set reasons set in legislature.
He
If
didn't
you're
even. He
asking,
didn't even. Dude, I didn't even get the chance to hand in the papers before he was basically, nah, get out,
fine,
I don't want you here.
like I said, that's his
So,
choice.
and I said, dude, this is ridiculous. You can't. Like, I've got concerns about this, and I don't want to be exempt. He's like, well, then go. You need to have a meeting with the Prime Minister ScoMo at the time. So
Fine,
you know
that's his
what the
choice.
hell? So my
But
like,
are you
isn't
saying
that
he should be
interesting, though?
forced to treat people when he thinks it's a bad idea?
It's an
'Cause that's
exemption.
not.
I'm requesting an exemption from
Yeah,
a
and he doesn't
medical
have to give it to
procedure.
you.
He
Same
doesn't,
as
but
he.
the irony is, dude, is like he can do that, no worries, right? But he
Okay.
told me to go have a meeting with a politician, and that's rather telling to me. Like that my medical interest, my health is now somehow politically orientated. That doesn't make sense.
Of course it
I would
does.
have thought like the whole idea of medicine is like the right medicine for the right person, right? Like they need to be sort of discreet in their application. It needs to be servicing of that individual. It's just not the case anymore.
Well, the
That doctor
Rockefellers
told me everything I needed
centralized
to know.
Big Pharma, right? And Jeffrey Epstein's friend, Ghislaine Maxwell, had a father, Mark Maxwell, who owned Pergamon Press. They had control of all the scientific journals, the health journals. Not all of them, but it was a big portion of the publishing of these journals, and not to mention the school books for the children. So every time I hear peer review, I think of Jeffrey Epstein.
That was. I couldn't even tell how it related to the previous topic, nor could I really
I'll say it
follow it
again.
much.
Jeffrey Epstein had a friend, Ghislaine Maxwell. Her father,
Does this
Mark
relate to the
Maxwell.
conversation we're having about medical autonomy?
Doesn't matter. I'm free to speak however I like. So
Fine.
Mark
That's what I was
Maxwell
trying to do.
owned
That's
Pergamon
fine. Go for
Press.
it.
Yeah,
Right,
so
Pergamon
Pergamon
Press.
Press was in control of a majority of the scientific journals, the medical journals, and the school books for children. So when I think of peer review, I think of Jeffrey Epstein.
Fine. I don't see how it relates. It's still got personal choices about your own healthcare, and that's what I was saying. And I said they might make for personal choices or ideological choices deemed to not offer care or not give sick notes, but then you're free as a consumer of that service to go to elsewhere. I go to like alternative, like I'll doctor shop around for the prescription I want if I want it.
Okay, but I mean, I
Well,
lost my
stop buying
job. I
illegal
lost
weed.
membership to Costco. I was not allowed into many businesses. Actually, that's another good point. Like, if we're talking about like the moral side of this whole scientific thing, like, they shut down pretty much all stores except like Walmart, Costco, Sam's Club, and you know, if they were trying to get people to not, you know, come together in large groups, maybe they shouldn't force them to shop at one store. You know, so that there's
Sure. Yeah, I'm
lines
not.
everywhere and there's tons of people everywhere. Wouldn't you want them to be spread out, and wouldn't you want not all of your businesses to, you know, like get shut down because they've lost all this money for like years on end? You know, and Tony was saying, and I know I'm still attacking Tony, but the dude said basically like, oh, well, you vote so that you keep a society functioning, right? Like it's to allow society to function or some bullshit like that, right? Like I forget exactly what he said. If somebody can quote him, please. But you know, this did exactly the opposite. Like it prevented society from being able to recover, and it harmed so many people. I know so many people who are either damaged by the vaccine, which is another point entirely, for the rest of their life, on blood thinners, or they have other autoimmune or things like this. But beyond that, like, it's just, I just don't see how any of this like benefited anybody. Like nobody's going to recover if they don't have a business. No one's going to recover if they can't see their loved ones before they're about to die in hospital. No one's going to recover if, you know, they're basically you know, quarantined for not being sick. And which is, you know, if anybody understands the science behind placebo and about, you know, projected outcomes for like personal, you know, if you feel a certain way, then there's a good opportunity for you to actually have that outcome. Kind of like focusing on something when you're on a turn on a motorcycle. You're very likely to actually hit the tree because you're looking at it, right? So like, anybody who knows science knows that none of these options were good. These are not good options. These were emotional outbursts, and people were shamed, morally speaking, for like wanting to go outside and breathe fucking fresh air, and that they're gonna kill old people or something. And at the same time, not even allow them to see their own grandparents if they're dying in hospital. Like, there was nothing moral about the scientific method in this case. That's all I'm trying to say.
I went to the beach, South Padre, right? Pretty, big expedition from where I lived, right? We went out there and cop rolls up, fucking giant fucking pig of a man on a fucking go-kart. And he's like, y'all can't sit down on the beach. We're like, what do you expect us to like stand here all day? And he's like, well, you just can't sit down on the beach. We're like, can we sit in the water? He was like, yeah, you can sit in the water. And I was like thinking to myself, like if I was any closer to home, like I would have fought that shit and got a lawsuit. But I was like, fuck it, I'm on vacation. I'll just sit in the water.
Yeah, there's nothing scientific about COVID. It was a total power play.
You're switching back and forth between policy, which is decided by politicians, and I think has ideally it would have a better overlap with science, but woefully it does not. And switching back and forth between that and the efficacy, like they're connected. And I don't think that.
It's all connected. It's all connected.
I get it's connected.
Problem, reaction,
you're able to
solution,
logically show that connection.
The politicians
I don't-
literally just followed the scientific word for word. That's literally what happened.
What do you mean? The scientific word has nothing to say about
6 feet.
Whether you should. Yeah, it says it has nothing to say about 6 feet. It can give you a random number. 6 feet isn't. 6 feet isn't.
Were you in America?
Now.
They definitely had the 6 feet thing.
Right. I'm saying that's
where the science for lockdowns come from.
Well, we
Well,
have
I'm
those
saying the
already.
opposite of that. You guys are both speaking over me to pretend I'm saying something different.
We had all those restrictions as well. I mean, like wearing masks and keep the distance and stuff like that. And at least what it shows that 15 of the most normal contagious diseases, like we have in society, like stomach flu and you name it, during COVID dropped by more than 70%. So it must have some effect of or stopping contagious diseases.
But it didn't have the ability to stop COVID because they still made it quarantine.
No, I would argue
the mask weren't working.
I suppose if you reduce the number, if you reduce the number of other contagious diseases by those restrictions, I suppose that also helped stopping the COVID.
Well, it
Are those
turns out
blues
that
or birds?
tobacco is something that is pretty good
beautiful.
for having while you're on the COVIDs. But crazy. Once I found that shit, I was like, tobacco? Really?
So I have a theory about what all these what all these problems are like stemming from, or the majority of like why people are getting so sick. I honestly believe it's due to the water that we're drinking, like the way we process it, the way we distribute it to the public.
No, norovirus is not water, and I mean the water we have here is extremely clean. People never get sick by drinking the water.
I mean, polio is meant to be in the water. Like they really struggle. My understanding is they really struggled for ages to find the mechanism through which polio, and they still, I think, don't know the one that causes leprosy to spread. But yeah, polio was meant to be in the water, and that's why it was, as someone was saying before, on the decline before the vaccine came out. It wasn't on a huge decline,
actually,
and it requires a massive investment to. Like, India's still got a problem with it because it's really difficult if you're highly populous to suddenly clean up your water supply, whereas in smaller, more modern cities, it's much easier to fix it.
Yeah, I got a screen cap from a long, long time ago when I first started looking at this.
It has to do with the size of the city and not dudes taking dukes in the freaking river.
Yeah, but the number of people taking dukes in the river is one of the influencing factors, right? If 2 people do it, not a big issue. If, what is it? I think 10% of Mumbai does outside defecation. It's horrendous. I used to catch the train in the morning and just see all these dudes with their bums hanging over the
What do they call it? Left-hand poopy?
Yeah, your left hand
Something
for
like that?
wiping. Yeah.
So the biggest problem with COVID is they wanted to make it to where there was no other treatment. So they said that we have to do this emergency powers because there's no other way to treat it. So when doctors were saying, hey, what about hydroxychloroquine or what's the other one, the horse paste? You know, these different,
Ivermectin.
yeah, ivermectin, yeah. Once they said, you know, hey, there's other ways to like treat this thing, they didn't want to lose those emergency powers because any politician, whether it's Trump or the emperor, like they all love emergency powers. Look at the glee in their eye when they start talking about emergency powers.
But I mean,
Did
on
those
that point, if they're
alternative
getting those
treatments actually
powers,
work?
and you can still get them. You can still find doctors. I know people who went and doctor shopped until they got an ivermectin prescription.
Well, my
There's nothing
dermatologist
stopping you.
Yeah, but
The situation
eggshells,
still remains. You've got personal
I
choice.
eggshells. The only reason they could actually rush the development of the vaccine through is primarily because they stated that there was no other medication that could ever actually like sort of be used as a treatment. On that premise is the only reason they got the emergency pushed forward. Now they're relaxing on it, and now they're saying, "Oh, actually, ivermectin does do that." Oh shit, we didn't know. The only reason they pushed that tech through, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, and during the thing, they were like
I just feel like I
ostracizing
keep
any
saying
doctor
things
that claimed it.
Go on, sorry, we go. Go on, say it.
They're like, oh, he's a lunatic. You know, they discredit all the doctors that were pushing it. They even lashed out at Rogan for promoting it, and now it's like, oh no, I guess we were wrong.
Dude,
it's like, well, what does that do?
If vitamin C, sorry, if vitamin C technically boosts your immune system, right? If vitamin C even technically does that, then it should be considered as a like remedial for COVID. Then, even if it does that, but they just bypassed it. They literally had to do that in order to push through the tech really quickly. That's like it's so obvious.
Vitamin D seems to play a bigger part in fighting the COVID virus than vitamin C.
And then they locked you down and said you're not allowed to walk around outside. So isn't that even more curious? So they could they could literally prescribe. They could prescribe either eggs, which have got vitamin D in it, or exposure to sunlight. And technically, they shouldn't have been allowed to have their emergency powers to release the remedies that they did do.
Right, because
it's the only reason they could get away with it.
Where are you getting they now admit that ivermectin does work? Because admittedly, I'm using Claude, which has a cutoff of October 24, but it's listing 4 trials. The Together trial, one of the largest randomized trials, found no significant improvement in COVID-19 outcomes. The COVID Out trial found no benefit of early treatment. A Cochrane review, considered a gold standard for evaluating medical evidence, concluded there was no insufficient evidence to support
I do have a paper.
And the Active 6 trial found no meaningful clinical benefit.
Yeah, but not COVID-19, but coronavirus. They found that it was effective against.
Doesn't matter.
Right.
If the current issue is COVID-19, saying, hey, I've got a thing that fixes things other than COVID-19, of course it's going to be ignored if you're trying to fix the problem.
Coronavirus. I mean, it was used before, so
you've got to show it's effective at treating the thing we've got. Otherwise,
people are saying it was horse paste and it was used previously for treating viruses.
You've got to show it's effective at the one we've got. It's just meaningless to say it treats another similar disease.
But then to say like, okay, well, there's no evidence it treats.
Do you
this
just
virus,
recognize
that's not necessarily true because it does treat coronaviruses and COVID-19 was a type of coronavirus.
My understanding on those papers, eggshells, just quickly, is if you go looking into the methodology of how much they were prescribing, you will find vast arrays of like, sometimes they're exposing people to too much, and then other times they don't use enough. And then they're basically saying that the evidence is inconclusive. I would suggest that they've actually gone
sugar
about
does the Scotsman have in his porridge?
Oh gosh.
Jesus.
Wasn't ivermectin effective?
But you're saying it's the official. You said before they officially now say ivermectin does help. It doesn't do anything to say the studies showing it doesn't are flawed.
They're allowing for the use of ivermectin for corona. Yeah.
So
they're not saying that
as
it's
I've said, many
they're
people,
allowing
because
it
you can doctor
for it to
shop.
now be prescribed, right?
Right, you can doctor shop. That doesn't show it's effective. You can doctor shop for a bad treatment.
Jesus.
I was under the impression that
Isn't ivermectin like an award-winning medication that's been prescribed like 1 billion times?
Yeah,
I mean,
who's it
how is
owned
that a
by the
bad
way? Is
treatment
it owned by
compared to
Big
an
Pharma?
experimental Dude, it's
I
owned
think
by
it's one of
Tractor
Moderna's
Supply. They
products.
sell it for like $10.
So
One
it
of
is
Moderna's
owned and
products.
sold.
I think.
Moderna sells this. Big Pharma
Maybe.
owns it. Okay. So you
It
can
was
continually
originally.
use ivermectin, but there's
wasn't
not much
Moderna,
evidence it works, and you can still get
want a link?
prescribed it if you want to.
You're asking for
Right.
something that shows it. I can send you a link if you want to read it.
DM
Just to let
me
you know,
or
Egg
put it in
helps.
the chat, open chat.
Yeah, we can't, like, it's really hard to have these chats and provide evidence. But
It is a
for example, my brother was coming down with a flu, right? And we've got, what have we got? That MMS stuff. I think, is it DMSO or something? I don't know. One of those sort of
miracle mineral solution, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not that one. I think it was a different one. You kind of mix in two things together, and it basically has a chemical reaction, and it's highly noxious, very sort of potent to the nose. He just banged that down, flu-like symptoms gone. You know, they were still there in the background, but basically knocked out within about half hour. That's effective.
So
Eggsy,
if you
read
could,
the conclusion.
because I'm just challenging the idea that
you're.
I'm just challenging the idea that you're saying that it is now openly accepted that it does work against it, which I'm not even arguing against. I'm just saying I can't
Yeah.
find the
Read the
evidence for that.
conclusion of that link. Read the conclusion of that
Conclusion
link.
of that link is strong. I'm just gonna play my little game of finding out.
I got you. You know. You already
No, this is
know.
a good one.
Am I coming through it all?
But it's a question of why, when there's 4 very large studies, does this one show
No,
something
read the conclusion, and then
it
you have
finds,
to combat the source.
ivermectin is. Yeah, so this one says the conclusion is that Rigor's sent me data sources, moderate certainty evidence finds large reductions in COVID-19 deaths are possible using ivermectin. Using ivermectin early in the clinical course may reduce numbers progressing to severe disease. The apparent safety and low cost suggests that ivermectin is likely to have significant impact on the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic globally.
Okay, so I wasn't bullshit. I wasn't talking up my ass.
No,
I just wanted to say, I went to my dermatologist, and instead I had this natural organism that naturally was in the skin that was overgrown, causing these like bumps, and then so the doctor gave me ivermectin. I didn't even ask for it, but apparently it is given to humans to this day.
Okay, so ivermectin, it basically just kills parasites. Parasites, not super dangerous all on their own, but they excrete toxins when they consume the food or the flesh or whatever they're feeding off of in your body. It leaves this fecal matter and pus and all kinds of shit that you don't want in your body because it's a foreign thing. And the less of those you have in your body, well, what do you know? Surprise, you get less sick. Wow. Wow, it's almost like COVID is just some blanket term for being compromised. You're having a compromised immune system because of an overgrowth of X, Y, or Z. Wow.
No, it's pretty specific. But my understanding was, ivermectin is an anti-parasitic, but my understanding was that to kill COVID, you would have to take it in lethal dosages.
Okay, well, isolate COVID then.
What if they installed the 5G towers and it irritated the parasites and made them go crazy? I mean, that's just speculation Sunday type shit. Who knows, right?
It is.
Are you saying that radio waves can inflame and?
Well, they used to kill parasites with the bells, right? Bong.
Oh, is that what they did?
Yeah, the vibration. The music, the organs in the churches, they weren't churches.
Oh, I never went, so.
Well,
I don't know.
I wouldn't mind standing in the middle of a bunch of those bells ringing. I wouldn't mind.
I wasn't there.
But if we just look at the body and look at it as a closed system and just sober up our kind of beliefs about what the scientists are telling us. Like there are defense mechanisms in the mouth that are part of the immune system. And the stomach is a big part of the immune system.
Sure.
And whenever you're injecting something, what are you bypassing? Why? Is it better to inject it than digest it and go through the regular pathway of the immune system from A to Z?
Yeah, sometimes because it's broken down by that protective thing in your stomach. I think
Well,
that
you
is
can't
one of
get
the
into
main
the
ones.
bloodstream either. You can't get into the bloodstream by ingesting it. You know what I mean? Like, so some of it I understand why it's, administered directly to.
Mm.
So y'all know what I do for a living, right? I meet like hundreds of people a week, right? I was doing
What do
that
you do?
all through COVID. Yeah, all through it. And the most I got was like a little sinus infection. Like just a bacterial infection.
Yeah,
I did get
I'm
a
not
fever,
worried.
but I didn't lose my smell or anything stupid like that.
There's even this was actually
my wife. Yeah, my wife had the COVID twice, and I don't think I've ever got it.
Yeah, I had it
What was
twice,
also
but
interesting.
it's just like a cough. Like I felt pretty bad, but I was like, yeah, it's just a
What's
cough.
also interesting, and I like guys, if you want to engage in the like vaccination programs, I mean, who am I to stop you? But aspiration of the needles. Are you guys familiar with this problem of them not aspirating the needle?
Yeah.
Right, they would
What do you
stick
mean?
it into
You mean
the bloodstream with the COVID shots, and they weren't supposed to.
Yeah, so
but
there's a
you're
chance
not
when they plunge
injecting
the
into
needle
an
in. Yeah, but you're going into a muscle, but you can. I believe the statistic that I found was either 1 in 600 around there, or it was like 1 in 800 to 900 or something, needles that are plunged in, right? At the point of which they go to apply the pressure and inject the formula, they actually don't know whether or not they're in a vein or in a muscle because there's veins that run
they
through
do.
muscles, right? So as part of their
Yes, they
practice,
do.
what they're meant, dude, 1 second. As part of their practice, in order to determine whether or not they're inside a vein or inside of a muscle when they inject, they're meant to aspirate, and that means to pull back on the needle, right? Now, if blood appears, it means that they're inside of a vein. If nothing comes out, or if with a little bit of pressure, if no red appears, then they're inside the muscle and they're supposed to inject. Now, the issue is though, they seem to have just completely like forgotten about this. It would seem as part of the practice. This is my understanding of what Dr. John Campbell was sort of talking about quite largely. Is like vaccinations were always meant to aspirate the needle, but for some reason during the Rona, they just stopped thinking about it. And so the implication is that if 1 in 600 people, right, if these guys that like they went for a mass vaccination like that. They got a lot of new people in like doing injections that were never doing it before, and they weren't trained to aspirate the needle. A lot of this shit could have been caused because that serum's gone straight into the bloodstream, and it's just gone straight to the brain, straight to the heart, and just cataclysm. It's not meant to get in the vein. It's meant to be in the muscle.
Go to the testicles and
Modern
ovaries.
guidelines do not recommend it.
Yeah, but ask yourself the question: would you
I don't
want the needle aspirated? Would you want it aspirated?
No. Like I do IM injections. There are places you can do them where it can be a bit of a shit fit to not hit a nerve, but you just don't do them in those spots. There are many
Not
spots
a nerve,
like
dude.
heart.
It's a vein. It's not a nerve.
A vein. Sorry, yeah, vein. Sorry, nerves are everywhere. Veins aren't. You easily do a spot that won't hit a vein, right? Just by picking a spot, right? There's virtually none in your bum, right? Which is why bum things don't bleed much. Same as in your delts in your arm, which is where they give it to you.
Why is there a thing called aspiration, right? If they're trying to avoid something, why is there a practice called this? And yeah, you're saying they just don't need to anymore, as if something's changed.
Well, yeah. Well, you'd need to do it if you are doing it into a vein to check that you got the vein, but you don't need to do it if you're not aiming for a vein where there is no vein and you don't expect it to return anything from that.
You don't expect it to, or should you make sure?
What do you mean? Make sure that there's not a vein where nobody's got veins.
What, in
Show
their
me how often
muscles?
this results in them shooting something into a vein, because you said it was like 1 in 900. That's a huge amount, because many of these do have air in them. And the other thing you're meant to do with the needle is squeeze that air out. Whereas what a lot of people do with IM injections is you don't squeeze the air out. In fact, some people deliberately leave an air bubble in there so that you get more of the active ingredient, more of the thing you're looking for, rather than that there's a bit between the plunger and the needle, and the more of that you fill with air, the more of the active ingredient you get. So that is something that would kill you instantly if you were going into veins. And millions of people around the world. So, you know, when like you see that pic of somebody about that video of this person about to get a needle, and you see somebody flicking on the needle and then pushing the
to get rid of the air.
Exactly, to get rid of the air. So the air, if you shoot an air into a vein, that can cause an embolism and can kill you instantly. Right, just travels through your blood system. If it gets to your brain, bang, you're out cold. You're dead. There's no bringing.
What's it called in plumbing? Pressure locked or airlock?
Yeah, yeah, it could be something like that. Like, yeah, hydrolocking or something. Now, hydrolocking is kind of the opposite, but yeah, pressure lock, I think, is probably it. But it can kill you. And so
I think
if
I
you
think
are
you'd be
worried about being
surprised
vain,
how much you
you
can
will.
actually take airwise in your vein. Saying.
I might be, but I'm not going to fuck around with shooting air bubbles up my veins on the off chance I'm doing this. So I'm saying
Well,
that's a
no,
far
I'm
big.
just saying, like, it is a thing that you should be concerned about. Like, you don't want to do that, but surprisingly, you can put a lot of air into your vein before it's like an actual issue. It's something that's been warned about to the point where people are just terrified, but it's
Yeah.
not
Bubbles
as,
just go to your brain. You get bubble on the brain.
So some medical
Also your heart.
professionals, so it's saying the main reasons it's saying they don't recommend it. So it's currently not recommended, but I'm not sure if that is saying they recommend you don't or they do not recommend that you do, which is slightly different.
It's
Most
pretty silly, in my opinion,
vaccination
not to
sites,
do it.
delts, anterior lateral thigh in infants have very large blood vessels, making the risk of inadvertent intravenous injection very low. Aspiration can increase pain and discomfort. Prolonged needle time may increase tissue damage. Modern injection techniques and anatomical site selection minimize risk. Studies have not demonstrated improved safety with aspiration. So there's small
Of course they say that, dude.
drawback.
Where are you getting this from,
You can't,
ChatGPT?
no. We cannot have. I love talking to you, Rixky, but this bit bothers me when you assume something in order to start a conversation that you
Where are
later
you getting
come
this
to
from,
question.
dude? I asked you where you got this from.
But you can't. What I'm calling out is you can't say, well, of course they're going to say this. If you're starting off with saying the medical recommendation is X, you can't then turn around midway through the conversation and say, well, the medical information's all wrong anyway. Either you're accepting.
Well, you can tone police me all you like, but I did ask you where the source of the information came from, and you just want to go on this tone policing tangent that you've got.
It's CDC and the WHO and most national immunization advisory committees. So, but you can't say their advice changed, and then when I show that, so you can't say that they're doing it the wrong way, and then if I show that that is not the wrong way, be like, well, of course they'd say that because you're having your cake and eating it too.
The CDC and the WHO, dude. Those are not like those are practices within those organizations. I'm asking for actual evidence to show that like they know what the consequences of not aspirating are. So, like,
how do you know what the consequences of not aspirating?
Because they have a practice called aspiration to actually avoid the thing that I'm talking about, which is hitting a vein. They actively have a reason, like a practice to avoid that, and they're not implementing it because of the things that you've outlaid. But they have no actual foundation for a reason to make that established like practice.
Except for the ones I read out, including studies showing it doesn't improve safety.
Okay, I'll go find some studies then. Give me a sec.
Sure. Like, what would they be doing with it? What, like, surely they're just trying to deliver to you the nasty stuff in the thing. If we accept, for the sake of argument, that vaccines are harmful and foisted upon you, what extra do you get if they are? Right, but that's not changing whether you get it intravenously, right? You're not suddenly finding that more people have it if they cop some in the vein. This is just a gish gab. Each time a point gets rebutted, a totally different point gets brought up as if it supports the last one.
No, I'll just go find some evidence to support my claim and I'll come back.
For dinner.
Can you imagine if they said, hey, we got this new disease and we got this new experimental vaccine. We want to pump it like directly into your heart, the quickest route possible. Like, I'd be like, nah, bro.
Sure, I'd be like, nah, bro, as well. But if you had literally billions of people living longer, happier lives after getting a thing to the heart, I'll go get a thing to the heart.
I'm good. I'll pass.
Yeah, I'm not saying you have to. I get your reluctance to do it, but I also think that if other people are clearly benefiting from an intervention, I will look favorably upon that intervention. Same as, like, I think you wouldn't have to go too far back in time before somebody suggested the idea of fake teeth that are made out of, like, metal would be a crazy idea, or that putting glasses on when your eyesight is getting worse is a crazy idea, or that.
I tell you what, if I told 10 people that clapping their hands would make them have a better day and live a happier life, 6 out of those 10 people would probably report that they had a better day.
Sure. And for
So
psycho,
you want to clap your hands?
no, but that's just testing the power of suggestion. You can test things and control for the power of suggestion. Placebos
Yeah,
exist
but
for a reason, right?
the power of suggestion is actually one of the most, like one of the highest, if like most leading, effective, tested treatments by the FDA.
Sure. Yeah.
When there's
I
not
think it's
anything actually
extraordinarily
there, and
powerful.
people are told that they're going to get better or it's going to do this, they
Because
experience
if you're
it.
happy, if you're happy and
Placebo.
you know it, you clap your hands.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So I'm just saying, placebo is like one of the most effective drugs in the world.
Yeah. Oh, 100% agree.
Effective for
I,
what though?
I've had this debate with my mum a lot. She's currently over in the UK at the behest of the big man, teaching physios, and I've watched her teach these classes and treat people for years. She's a physio. And I keep going, Mum, I don't think you're aware of half of what you do for patients, because she fixes them with manual manipulation, just like putting on hands and, you know, pushing and prodding and finding the busted bit and making problems go away. It's amazing. I watch her like, it's like watching Jesus. You know, I see these completely hobbled people walk out healed. It's amazing. But I keep being like, Mum, I think a fair chunk of what you are doing is hypnosis.
Is she doing subluxations?
Subluxations, I'm not sure about. Isn't that
You know,
usually Chiro thing of the cracking?
She cracking the bones?
Nah. The subluxations are Chiro stuff is nonsense in my view. I know physios
Oh, so if
sometimes
there's a
do a bit
pinched
of
nerve,
it.
we should just totally leave that alone.
Say
Surgery's the
again?
only way.
Chiros are
No.
they're legit.
Chiros
100%.
are quacks. They work on
So
busted.
a nerve getting pinched, we should just surgery the only way.
Is that anything close to what I just said? Didn't I
Well, I
say
mean,
something that
why not
sounded
let
like
a
I would say no
chiropractor
to
give
that?
it a shot? The chiropractor's just going to
Sure, why
pop
not
the
let a
bone
mechanic have a go while you're
and
at it?
fix itself. Well, a mechanic is for cars.
I felt like there was a
Chiropractors are
bug
for
coming out
bones
of
and nerves.
Right, but I'm saying you're again straw manning, as you tend to do, Larry. I'm not suggesting surgery. I'm suggesting physical therapy, but with somebody who's actually qualified, i.e. a physiotherapist.
Do you know that chiropractors have to go to college for a very long time?
No, they don't. It's not a protected thing. I can call myself a chiropractor right now. Open up shop tomorrow and I'm not in violation of anything.
Then why are they
But do you
trying
think
to
all?
Go ahead.
Do you think all chiropractors are bullshit?
I think
or you just think like the majority are?
I think that it's difficult to say that, so it's a good question. I think that at the core level of what chiropractic is, it is bullshit. Do I think that some people have done stuff that is built upon that foundation that does relieve pain, increase mobility, and do the things that it's meant to do? Sure. Do I also think that they regularly send people to the hospital and they never walk right again? Yes, there is lots of evidence of that. And what I mostly worry about with it is because they have this very pseudoscientific genesis of the idea of energy fields moving around the body that can't be tested or verified. Quite often what comes with chiropractic is also really dud info, like really
You don't think we have energy fields?
Huh?
You don't think we have energy fields?
I feel that if you're going to base an intervention on affecting the energy fields, you need to show their existence and show them being altered and manipulated by the interventions you're doing. And I think that I will happily, while I'm not across the science on this as well as I am on some of the other topics I'll go toe-to-toe on, I will challenge you to present a single thing showing they do. And I think you'll struggle to find a robust, placebo-controlled...
I don't care what you say. People they came to me in my hometown. Obviously, I don't live there anymore. Oh, you're not finished? Go ahead.
Well, it's just a toxic thing to start with. I don't care what you say.
I mean, I'm just being honest. Would you rather me lie to you? I care so much, eggs.
Kind of, yeah. Like or just not say it. Like you could just not say that bit, right?
Well,
it's weird to have a conversation with somebody and not care what they say.
I apologize. Okay, so
you.
I crack
Oh,
people's
nice, Larry.
backs, and when I
That was so genuine. It's okay. Hilarious.
When I pop
I do
people's
care what Larry
backs, dude, they turn around and they look at me and their knees get weak, and I can see it in their face that they're experiencing like ultimate relief. Now, I'm not a chiropractor. I just know how to line people's elbows up and make them grab their shoulders and give them a bear hug with their lungs empty. And when I do that to them, I hear loud cracks. And then they turn around and look at me and go, "Oh my God, thank you so much." They say, "Oh my God, thank you so much."
Yeah, absolutely. I do that too. It's a privilege we have as big men because you're like a big, what are you, 6'4" or something? I remember you saying
6'3".
Yeah, so like absolutely that stuff works. I'm not saying subluxation doesn't work at all. There are some physios that do it. I'm saying that chiropractic as a field is hogwash. That some people can do good treatments with it. Fine, sure. Like stop clocks are right once a day, and the placebo effect is very strong, and placebo effect is turbocharged if the person spends time with you, and quite often chiros have longer consultation times. Physical touch is also shown to turbocharge the placebo effect, particularly ungloved person-to-person touch. So I think it can work, but that doesn't mean it's based upon good science or it's better than just going to a physio.
People have
Are
died.
you making a distinction between chiropractors and osteopaths?
Yes, osteopaths are legit, and it's a protected thing, right? You've got to have a certain degree of qualification to be an osteopath. But like I said, I can call myself a chiro, and I am one. You are all now
You are?
chiropractors. I deign you all chiropractors on this great day.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do know someone who lost his sister on a chiropractic table. I was pushed from behind by a friend, my friend Larissa, and I ended up getting whiplash when I was in elementary school. My dad sent me to a chiropractor, and the way he twisted my neck was insane. It was like in the movies. But it's unfortunate that you were right. Some people unfortunately have lost their life, and that must be devastating.
There's a website, somebody showed it to
Is
me
it the
once. There's
third
a
leading
website
cause of
that
death in
counts up.
America yet?
No, but I don't think they're visited quite as much. But there is an ongoing list. Somebody's made a tally of the like death toll of chiropractic because people keep trying to take it off the PBS in Australia, and not PBS, but whatever it is, like Medicare, and they don't want it to be publicly funded for these reasons. But yeah,
I would
people
wager
die.
to say that the
Sorry to hear that.
percentage of people who've died from chiropractors is less, but I don't know.
Probably. I mean, depends what you say in terms of killing someone. I think that I haven't looked into the stats that the medical malpractice kills people, but
I mean, did anybody see that old ass king before he died, or prince, or whatever the fuck he was? Looked like he was like 130 and shit. I mean, I'd say the doctors killed that guy years ago. He's just still walking around.
Dude, he wanted to come back to life as a virus in order to solve the population problem. So yeah, screw that guy.
I reckon
You're
that
over that?
line that was written for him. That line. No one says that in real life. Jesus.
No one says what?
He said he wanted to come back to life as a virus to solve the population problem.
Oh.
It's a quote of, was it Prince Charles saying that? No, who was it?
Prince Philip.
Prince Philip.
Why,
he was a dick anyway, though,
Lizzie.
wasn't he? Just
Yeah.
the one that constantly got caught saying like horrendous shit, like really.
In
He was a
2019.
Nazi sympathizer. He was.
He had the new line come out in 2019. They said, "Oh, remember when you said you'd like to kill humanity by being a virus?"
Yeah, if he's the one I'm thinking of, where he's like, he also called black people. Oh, he had a bunch of sayings about black people because I think he fought in one of those. Did he? I don't know. He
Looked
was
like he
horrendous.
fought in the War of 1812. Damn it.
Probably.
So I found some stuff on the aspiration, if you like.
Go for it. Yeah.
So basically, it is pretty hard to find this information. So not saying that it's necessarily sort of obvious, but what do we got here? So Nicola syndrome is a tissue necrosis issue that occurs when, a case report described a 9-year-old boy developing Nicola syndrome after intramuscular penicillin injection. Then you've also got anaphylaxis. It was a rapid onset, light-threatening.
So let's go to the first one. What's the evidence that that disease was caused by not aspirating the needle?
This was actually following, it's intramuscular. I don't like this actual one. I should clarify that as well. Is it?
Sure, but every time you pierce the skin or do anything, you are increasing the risk that something else happens as a result of that. but you can't say that it was because of the needle aspiration when the needle by itself, even aspirated, can carry that risk, if it can carry that risk. That's what I'm trying to check. It might be the case. I'm happy to defer to you. I don't know much about this topic.
I've got an
but
Oxford
you can't just say somebody
Academia.
got something from an IM injection and therefore call that as, therefore it's from not aspirating.
I'm being accused of strawmanning people, but it says Larry delivers pizza. Yesterday he was an expert in physics, and today viruses. I never claimed to be an expert. I mean, if you want to get your experimental jab, like sign up for the subscription. I hear it's like every 8 weeks or something like that. Like you get another jab. Like sign up for 2 at like 2 different places. I don't care. It's your right to do whatever you want. But for me, I just don't see a need in putting that kind of stuff in me because I get lots of vitamin D and vitamin C and selenium and salt. Not just any old salt, Celtic salt, but you can get your salt from like the, dollar shelf salt if that's what you want. I mean, do what you want. But I'm no expert. Ask your doctor if taking neurotoxins and experimental vaccines is right for you.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. What do we got? Yeah, so I don't actually like that one. I don't know why it's popping up. It seems to be trying to foist it upon me, but it's one of the problems with injections.
Sure.
Anaphylaxis.
Yes.
What's really interesting here is that it says while anaphylaxis is typically associated with systemic allergic responses, improper injection techniques may exacerbate the risk. That's from Oxford Academic. And that's from the diclofenac injection.
We're still gish galloping. So on the second one with the anaphylaxis, what's the indication that the anaphylaxis was caused by not aspirating?
Because it's rapid. Intram. Let me see here. I'm trying to look for the like. Where do I read?
All right, y'all have a good night. It's getting late. I stayed up too late last night.
No, man. Have a good one.
Enjoy the conversation.
Bro.
Hi, bro. Have you guys seen the movie The Giver? Anybody? The Giver? It's a great one.
No, I don't think so.
In that movie, babies are born and they're immediately given away to their government family where everybody's just a stranger, but they raise each other. And you have to get your daily vaccine or you're looked at as like a weirdo.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and actually it's based in a flat earth universe, but you don't realize that until you've been exposed to flat earth and you like understand the layout.
How do they give you the vaccine in that?
Very carefully.
I've seen a series where you get to eat a vaccinated apple, I think it is, every day.
Oh yeah.
We have that kind of. The tree of knowledge is still around us. All we got to do is pull up the website, Google.
So many of these TV shows at the moment is quite interesting, right? It's like, what was it, Dune? It's seeking out for a vaccine. What was the other one? Not Among Us. The Last of Us or something, I think it is. That TV show that's recently come out. That's all about like having a vaccine, trying to find the cure. Yeah. It's all just like all these stories are just oriented towards this stuff.
Well, it's not new, but I mean, that's what you would expect both in a world where the evil overlords are trying to trick us into thinking diseases are real and vaccines fix it. But that is also what you would expect in a world in which diseases are real and vaccines fix them, right? That people would make content that would reflect the worldview, their worldviews and the worldviews of society.
Yeah. I will say, so just getting back to this article, this, what is it? This is from a Harvard one, Oxford, sorry. It specifically says in the abstract, right? It says this right at the bottom of the abstract. Healthcare providers should avoid unnecessary injections, be familiar with the complications, and consider it as a potential diagnosis for severe localized pain after any injection. So they're suggesting there that like you shouldn't have unnecessary injections. And then during the COVID, right, like all the doctors and all the other guys that had already been exposed to the virus, who had already sort of developed the immunity, they didn't care. They just went, you need to have it. Despite the fact that, I mean, this paper at least suggests that you shouldn't take unnecessary ones. So
but
that was
still running
a
from the question. Are you now agreeing that the sources you had didn't say that?
I'm not running from the question. I've still got more to go on. There's a little bit here to go through. This is the largest one. I think it's the most interesting. It's the central nervous system, toxicity and death. So inadvertent intravascular injection of certain medications can lead to CNS. That's the central nervous system toxicity. Severe cases and deaths. It seems to indicate that there's particularly more problem with oil-based corticosteroids. Corticosteroids, thank you. And that one's from Frontiers. So so that's the major one that I found, is that central nervous system shock from the toxicity of what's in the vial. And that's the thing that needs to be, where's this, Frontiers? Hasn't got a lot of views on it though. It's only got about 2,000 total views on this paper.
You know, there was this great movie back in the day. It was about Johann Strauss and his father, essentially, and I think it was about Johann Strauss. But in the beginning, there was some sort of, I think, the father and son had a strained relationship, but they were able to get past that. And thankfully, before at the end, when his father was, I think he became sick and whatnot, and so he was being quarantined. And the doctor tried to warn his son, Johann Strauss, before going in to see his dad. He was like, oh, no, it's contagious. Johann Strauss looked at him and laughed and then went in there without protection. And you know what I mean? I think that's, I would do the same. That's why if I was like, let's say if someone said, oh, there's a spread of this or X, Y, Z, I believe the creator created us to be able to have an immune system to go into any situation and recover. That's just me personally.
Dude, kids have like all unnecessary, like, remember that article I just read out? It's like, it said should avoid unnecessary injections, right? And what is the roll call for kids these days? It's like 69 injections or something before the age of 5, something ridiculous. And they got things like, you know, Hep B and stuff. They're not like, they're a child. They're not this is my understanding. I've had this around before. They're a child. They're not going to get exposed to a sexually transmitted disease, and they're not drug takers at that point. So why give them this vaccine that's seemingly unnecessary? It's this injection program is just pretty gnarly, man.
Sure.
Yeah.
And you can choose it if you want, and if you're worried about when you're giving it, you can also spread it out. I generally have
I think they should be illegal.
Schedule that's really early, but my understanding last time I read on it was that's particularly the case in, I forget there's a name for it, but kids they might lose contact with. So kids that, like if the mum's you know, not doing great in life, you know, she's got drug problems or something, and they sometimes like, okay, the chance that she remembers to bring this kid to all of these separate appointments is quite low, so we're just going to recommend that she has all of them right now. But for many of the others, you can go, oh, I'm happy to come back as many times as you want. I just don't want the load on my kid's immune system to be too high, and I want to pick and choose which ones they get. That's completely your choice. Again,
I think it's hilarious, right? That if a vaccination is meant to boost your immune system, basically making you immune or very resilient, that's for you and your body. If that's what it's meant to do, why are kindergartens, like, if you choose not to do that for your kid, why does a kindergarten all of a sudden ostracize them? Like, if you took the vaccination and it does what it says it does on the side of the package, what does it matter what another kid does or does not take? It just kind of doesn't make sense, does it?
But you know the answer to that, surely. And it absolutely makes sense.
Generally, I know the answer, but it's illogical. it's
What's
completely illogical.
the answer, and why is it logical?
Because it does. I mean, fact of the matter, it would seem actually the vaccinations don't create immunity at all. You're not immune to anything. You're resistant if anything. But they claim
They
of
totally
immunity is
changed the
just dog shit,
definition,
bro.
didn't they? Rick, they changed the definition of vaccine in 2020, I think.
Yeah, they did that too. They changed it to a
And
therapeutic,
immunity.
but they kept the name vaccination.
They changed what immunity means too, because that wasn't enough.
Probably, yeah, over and over again with that word.
Like
I
the
have an idea.
terminology of vaccination being immune, like it creates immunity, is just, I mean, it's a false claim. If you want to say now that, well, the reason is that it doesn't create immunity, like full on immunity, then why do they use that terminology? It's just,
I would say, Rick,
it's all dog shit.
it boosts defenses if you get the real one.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't want to get any of the real ones. I don't want anything to do with it these days, man.
I mean, neither, but that's the claim. It boosts defenses. It doesn't build immunity towards getting it.
Which then implies that in the past they've overstated. Like if that is what it's always been, then they in the past oversold it, and all their scientific claim of immunity is dog shit as well.
Yeah,
like
but what
either
it's
they
supposed to do-
can go with the past or they can go with now, but they want to have it both
It
ways.
does make you immune.
Sorry,
right?
Rigor.
It's supposed to. Yeah, a legit vaccine is supposed to make you immune because you build up all the defenses to attack it and kill it. So now your body stores that information, and if it ever, it can never bloom. So you're essentially immune.
Do people agree in principle that immunities can exist? That getting what is it, chickenpox when you're young means you don't get shingles or deadly chickenpox when you're older? Do people agree with that in principle, that immunity exists?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, you still have variations, right? Because what is it? I forget the proper terminology, the medical terminology, but from
0 or
from
100, it boosts your immunity. I mean, depending on what disease you're talking about, it can boost your immunity. It can give you total immunity in some cases, not many, I don't think, but it's not a 0 or 100 thing.
Yeah.
Biden said
when
Biden got up on the stage and they were like sending out and rolling out the vaccines, they said, if you take the medical, you won't get the virus, right? That's what he said.
Biden is not a doctor. Biden is not a doctor. He's a politician.
Safe and effective. And then what was it? Like also their whole claim that it prevents 97% of the cases. I can't remember exactly the cause, but they were p-hacking their way to that result through, can't remember exactly the modality by which they do it. It actually shows that once you like unravel their data, it's basically 1% effective. It's crazy.
I have serious doubts about that number. But as to what you said earlier, like a lot of conversations I hear in here are always going on about how little we know about the human body, how what we understand about health and longevity is constantly under review. We're always learning new things. And then people balk when the scientists themselves start, reviewing what they know and changing definitions to be more accurate. Like, wouldn't that be perfectly consistent with progress?
Not during the time of a fucking outbreak that, that became completely political. People are going to raise flags to that. It's only normal.
That wasn't my question.
The timing was horrible.
Well, if you consider progression being now seeking medical attention leading to the third leading cause of death, sure.
What does that mean? Seeking medical attention is a third cause of death.
It was, according to meta-analysis from Johns Hopkins University. We were going over that maybe an hour ago. So we did
medical attention.
Yeah, unfortunately, there was a whole list of factors.
That's a definition I'd be interested in. Like just getting in my car and going to a doctor.
Well, there were many things: misdiagnosis, mistreatments. I don't even know if they included being killed by the doctor for murder, because we went over that as well, how that's happened, unfortunately, in different countries too. It's like some sort of phenomenon. But you guys, just really quickly before, I did in my research, I found out they changed the Hippocratic Oath. So the Hippocratic Oath was from ancient Greece, right? Do no harm, right? And then literally in 1970, I think it was 1972 or 1977, at Tufts University, John Lasagna, they modified it, and in the very middle, yeah, that's his name, John Lasagna. You can check it out. It's on PBS's website, Modernized Hippocratic Oath, and it right in the very center, after it says "can take a life." I kid you not.
Sorry, I say that again.
In the modernized Hippocratic Oath that was updated at, I think it was Tufts University by Dr. John Lasagna. In the very middle, they added very subtly, may take a life.
Do you have the whole thing? Can you find it?
I do. I do. I made a video on it. I'll get it. One moment.
No, I just need the text.
I think the biggest problem with the medical industry right now is it's all protocol and percentage based.
Well, it's insurance driven too, because they can't go against whatever the procedures are. Otherwise, they don't get paid.
Right. So
they're being held hostage from. So they have a bunch of shitty options, and then they can only choose one of the shitty options based on whatever the dictator insurance company says.
Yep. And it's all like they build their protocols around that, and they're just rolling the dice on all the patients. Like, whatever it is, like anybody comes in with a heart attack, you know what I mean? They come out of it, they're going to, chances are you're going into a medical induced coma, right? And then what happens?
I mean, especially with cancer treatment, that's a fucking roll the dice. Holy. And they're required to do it because the insurance would say that you're not giving care if.
Right, you didn't meet this criteria. We're not paying you. Get fucked.
Exactly.
Now the hospital's like, oh shit, we're out fucking millions now to treat this person. Sure, we saved his life, but now what? How do we get paid? We're broke. So they just create the protocol, and the doctors just adhere to it. Yeah, my mother walked me through it. She was a nurse her whole life, and she used to complain sometimes about how the hospital changed their policies and stuff like that, and how it's affecting the care because she worked in the nursery. She was saying how it affects the care of the babies and all that other stuff, and how it's just pretty much gone to shit.
Like, at this point, truthers like us should understand that medical stuff is hard and nuanced, and sometimes it works. A lot of the time it's a lie. Sometimes it kills people. And there was never a promise that medicine's going to be perfect and everyone's going to sell you good stuff. Even the truther channels themselves sell snake oil that does nothing, totally made up bullshit. So I think we just need to become wise and self-dependent and choose carefully what we want to try and test. It's all experimental. And we should not tell vulnerable people to trust fully in the system.
Yeah, I think we should teach people the actual system, how it functions, the limitations of it, its ability to protect you, cure you, or, everything in between, instead of just promoting it as something it's not,
Well, they say moving into the future that there's going to be more pandemics, right?
Sure.
So,
it would be improbable if there weren't.
Their science can't solve that? Or their science creates that?
Well, if their science creates it, how do they predate science? Why do we have very similar looking things going way back into antiquity? You can hear stories of pestilences sweeping across the land. And
well, if I was to go with the gain of function, line, right, which is one of the arguments for gain of function is basically that other people are going to do it, so we should do it, right? It's like we need this medical research to prevent future pandemics in the case of a weaponized virus. This is part of the rationale. I don't know where you land as far as the origins of COVID. Isn't it rather interesting, right? That you've got all this gain of function stuff, and then they're telling you into the future there's going to be more pandemics, and they're actively searching for bioweapons under the guise of like trying to protect us from it. But well, whoop-de-doo. I mean, doesn't mean that it can't get out, and then that virus then turns on us. So even under that paradigm, dude, there's a problem here.
Sure, but as I said, like if we're saying they are constructed, like sure they could be. Even COVID could have been lab made. I don't think it was. I think that a leak is far more likely because why would you make it in a lab and then release it on your doorstep? It seems like a really dumb move that looks more like a mistake than malice.
Because it serves you to lock down your population.
But it still doesn't make sense to do it right outside your own publicly known lab that's researching that virus. There are like 4 labs in the world researching that particular virus.
It wasn't them.
They're the one that releases it. Like
it was the Satanists that worked there. It wasn't the Chinese.
Could be, but the point I'm making is that viruses or communicable disease has existed long before any of this could have. Right? Some of the oldest records we can dig up have.
So why is it going to get worse then, eggshells? With all your scientific intervention, why is it supposedly the predictions are that it's going to get worse? There's going to be more pandemics. I mean, they've shown this in the past, right, with all the previous pandemics. There's
going to be more pandemics.
H1 and various other ones. Yeah, but I mean, where is it coming from then? And then why is science inept in its capacity to actually stop the problem from occurring?
Well, they're two very different questions. One is there's going to be, like, if you're just saying people are going to say there's going to be more pandemics, sure. Is that just they're going to continue occurring at roughly the rate they always seem to occur? Or are they going to be...
Fauci openly... Sorry.
But I'm saying, what's the context of the quote?
It's not quite, but I mean, the statement is actually, like, generally they're all talking about this. And one of the things that Fauci said about 3 or 4 years before the pandemic actually happened, he said he was looking, so it might have been a little bit before that. You can go find it, like it's pretty freely available. He basically stated that he was looking forward to a pandemic because he wanted the excitement of being in a position to be able to, control the ship of a pandemic.
He's boasting that he knew. He said they're definitely coming, bigger and bigger.
Sure. Like we're overdue for a big one. If you look at the frequency at which novel
I've got.
So wait, hold on.
So
Did you just say?
at that point, right?
Did you just
Nope.
say that it shares the same reference frame as Earth?
No, he didn't.
That's what it sounded like to me. Like it
like
needs
he's
its
saying
own
something
reference
called
frame
Earth,
separate
it
from
cannot
Earth to track rotation. That's what he
That was,
said.
that was manufactotum, wasn't it? So here's a good one. I put it in the chat, which is where they made a very large laser gyroscope and detected. They're trying to detect the diurnal wobble. So yeah, the wobble of it. But what you can clearly see in their data is included is a here, let me find. Here's the image. There you go. Which is kind of what you're talking about, manufactotum.
Yeah.
Was
So
he
in this
speaking,
case, what they would do is you would actually cancel out the rotation of the Earth. Like you have both sets of data, and you would cancel one of them out.
Yeah, or include it.
So because it's not
like
separate
I
from
just posted the
Earth's
image.
reference frame.
Sure. So
All right.
I've just
So
posted.
how can it
a graph
detect the
of their
rotation
data.
of Earth if it's sharing the same reference frame?
You can see if you look at the data. So they start in June, they
I'm
finish
just
in
asking about
Jan,
reference
and
frames,
then
man.
yeah, but I'm still presenting the data that I was asked for, which is a ring laser gyroscope detecting orbital motion where it starts in June, finishes in January, and it's got every swirl there is a day. The odd shape is the wobble they're looking for, but what you can see is also clearly captured in the data is that it all fits into an arc, which is an arc that is not quite, but nearly 6 months. So while I haven't got it within perfect accuracy, you pretty much nailed it and did exactly what Rixty asked for.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty good. But to answer Rigor's question, was it Rigor asking about the reference frame? So when we say the reference frame of the Earth, there's that can mean a couple of different things. So if you put something on the ground, that's going to be in the reference frame of quote unquote the Earth at that location. The gyroscope is measuring the Earth's rotation, not with reference to the Earth, because the Earth is its own reference frame.
All right, can you repeat that in like 2 minutes? Like I just got a phone call. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude. Like I genuinely.
No, you're good.
Yeah, go ahead.
So is a curved line still a line, Rixty? Like, here's how you know it's linear. Flat earthers say we are spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. 1,000 miles an hour is a linear measurement, but in a circle. It doesn't make it. You just end up denying so much stuff in order to get away.
Globers say that you're moving. Flat earthers don't say you're moving at all. So that's an erroneous statement. And I'm looking through your paper. So just give me a second. Look through the paper.
Yep. All right. Can it go ahead, menu, please?
What was it? Oh, reference frames. Yeah. So you need to be specific when you say reference frames, right? So the reference frame, if you put something on the Earth, the how can I explain this? I feel like I already explained it. Like the reference frame.
Tempted to.
Yeah. So when we're talking about the orbit of the Earth, that's going to be from the reference frame of the sun, for example, right? The sun's rotation from the point of view of the sun is, if you are on the reference frame of the sun, then the universe is rotating around the sun, right, from that reference point. So if you're testing the rotation, you're not on the reference frame of the sun, or the Earth in this case. It's I don't know if I can explain it. It makes sense in my head.
Yeah, I get it. I don't get it, but like I understand how that shit happens. Because it's confusing as fuck. I'm trying to understand it.
It is. I will agree to that.
Because when you say reference frame, and then it has its own, it's like, all right, well, I'll concede to that. Yeah, I'll give you that. It's like a little fucking weight in the scale. But then when he brought up the sun, it's like, well, now it can't have that reference frame. It's like, wait, I thought it had its own reference frame. How does that work?
Yes.
How does it have its own?
The reference frame is just what you choose to be the motionless part, right? So you can choose
what you're
even
measuring
a section
against.
of the reference frame. Yeah, exactly.
So if
if you have two cars and you're in one car and you're measuring the speed relative to another car, your reference frame is in the car you're in, and that other car's relative to that. And then if you're measuring the speed of something across the Earth, then the Earth is the stationary thing, and the speed of the thing across the Earth is the thing that you're that's relative to the speed of the Earth. And then if you're measuring the rotational speed of the Earth, you're measuring that against like the wider solar system, galaxy, whatever.
Yeah, my favorite example is the car on the aircraft carrier. But people don't like that.
Car on the aircraft carrier?
Yeah. It was an example I gave to Jeremy. You have two cars going towards each other on the aircraft carrier, or a car going towards a person, let's say. And you can measure how fast one is going relative to the other, and then you sort of zoom out, and now the aircraft carrier is going a specific speed, and now you get like added motions, and then there's currents in the water that are going the opposite speed, so you subtract those, and you keep zooming out, and you keep getting different speeds depending on what your reference frame includes.
Yeah, I get it in that sense, right? Because you're adding variables.
Yeah, it's a good description. Where you go,
Right.
yeah, you've got multiple different reference points you could use.
Yeah,
particularly given the
but you're still kind of referencing that same object just from different point of views. I get that. It's just I don't understand how the gyro can have its own reference frame separate from Earth, right? To detect Earth's motion, but you can't use that same reference frame that's already separated from Earth to detect the orbit. It seems like I don't know.
The issue there is
just logically.
The issue there is like they thought they could, right? I get where you're at because very smart people thought that they could detect linear motion with this interferometry thing, but they found that they couldn't detect that motion, which might, as the flat earthers take, mean that we're not moving. But I think that's debunked by the fact that they can't detect any motion that way. But linear motion, i.e. moving from A to B, whether it be in a straight line or not, moving from A to B isn't detectable except if you've got a separate point to choose to look at, right, to reference your movement or otherwise on. Whereas angular change, like spinning around your end, like if I was spinning you around in an office chair,
Eggs, you lost me at the linear.
Right, okay.
You lost me at linear motion because all we're talking about is Earth spin and then Earth orbit. So they're both like rotations.
If you think about it as the aircraft carrier in the car, if it's the aircraft carrier in the car, what you have is you have like the thing that you're referencing against is going to be the light pathway in a ring laser gyro that is sort of stationary in 3D space. And then the like the receiver and the emitter for the ring laser gyro is the thing that's in motion. So it's in motion relative to the pathway of the light.
Yeah, I might be able to do it with an image, with a physical demonstration.
All right, so it's based on the light source. That's the reference of it is based on the light source. Is kind of what you're saying.
Yeah, the path of light itself, the laser that goes around the inside.
Yeah, I mean.
I would give a demo, but I can't find my phone.
No, it's fine. Another time. It's late for me, anyways. I'm trying to wrap all this around my head. It's like
the difference.
Who knows about the Sagnac? Who knows about the Sagnac effect? Anyone know about that?
Tiny bit. That's where we get this interferometry from. The path length of light.
I'm looking into this. I gotta go back to the Ethicos boys. Okay, cool. I'll have a look at this stuff, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so the Sagnac effect was proposed to be able to tell, like, if I could put it this way, Rigor, let's say a plane is doing constant barrel rolls while also flying forwards through the air. Let's add another thing, right? Plane's doing barrel rolls, so it's rolling wingtip over wingtip, and it's flying forwards, but it's also flying in a large circular path.
Whoa,
What a gyro.
whoa. Forward, large circular, so it's doing like a corkscrew and a barrel roll.
Kind of, yeah. So doing a giant circle horizontally across the land, maintaining an even altitude.
Yeah,
and
like a roller coaster. I want to go on this ride. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what a gyro will detect is we need a few of them to test all different axes, but what it would the readings would give you is the plane has been turning over very regularly, right? And that also one of the other gyros will detect a horizontal thing that the nose is facing the direction the tail used to be, because at the bottom of the circle it's heading one way, and then the top of the circle it's heading in exactly the opposite direction, parallel to the old path. And so the gyro should detect that, right, that the nose to tail is swapped, and it should detect that it's been flipping over wingtip, doing barrel rolls the whole time. But what it won't be able to tell you is the size of that circle, the path, the length of the path it's traveled along. All it will be able to tell you is that it's done a complete circle and how long that circle, sorry, not a complete circle, that it has done a full revolution. Like, so the mass has turned around in orientation.
Yeah, like it can tell, it can recognize that its orientation has been changed in the direction of the rotational direct. Yeah. All right.
Okay. So I didn't realize you got it. Yeah, but you nailed it. That's exactly it.
Rick, if you're still there, if you want to know what the Sagnac effect is, it's literally just as you like move the finish line on a loop-to-loop for a Hot Wheels car, the Hot Wheels car will take longer to get to that finish line. And so the path of light has like a set speed that it moves at, and then it has a finish line within the ring of mirrors that the ring laser gyro has. But if that ring of mirrors rotates, it takes longer for the light to get to the finish line. Because light has a constant speed, it means that any change in distance, or any change in speed means there must be a change in distance, which is a measurement of the rotation of the ring.
So, Eggs, and when you were talking about the plane, flipping around all crazy, so you would need two gyros to detect those rotations. Yes. One gyro could detect both of it at the same time, is what you're saying?
Yeah, they can only. Yeah, they can't. I've still not got it completely solved in my head exactly what it is. But to my understanding, basically, if you can imagine the mass is already spinning around the axle. So if I turn the device around the axis that is the axle, so the axle's got an axis, right, that the mass is spinning around. And I can also turn the entire device. But if I line up those two, then it will just represent as a slight change in RPM. So it will just, the mass is just rotating a tiny bit faster, a tiny bit slower, but not by much. Whereas what you're trying to test is forces that are orthogonal, that are like at right angles to the axis of the spinning mass. So the spinning mass, it'll be best if you're trying to test, say, the barrel rolls, where you're turning over and over and over around the central axis of the plane. You don't line up the axis of the gyro along the line of the plane. You would put it at right angles. So you go, it's going to be pointing.
Yeah. So it's 100% orientation dependent is kind of what you're saying.
Yes. So generally, if you want a really precise reading, you get three of these things and put them somehow that is essentially X, Y, Z to one another. And then whatever one misses, one of the other two will pick up. And some axis might be sort of midway between the two, but you can interpret the data to go, well, clearly this is the only axis that works, if that makes sense.
I don't know.
But yeah, I sort of think you want to point the mass down the axis you want to test. And then as the plane goes over, the issue for the heavenly energies is that takes newtons of force, right? The plane is turning, and because that's turning, that imparts a torque onto the gyro.
Yeah.
But the spinning mass sort of overwhelms
the acceleration. It would feel the acceleration, and therefore it would try and like reposition, and it'd keep fighting it, right? And then it'd log all that data and whatever the hell else. And then, yeah. So I guess I see why it wouldn't be able to doing both at the same time. Sort of, but
yeah. So it gets the orbital. There are, as I'm posting in that study, you can see that it is detecting a curve to our orbit. It is detecting that the sun, as well as doing these circles around its axis, because part of the problem with the data is the orbit lines up for almost all planets. The spin of the orbit will line up with the spin of the motion of the Earth, just because of the way that galaxies form, the solar systems form. They'll just all end up spinning one way with the masses spinning that way.
well, yeah, that's the mainstream idea, right? So, at what point is what do you have to do with the gyro to get it to? So you just have to reorientate it. But what were you saying? You can't do it on the same reference frame as the Earth to get the orbit
I'm saying
around the sun? Like what
you can. I think you can. What Manufactotum was saying is you'd have to cancel out the daily data. The fact that you're spinning on virtually the same axis very, very quickly would be very difficult because it's a lot of data. It's a very big number that's close to the same axis, right next to a nearly similar axis. We're 23 degrees tilted, right?
Yeah, I see. Yeah, the filtration process would be a lot more. Yeah, they'd probably fuck your data all up.
Yeah.
They'd fuck your data all up.
I think you could pull
Also,
it
as
back out,
far
but
as
you
the
would have to
orientation,
accept other assumptions that the Earth is turning at already, and you wouldn't use it to determine if the Earth is a sphere. Once you've accepted the Earth is a sphere and spinning around its axis, you could use it to determine something else, assuming those assumptions are true. Sorry, you go, man.
Yeah, also, in terms of the orientation, so gyroscopes are resistant to forces that try to tilt its axis, right? So what Eggs was saying, it's not going to notice much difference in I think it's the yaw, goes left to right, turns left to right. But the pitch and the roll, it would. So if you're trying to measure the orbit around the sun, you would have to have that perpendicular to the sun. You'd have to have it, the axis sort of radially from the sun, which means you'd have to put it somewhere around the equator. You could do it at the poles. It's like 23 degrees, but it's gonna. I mean, technically.
But is it even theoretically possible to do? To be able to filter out the data and get like a real an accurate reading, or would it just kind of be like, it's a little the data is so fucking mixed up with so much shit that we're never gonna be able to cipher through it and get what I mean?
Well, if you think about like our model, right? The Earth itself is something of a gyroscope, right? So the poles don't change orientation around, allegedly, don't change orientation around the sun, which is how we get season. So if you align it with the axis of the Earth, I mean, I'm trying to think if that would demonstrate anything that we don't already measure. You would just be measuring its orientation to the sun, right?
Yeah, I think you would be looking at this number and this axis. What I think it is flat earthers have asked this question a long time, which is why it ends up becoming the first one they lead with. But what it essentially is saying, I get that getting this diurnal rotation is very easy for a gyro to detect. But why can't a comparably precise gyro detect a far, 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 far smaller, nearly identical rotation? And I think it's only a valid question to ask if it was a far bigger effect. If you said, here's this far bigger effect than diurnal rotation, why aren't the gyros detecting that? But to say this is a tiny effect that is well below the tolerance of the average gyro, why doesn't it detect something that is below its tolerance to detect? And it seems like it's just running away from the stark, strong evidence that's in front of us, that is, gyros detect diurnal rotation, daily 24-hour spin.
I mean, yeah, that's the claim, right?
But that's the thing.
The spin
it
of
doesn't
what?
make sense to challenge that by saying, why don't we detect less than that why don't we look in a worse place for rotation and see if we detect it there? And if we can't detect it everywhere, including when it's very hard to detect, then we're not detecting it all anywhere ever. And I just don't think that's logical. Like, we know that gyros work because you can buy a gyro today for a couple of $1,000. Get a whole Or fog, you could do it less probably. $1,000 you could put together your own little Raspberry Pi and turn it into a gyro compass. Must be trying to fog. Just keep tricking it as to which way is north. You know what data you've put in. So you just get yourself a fiber optic gyro, which is a little chip that you put on it that they use in phones and stuff, or drones, I think, more than phones. And it will tell you which way it's rotating. Just get one that's got a precision that is like 1 degree an hour. So that's 15 times better than 15 degrees per hour. And you will program it yourself. You'll tell it what code to write. And you just say, tell me what the axis and the direction is. And I think you'll find that even though your code doesn't know what east is, that little chip will somehow be able to figure it out just by telling you it's turning over.
Would a little drone chip be able to accomplish that, though?
I think fiber optic gyro. I'd need to Google again. I Googled a while back, but I stopped looking at the optical ones because too many flat earthers would say, oh, that could be ether. So I focused on the mechanical ones, and I got a list of those somewhere. But the fiber optic ones are tiny. They just use a coil of fiber optic wire. So as such, they're much stronger, much simpler, much cheaper. And so the
mechanical ones reset.
So again, mechanical ones reset.
Yeah, I thought they reset, and that was like one of the limitations with them.
They reset. I don't know what that means.
Like they kind of. I'm trying to think about what the hell I read about them.
Well, don't trust it if you heard it from Nathan Oakley or QE.
No, I don't.
Also check it for
I'm
yourself.
not that guy, dude. Fuck off. No, you guys say shit, and the first thing I do, I go online and try and like figure out what you're talking about. You know, even with the flat Earth, especially when the flat Earthers say it, I'm like, yeah, all right, let's see if this motherfucker's full of shit.
So here's the test then. That's what I do to go Google online for this, because I think this solves it. Are there publicly available, can I as a layperson buy a gyro, fiber optic or mechanical or otherwise, the cheapest gyro I can, that can detect 1 degree an hour? And if you can, what that means is however many people buy that device or any device like it have a rotation detecting device. That's why they bought it. So they wanted to detect rotation. And it must detect the rotation of the Earth. Every person who's using it must, in fact, get that noise in their data and have to delete it out if they're using it for very slow applications, I mean. Like if it's not for a drone, which doesn't care about 15 degrees an hour. No, I think even in drone, oh no, what have you done?
I guess
So
you
they
throw
find-
it in a Faraday cage and then just lock it away and then just let it do its thing and then plug it in.
Sure, yeah, test it in a bismuth chamber, test it underwater if you want. But what it should find is even when it's on a motorbike, twisting and turning, when you look at that data over an hour, it should say that you started off leaning 15 degrees to the left and ended up, 15 degrees to the north and ended up 15 degrees to the east. If you drove just north, you would have that really clearly in your data. If you did a circle, it would disappear, I think.
And then flip it 180 degrees, do the test again.
Yep, exactly. You could just get a cube or a shape with lots of sides on it, and you can double blind the experiment. So you don't know what orientation the gyro is inside, and put it on a table on one face for an hour and just write down what is the top face. Okay, it was face 1. Then do it for another hour, turn on a new face. Okay, that was face 4. Keep doing that. So neither you nor the gyro knows which direction it's facing, nor which face it's going to be on. And you could spin it around sometimes too. You could do a spin and a flip. And every time it should get this 15 degrees per hour pointing eastward, such that you'll be able to tell which way up your dice was when it recorded that. You'll be able to, they'll all be all over the place. The data will look really messy, but they will all coalesce around an axis of and a 15 degrees per hour. If you line up the axes, they'll all go perfectly together. So if that's the case, then the only rebuttal I could see is maybe the Illuminati or the people in power, when they're selling, when an ordinary company is selling a fiber optic gyro, they somehow tell that gyro
This is not.
No, you just don't do that, eggs. Don't do that. Don't end like that. I appreciated the way you explained it. I do, but just don't end like that. It's like
Fair enough.
So bullshit.
Fair call.
Although we got to bring bullying back. We got to bully everyone. Let's do it.
I've heard something similar with regard to accelerometers being programmed.
Oh, and that they've always got downwards at 9.8? What do you mean?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, well, that's how the whole Dell's whole crew, all the followers of Dell, got onto the idea that the Earth must be going upwards, because they knew it started as a troll, but then they tested with accelerometers, and they're like, well, accelerometers when dropped and are going downwards at 9.8 read 0. And then when they stop on the floor, they read 9.8, so we must be accelerating. Is that what did you mean with
detecting a field that's moving through them? And when you drop it, they run in course with the field.
Possibly. Multiple fields pretending to be a ball in space.
Well, it's just like it's going down, like it's a down field, right? And a little bit sideways. That's all it is. Down, a little bit sideways. So you got to think about it.
Gravity. Gravity field?
Creation is trying to trick us.
No, it's just like it's a twirly-whirly sort of field. It's just sort of emerging from the sky, coming down to the ground. Causes the drag on all material substances.
You know that, like, when you calculate, like, the gravitational acceleration of an area, you use Einstein's field equation, right? So that's like a field that has acceleration downwards that pulls objects downwards or causes objects to accelerate downwards. So you're describing, you've roundabout done it again, described your way back into gravity.
Exactly. Gravity is an electrical force.
Which is why we can't detect it using detection advice that detects electrical forces, right?
How do you detect an electrical field outside of the field? Or from
So
within the
you
field,
look for any electrical potential, like you look to see if there's a flow of electrons or...
No, anytime you want to go detect an electrical current or field, like you need to go have a neutral to measure against. And if it is the case that the electrical field abounds in all of our experiential sort of aspect of the world, I mean, how do you get outside the field to detect the field that you're asking for? It's just not possible. It's just like gravity. Like gravity is claimed, I mean, you're stuck inside the field and you're trying to detect the field. Your only interpretation is to look up in the sky and infer this sort of gravitational response. It's very similar in that way.
If you're saying that there's some neutral, some other potential spot where there's a lower potential, and then you use that to detect the flow, that makes sense. But you can just do that with anything that has very low conduction or something that's had the energy removed from it, something that's had a lot of the static removed. And we can create those materials. So that's why we know in a vacuum you still end up with an energy potential, because we have materials that have very, very, very low electrical potential, and then it measures the flow from the background to the thing itself. But that doesn't exist for gravity. We can't measure that. We can't use that same device to measure gravity. It doesn't happen or exist.
Well, you are measuring the gravity. You're detecting it through observation of its effect upon the material. It's just that the field current that you're searching for, it won't sort of show up until you find, you got to put your neutral node in order to detect any sort of electrical field. You need to apply, the red wire and the black wire, and the black wire goes to the neutral. But everywhere in existence is there is nowhere to put the black wire in existence, essentially. And under that understanding, right, of detection of an electrical field, you have no neutral to actually put to, because you sit inside that field.
If that's true, then there'd be no buoyant force.
No, the buoyancy is based on the fact that the field has a certain effect on the amount of material inside of an object. So your buoyancy and density all work at that point still. It just has a greater effect on more dense materials. That's why you have buoyancy in that way.
So it's just got to do with the density, not the conductivity of the material.
The density is the conductivity within what I'm sort of invoking as far as what the field is doing.
No, you can get the same material that just through a different way the molecules are set up can have radically different conductivity.
Sure.
But also denser, so you could have denser material. Wait, how do I do this? No, you could have a heavier object of the same density. Like if you take a set of balance scales, you put 1 kilogram of iron on one side, 2 kilograms on the other. The 2 kilograms are going to fall, but the iron is equally dense on either side. So it's not the density, it's the weight.
I don't know what you're referring to there, but I would just simply point out that the efficiency of a propeller or anything that harnesses the wind, like a sail, is pretty thin, right? But it harnesses the wind really, really well. So what's the problem? Like the material density of the material, its interaction with the field, it's like a solar wind sort of principle, essentially at that point. If you're familiar with the way they sort of propose it, how solar winds work.
Yeah,
solar winds are just charged particles, so that's not the same.
The correlation between down and density doesn't seem to work.
But even with density, it's just going to be the surface area, right? There's more surface area on the other side of the scale, so therefore it's going to, go down.
Yeah,
more.
but if the material is porous, it'll allow like a sponge, right? It'll allow for a certain amount of so if you imagine a material substance trying to capture the wind, and you got big holes inside of it, it creates a different sort of density medium. So if you're talking about the matrix of different, the same material arranged in different matrices will harness the wind in different ways, right? You can arrange those molecules into different ways.
So gold has almost twice the density of silver, but silver is a better conductor than gold. How do you explain that?
It's the density relationship with the field.
Yeah, but you're saying it's all electric field stuff, so it'd be down to conductivity, right? Because the more energy potential that can move through the object, the more downward force there'd be for some obscure reason in this field. But something that's a better conductor is less dense by half, and yet it's the worst conductor that's more dense goes down. So it seems to have a relationship
so
energy potential,
at some
conductivity,
point, right,
and electrical.
As far as conductivity is concerned, right, there is a point at which basically so many volts, if you've got so many volts as opposed to current, it doesn't matter what your insulator is. It really just doesn't matter. Your electrical flow will jump the gap quite easily. So the presumption would be within this electrical field that I'm sort of suggesting. I'm just floating this idea, by the way, but it's very high volts and it passes through all material substances. It interacts with them differently, right? Because some are better insulators than others. This is where you get a bit of a density effect there going on, and it's sort of imposed affect that you can observe. But essentially, yeah.
So just to be clear, so if it has glaring gaps in its ability to correlate the conductivity of different elements to their density and weight, and you're just proposing this and assuming that it can't be gravity, even though gravity perfectly explains why it correlates perfectly with density and mass. I don't know.
Well, the point is that the effect of gravity that you're measuring upon those particular substances is actually what you're measuring there is that electrical flow that's occurring from the ground. Oh, sorry, from the sky to the ground. That's all it is. You call it gravity, but say it could be another field.
So here's an analogy. Yeah, say apples and the color of the apple correlates to the sweetness of the apple. and you've got perfect gradient as the color equals the sweetness. But then you come in, you say something like, oh no, it's stalk length that equals it. But only like a quarter of the apples, half the apples, 3/4 of the apples correlate properly with stalk length equaling an increase in sweetness. You've just chosen the worst of the two correlations in order to explain the effect.
What would happen if we test? Yeah, what would happen if we tested this electrical field within a Faraday cage? Shouldn't then objects fall at accelerate downwards at a different rate?
Well, I mean, what does a Faraday cage suppose that it can protect you from necessarily?
Electromagnetism.
Yeah.
All electromagnetism, or just like the spectrum by which we operate within, like just generally speaking, or is it actually just like devoid itself of all?
But didn't you were talking about electrical fields, yes, and electrical fields is stopped by Faraday cages.
Is the nature of an atom an electrical field? Like just the nature of the atom has an electrical field to it?
Well, if there is an electrical field on the Earth causing the downward acceleration, and if you go into a Faraday cage and you remove most of that electrical field, then the object should fall at a completely different rate, shouldn't it?
You've only removed the electrical field by which you can detect. You can't remove all of it. Like you can't actually suggest that. Like science doesn't sort of presume that it's capable of removing all electrical fields. It's just like to say that you've got a Faraday cage, right? It protects you from certain electrical fields that we know of and within our capability of measuring, essentially, right?
What is an electrical field? I don't fully actually understand that. I understand it's like a vibration and does something to do with electrons.
You've got a flow of a current of essentially like an etherical energy that is going from one place, like from one source, from an anode to a cathode. Generally, is the way it's kind of explained in electrical theory, but that can happen through like wireless charging. Like if you've ever used your phone to wirelessly charge, you recognize that you don't actually need to be touching. That it can conduct through the air essentially, and the proposition like maybe right. Like just think about the sky is a surface and the ground is a surface, and it's just like that electrical field that you're detecting is just a current that's flowing through it, and it has a drag on all material substances. The more dense the material, the more drag it has upon it.
I thought those charges that don't touch turn it from electricity, just the movement of electrons, into a pulsing electromagnet, with the idea that if you could cause a nearby similarly sized resonant electromagnet to pulse, then you could essentially cause it to become a little generator in the phone. I don't think you're picking up direct electricity is what I'm saying. I think you're picking up a pulsing magnetic, totally different thing.
It's not pulsing. It's just it's a consistent flow. I've used the wireless charge phone on the location. There's no like copper pads or conductors that you're looking at to touch.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying,
two surfaces that are flowing through an electrical that goes through.
What I'm saying is, I think. What are those surfaces?
I got plastic between my two. Like when I charge my phone, I got a piece of plastic or the phone case, and it just conducts the electricity right through that plastic. It causes it to heat up a lot, right? It does cause a little bit more friction as a consequence. But the fact of the matter is that two surfaces, a flow of electricity, it's right there.
That's all we need.
Apparently.
Disprove gravity.
Well, it's just an alternative conclusion you might come to. That's all.
Yeah, I think that the trick that sounds like both of us, me and Manufactotum, are on, like this would necessitate, if it were electronic in the classical way, it would necessitate that we could detect it the same way we detect other things that are electronic in the classical way. And so I think you start with electromagnetism, but then when we drill down into what does that mean, it turns into a sort of new kind of electromagnetism, i.e. not really electromagnetism at all.
Do you know what the classical means by which to detect an electrical current is? Do you know what the primary means is?
Detecting a difference in electron potential, isn't it? There's more electrons on one side than the other.
You need a neutral. This is getting back to the multimeter. Every time that you wanted to, like, if you go to 12 volts on your battery car, you want to detect that, you got to put the neutral to the chassis. That's your neutral. If you're trying to detect the electrical field that I'm referring to, right, where do you, like, the ground, the grounds are all part of that system. You need to get outside the system to detect the field. You just can't do it. It's just not possible. Just the same with gravity.
You're proposing to detect.
You could use an electrical compass, at least, to measure the electric field and the direction of it.
Yeah, seems like you could measure.
I mean, the direction of the electrical field. I mean, it's clearly going from the top to the bottom. So, is it rotating a little bit as it goes through? I think so.
But I mean, if you're in the building, but that electrical fields, like the one in the atmosphere, is different, like inside a house than outside in the open as well.
It's just like a solar energetic wind, essentially, that's just passing through all the material substances.
You think like neutrinos?
It means nothing.
You say it means nothing.
Like a solar energetic wind. A solar energetic wind is like a set of
You say material attracts material. It's kind of like, okay, rightio. Well, that's one idea.
Yeah,
it sounds like it's it sounds like it's a hypothetical kind of force that we have never experienced or measured. That might be the reason for it.
You experience it every day. You keep calling it gravity, and you think the cause and effect, or you think the cause of it is like the fact that you're close to another material substance. You're missing.
But you understand that.
So you experience it every day.
Did you see PhD Tony's example? Did you see PhD Tony's example of the superconducting gravimeter, where on the floor 1 meter above, a young boy was sitting there. What was he weighing? 46 kilograms or something, and that reduced the downward acceleration. And if you put that boy beneath the supergravitimeter, it would increase the downward acceleration. Is there an electric field between the boy and the gravimeter? What's causing this?
I don't know what the gravitometer is actually measuring or detecting. I'm not familiar with that.
It measures downward acceleration, and if you have a mass above it, it measures lower downward acceleration. If you put extra mass below it, the downward acceleration increases.
Can you tell me just briefly how much did it detect? You said it does detect. I'm just kind of curious, how much does it detect?
I can't remember the numbers, but it was done over 6 minutes, and they show that graph that it was like a kind of straight line. Then the boy was sitting on top, and then the acceleration dropped for as long as he was sitting there, which was about 6 minutes. And when he moved away, the downward acceleration increased back to where it started prior to the boy being on top of it.
So the boy couldn't have interfered with the device or an object, so it's got to be like mass attracts mass type thing. Is that what kind of what you're saying? Got to be
it
mass.
Seems like it, unless the boy has some sort of a force of unknown force of something in his body, which we don't know about. I strongly suspect, yes, it's the mass of the boy that did it, and I think it was probably calculated as well. I don't know, after or before, to see if it matched the expectations due to the boy's
it could have
mass.
been like interference in any way? You know what I mean? Like this.
Yeah, but I don't know what kind of interference. He was sitting on the floor 1 meter above the equipment, so he didn't touch the equipment. So and the equipment, the gravimeter was in the room beneath him. So I don't know what or how, except for mass, change of mass that would do that.
If I were in flat Earth, I
Well, if
would
that were
not want
true,
the answer.
if that were true, you should be able to drop 2 items in a vacuum, and the top one's going to hit the bottom one, right? It's going to speed up.
What? Yeah, objects in a vacuum chamber do accelerate downwards. Yes, they do.
They collide on their way down, right? Because they're both attracting each other.
No,
Right?
the masses are too small. The masses are too small.
But the boy's big enough to set off the gravitometer? I don't get it. How can the boy change the speed of downward acceleration, but 2 objects right next to each other won't collide?
Because I can't remember the numbers. I have to ask Tony about this. It was a minute change.
So small. Yeah.
All right, I thought it was
love
like a
small
big change. I'm like, holy shit! That means like if you put shit in a vacuum, like they're gonna collide on their way down. It's like, boom, you got it.
No, because it's the gravitational force between 2 objects are too small over such a short time to be able to have any major effect on one another.
It's like the curve. It's just like it's there, but it's like just beyond your peripheral vision, just outside of your scope of like necessarily being able to detect it.
Except no, it's there. You can measure it directly. You guys just keep looking for the tiny numbers. As I said, a gyro detects a pretty stark, obvious force, and what gets asked for is a force.
If I just attribute
times smaller.
If I just attribute that to a different force and causality, then what have we got?
No, because I'm thinking, right? You might be onto something.
Say that again, Rick.
You have a gravitometer, right? And you have this boy, and you do this reading. You get like your reading. It might be minute, right? Now you just take a smaller object, right? Smaller mass, and then you just put it in the same location he was in, and then check the difference, and then go twice as big as the boy, and then check the difference. And then, you know what I mean? Like, why would the experiment stop there with just the boy to like validate something that you think? It's like, no, validate the measurement. Like, why you just validate the thought? You get what I mean? Like, why wouldn't you carry the logic through? Like, all right. So the boy affected the gravitometer, right? So say he's got like a mass of whatever, right? Just cut it in half and see if the measurement cuts in half. Or see how the measurement is influenced of the gravitometer, right? The gravitometer. And then double the mass and then see how it's affected.
I think that's been done, in fact, quite a few times.
Yeah, well, show me, man.
I need to look for it, see if I can find it.
Yeah, when you get around to it. Because, I mean, that would be interesting. Then to see how it scales, right? If there's consistency.
Excellent idea. The thing that they haven't done is actually proven that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. So whatever they say is built upon a false premise. And when you build upon a false premise, everything you say is null and void. Null and void.
Given that he said before that it matches calculations, doesn't that imply that it's been tested before?
No, it's an attribution. What are you attributing it to?
Right, we're still testing if this amount of mass causes this change in the gravimeter.
No, that's not what he said at all. He just said there was a difference. The boy was on top of the gravitometer, or whatever, and then when he moved, the reading changed. That was it. Right. And he said it was like so minute. So I proposed double the mass and see how the reading changes, cut the mass in half and see how the reading changes, and then just scale it up just a few times.
Given that they predicted the effect on the gravimeter, don't they know that the boy's mass, affected the gravimeter by that much? The prediction.
What?
They know.
What was
they
the
know
prediction?
the formula.
That was never the claim. There was no claim about.
Yeah. I think
exactly
they did
how much the gravimeter is going to change, gravitometer. Yeah. What was the prediction? I never heard
calculation was done. Yeah, I think that calculation was done by the mass of the buoy and the distance from the gravimeter, if I remember correctly.
How much it changed by? They therefore must know how the mass would affect the gravimeter. That experiment that you're asking to cut it in half must have been done.
But it must have, but I don't know anything about it, right? So
Yeah,
just
let's
saying
see. Show us the evidence.
What does that do for me?
Show us, show the evidence and the methodology they
Like you
use.
just at this point you're just like claiming stuff. It's like
well,
we're having a good conversation, but I don't trust you already.
your
Ricky.
research
I
this
talked to you
yourself.
about surveying, and I caught you real quick, way out of your
That's right.
element.
Yes.
Yeah, and you guys had to like fucking. You had to mute me and
how did
you had to mute me because you were getting fucking hemmed up, and then you dogpiled. I remember that.
Yeah. I think I ended up asking you what an arc second was, and you refused to answer.
No, because you couldn't answer what local level was, and then you claim you know what it means to do survey.
If I said that,
you know how the
if I
tools
said
work.
an arc second, it's a second of an arc. Is that a correct response?
No. 1/60th of an arc minute.
It's a minute.
Yeah, what
It's just
Rigger's
basic.
referring
Tie it to a minute.
Just curious.
What Rigger is referring
Sounds
to
like-
is when he asked me what is local level, and I said horizontal is established at one point only. That was my answer, and I gave it 10
You
times.
said local level.
Like he couldn't answer
When I
basic
say
things.
local level,
survey
because
it.
the
No,
word
he's
level,
so full of shit right now. He's so full of shit.
the
But
word
whatever.
level, we disagree on
I
what that
explained
is.
to him how he arrived.
The only reason why
Rixie, I explained to this dude how he arrives at his angle measurement, right? I explained the process, pulling down from the vertical or going up from the horizontal, and he couldn't comprehend. Like, that's basically what he's asking me. So I explained the method instead of answering his question directly, right?
Rick,
And then
do you
couldn't,
think I don't know how to measure an
comprehend it.
angle?
No, I just think you got lost in the argument, and you didn't really know what you were talking about, so you couldn't keep up.
Let's have a new one.
Let's have a new one now.
Know how to measure angle. What does that even mean? I know how to measure angle. What does that even mean?
Do I know how to use a theodolite
get
to measure
angle
either a
measurement.
zenith angle or an elevation angle?
Dude, it's such a like a weird flex though. Like I know how to measure
Yeah, he was
angle.
doubting. He was doubting
Like,
my knowledge.
You just
and
look
I
at your
explained-
device. Your
Why is
device
competence
tells
a
you
weird
the angle. You put the. It's a weird flex because like you just point the thing at the object and then you read off what the measurement of the angle is.
Sure,
You
but
know.
you've got to be able to set the device up and calibrate it and own the device. And some of us here have done that, and some of us haven't. And so
give me
you
a
said,
calibrate.
Harry, do you know how to get back on your bike after you've crashed it?
Rigger's
Because I
gonna
crash
tell
my
me.
bike a lot. I'd be the best at that.
Yeah, but you're not going to
Rigger's trying to
calibrate
tell me
your
that
own.
I
You
don't
fell off
know.
your angle. Right?
It's not going to happen.
Rigger's trying to tell me that I don't know what an elevation angle is or a zenith angle is.
No, that's not what
That's
I
what
said.
he's trying to say.
No,
All I
no
said
one
was
ever
you
said
couldn't
that.
keep up
Dude.
when I
It's just
explained
like
the
it's a
process
weird
and how to
flex.
do it. You didn't know what I
It's
was
a weird
talking about.
flex to say that I know
But
how
it
to
doesn't
measure
work
an
on the
angle.
globe. That's the thing. You don't get them on spherical balls. That's the only problem you don't understand. But
You know
anyway,
what it was? It was a pivot.
I also suggest, hang on a second, I also suggest the equipment being used needs to be looked at, opened up, and check every component so the integrity is there or not. That's what we're looking for. Because again,
It
it
would
could be a
make sense
device
to you, wouldn't it?
that's made. Yeah,
When did
we
I
can do that.
dissect
That's
the
not difficult to
machinery?
do. Reverse engineering.
Yes.
It's easy.
Just like
The
you guys
frog
want to
will
dissect
die.
frogs, we're going to dissect your machinery, okay? That's how we're going to go
Go
about
for
it.
it.
Why?
Go for it.
Well,
Don't you want to know
clearly
what it
there's
does?
no
It's funny.
point.
Just going to dissect shit. You know, we'll take apart your theodolite, work out what it's doing.
We know what it does.
Sounds like a good idea. I don't think pulling
Well,
it
it's
apart
not
will tell you
really
what it does.
It just measures angles, apparently, so it's not that complicated.
Hmm.
I measure angles all the time. I need a
I
theodolite
don't.
for it.
I don't think I've measured angles in years. I remember the last time I did. Would have done it for something. Sailing. I've done it for sailing.
So Rue has.
Sailing.
So I've got a question.
Hello,
Can fire bring down a
I'm not
47-story
sure.
building in 6.25 seconds? Can a
I'm not
47-story
sure I
high
want to
building
entertain your
be
question.
brought down by fire? That's the question.
Free
Simple
fall.
question.
Free fall, Ruhiv.
Yeah.
Free fall.
Yeah, I'm
Pretty sure.
happy to let Jin take the dub on that one. That's fine.
Oh,
Win,
okay.
Jin.
All right.
9/11's an inside job.
We got our first W
Yeah.
for the year, guys. Okay, we're just collecting W's
Yeah,
over
that's
here.
right.
Okay.
Good work,
Didn't
team.
CEO one coming with a technical knockdown. Whee!
PKO.
Yeah. They say Ippon. Yeah, Wazari.
Can water cut metal?
Yes.
Yes.
How is that possible?
Well,
It's so
in a
it's so
sense,
soft.
with pressure, yeah.
I can swim in it.
Force.
I can swim in water, and still, can it cut metal? It doesn't make any sense.
Can you
any fighter
swim in
explain
a
it?
can you swim in a pressure hose system?
I can swim
Have you
in water.
Have you ever
But
like
yet it
sort of-
can. How can it cut metal when it's weaker than metal?
have you ever pressure hosed
I
something
don't
before?
understand.
Have you ever
Good
pressure
question.
cleaned something before, sir?
I'm pouring water all over my
Okay,
iron.
so just like if you
You would
jump
go
out of a
blind by
plane
now.
without a if you jump out of a plane without a parachute and you hit the water, it's like hitting concrete, right? So it's just force. Like you're saying, like I can swim in water, but yet water can cut what metal? Like what's your problem?
I think he knows
That
the answer.
water, when you hit it, will crush your body. if
Why are you
hit
sort of
it at free
why
fall
are you
speed.
defending it? Why are you defending it? I don't understand.
Can you show me a paper on that? On someone actually jumping out of a plane
Thanks,
and hitting
Taylor.
water like
I just posed the question, like somebody felt attacked here, I think. I was just proposing that water could cut metal.
It can
prove water can cut metal. How can you prove water can cut metal? There could be another field right where you're shooting the water.
Yeah, that's true.
A field that surrounds it that cuts through metal.
That's boring.
No,
That's
because you
boring.
pressurize the water, and then you observe the water coming up the nozzle, and then you observe the water cutting the metal. It's all pretty self-explanatory and materialistic at that point.
But do you
are you
need-
saying that
but
we're
how do
shooting
you know
out
that?
like while we're shooting out Earth? While we're shooting out water, like a water pistol, right? We're shooting out ether, and ether is actually cutting the metal.
But I mean, you said everything is electrostatic before, right? Everything is affected by electrostatics, and one of the core principles of electrostatics is if you move this, you'll get a charge, and if you've got a charge, you can move this. So what I'm saying is, you can't disprove the idea that the very fast water is actually creating an electromagnetic field, and then the field is cutting the metal, and the water is just along for the ride.
I mean, have you
Does the water shoot out the
Very plausible. I'll put a check mark box on the a check in the box mark plausible. Want to elaborate?
And does the water shoot out the other side? Because if the water shoots out the other side, how can we say the water's cutting it? Because the water would have lost all its energy by now. But out the other side, the water comes spraying out in still a pretty straight beam, which shows it hasn't been slowed down or affected at all, because the thing that's actually cutting the metal is this electromagnetic field that's being generated around the water.
So there's no.
Water's quite sacred, right?
What are you talking about, bro?
You can't disprove it.
No, like you engage the pump like with a CNC machine, right? And it's hydraulically pressed water, and it's shooting like very high pressure of water throughout a very fine nozzle, and then you observe the water separating like the metal from the other metal. What are you talking about? Like this has got
How do you
no
prove that
analogy
there's-
whatsoever to the inference that electrical fields flow through things, and they like electrical fields affect material, right?
Exactly.
There's got nothing.
That's what I'm saying. They cut metal.
No, you're talking about water cutting metal, and now you're trying to.
Are you saying fields can't cut metal?
No, fields definitely can. Yeah, fields can definitely cut metal.
What is the argument? Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I think the Globers get it.
Yeah, you're going all over the place. Fields cut metal, water cuts metal.
I think they
It's
saw
not the
exactly what
water
I was saying.
cutting.
Not sure what you're saying.
Yeah, I think it
No,
obviously
there's an
went over
electrical
Fluff's
field
heads.
that flows through you that has effect on like your material substance, bro. It doesn't mean it's cutting through you. What are you referring to? This is such a like.
They're making a
It's not-
comparison
it's
between a
not well-rounded.
physical object that's tangible versus a force, which is just
No,
not
not
a
quite.
good analogy or not fun to
not.
play.
You got a water pistol cutting metal, and you're basically saying the water in the water pistol is not cutting the metal. It's actually some sort of ether device or something that's cutting the metal. And how would you just
I'll bet
prove
hot
that?
tangible.
Oh, great
I'll bet
story.
you've not
Great
changed
analogy.
that if Ruhif wants to, he'll be able to say exactly what I was saying. I think even Manufactotum knows.
I'm still waiting for my paper on the skydiving. Has someone posted that?
Where did I keep meant to be? God damn it.
Well, this was fun. I'm gonna go fix lunch.
Oh,
See you.
Yeah, time for movies. I think I'm gonna go. Which one? What's that one you said? Manufactured Dock City.
Dark City. That was a big thing.
Someone else mentioned it, but yeah, Dark City. Also, 13th floor. If you like that mind fucky kind of what is the real world kind of stuff.
13th.
Kind of an old
floor?
one, but good.
Yeah.
13th floor. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 99. Oh, you a
That's about
90s
right.
baby. What are you, like, born in late 70s, early 80s?
Early 80s. Calm down.
Ah.
Late 70s. No, not there yet. 90s were the best.
I
I
agree.
heard somebody refer to 90s music as music from the late 1900s. All right.
Let's just scroll. There's only one reason. Yeah, what I was really doing was making a joke about how just randomly proposing fields might be doing something that another thing obviously is doing is easy to do and unfalsifiable.
Yeah, but it wasn't. It started off all right, but then it's kind of. It's like, yeah, no, it's tangible versus.
Yeah. Exactly.
So the curvature is still the elusive problem. No curvature experience. I see.
Yeah, that's what it seems like, Jen.
Yeah.
Seems like, yeah.
Seems like I was saying, we measure curvature because we can measure the 8 inches per mile squared drop, and you go, oh no,
That's
that's
just
due to
a
perspective.
lie.
No,
Okay,
no,
what
we
tool do
don't.
you
Your
use to
local
measure
level.
8 out?
Your local level is proving that. Your local level is proving that. The fact that you're looking for curvature and you're finding local level is word spell me. Local level.
They do.
It's not just words, Jin.
His measurements.
What's your most recent measurement of the Earth, Ruhif? What have you been out to do lately?
What have I been? I've been writing code to track the ISS, but my mount, there's a like a standard telescope mount protocol called ASCOM. My mount, the one that I'm writing it for, is not ASCOM compliant, so I've had to like sniff the protocol between my computer and the mount to work out the protocol, and it's all UDP rubbish.
UDP
binary, yeah.
That is rubbish.
Protocol. So I've got to figure out.
UDP is, just for everybody else in the room, like obviously I know what UDP is, but for the other people who don't, could you explain it?
It's a connectionless protocol. So most internet traffic establishes a connection which is held by both ends of the origin destination to your website or whatever. That's usually TCP/IP. UDP is basically just sending packets with no sort of acknowledgement. It's a kind of a
So just tweeting
protocol.
Tweeting them out into the ether and hoping the receiving end is listening.
Pretty much. I mean, you do get responses, but there's no sort of network level connection. It's just I send you something, I hope you get it, and I figure out that you did get it if you send me a response back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway,
a little bit like me on the dating site these days. Did I tell you me and my missus broke up, Rui?
No, what happened?
I broke up with her. Not a lot. Nothing really happened.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't working.
That sucks.
So I can do tests with you now.
Oh, nice.
Not that it was really stopping me, but now I have even more.
Oh, well, I'm so one of my kids, as you know, goes to school in DY, which is towards you. But my daughter just started at a school in Annandale, which is like, south of the bridge. So for now, I've got to drive her in the morning. Takes about 40 minutes. Then run home or drive back home, take my boy up to DY, and I don't get back home until like 10 o'clock after leaving at 8 o'clock. I'm driving for at least 4 hours a day.
God damn. And then you've got a few hours before you got to go pick them up again, or do they make their own way home?
Yeah. No, I got to pick them up.
Jesus.
I'm trying to get assisted transport for my boy. So you'll catch a bus from the front door.
It's pretty good. The ISS is a good argument, I think. That there is this permanently inhabited base.
Not really. Not really. It's
where they're
silly,
doing
really.
tests,
Silly.
doing all manner of tests. And like, think about how close it is. Imagine it wasn't there. Imagine no ISS. And
it's not there.
How
It's
it
not
would be
there.
it would be a parody of what an ISS, what a flat earther would ask.
Please
They go,
don't
I
speak
want
like.
space
Please don't
station
speak as if it's
in
there.
orbit.
It's not.
Jin,
like
there is a there. Like there is a
ISS
there
isn't
there. But there is a there. You can look up in the sky and you can see a light in the sky, right? It's rather perturbing. In my
and it's going real fast. It's going real fast.
Yeah, but then they tell you that they're docking with it, and then all the shit starts falling apart, right? But there is definitely light in the sky. I'll give you that. Like, just the whole docking idea. Like, yeah, right.
It's correct to the pixel when it shows the Earth.
Have you ever seen it docking?
As in, have I seen two objects? I think a backyard astronomer has caught the ISS with another little bright dot next to it once, if that's what you're asking about.
It's like a star next to the ISS. Okay, cool.
Kind of, yeah, but they're both moving along together.
I have seen somebody take pictures from Earth of like they have taken picture and you can literally see the space station clear as day. It's very quite quite visible.
That was that. That's awesome.
Yeah, but I think you need to be like at close proximity, like it needs to go right overhead, because if it's like at an angle, it's very huge difference in the distance.
Yeah, if you get it about 45, 50 degrees, it's about 650 Ks, I think, which is okay. But if it's low to the horizon, it can be like 2,000 kilometers, and it's rubbish.
Right.
So you've got you got to roof it. You got a telescope aimed at the ISS then?
No, I've written some code the last week or so. So it downloads the TLA data that tells you the orbit, and I've written code to interact with the mount. Now I'm trying to write the tracking algorithm, and it's tearing my ass quite a lot. Like if I tell it,
I'm honestly like, you could sell that shit, right? Once you like develop
just
the code,
give it to AI.
No. This is something that
AI can do that for you, can it not? AI can do the number crunching, surely. AI.
Stellarium, all these like telescope apps, right? They communicate with via a protocol that most mounts understand, called ASCOM. All right, this mount that I have is not ASCOM compliant, so I've taken it upon myself to write it from scratch.
Okay.
And is there a are you just doing this the hard way, and there is an existing, plug-in dongle or
no code
or something?
No,
he's got a different piece of hardware that uses a different piece of software, and he's trying to do what other software already does, but he's like, whatever this is, it like a generic or like a
it's a Skywatcher Mini. It's a mini Asalt GTI or Altaz, whatever.
No, it's kind of interesting. You can bootleg it. Like what would you refer to that as? Like is to hijack it and sort of make it do certain commands?
So I sniff the protocol. Do you know what Wireshark is?
Nah.
Okay, so it looks at the traffic between my computer and the mount. So I can sniff the traffic and sort of figure out the protocol.
You're reverse engineering the protocol? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm getting there.
You're rerouting the encryptions and bypassing the mainframe?
Yeah, add another gigabyte of RAM.
Wait, dude, if you zoom in and then you zoom in at the ISS and you see an astronaut waving back at you, I'll be interested. Okay.
Nice.
Let me know.
Okay. I'm going to try and see if it's visible during the day.
No, mate. It's only the moon that's visible.
Seems super super big issue, I think, because like you said, Rixie, there's something up there. I didn't know this until yesterday because I knew it beamed down information, but I didn't know until Bull Knight showed his setup that a lot of the traffic coming from space is just unencrypted. You can just get your own antenna and listen, get live video feeds, for example, of Earth. So you can watch the point pass overhead. Track it.
Yeah, but that won't be real images of Earth first and foremost. So that's just fantasy right there.
Thanks, Jim.
It's not the real image of the Earth, as the Earth isn't an oblate spheroid, is it? So that would be all CGI.
And you told us your solution to that the other day, Jim, wasn't it? Which was planes, balloons, and ground-based systems giving correct cloud cover all over the Earth.
That's
pretending to be
the
satellites.
current situation. That's the current situation, and we're piggybacking off of military radar systems as well. So that's how we're communicating right now. We don't really have this hardware solid machinery that is in space, geostationary. That's not a thing. We don't have a globe, remember?
Geostations. Right. But if we did have a globe, this would be a pretty good explanation for it being the ISS.
If we did have a globe, then that's the first bit of truth that's coming. I would still need to go to space because you've still got the problem with the vacuum. That doesn't go away. So I'd still need to go to space, as I've said before, to go and see that machine, that satellite, photograph it with a selfie, touch it, lick it, and that's the real thing, and then come back.
We want to see Jin in space.
Exactly.
We're starting a foundation right now. Jin in space, okay, guys?
Jin in space. Let's go do a GoFundMe.
It would be so funny. I would be willing, maybe not to pay Blue Origin money, but I would be willing to pay a fair bit of money to see a guy wearing a Flat Earth Truth T-shirt going up in Blue Origin.
Yeah, you'll never see it though, because you're not willing to put Jin in space.
I can dream. Don't crush my dreams so quickly.
I need another rich priest to fund
trust
it.
that guy.
Anybody knows a rich priest?
Yeah, any
I'll start the fund. I'll start the fund off. I'll start the fund off. I'll give $1.
Nice.
$1. We got $2. We got $2. Yeah, I got $2.
I must admit, although I find Jin one of the more grating flat earthers, he would be very high up the top of my list of people I would like to see go if we got that funding.
It's something I would pay for. I would absolutely pay to watch Jin look at the Earth and look on his face.
He's gonna see the things that you guys are never gonna see, right? Like the thing you're advocating for.
That'd be great.
He'd get to see the thing that you're never gonna get to see, essentially.
That's fine. That's
what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, I don't deny the videos and images. So it'd be great to see him actually see it with his own eyes, and then be like, "Wow, all this nonsense."
It'd be great for you to see with your own eyes.
Bro,
right?
I think that's the next part of the story. I think, dude, as soon as he got back, as soon as Austin got back, I was like, dude, all you got to do is play this media thing right, and you're going to space. You just got to put that meme out there, make a couple tweets, get on a couple shows. Everyone's going to want to send the flat earther to space. Now, I think he's fucked his image up and like gone rogue so much that like, I think Jaren is in the hot seat to go to space like within the next year.
He's been on 2 shows. He's been on 2 shows and so far doesn't have questions about how he treats his partner, which would be such a hot button issue at the moment that if you found out you bankrolled somebody, I don't think
you wouldn't respond to that anyway, bro. You know that you wouldn't respond to it, whether it be good or bad. You just wouldn't respond. It's ideal.
Respond to what? What do you mean? I'm just saying they wouldn't send him up anymore because he's You know, that video of him punching a pillow in front of his wife, you would just go, that's an absolute liability. I can't send that guy anywhere. I can't put any money behind raising his profile at all. Because
Perry behaves so well. Because Katy Perry behaves so well, and all the rest of the
has
other
she ever done anything like
stars
that?
are on it.
Yeah, she's never
What
been.
has she done?
Yeah, this is not a comparison here. I'm talking about between the flat earthers. Let's not escape the point here. Look, the point is this.
It is Jaren.
Right now, Jaren is staging his look, I think this whole thing is scripted personally. But he's staging in the narrative, he's staging his position that the globe is real, but space travel's not. And this is a perfect opportunity for them to fill in the blank. They're going to send him there, and then now, once and for all, we have a fully completed transformation process.
No, but he already knows the globe, so that wouldn't. Let's get someone someone like Jin would be probably be better.
Dude,
or
you're
QE or
not being
remotely.
Okay.
Because
this is a story. Follow the story.
Yeah.
You cannot say that, oh well, maybe if my grandpa were on the show Friends, maybe they could have done a better job. Like, no, you have to use the characters that are already in the show.
That's true.
For sure.
That's true. I think that's a good point.
You need someone who truly now still believes that the Earth is not a globe. Fuck space travel.
Yeah, we actually know it's not a globe. It's not a belief there. We actually know it's not a globe. It's not a belief, believe you me.
There's a good chance.
Know you me. Not believe you me. Know you me. Sorry.
He would do this. He would be on the plane. Like, he would be there. They'd be docking with the station because you'd have to send him for an orbit. Like, if it's Jin, you have to do it like not just shooting him up past the Kármán line and back down. Like, you need him spending a couple of days on the ISS, being like, there is no possible way. The radiation does not allow it.
Yeah. Bearing in mind, before we fly off anywhere, so when they assemble the vehicle I'm going in, I want to be there when they put those windows in. I don't want no very fancy, very clever, high-tech, blue screen, green screen window. Don't want any of that going on. I want to check the windows.
I'll give you your first $50, Jin, for you to go to space.
Yeah. If I could still use the money,
that's $52. That's $52. We're getting there.
I'll do 100.
Fucking $10.
I'll do 100. I'll do $100, but call me at the end. I'm not giving up the money until he's.
It would be graciously received.
Open that GoFundMe.
Yeah.
I would love to see your face when you look out that window and you see the Earth.
And if they try to get me to lie,
is it the face that you'll never?
Me to lie, I will not be lying. I say no, I'm not going to do that.
He'll be presenting a face that you'll never be able to understand, dude. Like, because you're never going to see your globe, bro. You're never going to see your globe.
Fine, that's fine. We already know it's a globe, but I want to see Jin's face when
that though. To me,
why
you guys
Jin's face
the imagery?
I want to see Jin's face when he, after all these years of pushing it so hard, so adamant that it's not a globe. I want to see his face when he sees it. That's what I want to see. I would pay for.
Yeah. Yep.
Because you recognize.
Bearing in mind, I'm going to scrutinize.
You won't see it. You won't. You'll never see the thing you're advocating for.
I've never seen the Eiffel Tower either.
The thing I most want to see is nothing to do with the globe. I don't really care much to see the globe. But the thing I won't see that I have faith in is human beings' ability to change their mind when faced with insurmountable evidence. And that's the thing. I think even if we shot Jin into space,
that's you guys. That's exactly what the Globers are doing. We've got mountains of insurmountable evidence, irrefutable evidence, repeatable, testable, and they still look the other. That curvature is the thing. A curved line is not straight. So you're the guys that are being silly here.
Yeah,
actually, again, by the way, Eggshells told me that an orbital transition is straight before. I think was that what you were saying?
No, I wasn't.
Orbits are straight or something. You said? Is that what you said?
I said orbits are linear motion.
Orbits are linear motion. Orbits are linear.
You were like, oh, they're a circle. And I'm saying, yes, circles.
They're not linear.
Can go in circles.
What does linear mean? What
It's
does
just not a
linear
straight
mean?
line.
Shells?
Means in two different places. Like it's can be curved.
Yeah,
Lines
cool.
can be curved. Yes or no?
What? Linear is
Yeah.
straight, right? From one place to another,
No.
from A to B. That's a linear.
No, that's
Trajectory is not
linear
linear.
line.
a straight line.
Yeah.
A straight
lines
line
can
can
be curved.
a curved line can look straight if you zoom in really, really far. It'll look
Not
straight.
even what we're talking about. It's just a misunderstanding
What's the
of terms.
relativity of that statement to what we're talking about?
Impossibility, not a straight line.
Well, I think you missed it a bit. But the point we were saying before Earth is life is I said we were talking about whether gyros can detect linear motion. I said they can detect change in angular orientation, but they do not detect linear motion, i.e. movement along the orbit as much as rotating through the orbit. And he was saying, are you saying
Orbit is
orbits
linear.
linear? I said, yes,
Yeah.
orbits are linear because they're a curved line and lines can be curved. It's not a straight line, which is what he thinks linear means, but that's why we have adjectives like straight and curved.
You're talking about curve linear. Curve linear is not linear. Curve linear is curve linear. It's a different thing.
It's designed to detect.
Gyros are designed to detect change in angular orientation.
Yes, they detect movement, right?
Angular movement, not linear movement.
Yes, in mathematics and statistics, linear almost always refers to a straight line. Thank you.
So,
Google.
so
first
all
top,
the gyros are
search result. Okay,
So
I rest
all the
my case.
That's fine. The context we were talking about was physics and motion. Ask it in a physics and motion context, can linear motion describe a curved path? That's the real question. And the
Does
answer
a
is obviously
linear,
yes.
when you say orbit, orbit means circular, right? Orbit inherently means that it's circular, and for you to say that linear is the same as orbit is just a bit of a.
I don't think you understand
What are you doing?
how big the orbit
I
of
don't
the
think
Earth
you just
is.
make stuff up and then get angry at the stuff you made up. Sorry, go ahead, Earth is life.
That was my
just like the gyro is not supposed to be detecting any movement if the Earth is stationary, right?
Yeah, that's slightly bigger issue.
Well, no, the issue is that like, what is if like you've got a field that's moving through the Earth, then that's the detection. That's the thing you're detecting.
How
Like,
did you
it's pretty
determine
simple.
How did
Because
you
you
determine
can't. How did you determine that the Earth is moving?
Did you make that up?
No, it's pretty obvious.
How did you determine
that? If you just have a force that's moving like lateral to the object, it's going to detect that. It's going to detect
if you have a circle that is 198 million miles in diameter, like that line is going to look straight. If you're really close to it, it's going to look straight.
Okay, what's your point?
Why
is it straight or is it not straight?
It's pretty. If you're zoomed in, it's gonna look pretty damn straight.
Well,
so it's gonna detect.
Not really.
You're augmenting your detection modality at that point. I don't know what you're referring to though.
If you're saying it can only detect a straight path, I mean it's on its path. It's gonna look pretty damn straight. Over time, yes, it's gonna curve, but I mean it's still gonna detect the movement.
No, it's going to detect them. Well, it's going to detect a movement. It's not going to detect the movement. And you think it's the movement. I say it's a movement.
Well, how did you determine it's only detecting a linear? Like, where are you getting this from?
Oh, fuck.
Where am I getting this from? It is like ultimately how would you say, like, the two challenges that orientate themselves around the notion of the Earth's movement, first and foremost, like the Earth is moving, or there is a field that moves through the Earth. Those are you got to pick one of those two.
Is that how will you think your gyroscope is detecting? How do you know it's detecting some kind of field moving through the Earth? Like, where did you make that distinction?
Because all material substances, such as a gyroscope, which is made out of material substances, are affected by electronic fields.
So what exactly is the cause then?
So what if we put it into? So hold on. what if we put this gyroscope into, I don't know, what a bismuth chamber?
They call it a Faraday
like
cage.
Different thing, slightly.
No, right here.
And it's
What do you want?
And it's I think Bob did that. Put it in a bismuth chamber, which would block out anything, and it still detected movement.
How do you know it blocks out anything?
Because that's what they're designed to do.
I guess it could be magic. It could be.
It could be a
Well, it's
magical
not
field.
magic,
Yeah,
dude.
that's all Rick's
Yeah, that's
really
the
it's
answer.
a case of like you claim to have exonerated or removed all of the other potential effects within your bismuth chamber or your Faraday cage, but
all
how do you
known
actually,
effect.
how do you actually do that?
So what you're
making up an
basically saying
unknown.
is that, yeah, but what you're basically saying is there could be an unknown force causing this, a force that we've never detected.
Right.
Isn't that so?
Well, I know you do detect it all the time. In fact, the lateral force that you claim to detect as Earth's motion is actually the field just moving around. So you are detecting it. You're just calling
Yeah,
it
but what
something
is
else.
that field? You can't just say it's a field and not knowing what the field is, can you?
So you exist inside of an electromagnetic field. What do you want me to do about that? Like, it's pretty substantial. You know it's there.
Electromagnetic field does not change anything.
Well, where does your compass point? Have you got a compass? Have you ever looked at where it points? You exist within a field, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, but does that field turn?
You call it an electromagnetic field. Yeah, sure.
But it doesn't turn. It
Now the
points
gyroscope.
from the north to the south. Quite stable. It's not like it's moving along the surface.
What about a mechanical gyroscope?
It doesn't turn.
Is that,
I mean,
is that
it does turn, right?
Is a mechanical gyroscope detecting a magnetic field too?
No, but like you do recognize the core turns, like the electromagnetic field turns. It's just a lateral, like the primary move, like when you look at your compass, right, is it's pointing to north. It doesn't mean that it's not necessarily pointing a little bit to the left where the north position is.
The lines would need, but the magnetic field would need to rotate in one way to have this effect.
And it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, the electromagnetic field, like on your Earth model, right? You shift, like the Earth is moving through its own magnetic field. All I'm suggesting is actually the magnetic field is the thing that's moving. You infer that as a kind of like a material movement. I'm saying that's just like, no, it's actually a magnetic field that's moving.
But you
It's
can't. I think you fail a bit if you choose a field that we know a lot about. Because the suggestion that the Earth turning is actually a magnetic effect when we know so much about the chance that we've missed that by now, I think, is very, very low. So I think if you want to pick a field, you have to say it's a hitherto unknown field. I don't know if it's magnetic or electromagnetic because those are things that are known about. It must be something outside what we know.
You didn't miss it. You intentionally misinterpreted it.
Is that what you
You
think?
didn't
All
miss
the
it. It's blatantly obvious. It's blatantly obvious. Right?
What happens if we are moving through? Yeah. What happens if we move through an electric field? How does that affect, let's say, conductive materials?
Right. He's figured it out, but all the scientists and astronomers and everything, they've all missed this. We've all misinterpreted it, but he's figured it out.
No, you've been inducted through inductive reasoning to interpret the data in a certain way. That's the nature of induction. That's why inductive thinking is so important to science.
But if the magnetic field were moving and we have a magnet, that should give us a result, which is electricity. That doesn't happen, does it?
Well, there is definitely electricity coming from the sky, so I don't know what you want me to tell you. Have you ever heard of a corona motor?
If you move in a magnet through an electric field, what happens?
Dude, the Earth is basically a big magnet. That's why your compass works the way it does, right?
What
Yeah.
again?
What are
What
you
happens
talking
if you move a magnet through an electric field? What happens?
Induction. What do you want me to say?
Yeah. So if the magnetic field is rotating around us, all magnets should have some sort of induction force. They don't.
Yeah, the magnet should be
Interesting.
twisting all the time.
That's
The Earth
interesting.
wouldn't-
I haven't thought about it in that way. Okay. I think I know what you're referring to. So, but if the Earth is rotating, it's your presupposition, which the supposition is actually that the Earth is stationary. So why would you presume, like, in my interpretation, if the Earth isn't moving, then the inductive field that you would expect from your magnet, it's actually, let's flip this around. The reason why you don't see any induction from any of the magnets is like literally because the Earth isn't moving. Done. Thank you.
No, that's not works.
One way to do it.
Hey, well, I mean, you're
Claim
telling me,
victory.
like, why don't the magnets produce any induction? Like, just when they're static, why do they not produce any induction? What's the rationale?
Induction in what?
Isn't
The other gentleman,
because you said the Earth is moving through a magnetic field.
yeah, a force. No. I said the magnetic field's moving through us.
You said the magnetic field is turning. It must turn if that's affecting the magnet. It must be turning 15 degrees
Right.
per hour.
Right. That's what you said the gyros are picking up.
Okay, yeah. What's your angle?
That's a bit of a problem for you.
I don't see
because if the magnetic field was moving and the Earth was stationary, magnets in a moving electrical field will have an effect which we don't see, don't measure.
So the magnetism doesn't behave like magnetism, but does behave like rotation.
Is moving with, like, the Earth is a big magnet, right? Like, and magnets on the surface don't induce that field anyway. So I'm acknowledging where you guys are coming from. It's an interesting complex, right? But why would it be then on the so-called moving, rotating Earth, these fields are not exhibited?
What? I didn't follow that. Can you run that by me again?
If I'm saying that there's a magnetic field that's basically coursing over the flat Earth as a hypothesis or a model, right? Why is it that a magnet on a rotating globe, why does it not perform any form of induction?
I think because the magnetic field would have to be stationary, and then the Earth would have to move inside of it, rotate inside of it.
Yeah, but the core actually moves separate to the Earth.
I thought it was a big dynamo. I thought it was a big dynamo, and that's the idea.
Yeah.
I don't know how you would detect that it doesn't have this induction that you say it should have, but I think the bigger problem needs to be, how does this magnetism that we can detect and we can build fields that are stronger than other fields, hence confound a gyro as to which direction it's facing. You could do that with anything that runs on magnets, is confound it with a bigger field. But you can't confound a gyro into not finding north. Or south, really. It's finding south because south is the middle.
If you put a big magnet right next to a gyro, are you telling me that it won't be put off?
A mechanical gyroscope? I
don't think they are. I'm pretty sure they are very unaffected by even fairly large magnetic fields.
Well, a
Well, you don't
mechanical,
remove them.
if it's made out of steel, I'm sure a magnet would affect a mechanical steel gyro. But
If it's made out of copper, it's still going to be affected by electrical magnetic fields. Copper still has a magnetic induction.
well, I mean, you could show that. I don't think that a copper, one made out of copper or bronze or, a non-ferrous metal, I don't think that the magnet would affect it.
Magnets are affected by copper pipes. you put a magnet
So
down
pick a
a copper
non-ferrous
pipe
thing.
and it slows
The
down.
strength of the magnet would
Yeah, but you
differ.
can pick a non-ferrous thing is the point. Sorry, yes, it's like you keep trying to speak.
What is
I would just-
non-ferrous?
Strength of the magnet would differ. It would differ
Copper is considered to be non-ferrous, and yet it interacts with magnetic fields, right?
Sure. I mean, if
Only
you're saying
moving
every
magnetic
gyro
fields.
that exists, including fiber optic gyros, like fogs, little ones with coils of fiber optic wire in them, all of them are affected by magnets such that they can find the axis of the rotation of the Earth, even when magnetic fields don't know where the axis of the rotation of the Earth is and can be confounded at any point, then you would just need to show that. That's your proposition. Sure, it's possible. It seems to me extraordinarily improbable.
That was a good point made as well, that what happens if you drop a copper piece or steel piece in a copper pipe, those things are moving.
Yeah, you induce a current flow in the copper pipe. And that current flow produces a magnetic field which opposes the movement of the magnet through the pipe. That's why it slows down. Very simple. And it doesn't have to be a copper pipe. It could be an aluminum pipe. It could be any non-ferrous conductive material will do the same thing.
Imagine what would happen to all the copper wiring on Earth if we go by the idea that the magnetic field is moving.
I'm not sure where you're going with that. Sorry.
I should be able to make just a big wire, coil of wire and induce voltage. If that's true.
Yep.
And
yeah, think about all the power lines.
You can take a copper wire up into the sky and induce voltage.
Now you're talking about electrostatics.
What does that mean? Why? Yeah, cool. It's electrostatics.
Yes.
Is that like static electricity?
Yes.
So non-moving electricity.
Yes.
But it is moving, because that's the only way you can detect electricity is if it's moving, right?
You don't think you can measure static electricity?
No, you can't measure static electricity.
Really?
You measure
a Leyden jar doesn't work.
So a multimeter is essentially
a Leyden jar won't work.
I'm not sure what a Leyden jar
electric jar. Okay, well, all right.
But whenever I've gone to detect something, like I'm using a multimeter, and you connect a neutral, and it's allowing for a small aspect of the current and charge to go through the multimeter in order to detect the current. That tells you how much voltage you got in your batteries and all the rest of it. Your only means of detecting electricity is basically looking back to a neutral or a ground source. Like it's the baseline by which you measure any form of electrical current or flow. And if you exist inside of that, right? Like if that electrical conduction is occurring all around us, I'm not really sure how I would it presents a bit of a problem within the paradigm. How do you get outside of that electrical current in order to detect it? I'm not sure.
What do you mean being outside of the electric field?
Whenever you want to detect an electrical current, you need to test it against a neutral or a ground. That's the only means of detecting any electrical flow.
So you can't detect two different charges at different positions without ground?
I mean, I've worked with 12-volt systems and 24-volt systems, and then when I'd go to compare the difference between the 24-volt and the 12-volt system, it tells me it's a 12-volt system because it's basically taking the 12 away from the 24 and saying it's a 12-volt system. Doesn't mean it's a 12-volt system. I need to go back to the original ground. I need to go back to the chassis of the vehicle to show that that's actually 12-volt or a 20-volt system. But if you're inside of the system, if I'm inside of a 12-volt system and I've got a 24-volt battery, right, and the chassis is already measuring 12 volts to it, then the 24 volt battery looks like a 12 volt battery on my multimeter. You can't, like, you have to, like, when you're testing the electrical flows, you like, that multimeter needs a ground. It needs a baseline, a neutral, a control, essentially, to measure against. That's the case with any electrical.
No, it just needs to go to ground back to the battery.
Are you talking about
ground is
measuring
ground.
voltage or current? They're two different things.
Sorry, are you saying that ground and neutral are two different things?
No, voltage and current are two different things. Which are you
Yes,
speaking
I'm familiar with, like, I'm familiar with the two differentials there, but I'm just saying that, like, I've worked with 12 volt and 24 volt systems, and when I was trying to do a fault finding, like, troubleshooting situation, there was quite often I was like, oh, this thing's showing that it's 12 volt. Oh shit, wait, I got the thing hooked up in the wrong way. I got this 24 volt connected with this 12 volt, and it's showing 12 volts. Oh, it's actually, like, I got the ground in the wrong position. I need to go fix that. Okay, this is the right way to detect it. Okay, this circuit's 24 volt, this circuit's 12 volt. Sometimes it looks like it's negative 12 volts if you mix up, like, the neutral and the positive.
This is
It'll show that it's a negative. So
this is really fundamental, really basic. You have two voltage sources, one 12 volt, the other 24, and you tie one end of both of them together. Then you will, of course, read 12 volts across the 12 volt source and 24 volts across the 24 volt source. But if you go from the 24 back to the 12, it looks like 12 volts again. That's really fundamental. That's just simple, basic electricity.
Cool. So what if the ground, like what we call ground right now, like if we're trying to detect, right, an electrical flow that's occurring between the sky and the ground,
that's current.
How would you detect that? Like, where do you put the neutral? Where do you put that neutral node in order to detect that flow?
If you're trying to detect the flow, you have to put it in the circuit, in the electrical circuit. You have to put a meter that can measure current flow. And for what you're talking about, you need what's called a picoamp meter. You stick that in the circuit, and then you can measure current flow.
Perhaps I'm mixing up my terminology when I say sort of like there is a flow and I say current. I mean, there's a voltage detection.
Yeah, voltage doesn't flow.
Voltage is the potential, right? The current is actually the thing that flows.
Current is the flow of electric charge.
Sure.